Chapter 101 Magical Ice Drink Random Ice Drink Purchase Price 1 point/cup. Sales Price 2 points/cup. Introduction. Excellent summer drink. Although the introduction of this ice drink is extremely simple, Sumo is almost certain that this thing is specially prepared by the system for the hot time of the end of the world. Not only that, she also found another corresponding product. Random Hot Soup Purchase Price 1 point/cup. Sales Price 2 points/cup. Introduction. Excellent warming soup. Could it be that after the hot summer, there will be a cold winter with a sudden drop in temperature? Sumo narrowed his eyes. Whether this is true or not, Sumo still exchanged the random ice drink first. After thinking for a few seconds, the random hot soup was also exchanged, so as not to forget it later. Random ice drinks unlocked. Random hot soup unlocked. Random hot soup is definitely not useful in this season, so Sumo put it away and threw it into the warehouse, so as to avoid feeling hot in her heart when she saw the hot air floating on it. The 5 cups of ice drinks that suddenly appeared on the table made Sumo feel much better. Even if she didn't get close, she could feel the coolness of the ice drinks. While the pores of the people trembled, they also felt extremely cool and comfortable. Come and try this. Sumo called the 2 children over. First, he gave each of them a cup, and then he opened a cup for himself. The cup for the ice drink was the medium-sized plastic cup that was used to buy milk tea. There was also an opaque box on the outside of the plastic cup. In this way, you can't see what the ice drink looks like inside. Sumo opened it, and found that his cup was kumquat lemonade. Tang Yin's was mango milk ice drink, and Tang He's was green apple juice. Sumo looked and found that there were no ice cubes in the ice drink, but whether it was touched or drunk, it felt cold. This kind of coldness is not the kind of coolness in the refrigerator. It is even better than that. I don't know how this is done. How does it taste? Sumo doesn't like sour taste very much, so he was quite resistant to kumquat lemon. But after drinking it, he found it was okay. The sweet fragrance of kumquat mixed with the slight sourness of lemon was mixed with the coolness, and the overall taste of a cup of ice drink was sweet and sour. Tang Yin took a sip and shuddered all over, and then the whole person was surrounded by excitement. It tastes good? Tang He also nodded. The taste of his green apple juice is similar to Sumo's, also sweet and sour. But it has more of an apple-like sweetness, and the sourness of green apples is still not as good as lemons. Tang He, Boss Su. Are you going to sell this tomorrow? Sumo looked at him with appreciation. Well, 2 points per cup, it's specially prepared for this season. Then tomorrow's business will definitely be good. Tang Yin said with a smile. I don't know what's wrong with this weather. I always feel that even the wind is hot. And it blows on me in waves, making me feel uncomfortable all over. My skin has been exposed to the sun outside for a day, and it looks very dry, as if it will be melted by the sun. Only in the grocery store. It feels like a paradise on earth. Inside and outside the store are 2 completely different worlds. After drinking a cup of ice drink, the 3 people exuded a good mood called comfortable from the inside out. The remaining 2 cups were taken by Tang He and placed on the corresponding shelves. Sumo began to buy goods frantically. Such a good thing. She believed that many people would buy it tomorrow. Although the profit of random ice drinks is not high. Only 1 point is earned for each cup. But precisely because of the low price, more people can afford it. Even those who are reluctant to spend money. In such hot weather, they probably can't bear it. Grit your teeth and buy a cup. Even if it can't be sold. The things in the grocery store will not go bad anyway. So just leave it there. Hey! I don't think it's hot anymore. Tang Yin's words caught Sumo's attention. Her thoughts paused, and she turned her head to look over. Tang Yin stood at the door, and walked 2 steps outside, with a surprised look on her face. Then, as if she had confirmed something, the surprise on her face turned into surprise. She turned around and shouted, Brother! Sister Su! I found that it is really not hot outside. Tang He knew that his sister would never joke or lie about such things. So he hurried out of the store. His emotions were very complicated. If the weather outside is really not hot, then Boss Su bought so many ice drinks in vain? What if he can't sell them? When he stepped out of the grocery store, he found that the feeling of the scorching heat disappeared. The weather now seems to have become the same as before. Mild and comfortable. Tang He frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. He looked up. Although it was almost evening and the sun was about to set, it was still so bright and dazzling. Then, he looked around again and found that the ground was still hard and dry. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Tang Yi's mind. He always felt that the environment and weather outside had not changed. But they had changed. His heartbeat slowed down a little. He looked back at Boss Su and found that she was also thinking. So that's how it is. Drinking ice drinks can isolate the hot weather outside. The more Suemo thought about it, the more she felt that her idea should be correct. Otherwise, the effect of ice drinks is not great. After all, if it is an ordinary ice drink, drinking it will only cool you down for a while. But this is worthy of being a product of the system. Boss Su, if you drink this, will you not feel the heat outside? Tang Yi pulled Tang Yin in from outside and asked. Suemo nodded to show that he was right. Tang Yin didn't understand what this sentence meant at first, but she thought about it again and soon understood. It's amazing. In this way, everyone won't feel it's too hot outside after drinking it. Tang Yin sighed, and then looked at Suemo with admiration. Suemo looked confused. Tang Yi understood his sister's thoughts, and after a dry cough, he pulled her into the kitchen. It's time for dinner. Let's go cook. Okay, brother. Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Looking at their backs entering the kitchen, Suemo began to think about the next question. So how long does the effect of this ice drink to isolate the heat last? At the same time, in the kitchen, Tang Yin, Sister Su is so amazing. She can even make something like this. Tang Yin, she is really a fairy sister. She must have cast a spell on the ice drink. Tang He. Fortunately, we walked fast. Chapter 102 Summer Disaster Crisis. Brother Chun, there are now 252 people in the base suffering from heatstroke, and 12 people are in low spirits, suspected of suffering from heatstroke, and this number is still increasing rapidly. Listening to Qinwen's words, Qinlin's face looked very ugly. Because of Xuyin's existence, he had long known that something else would happen today. He thought it would be a tide of corpses, and more plant or animal mutations. But he never expected that the environment they lived in would change directly. This sudden change in temperature has seriously affected the normal lives of many people, especially the elderly and children. Because among so many people suffering from heatstroke, at least more than half of them are them. Make some arrangements, so that everyone can reduce the time and frequency of going out as much as possible in the near future. Also, gather the water and ice ability users in the base, and let them make ice as soon as possible. Speaking of ice ability, it is almost the same as speed ability. They are all abilities that are not particularly useful in combat. As the name suggests, ice-type psychics mainly attack by condensing and controlling ice. But ice needs water, or at least other liquids. Unless they are cooperated with water-type psychics in battle, they are almost no different from ordinary people. Although they can also condense ice with moisture or water vapor in the air. But this is undoubtedly more difficult. And they need to spend time searching for water vapor. So they consume more psychic powers. In the past, ice-type psychics were almost always sitting on the bench. But now in this situation, they have become popular. Try to arrange the residences of the elderly and children together. After the ice is produced, give it to the people with heat stroke first, and then to them. Yes. Qinwen carefully wrote down everything he said. What's the situation at Guangming Base and Pingan Base? Facing this situation that is close to a crisis for all mankind, the three major bases have always been the most united. Not to mention other things, at least in terms of the methods to solve this problem, they will still communicate with each other, to avoid causing greater losses to mankind. Their situation is the same as ours. A large number of people also suffered from heatstroke. Lack of water resources. The worst is still Guangming Base. They still have a few ice-type psychics, but they don't have any. Pingan Base has two. But they also work overtime every day, and people are exhausted. It's a good thing that there are energy drinks, otherwise the bodies of these ice-type psychics would have been hollowed out long ago. Even so, they are also very hard. After all, energy drinks can only replenish psychic powers and physical strength, but not mental state. They can't be an emotionless ice-making machine without eating, drinking or sleeping. What do the other two bases say? Zhongsun rubbed his head with a headache. He also didn't expect that one day he would have to borrow people from other bases. Xiao Chao's face was serious, but what he said made Zhongsun feel relieved. Ping and Bei said that they only had two ice-type psychics, and they couldn't borrow. But the North-South base did borrow too. The North-South base was established the earliest among the three major bases, so it had more people and psychics than them. Even if they borrowed two ice-type psychics from Guangming Base, they still had three. Although the pressure of 3 people is definitely greater than that of 5 people. But it also happens that we can work in 3 shifts. Morning, noon and night. That's good. Give them a reply, and we will return the favor when the time comes. By the way, remember to take good care of them, don't let them come to help, and end up letting them suffer. Xiao Qiao nodded. As someone who has been with Zhang Sun for several years, I already know his way of doing things. These things, even if he doesn't say it, I will handle it. I don't know when this weather will end. Zhang Sun looked at the sky outside with a somewhat sad face, which was obviously several degrees brighter than before. He quickly retracted his gaze. It was just a few seconds of looking at it, and I felt that my eyes were a little uncomfortable. It was not just Zhang Sun who was irritable and sad at this time. As a member of the Ping and base, Ma Yi was also very upset at this time. He sat below the leader of the Ping and base, and his face was ugly. There are more and more people suffering from heat stroke now. If this continues, I'm afraid. Ma Yi frowned. Everyone knew what the person who spoke had not said. Let them keep working hard. When this summer disaster is over, we will give them more compensation. Although it was too much to put the hope of the entire base on 2 people. They had no other choice. No one had expected this situation before. So no one stored ice cubes. Even if they did, in the end times when all resources are scarce, no one would waste electricity just to freeze ice cubes. If they were not frozen in the refrigerator, and there was no special ice cellar, the ice would have melted long ago. I heard that Boss Su's store has air conditioners. Why don't we go ask? It doesn't matter if we borrow them or buy them. Who is so smart that he suddenly said this? Although it sounds reasonable at first, everyone knows that the former is definitely impossible. There is only one air conditioner. Why should they lend it to you? And even if they lend it, there are so many bases. It won't be their turn. After all, the people in their base had a quarrel with Boss Su at the beginning. However, if we can buy a few air conditioners, it would be a good choice, provided that the grocery store has this product. Xiao Ru glanced at Ma Yi. Tomorrow you go ask Boss Su if there are any extra air conditioners to sell. Ma Yi nodded in agreement. This is a good idea. Anyway, didn't we buy a lot of universal oil from Boss Su before? We can use it all. If there is no coal or other resources, oil can actually generate electricity. It's just that oil-fired power generation produces a lot of harmful substances, so it has never been considered as an option. However, they have tried the universal oil bought from Boss Su's shop. Whether it is used for power generation or in automobile machinery, it will not produce harmful gases. And universal oil is more durable than ordinary oil. It can be said to be a very good energy source. I'll go ask tomorrow and buy some more oil by the way. Seeing that almost everyone present agreed with this method, he made a decision directly. At the same time, although the other 2 bases did not think of buying air conditioners, they also thought of Hope Grocery Store and Boss Su. Since they have no way, they might as well ask Boss Su if there is anything good to relieve the heat. Chapter 103. Isn't this a grocery store? So, the next morning, the deputy leaders of the 3 bases gathered at the door of the Hope Grocery Store in a tacit understanding. When Tang Yin opened the door, she was startled by these 3 guys who were like door gods. If she hadn't recognized them, she would have suspected that they were here to cause trouble. Little girl, is Boss Su here? Zhang Sun smiled and asked gently. For Tang Yin and Tang He, any customer of the grocery store knew about their existence. They all knew that these 2 children were children taken in by Boss Su. And these 2 children were also helping to run the store in order to repay Boss Su. Originally, after knowing this, some people thought that Su Mo was either short of people, or that she was too kind. So they also wanted to work in the store. Not to mention anything else, there is such a comfortable and clean place to live. And as soon as you look at the rosy faces of the 2 children, and their clean and tidy clothes, you can tell that the treatment here is very good. As long as food and accommodation are provided, it is a good deal even if there is no salary. However, Su Mo rejected anyone who had these intentions. If she met someone who was really unreasonable or greedy, Xiao He would send them away. Tang Yin pointed upstairs. Sister Su is resting. Do you have anything to do with her? Zhang Sun's face froze. The other 2 people who heard Tang Yin's words were also a little speechless. They actually forgot. Boss Su is a lazy person. He will not get up until noon every day without resting. But since they were already here, it would not be appropriate to leave just like that. So they could only talk to Tang He and Tang Yin. It's so hot now. I want to ask. Does Boss Su have any air conditioners for sale? Tang Yin? Buy air conditioners? Isn't this a grocery store? How could they sell air conditioners? Tang Yin twitched her lips. Although she also understood the pain of not having air conditioners in this weather. They really didn't have air conditioners for sale. The only air conditioner was the one above their heads. They still needed it. So it was impossible for them to sell it. Ma Yi saw the answer from Tang Yin's expression at a glance. Although it was expected, he still sighed with regret. Lin, if there is no air conditioner, does Boss Su have anything suitable for cooling down? Since there is no air conditioner, then they can only change their ideas and methods. If there is really no air conditioner, they can only buy more medicine and let those who have suffered from heat stroke take the medicine to cool down. But this stuff is only a temporary solution. And taking too much medicine is not good for the body. They had already given up hope. So they just asked casually. Unexpectedly. Tang Yin nodded happily. Yes. Today we have a new product. Random ice drinks. Tang Yin took them to the shelf of ice drinks. Then she pointed to the shelf with her white little hand. There were several rows of packaged ice drinks neatly arranged on it. There were many empty spaces on it, which seemed to be bought by someone. In such a hot season, it is not difficult to drink cold drinks. Besides, the price is not particularly expensive, and it is not a luxury item that cannot be afforded. You three brothers can try this. I believe it will give you an unexpected surprise. Tang Yin winked mischievously. She did not directly tell them the special function of the ice drink, but kept it mysterious, preparing to let them use it by themselves and discover it by themselves. Since Tang Yin said so, the three of them did not know the reason. But each of them bought a few cups to try. Of course, Lin bought the most. Since it is an ice drink, it is not too much for him to expect him to open a cup of Coke or Sprite. Right, after paying, they could not wait to open the package. Ma Yi had watermelon lemon juice in his hand. Those who were still hesitating whether to buy it, after seeing the clear watermelon flesh inside, chose to buy it without hesitation. In the past, eating watermelon in summer was simply a kind of enjoyment. But since entering the end of the world, let alone watermelon, even the most common fruits such as apples and bananas have become rare. Now that they have a chance to eat it, they will definitely not let it go. And Jongsun got a glass of rock sugar snow pear juice. Although it is juice, like Ma Yi's watermelon lemon juice, it also has small pieces of pear pulp. As for Lin, although he didn't get Coke, nor did he get Sprite, but he got his favorite soda as he wished, which was peach flavored. This feeling of opening a blind box is very novel, and also very interesting. There are so many flavors, I'm tempted. It's just 2 points, I'll have one too. Why does this grocery store like random things so much? The previous instant noodles were also random. Although I have to admit that every flavor of instant noodles here seems to taste pretty good, I hope the ice drinks this time will taste good too. As long as it tastes good, I don't care what the flavor is. You who don't buy it, don't squeeze in front. I also want to open a cup of Fat Otaku Happy Water. Even the deputy leaders of the 3 major bases like to drink ice drinks. I want to try it too. There are many people in the grocery store, but most of them are from the 3 major bases. They all naturally recognize the deputy leader of their base. Seeing that the deputy leader had bought this ice drink, as long as they had a few extra dollars, even if they were just following the trend, they would buy it to try. Besides, this ice drink looked good. There were juices and carbonated drinks, and the ingredients were rich. According to the inertia of Hope grocery store that had all kinds of fine products, I thought this one should not be bad. I don't know how long I haven't eaten fruit. I didn't expect that one day I could taste fruit in a drink. I was so touched. This ice drink is so delicious. I feel refreshed all over. It's just a little expensive. 2 points for a cup is equivalent to a steamed bun. 2 points is expensive? It's equivalent to a steamed bun. Will you exchange your steamed bun for your ice drink? An apple in the base has dozens of crystal cores. And a bottle of drink also has dozens of crystal cores. 2 points for a cup is still expensive? I think you are looking for trouble. You just hope that Boss Su will give it to you for free, so it won't be expensive. After this period of getting along, Hope grocery store has won the praise of most people because of its delicious food and cheap price. It also has a lot of fans. So now when encountering such deliberately sour remarks, someone will spontaneously fight back. It's nothing like before. Tang Yin and Tang He could only listen and sulk. And could do nothing. Chapter 104 Mistake. Tang Yin watched the 3 deputy leaders drink the ice drinks, then looked at them with a smile. Now, those who drank the ice drinks can leave the grocery store and take a look. Everyone was stunned. not understanding why Tang Yin suddenly started to drive people away. But listening to her way of speaking and tone, it didn't feel like she was driving people away. Tang Yi felt that this sentence was a bit ambiguous, so he helped his sister to add a sentence. Those who drank the ice drinks can go outside the store to feel the weather outside. Ordinary people react a little slowly. Before they understood what it meant, Chen Lin was the first to react. He turned around and left the grocery store with the ice drinks that he hadn't finished drinking. This move also surprised everyone. Afterwards, Zhang Sun and Ma Yi also walked out of the grocery store one after another. After they saw it, they also walked out one after another. The expected hot feeling did not come, and they looked up at the sky in confusion. The sun was still hanging high in the sky, emitting scorching light. But the air around them seemed to have returned to several days ago. Still so mild and comfortable. The weather has changed? It's not hot anymore. I thought it was my illusion. But it's not hot anymore. What are you talking about? The weather is still so hot. I've only been standing for less than 10 seconds, and my head is already covered in sweat. It's not hot. I don't think it's hot either. The two groups with different opinions fell into confusion at the same time. In the end, someone guessed the truth. But they were just suspicious. After all, this sounded a bit too mysterious. Could it be that after drinking this ice drink, is it true that I am no longer afraid of the heat? This is even more outrageous than energy drinks and sensory candies. But it seems that this is the only explanation. Don't you think it might be the problem with the ice drink? You, and you, I remember that the three of us have drunk ice drinks, but this person doesn't seem to have drunk it, so he feels hot, but we don't feel hot. Now that you put it like that, it seems that this is really possible, but this is too magical. Isn't it? You won't feel hot just by drinking a glass of ice drink? It's fake. Is it someone hired by Boss Su? Believe it or not, I think it's true. You can keep it hot if you want. I'm going to drink this stuff every day in the future anyway. Perhaps because there are precedents of energy drinks and sensory candies, so most people believe it. Some people are half believing and half doubting, and a very small number of people don't believe it at all. But it doesn't matter. They can know the result after they do the experiment themselves. If they don't want to believe it, they will suffer from heat stroke anyway, whether they believe it or not. The three deputy leaders have understood Tang Yin's intention. They looked at each other, and then walked into the store in tacit understanding. At this moment, they wished they were space-powered people, and could take as much as they could. However, their strength is limited after all. They could only take a few cups in their left hand, and a few cups in their right hand. And at most, they could only take a dozen cups. Despite this, they didn't mind the trouble. When their hands were full, they ran outside and put them in the car. Then they continued to come to buy. Chen Lin was the one who had no worries, because he happened to run into Lin Shi when he went out. Just in time. Come and pack your things. Chen Lin's eyes lit up, and he pulled her into the store. Lin Shi? So, Lin Shi was taken in, with a confused look on her face. Zhang Sun and Ma Yi saw this, and they were both furious. If they had known earlier, they would have brought a space ability user. Fortunately, Chen Lin knew the limits. He didn't selfishly buy all the ice drinks. He only cleared about 1/3 of the shelf. Even so, there were at least several hundred cups. Although Zhang Sun didn't bring a space ability user with him for the time being, because his own ability was not a combat ability. Every time he went out, he was accompanied by many people to protect him. So these people now became coolies. With so many people, he only bought 4 or 5 times. And he had already bought another 1/3. As for Ma Yi, he wasn't stupid either. Although he didn't bring many people with him. There were many people from the Ping'an base in the grocery store. He paid them to help send it back. The ice drinks that Su Mo bought filled 2 shelves in total. One shelf was divided equally among the 3 bases. The remaining shelf was also sold out by other customers at a rapid speed. It was because they had had enough of the summer heat. Some people even skipped meals to buy ice drinks. Anyway, they were hungry for a while, and full for a while before, and they would not starve to death. But now, if they don't drink ice drinks, and still work and live in such a hot temperature every day, that would really be a problem. When Sumo got up, the shelves for ice drinks were all empty. She pulled the corner of her mouth. You know, she bought 2,000 cups yesterday. The 3 bases took a total of 1,000. The remaining 1,000 were bought out by these people in such a short time, and now it seems that there are still many people who haven't bought it. Suemo looked at the data of the back-end store, and she found that some people bought more than 1 cup. Some people even bought more than 10 or 20 cups at a time. After yesterday's test, they found that the effect of drinking an iced drink to relieve the heat lasted for a whole day, that is, 24 hours. And in order to prevent them from not knowing, Suemo also specially asked the system to put a time mark on the cup. But these people still bought so much at one time. She frowned. Her eyes swept through the people in the store who didn't buy iced drinks because they were late. It was the first time that the system saw her annoyed look and couldn't help but feel a little strange. System, dear host, may I ask if you have encountered any problems? Do you need my help? Suemo. She was silent for a moment and didn't speak. Then she opened the mall and started to buy goods. The system was shocked by her action. But this time Suemo did not remain silent, but began to explain slowly. It was a mistake. I should have set a purchase limit for ice drinks. The reason why there is no purchase limit for ordinary food is that there are a lot of quantities and a lot of varieties. In addition, this is not the only monopoly product. Even if these people can't buy food from her, they can go to the base to buy food, so they won't starve to death. The most important thing is that they can't buy too much. Food has a shelf life, and it will spoil if it is not sold out in a short time. But ice drinks are different. This thing is only sold here, and it is gone. And there is no substitute. And because of the weather, ice drinks have almost become a necessity. Chapter 105: The Angry System. Suemo doesn't believe that these people didn't see the words "the effect lasts for 24 hours" printed on the cup. She doesn't believe that these people who bought more than 10 or 20 cups all prepared it for themselves or their relatives and friends. If you say that they bought 3 or 5 cups, it's understandable. It's too fake that they bought more than 10 or 20 cups to give to others or buy on behalf of others. It's only the first day of the ice drink being put on the shelves. Where did the buying on behalf of others come from? Could it be that they have the ability to predict that they will put this thing on the shelves today, so there must be a part of people, or even the majority, who bought so much to become second-hand dealers? The monopoly of the only commodity, plus the necessity of special weather. These ice drinks will become something that some people seek profit. There is no need to worry about its sales, so there is no need to worry about not being able to sell out, or not being able to sell out. Suemo feels that she has been too lazy recently. She didn't even think of such an obvious thing that might happen. Because there are customers, and there are so many customers, so she can't just ask the system to restock. So she could only call Tang He to help restock. Although Tang He was a little confused, he didn't ask anything, and pushed the delivery cart to the place where the ice drinks were placed. Those who were still regretting that they couldn't buy ice drinks, their eyes suddenly lit up. Tang He helped her brother maintain order. Don't push. This batch of ice drinks has 1,000 cups, and there is a limit on the purchase, so everyone can buy it. Hearing the number 1000, everyone didn't react at first, but when they heard the limit on the purchase, they felt relieved. No matter how you count, there can't be 1,000 people in this store, not even 500 people. So I can definitely buy it. Suemo limited the purchase to 2 cups per person. This is also considering that some people may really need to help others, so it is not so harsh that each person can only buy 1 cup. After the purchase limit, more people can buy it. It took less than 10 minutes to sell out the 1,000 cups before, but this time it was sold out before the store closed. Although the speed is slow, this is actually normal, the actual sales speed. The average daily customer flow of the grocery store is now close to 4 digits, but less than 4 digits. Suemo checked the reputation and found that it has reached 4,815 points. The upgrade data of this world is slightly different from the previous world. In the previous world, it takes 30, 1,000, 10,000 and 100,000 fame to upgrade from level 2 to level 5. And this world requires 50, 5,000, 500,000 and 5 million fame. Generally speaking, it has increased a lot compared to the last world. I don't know why it is arranged like this. Anyway, she only needs 185 points of reputation to upgrade to a 3rd level grocery store. But this time she is not so lucky. Until the store closed, her reputation was stuck at a strange number of 4,996. It was neither up nor down, which made Suemo feel uncomfortable. After a while, she said faintly, "Tonzi, do you have any tasks that I have completed this time?" But forgot to add reputation. The system was confused. The system came back to its senses and instantly exploded. "Host, you look down on me too much. I am the kind of person who makes 2 mistakes in a row in the club." System. Suemo actually just said it casually, and didn't expect that there would be such a missed reputation to add. In this case, I can only wait until tomorrow to upgrade. Because today, in order to make up for my mistakes, I bought all the goods in advance. So after closing the store, Suemo was free and had nothing to do. For a while, there were only the two children's quiet breathing and the teacher's lecture coming from the tablet in the grocery store. I'm selling ice drinks. Drinking them can stop the heat. Does anyone want ice drinks? 1 cup only costs 10 first-level crystal cores. And there are various beverages and juices, as well as fruit pulp. Delicious and cheap ice drinks. 1 cup can last a whole day. A man was setting up a stall in the base, and his stall was full of rows of exquisitely packaged ice drinks. If there were customers who had been to Hope grocery store today, they would have found that these were random ice drinks in the grocery store. This man was quite black-hearted. He actually sold something that originally cost only 2 points at 5 times the price. And there were 15 cups of ice drinks on his stall. In other words, if he sold all of them, he could earn 120 first-level crystal cores for free. He could exchange them at the Hope grocery store, and 30 points would become 150 points. And he only spent less than half an hour on the round trip, and sometimes setting up the stall. This deal was really a good deal. Perhaps it was because the scorching heat was too uncomfortable. So he shouted like that, and it really attracted a lot of people. Most of these people had never been to the Hope grocery store, or had not had time to go to the Hope grocery store today. So they didn't know that these things were bought from the Hope grocery store. There were quite a few relatively wealthy people who came over with interest after hearing that ice drinks were sold here. Is this an ice drink? Really 10 first-level crystal cores per cup? The visitor glanced at him, with a bit of suspicion on his face. Are you using ordinary mineral water to deceive people? So cheap per cup? In fact, according to the current prices, even if this ice drink does not have a cooling effect that lasts for 24 hours, 1 cup is worth the price of more than 10 or 20 first-level crystal cores. It's just like the energy drink that Ah Gang sold before, which was about the same price. In comparison, the price of 10 first-level crystal cores is really not particularly expensive. Besides, ice drink, in this weather, ice is a very valuable thing. As long as the word ice is added, the price can at least go up a little. No wonder this person thinks this second-hand dealer is a liar. Of course it's real. How can I sell fakes? The second-hand dealer said righteously. He pointed at the guard at the entrance of the stall area. Look! The guard is still standing there. Don't you understand the rules of the stalls in the base? The most basic rules of the stalls in the base are that you cannot sell fake goods, you cannot force people to buy or sell, and you cannot cheat people of their money. After hearing what he said, the man believed it. He took out 10 first-level crystal cores, and then randomly chose a cup. After opening it, it was a drink with white peach and lychee flavor. Although there was no ice, just holding it in his hand, he could already feel the comfortable coolness. Although he spent 10 first-level crystal cores, at least from the current point of view, he still felt it was worth it. Especially when he took a sip of the icy cold juice filling his taste buds. This feeling was so stimulating that his pores trembled. Chapter 106 Exposing. The rich fruity aroma lingered at the tip of the nose, and a large piece of peach flesh entered the mouth along with the juice. This taste, it was as if I had walked through heaven. The most important thing was that after drinking it, the man was surprised to find that he didn't feel hot at all. Could this be what the stall owner said was stopping the heat? This is too magical. Before he asked what was going on, he found that there were already quite a few people around him. Is it really an ice drink? Brother, is the ice drink this guy sells delicious? Tell me quickly, how do you feel about it? If it's suitable, I want to buy one too. The stall owner saw so many people, and he smiled. Before the first customer opened his mouth to answer, he answered first. Of course it's true. How could it not taste good? Look at the cup in his hand. Is there juice and pulp? In other words, if it really didn't taste good, how could he drink so much at one time? Wouldn't he have reported me to the guards? I have to say, this man is quite eloquent. After a few words, everyone believed what he said. These people had already been tortured by this dry and sultry weather. He took the crystal core and threw it directly on the stall, and then bought his own cup of ice drink. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining 14 cups of ice drinks were all sold out. The second-hand dealer suppressed his excitement, packed up the crystal core, and left quickly. He was afraid that others would find out that he was reselling things from the Hope grocery store. I can only say that this second-hand dealer is really lucky. No one knows the source of these things. Since there are lucky people, there are naturally unlucky people. For example, at the gate of Ping and Base, there is also a second-hand dealer. This person is timid and does not dare to enter the base to sell things. So he can only stand at the gate of the base and shout quietly. Although he is so careful, perhaps it is precisely because of his timid appearance that he attracts the attention of others. Many people who have been to Hope Grocery Store, or just came back from Hope Grocery Store, when they see the pile of iced drinks in his hand, what else can they not know? Brother, would you like a glass of iced drink? It's delicious and refreshing. One glass only costs 15 first-level crystal cores. This person is brave, but he dares not sell in the base. He is timid, but he has the nerve to directly increase the price by 7 or 8 times. Iced drink? Where can you find iced drink these days? Forget it. Being questioned? Being questioned doesn't matter. What he fears most is being found out as a second-hand dealer. Compared to that, what's the point of questioning? Under the sweet talk of this second-hand dealer, the man finally reluctantly agreed to buy a cup. You said it, if it doesn't taste good, if it's not an iced drink, I won't charge you. Yes. Yes. Yes, you'll know after you drink it. The man saw how confident he was, and his doubts were inevitably reduced a little. Just as he was about to open the package, a loud shout came from behind. Brother, don't buy his. He's a second-hand dealer. I hope the grocery store knows it, the one owned by Boss Sue. This iced drink only costs 2 first-level crystal cores a cup there. The man who said this was a big brother, with a lot of flesh on his body. He looked fierce and hard to mess with. But he turned out to be kind-hearted. Because he was afraid that this person had never been there, and didn't know what points were. So the elder brother didn't use points when talking about the price. But crystal cores. Don't talk nonsense and affect my business. What Hope Grocery Store? I don't know. The second-hand dealer didn't expect his luck to be so bad. He was about to open the store. But he was messed up by someone. This elder brother looked like someone who had just returned from the Hope Grocery Store. And he looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. So the second-hand dealer could only talk about him. And didn't dare to do anything to him. 2 first-level crystal cores? The man opened his mouth in surprise. 2 first-level crystal cores probably can't even buy a bottle of mineral water. Right? How can you buy iced drinks? He looked at the elder brother in front of him, and then looked at the second-hand dealer next to him, and didn't know who to believe for a while. However, although he had never been to the Hope Grocery Store that the elder brother mentioned, he had heard of it. Because I was on a mission outside during this period, I just came back yesterday. I was planning to go and take a look today, but I didn't expect to be delayed by something. Brother, don't believe what he said. This guy just wanted to buy my iced drink at a low price. I didn't agree. He wanted to threaten me, and now he comes to affect my business. This second-hand dealer has good eloquence and storytelling skills. But this big brother does look a little too fierce. The man was also shocked when he saw him for the first time, thinking that he had provoked him. So for the second-hand dealer's words, he really believed a little. The elder brother originally thought that he had done his best to remind him. And if he really didn't believe it, he deserved to be cheated. However, when he heard that the second-hand dealer was actually throwing dirty water on him in order to clear himself, he was not happy. Let's put it this way. Think about it yourself. If he really didn't feel guilty, why didn't he sell it inside the base? Wouldn't it be faster to sell it inside the base? The man thought about it, and felt that what the elder brother said was not wrong. He didn't want to buy it at first because it was outside the base, not protected by the base. And he was afraid that he would be cheated and couldn't find anyone. If this person really had no problem, why didn't he go in and set up a stall? And for something like iced drinks, even if he sells it to the base at this price, he will still accept it. It's all for the sake of making money. It doesn't matter who he sells it to. He doesn't do this because the base won't accept it. Think about why the base won't accept it. It's because our deputy leader and the 2 deputy leaders next door each packed more than 300 cups today. 1 cup only needs 2 points. So it's possible to buy it at the price of 15 first-level crystal cores. Because he spoke too quickly, the eldest brother blurted out the word points. But although the man felt strange, he didn't care. After all, what the eldest brother said made sense. When he thought that he was almost taken advantage of, the man snorted and wanted to return the iced drinks. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he found that the second-hand dealer had disappeared. That guy ran away a long time ago. Although Boss Sue doesn't care about reselling. Everyone has a limit to everything. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. There are actually quite a few second-hand dealers doing business in Hope Grocery Store. But everyone still has a bottom line and sense of propriety. For example, when the spicy meat sauce was first released, many people couldn't buy it. Chapter 107 system is wrong. The system does not say At that time, many people bought 2 or 3 bottles to store for consumption. People who could not buy, but wanted to eat would go to these people to buy. The original price of a bottle was 5 points, and the sellers usually offered 6 or 7 points. Although it was indeed expensive, it was not much more expensive. And knowing that the goods would be restocked the next day, just to eat it a day in advance, it was also a pleasure for people to spend 1 or 2 more points. If you think it is too expensive, you can just not buy it. But it is indeed too much to deceive people who are not aware of the price, which has increased 7 or 8 times. This behavior is no different from the scalpers before the end of the world. No matter what these secondhand dealers are like, after all, since they are doing the work of secondhand dealers, they should bear the risks. Even if they can't sell the goods, it is not the fault of others. With the appearance of ice drinks, the increase in the number of people suffering from heat stroke in various bases has finally slowed down. On the 3rd day of the appearance of ice drinks, the number of cases has completely returned to 0. In other words, there are no more new cases of heat stroke every day. This is undoubtedly good news for everyone. But it does not mean that those ice-type ability users can rest. They still need to work. After all, this kind of thing will happen again. Since this happened, each base has been more vigilant. They began to consciously stockpile ice. The fastest north and south bases have dug 3 classroom-sized ice cellars. They are full of ice of all sizes, even if they are not used for the time being. It is good to use frozen food. This can save some electricity consumption. In order to take care of those who cannot afford ice drinks, the base also issued corresponding ice subsidies. Although the effect is definitely not as good as ice drinks, it is worse than nothing. It is better than nothing. Congratulations to the host. The grocery store's reputation has reached 5,000. The store can spend 5,000 points to upgrade to level 3. Do you want to upgrade? Finally, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it took less than 10 minutes to open the store, and the last little bit of reputation was made up. The system also quickly gave an upgrade reminder. Upgrade after closing the store. The same as before. Whenever the store is open, the upgrade will be postponed until the store is closed. Confirm the upgrade to level 3 grocery store. 5,000 points have been deducted. The system can be said to have a good understanding of its host's habits, so it decisively deducted points. Before it could hide, Sumo pulled it out again. Why don't you tell me first, what new things will be in the 3rd level grocery store? Anyway, we have to know it sooner or later. The system thought about it. It doesn't matter whether it is said sooner or later, and the points have been deducted. So it didn't refuse. In addition to the 3 upgrade tasks and unlocking the 3rd level mall every time, you will also be eligible for a cross-border unlock. Cross-border unlock? Although the system has not given a detailed explanation. But just from the name, it can be guessed that it should be related to the previous plane. Sumo snorted lightly, signaling it to explain quickly, don't keep it a secret. In short, the host can unlock a product in the mall of the previous world and sell it in this world. So that's it. But Sumo felt that it was not that simple. After all, the background of this world is too different from this world. What if everything can be exchanged? That would be a mess. As expected, the system paused and began to explain the restrictions on cross-border unlocking. There are 3 chances to unlock cross-border. The 3rd level grocery store unlocks once, and the 4th and 5th levels will each unlock once. The 3rd level grocery store can only exchange for things from the 1st level mall of the previous world. The 4th level grocery store can only exchange for things from the 2nd level mall of the previous world, and the 5th level grocery store can only exchange for things from the 3rd level mall of the previous world. Sumo looked calm about the system statement, as if he had expected this restriction a long time ago. That's right. Otherwise, the flying charms, the beauty pills, and the various high-level potions in the 4th level mall in the previous world would have been awesome enough. Not to mention the resurrection pills, which are comparable to resurrection medicine. The most terrifying thing is the 5th level mall. Level 5 stores sell war beast eggs. War beasts hatched from war beast eggs are naturally spiritual beasts, and are extremely easy to tame. In the last year of the last world, more than half of the people on the continent basically had their own war beasts. If this happened in this world, would zombies still be a problem by then? Humans would probably have to stand on the table and fight. After all, war beasts will not be infected with the zombie virus, because even the most ordinary monsters, the blood in their bodies is more advanced than the zombie virus in this world. In other words, the zombie virus cannot survive in the blood of these monsters. This is a plain level suppression. A virus from a low-level plane can never deal with creatures from a high-level plane. Suemo thought that these were the only restrictions, but she didn't expect the system to keep talking. System. In addition, the goods from the previous plane will be screened, and goods that cannot appear in this world will not be exchanged. Suemo. Suemo. Then what goods from the previous world can appear in this world? Jerky. System. Suemo didn't want to wait for it to explain. She grabbed the system manual and flipped through it. When she saw the dozens of restrictions written on it, she decisively closed the manual. Forget it, I won't change it. The unlocking price is 10 times the original price, the purchase price is 10 times the original price, the daily purchase limit is how many, only customers who meet certain conditions can buy, etc. So many restrictions, it's too troublesome. In fact, Suemo couldn't accept the purchase price is 10 times the original price. Sure enough, with a middleman, the price has increased several times. No middleman is the best choice. Suemo thinks the current store is already pretty good. There is no need to get the goods from the previous world. Besides, the things in the third-level grocery store in this world are much better than she imagined. It can directly speed up Suemo's money-making speed to several times the current speed. System. The system feels wronged. The system does not want to talk. Although the host of this session is very powerful, it is too difficult to lead. Although it seems that it is not really needed. Today's iced drinks are still the fastest selling. Although it does not make much money, it occupies a large space, but is one of the current essential items for humans. Suemo still gave up part of the space for other goods to place iced drinks. Although the money is less, but the speed of increasing reputation is faster, so it can't be considered a loss. Congratulations to the host. Today's store revenue, 23,025 points. At lunchtime, when the store was closed, Tang-Yin and Tang-He entered the kitchen. And the system also took this opportunity to upgrade and renovate the grocery store. Chapter 108 Activating the Superpower. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 3, rewarded with 2 level 3 product exchange coupons, and the level 3 mall is now open, and you will get a chance to cross-border unlock once. If you want to know more about cross-border unlocking, you can enter the cross-border category on the far left of the mall at any time. Please select at least one task from the following 3 tasks and complete it. 1. Within 1 week, the cumulative sales of level 3 products reach 300 pieces. 0/300 task reward. Level 3 exchange coupon *12. Within 1 week, the turnover exceeds 50,000 points. Historical high. 23025 task reward. Reputation plus 2003. Within 1 week, the number of new customers reaches 2,000. 1102/2000 task reward. Reputation plus 200. Suemo nodded perfunctorily, glanced at the tasks, and then accepted them all. Then, she quickly opened the mall to check the products unlocked at level 3. What she is most concerned about now is the newly unlocked goods. As mentioned before, if you want to make money faster, you must first make money. That is, you have to make these people rich first. Only when they have money, will they be willing to buy more and better things. In this world, only by improving strength, or letting people kill zombies without scruples, can they make money faster. And perception candy and energy drinks are such products. The former can help humans avoid sneak attacks by zombies, letting them reduce some of their scruples. Although the latter does not directly enhance the strength of the superpowers, but increases endurance, which can also be regarded as a disguised way to speed up the efficiency of killing zombies. It allows the superpower user to save time recovering superpowers, and use it to kill zombies. But only these 2 products have such functions. Most of the products unlocked in the second level mall are food and daily necessities, and none of them are related to superpowers. But the third level mall is completely opposite to the second level mall, because its 4 most conspicuous products are all related to superpowers. First and foremost, the most important thing is the potential potion, which is also the first thing Suemo saw, and decided to redeem it directly. Potential potion purchase price, 100 points/bottle. Sales price, 500 points/bottle. Introduction, after taking it, there is a certain probability of stimulating superpowers. A person can only take it 3 times at most. If it is still not stimulated after 3 times, then he does not have superpower talent. If you take it more than 3 times, you will bear the consequences yourself. If you don't look at the function of this potential potion, but only look at its price, then everyone will definitely think that it can't be sold. 500 points is equivalent to 500 first-level crystal cores, 50 second-level crystal cores, or 5 third-level crystal cores. The most widely circulated crystal cores on the market now are the first level and second level crystal cores. Because the top group of superpowers are all at the third level, the third level crystal core has almost become the most scarce material. According to Sumo's exchange ratio, the ratio of all low-level crystal cores to the higher-level crystal cores is 10 to 1. But starting from the third-level crystal core, this data has changed suddenly. Let alone 100 first-level crystal cores, even 200 first-level crystal cores may not be able to exchange for one third-level crystal core. One reason is that the number of third-level zombies is too small, which leads to a small number of third-level crystal cores. Another reason is that the third-level zombies are too cunning. Although their IQ is not as good as that of the high-level zombies, they are not mentally retarded. So it becomes very difficult to kill them. However, these are not problems. Sumo believes that the potential potion will make most people willing to take out the crystal cores they have hoarded for a long time to buy. Some people are not as poor as imagined, they are just stingy. But once the potential potion is released, no matter how stingy a person is, as long as he does not have superpowers, he will definitely be tempted. The second product is also a potion, and there are two types, one is low level, and the other is medium level. Low level crystal core dissolving agent purchase price, 1 point/bottle. Sales price, 2 points/bottle. Introduction. It can dissolve the first and second level crystal cores into liquid. After taking it, it can increase the speed of superpower upgrade, increase the storage capacity of superpowers, and the absorption effect of the dissolved crystal core will be much higher than direct absorption. The purchase price of the intermediate crystal core dissolving agent is 10 points per bottle, and the selling price is 30 points per bottle. The difference is that it can dissolve the third and fourth level crystal cores. In addition, there is also a high-level crystal core dissolving agent that dissolves the fifth level crystal core. But that is the product of the fourth level mall. Moreover, there are only a handful of fourth level crystal cores on the market, let alone the fifth level. Nowadays, the superpowers absorb the crystal core directly without taking any measures. Although it is convenient to do so, it will lose a large part of the energy. Low-level crystal cores are not bad, and the loss is not much. The loss of high-level crystal cores is very terrifying. According to the data recorded in the system manual, on average, for every 5 first-level crystal cores directly absorbed, it is equivalent to wasting the total energy of a first-level crystal core. On average, for every 3 secondary crystal cores directly absorbed, it is equivalent to wasting the total energy of 1 secondary crystal core. On average, for every 2 tertiary crystal cores directly absorbed, it is equivalent to wasting the total energy of 1 tertiary crystal core. In the past 6 months, the number of crystal cores absorbed by humans must be at least hundreds of thousands, or even millions. In other words, they have lost at least hundreds of thousands of crystal core energy. The price of this product is carefully calculated. Even if you spend crystal cores to buy solvents and dissolve them before drinking, it is still cost-effective. If low-level and medium-level solvents are classified as one type of product, then the first 2 products are used to enhance strength. The latter 2 stores allow humans to kill zombies more without scruples. Protective clothing purchase price, 20 points/set sales price, 50 points/set introduction, clothing made of special materials. Very light. Can resist the attacks of zombies to a certain extent, and is not easily torn by zombies. Cleaning liquid purchase price, 10 points/bottle. Selling price, 30 points/bottle. Introduction. Use cleaning liquid to treat any wounds caused by zombies within 5 minutes, to avoid being infected by the zombie virus. Let's talk about protective clothing first. So far, there is no normal material that can be made into clothing that can completely resist the claws of zombies. It is basically a one-shot deal. Unless you use steel bars and iron plates for defense, it is very dangerous. But no one will really use steel plates to fight zombies, which are heavy and useless, and more likely to cause trouble. Now this protective clothing can be said to have completely solved the problem that humans do not have good defensive clothing. As for the role of cleaning liquid, it is even more obvious. Before there is a zombie vaccine, this is the best thing that can resist the zombie virus. With cleaning liquid, in the future, superpowers will have a lot of confidence to kill zombies. You will not want to die if you are scratched. At least there are still 5 minutes to save yourself. Chapter 109. Another premonition. But the biggest problem now is that she only has 2 exchange coupons, and there are 5 items in total. Although the product exchange coupons can be purchased, one level 3 product exchange coupon costs 2,700 points. 3 coupons means 8,100 points. This is almost half of her daily income. This is not a small amount. First of all 5 items must be purchased. But if she buys all 5 items today, then the money for purchasing will not be enough. After all, the purchase price of this new product is not low. She is thinking about whether to reduce the purchase volume of some products, and then exchange for 5 items. Or should she only exchange 4 items for the time being, and exchange the 5th item after completing task 1. After completing task 1, there will be a reward of a level 3 product exchange coupon. And task 1 is not difficult, she calculated that she could complete it tomorrow. But before she could decide whether to adopt the first or second plan, a customer came to the grocery store. The grocery store is closed now. Normally, no one will come after it closes. If it weren't for the system reminder, Suemo wouldn't have known there were people outside. She opened the door, and found that it was Lin Shi and Xiao Yun. Lin Shi didn't expect that the door would open before she knocked. "Hello, Boss Su." Xiao Yun said she wanted to see you. Brother Chen was busy, so I sent her here. Xiao Yun wanted to see her. Suemo looked down and found that Xiao Yun was really staring at her without blinking. "You two come in first." As Suemo welcomed them in, Tang Yin also shouted that lunch was ready. Lin Shi was a little embarrassed. She almost forgot that it was time for dinner. She smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. Even though she and Xiao Yun had eaten before coming, they still couldn't help feeling hungry again. Seeing this, Suemo took 2 boxes of set meals from the shelf. Eat together? In the end, the 5 of them had a very satisfying meal. On the table, 3 dishes were made by Tang Yin herself. The other 4 dishes were from the set meal. 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of soup. The 5 people ate with relish. After the meal, Xiao Yun ran to Suemo mysteriously. There was tension and panic in her expression and emotions. Suemo guessed at a glance that she must have foreseen some horrible scene again. But she didn't know why Xiao Yun came to find her instead of telling Qinlin about it. "Sister, I see." Xiao Yun stammered, and spoke hesitantly. She held it in for a long time, but still couldn't say a complete sentence. She looked the same as when Tang Yin first came here. She was nervous and uneasy in front of strangers. This was also what Suemo couldn't understand. She was obviously not familiar with him. Why did she come to him? Although puzzled, Suemo was still patient with the child. "Don't be afraid, speak slowly." Suemo thought for a while, and then said, "Why don't you go play with them first and relax?" Children of this age, although she saw and remembered what she wanted to say, but her language organization ability was not very good. The more nervous she was, the more she couldn't say. Instead of this, it's better to let her relax first. Xiao Yun looked at Tang Yin and Tang He, who were sitting on the sofa and watching the tablet, with some expectation in her eyes. But in the end, she didn't choose to go. "I dreamed of many things last night, but I don't know why. I feel like I can't say it." Suemo raised her eyebrows, and didn't know what to say for a while. It's a bit heavy for a child so young to bear so many responsibilities. The ability to predict is indeed powerful and awesome. But the pressure that people with this ability have to bear is also huge. Because you may see horrible scenes anytime and anywhere. Even when you are sleeping, you may suddenly dream of a zombie rushing towards you with its fangs and claws. Once you wake up, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep at all that night. Can I play with them later? I want to tell them what I saw first, otherwise I won't remember it. Brother Chen said, "What I saw is very important. It will affect everyone, so I must tell them quickly, but Brother Chen is not here today, so I asked Sister Lin to bring me to you." No wonder. She asked why this kid came to her. I didn't expect her to be so vigilant, and she didn't tell others what she saw. Suemo opened a box of milk for Xiao Yun to drink. "Since you can't tell me, then I'll ask you, can you answer it?" "Okay." Xiao Yun drank the milk, and her expression was obviously much more relaxed. The fingers that had been tightly clasping the corners of her clothes finally loosened, and turned to grabbing the milk box. "Is the scene you saw scary? Are there a lot of zombies?" Most of the predictions Xiao Yun got were actually related to zombies, and this time was no exception. So it was not wrong to say so. She nodded without hesitation. "Yes, there are a lot, many more than I saw last time." Last time, Suemo didn't know what her last prediction was, so she didn't know how many zombies there were last time. But according to the time calculation, there was no news of zombies appearing anywhere recently. So she was more inclined to believe that the last time Xiao Yun mentioned was the one she saw in the Northeast District. There were more zombies than in the Northeast District. According to Qinlin, they had seen a zombie tide of more than 100,000 when they went to the Northeast District. So wouldn't there be hundreds of thousands this time? Otherwise, Xiao Yun wouldn't have used the word many more to describe it. Do you still remember where these zombies are targeting? Suemo thought about it, and felt that it might be difficult to understand what she said, so she translated it again. I mean, where did the zombies go? If you don't recognize the location, can you tell me if there is anything special that you remember clearly? Such as landmark buildings, signboards and icons, etc. Xiaoyun frowned and thought for a long time, and shook his head. I just remember that there were many collapsed buildings there. Suemo. In the end times, the most abundant thing is collapsed buildings. There are everywhere. It's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. And there are a lot of green plants. Green plants? This is a very obvious feature. But the high-rise buildings are obviously in the city center. And the description of a lot of green plants, Sumo's first thought must be a location similar to a forest. Suemo didn't think that Xiaoyun's a lot of green plants would refer to the green belts on the roadside. But the city center and the forest are actually conflicting. Forests are in the wild, and the city and the wild are contradictory. Chapter 110 A Million Zombies. Unless there is a place called an urban forest in this world. With the forest as the center, there are buildings scattered around. Or is it that the commercial district is built next to the forest? Anyway, it seems strange no matter how you think about it. If there is such a place, it should be very obvious. Suemo does not understand this world, but others always know, so it will be clear when the time comes. Are there high-level zombies? There are a lot of them. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. 9. There are 9 in total. 9. Too many. According to the extent that one zombie can control at least 100,000 zombie troops, 9 zombies would be close to 1,000,000. Right? Where did so many high-level zombies come from? Even though Suemo is not from this world, and does not need to deal with these zombies, she can't help but feel a little scared. Usually, she feels physically uncomfortable when she sees a dozen zombies in the movies. As a result, she has to face 1,000,000 zombie troops in reality. TSK. Do you have anything else to say? Suemo felt that he had asked all the questions he should have asked. Originally. The most important things for this kind of prediction are time, location, and the number of zombies. But time is not easy to infer in the end times. Suemo did not expect Xiaoyun to find any clues about time from other details. So this is the information predicted this time. One day in the future, 9 high-level zombies will lead nearly 1,000,000 zombie troops to a place similar to the city forest. Although the specific time is unclear, Suemo thinks that day should not be far away. The predictive function cannot predict things that will happen several years later. At most, it can predict things that will happen a few days later, or a dozen days later. In fact, this is not good news, because time is very tight. Go find them and play. Xiaoyun smiled brightly. Suemo rubbed his brows, and then bought 81 first-level exchange coupons. In an instant, 100 points were gone. 10 seconds later, potential potion has been unlocked. Protective suit has been unlocked. Cleaning fluid has been unlocked. Low-level crystal core dissolving agent has been unlocked. Intermediate crystal core dissolving agent has been unlocked. After unlocking the things, Suemo increased the purchase quantity of energy drinks and perception candies. These two are extremely useful things for humans to deal with the zombie tide. Then she also increased the number of medicine boxes and bandages. Since there is an increase, there will naturally be a decrease. Ice drinks cannot be reduced, so she reduced the quantity of other food to a certain extent. In fact, there is always a surplus of food now. Now we can control the quantity and remove the surplus. After cutting and reducing, Suemo not only has enough points, but also has more than 2,000 points left. Fortunately, the space of the third-level grocery store has been increased. Otherwise, it would not be able to put so many things. Towards evening, she took Xiaoyun away. The 3 children are all good-natured. So in just one afternoon, they have played together. When leaving, Xiaoyun and Tang Yin were obviously reluctant. Although Tang He did not show it on his face. He could also see his love for this little sister. Xiaoyun, did you go to see Boss Su today? Qin Lin looked at her in surprise, as if he hadn't expected that he would suddenly fall out of favor. Xiaoyun had always gone to him to talk about anything before. Xiaoyun nodded. Perhaps because the expression on his face was too obvious, Xiaoyun was very considerate and explained, I wanted to tell Brother Chen, but Sister Lin said you were not at the base today. I was afraid of forgetting what I saw, so I went to see Boss Su. Chen Lin. Although what Xiaoyun said was correct, he was still very surprised that Xiaoyun was closer to Boss Su than Linshi. She had only met Boss Su once. Even if today was counted, it was only the second time they met. This is what Sister Sue summarized for me. It was said to be a summary, but in fact, Suemo simply summarized what she had asked Xiaoyun. Finally, she added a sentence of her own understanding, and then wrote it on a piece of paper, and gave it to Xiaoyun to take back. The main reason was that she was afraid that Xiaoyun couldn't explain it clearly, or that she had forgotten it. Qinlin read this short paragraph over and over again for more than 10 times. His brows were getting tighter and tighter, and his lips couldn't help but purse. Xiaoyun felt uneasy when he saw his serious expression. Brother Chen, Boss Su has a lot of good things. I saw a lot of them. Xiaoyun had never said this in front of Suemo. It was not because she didn't want to say it, but because she was hiding it on purpose. It was because she had just seen it. Qinlin was startled, and vaguely understood what Xiaoyun meant. Xiaoyun means, Boss Su is something that can deal with this zombie tide? Xiaoyun, is this what I mean? Xiaoyun blinked, looked at him with a puzzled look, as if she didn't understand what he said. Although he didn't get a positive answer, Qinlin knew that this was what she wanted to express based on his understanding of Xiaoyun's speaking habits during this period. He suppressed his inner tension and panic, and a hint of surprise and expectation emerged in his heart. He had begun to look forward to something that might appear in the grocery store tomorrow. His inner intuition told him that he would definitely see a huge surprise tomorrow. At this time, the safe base leader, the deputy leader of the North and South bases, sent a message. Although Xiao Ru was puzzled as to why Qinlin suddenly sent a message, he quickly received the letter. Based on his understanding of Qinlin, this person would definitely not send a message for a trivial matter. It is more likely that he knew some news, and it was news about zombies. Thinking of this, Xiao Ru's face became a little serious. He opened the envelope and saw a very bad news. It is expected that within half a month, 9 high-level zombies will lead 1 million zombie troops to the forest city of Sea City in the east. Things are just as Suemo thought. There are really 2 or 3 forest cities near them. Qinlin also asked Xiaoyun for several pieces of information based on Sumo's guess, and then determined that the location should be Sea City. Speaking of Sea City, it was once one of the 3 prosperous cities. It is closest to Ping'an Base. This is why Qinlin sent someone to notify Ping'an Base as soon as possible. Now the main thing is that we don't know where the starting point of these zombies is. If the starting point is on the southeast side, it's okay. If it is in B City on the northwest side, then the location of Ping'an Base is just on the connecting line between B City and C City. Chapter 111 Potential Potion. In other words, if the zombies want to go to City C, they will definitely pass through Ping'an Base. Of course, they can take a detour. But will the zombies be so obedient to take a detour? This is undoubtedly very bad news. At this time, Xiao Ru had no intention of thinking whether this information was true or not, and how Qinlin knew this information. He believed that Qinlin would not joke about such a big thing. It was precisely because of this that his whole heart was in a mess, and he was even a little at a loss. This was the first time he was so uncalm after more than half a year of the apocalypse. He held his breath, and almost couldn't breathe. Leader? The subordinate, who delivered the letter, saw that he had not moved for a long time, and his face was so ugly that he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Xiao Ru came back to his senses, and asked him to leave the room first. He wanted to calm down alone. His fingers tightly pinched the paper of the letter, and after a moment, he looked down as if he had felt something. There was a line of words written on the back of the paper. Boss Su has new products in his shop, which should be able to solve this crisis. The North and South bases will also send people to help within 3 days. Seeing this, Xiao Ru was relieved. Now that he thought about it, things were not as bad as he imagined. Since Qinlin said that Boss Su would have new products tomorrow, and they were things that could solve this crisis, he would go there tomorrow. It happened that he had been in the base for a long time, and he was in a bad mood, and it would be good to go out and take a breath. Almost the same letter was sent to Guangming Base. After Zhang Sun read the above content, he immediately began to arrange people to organize a team for assistance. And they also called all the senior executives to prepare for a meeting. In the face of the common enemy of mankind, the 3 major bases have always worked together. They will not, and cannot stand idly by. Otherwise, if the Ping'an base is captured this time, then it may be the next time. The number of zombies is increasing, and they are dying one less. The efficiency of the 3 major bases is extremely high. However, in less than a day, they have made preparations and strategies. When the store opened the next day, Suemo asked the system to make a conspicuous blackboard and stand it at the door. Our store has new products today, low-level crystal core solvent, intermediate crystal core solvant, potential potion, protective clothing, cleaning fluid. This is the first time that Suemo has used this kind of announcement to promote new products. In the past, she always kept silent when she put on new products, and had to wait for customers to discover them themselves. She never actively promoted them. So after seeing the blackboard, everyone felt very novel. It just so happens that it is not yet time to open the store, and the customers who came early gathered at the door to discuss. What is a crystal core dissolving agent? Is it to dissolve the crystal core? It shouldn't be that simple, right? The crystal core should be useless if it is dissolved. Compared to this, I am more concerned about the protective clothing. Me too. Everyone knows that the things in the Hoke grocery store are all good things. If I understand it literally, then can I think that the function of this protective clothing can resist the attack of zombies? If that is really the case, I am a power-type mutant, and I have to be restrained when fighting a zombie, for fear of being scratched by accident, which is so frustrating. Don't think that it is as easy for a mutant to kill a zombie as cutting melons and vegetables, but in fact, it is also very dangerous. Because a human can kill one zombie, can kill 10, 100, even 10,000. But he can't make a mistake even once. If he makes a mistake once, there will be no such person in the world. Just like the saying in the past, you can defeat the disease countless times, but the disease only needs to defeat you once. If the function of the protective suit is really as they guessed, then they will have more confidence to fight zombies in the future. As more and more people came to the door, more and more people joined the discussion. Everyone's attention was basically focused on the protective suit. At most, they wondered what the crystal core dissolving agent was, and asked, why do you want to dissolve the crystal core? In contrast, the two most powerful products, cleaning fluid and potential potion, were ignored by everyone because their names did not show their uses. When the time came, everyone held their breath, spontaneously lined up in 3 teams, and stood neatly at the door. These are the habits they have maintained for a long time. Tang Yin and Tang He opened the door on time. The 3 teams entered the store in an orderly manner before dispersing. For the convenience of everyone, ice drinks were placed on the shelves at the door. As long as you enter the door, you can get them with just one hand. The superpowers began to buy energy drinks and perception candies, while ordinary people began to buy food during this period. Some people with special needs went to buy things like milk, bandages, and medicine boxes. There were also some people, because of curiosity, after buying ice drinks, they immediately found the area with new products. The first thing they saw was the potential potion worth 500 points. Fuck. What is this? It's so expensive. 500 points. I only get about 10 points for moving bricks in the base for a day, which is enough for me to eat for 3 days. So many points. Enough for me to eat for 3 months. Wow. What new thing is so expensive? This was their reaction when they saw the price from a distance. At this time, they didn't know the function of the potential potion, so it was normal to be surprised when they saw the price. Until they got closer to see it. They were shocked and speechless. What is stimulating superpowers? Everyone reached out and rubbed their eyes at the same time, thinking that they might have seen it wrong and had hallucinations. What's even funnier is that some of the nearsighted guests took off their glasses, wiped them on their clothes, and then put them on again, after they confirmed that all the words they saw were true. The crowd sighed. The voices of several people almost spread throughout the grocery store. More people were attracted by their voices. They also saw the high price at first sight. Then when they saw the introduction of the product, they all opened their mouths wide. The curvature of their mouths could almost fit an egg. Tang Yin and Tang He didn't need to look over, just glanced at the position of those people, and knew why they were shocked. To be honest, they were also very surprised when they saw the potential potion. Tang He even made up his mind to work harder, and save money to buy potential potions for himself and his sister. In the end times, ordinary people are still too weak. Only by becoming a superpower can you better protect yourself and the people around you. Chapter 112. It always smells really good. Is this true? You can stimulate superpowers after drinking it? Don't you see that there is a probability? Only people with talent can stimulate superpowers. Without talent, everything is useless. Talent? It's so funny, this kind of thing can't be seen or touched. Who knows if it's true or false? I think this grocery store has gained enough reputation, and is going to start cutting leaks. Buying this thing is just IQ tax. You don't have to say it so harshly. The grocery store is still very good. Why is it so harsh? I think this is fake. It looks like a random liquid in a bottle, and then it's said that this is some potential potion. If it doesn't work after drinking it, It means you don't have talent. What this person said is not wrong. After all, talent is still too mysterious. If it really doesn't work after drinking it first, you can't get a refund. Second, there is no compensation. By then, you still haven't argued, and people will just say, it's obviously you who don't have supernatural talents. That's it. There's a lot of commotion here, and more people are attracted. But most people are not optimistic. But the description of this product is really exciting. This is to stimulate superpowers. Superpowers already have superpowers, so they can't empathize with ordinary people's pursuit of superpowers. If this potential potion says 100% or definitely works, then there will definitely be many people willing to take the risk. Even if it doesn't work, the worst that can happen is a refund. If the money is not refunded, it is the grocery store's problem. But now it is clearly written in the introduction that there is only a probability of stimulating superpowers. And it also talks about superpower talents. For something that cannot be used as a practical basis, then the grocery store is right to say whatever it wants. But then again, although they do not believe in the potential potion, they are still very enthusiastic about the protective clothing next to them. Because the material of this protective clothing looks very special. It feels good to the touch. And it is even lighter to wear. The courageous ones directly bought a set, and then used their superpowers to hit it. He has a common fire superpower, and condensed a fireball and blasted it. When everyone thought that the clothes would be engulfed by the flames, the protective clothing turned out to be intact. This is different from the potential potion. This is something that can be tested in reality. After seeing that the protective clothing is really effective, the superpowers began to buy protective clothing. Originally, this potential potion was useless for people like them, who already have superpowers. So when they saw that no one was buying the potential potion, they stopped watching. Sumo only bought 500 sets of protective clothing in total. And within a few minutes, 20 sets were directly reduced. And this data is still increasing at a rapid rate. Some people not only buy for themselves, but also buy for their relatives and friends. If it weren't for the fact that the price of 50 points was not cheap, these 500 sets would have been sold out long ago. At the same time, the cleaning liquid in the corner was also discovered by everyone. Everyone's attitude towards the cleaning liquid is actually the same as that of the potential potion. These are things that cannot be tested, so they are just skeptical. After all, they couldn't deliberately run out to be caught by zombies just to test the cleaning fluid. However, the cleaning fluid was cheaper than the protective suit, which made everyone accept it well. One was 30 points, and the other was 50 points. The former was definitely easier for everyone to accept. The cleaning fluid can eliminate the zombie virus. So if I drink it, will my body be completely immune to the zombie virus? Are you crazy? You can't tell the difference between external and internal medicines after spending half a year in the apocalypse? No. Don't you all think the cleaning fluid is useful? Isn't this thing the same as the potential potion? Anyway, it can't be tested. If it's really useless, no one will know it even if you die. The problem is, you have been caught by zombies. Does it matter whether this is useful or not? Anyway, you will die. So why not try it out? What if it's useful? Faced with the cleaning fluid and the potential potion, everyone still has a much better attitude towards the former. Although some people don't believe that the cleaning fluid can really eliminate the zombie virus. But even with the mentality of what if it's useful? Or maybe it can save my life someday, many people bought a few bottles of cleaning liquid. As for the crystal core dissolving agent, the business is also quite good. Originally, no one knew what the crystal core dissolving agent was used for. After seeing the explanation, they finally understood it. This principle is actually the same as absorbing nutrients from food. So no matter whether they believe it or not, the low-level crystal core dissolving agent only costs 2 points. Why not just buy it and try it yourself anyway? It's only 2 points. And it's not expensive. So it's useless. Many psychics bought low-level crystal core dissolving agents with this mentality. The method of use is very simple. Just throw the first or second level crystal core directly in, and wait for about 5 seconds. When you see the crystal core completely disappear, it proves that the crystal core has been dissolved. Because they are reluctant to give up the second level crystal core, they all use the first level crystal core for experiments. After the first person drank the dissolved first level crystal core, his eyes suddenly lit up. Others knew at a glance that this must be useful. Sure enough, the person who had already tried it bought another bottle of intermediate, and a bunch of low-level ones without hesitation, seeing that someone had already done the experiment for them. Other psychics no longer waited and bought the amount they needed. Seeing that a total of 5 new products were put on the shelves today, 3 of them turned out to be effective. This made everyone hold a glimmer of hope for the cleaning liquid and potential potion. Despite this, there are still more people who are skeptical. But it doesn't matter. If you doubt, don't buy it. There will always be people who don't doubt and will buy it. But they only buy cleaning fluid as a backup. As for the potential potion, 20 were purchased, and 20 were left. That is to say, no one bought it. Some people are waiting and watching, and more people just can't afford it. Tang Yin and Tang He looked anxious, but they had no choice. They believed in Boss Su, but that didn't mean others believed it. Su Imo was used to it. She was doubted a lot in the last world, and she didn't force others to believe it at the beginning, as long as they didn't make trouble, and didn't maliciously discredit the grocery store. In the end, they were the ones who really liked it. As time went by, there were more and more customers in the store. More and more people saw the potential potion. After experiencing countless shocks, surprises, ecstasy, and doubts, finally someone was willing to be a test subject. Chapter 113 Failure? Boss Su. Is your potential potion real? The speaker is called Tao Dong. Although he is not a superpower, he is a well-known old local tyrant. Before the end of the world, his family was engaged in food processing, and they specialized in processing compressed and canned foods that are very easy to preserve. For example, compressed biscuits, canned fruits, canned meat, canned vegetables, canned seafood, etc. With so many food resources in hand, in the end of the world, these foods are money. The most important thing is that his sons and daughters are all superpowers, so they have the strength to protect their own wealth. In the end, they relied on these foods to develop, and finally joined the light base, and became a part of it. Although some materials were handed over, most of them are still in their hands. This also made them live quite comfortably in the past 6 months, without lacking money or crystal cores. If we talk about Tao Dong's biggest regret, it is undoubtedly that he did not become a superpower. There are 7 or 8 people in the family, and he is just an ordinary person. How can he not feel disappointed? Now he finally has a chance to become a superpower, and he will not miss it. Hearing Tao Dong's question, Su Imo nodded. The potion is real, but I can't guarantee whether you have talent. If the potion is ineffective, I won't refund you. Although Su Mo's words sounded a bit ruthless. But sometimes you need to make it clear. Otherwise, if there is any problem later, it will be more troublesome to argue about it. In fact, everyone has some superpowers. The most gifted group are the current superpowers. They develop superpowers based on natural changes. Those with average or lower talents, unless stimulated by special external effects, will only be ordinary people in this life. The stimulation here refers to the potential potion. The potential potion actually contains zombie virus ingredients. It's just that this zombie virus has been specially processed. Not only will it not make humans mutate into zombies, but it will stimulate their superpowers. If it succeeds, then it's natural. If it fails, it can only prove that the stimulation is not enough. This is why the potential potion can be drunk 3 times. The human physique can only be stimulated 3 times at most. If it is not stimulated after 3 times, it can only mean that his talent is extremely poor. It's so poor that it can't be stimulated at all, just like the people in the last world who didn't have the talent to become warriors. Su Imo saw that Tao Dong's talent was neither good nor bad, and he would probably need to drink at least 2 bottles to stimulate it. It's good that it's true. I'm not short of money. I won't ask Boss Su to return the money. Tao Dong took a bottle of potential potion directly. When paying, some people deliberately came forward to peek. As a result, they saw the balance of thousands of points in Tao Dong's account, and their eyes were red with jealousy. No wonder he said he was not short of money. There are thousands of points here. That's right. Tao Dong was decisive when buying the potion, but now that he really wanted to drink it, he hesitated. He didn't regret it. He was just a little worried that if he drank this potion, he would have problems with his body. Compared to buying some weird potions, he would rather spend his 500 points on mineral water than buy anything that would damage his body. Otherwise, he would spend money and his health would be worse, which would be a huge loss. Su Imo guessed his concerns. She knew that things couldn't continue to develop like this. Otherwise, the potential potion would really not be sold, and it might also affect the business of the store. After thinking for a moment, Su Imo said, "With your talent, Mr. Tao, you need to drink at least 2 bottles to stimulate your superpowers. In addition, The store can guarantee that within the range of 3 bottles, there will be no problems after people drink the potential potion. Otherwise, the store will compensate you. After hearing Sumo's words, everyone had different reactions. Tao Dong was relieved after hearing that it would not harm the body. The onlookers showed an expression of, as expected when they heard that they needed to drink 2 bottles. I said it must be a scam. I've already said that talent is invisible. She said 2 bottles? So it's 2 bottles? I think Boss Su saw that no one really bought the potential potion, so he wanted to make a quick buck. She said at least 2 bottles. Do you know what at least means? Maybe 3 bottles are needed. And what if 4 bottles are needed? The potential potion also says that one person can only drink 3 bottles at most. It's a vicious circle. You guys are really meddling in other people's business. They have money, and they can spend it however they want. You don't care whether the potion is real or fake. You're talking as if it's real, and you can afford it. As long as it doesn't kill people, people are happy to spend money to buy a chance. What? Are you jealous? Jealousy is useless. You have no money to buy it. But you are still talking nonsense. Some people just want to watch the fun. This nature exists at all times. They don't really care whether this potential potion can really stimulate superpowers, as written above. These people just want to watch the fun and talk nonsense. Anyway, the final decision is not in their hands. The one who bought the things was Tao Dong, not them. After listening to Sumo's words, Tao Dong hardened his heart and decided to trust Boss Su for once. After all, he has seen so many magical things here, and it doesn't matter if there is one more. Then I'll have another bottle. As he said, he bought another bottle by swiping his face. Tao Dong pulled out the stopper and smelled it, and found that this potion still smelled quite fragrant. I always felt like it smelled like the fragrance of grapefruit. Could it be grapefruit juice? He frowned and drank the whole bottle. It tasted a bit like a mixture of grapefruit and lychee juice. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, at least it tasted pretty good. It was just a little expensive for just 500 points for a small sip of juice. Seeing him finish the first bottle, everyone held their breath. Tang He and Tang Yin saw that the guests were attracted, and they had nothing to do, so they also went over to watch the fun. Compared to the nervousness of others, Su Imo seemed much calmer, because she knew that this time she would definitely fail. Sure enough, 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. Tao Dong did not find any changes in his body. At most, he felt that this. When he swallowed the juice, he felt warm all over. If it was winter, it would be quite comfortable. But now the weather was hot, and a few drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. Everyone was skeptical about the potential potion. After seeing Tao Dong drink it, they were more convinced that the potential potion was fake. Chapter 114. Although my cup is empty, Tao Dong was also very disappointed at this time. But because Su Imo had said before that he would drink at least 2 bottles, so he looked at the other bottle in his hand. Finally, he quickly pulled out the cork and poured it directly into his mouth. The difference from the previous one is that this bottle of potential potion tastes like coconut juice, which is also mixed with a faint mango fragrance. If this flavor is used to sell ice drinks, it would be really good. Even if it is a cup with more than 10 or 20 crystal cores, Tao Dong would be willing to buy it. But if the potential potion of 500 crystal cores is just juice, it would be too deceptive. As the second bottle of juice went into his stomach, there was still no reaction. Tao Dong's suspicion had gradually become reality. I feel. However, before he finished his sentence, he was stunned. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. The onlookers looked at him like this, and thought that he was so angry that he couldn't speak because he was cheated of a full 1,000 points. Before these people had time to mock, someone found some water stains on the floor of the grocery store. Then, these water stains seemed to have their own consciousness and flowed towards Tao Dong. Then, the water slowly floated up and turned into several water balls floating in the air. Tang He looked at his empty cup, and then looked at the water balls in the air. His face seemed to be written with 4 big words, expressionless. Tang He, although I always feel that these water balls are like the water I drink. Su Imo happened to see this scene and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Tang Yin didn't notice her brother's embarrassing scene, because she was also staring at the water ball in the air with wide eyes. Although she was not the one with superpowers, she was also very excited. Tao Dong looked at the water ball in front of him with surprise. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have some kind of inexplicable connection with them. What the hell? Do you really have superpowers? And it looks like a water-based superpower. Aren't you talking nonsense? Can't you see the obvious water clumps? You're still smearing the grocery store. And you're still smearing the boss Sue, who sells the real stuff. Fuck. Is it true? This potential potion is actually useful. Isn't there some water-based superpower behind it that's pretending? Or is this person a superpower? I can tell at a glance that you're definitely not from the Bright Base. But this person is a celebrity in the Bright Base. Whether he's a superpower or not, everyone present in the Bright Base knows it. Tao Dong's children organized their own teams to take on tasks at the base. And he had nothing to do, so he opened a small shop. It sold all the dry food he had left before the end of the world. But that was in the past. Now that the dry food was sold out, he organized a group of ordinary people. They specialized in making simple food like steamed buns and sesame cakes, but they could fill their stomachs. The price is also quite affordable. It is precisely because of this that almost everyone in the Guangming base recognizes him. It is not wrong to call him a celebrity. Tao Dong was like a child who saw a new toy. He was obviously in his 50s or 60s. But his whole face was full of smiles. But he didn't feel happy for long. His eyes went dark, and his body swayed a few times. Fortunately, someone reached out to help him in time. At the same time, the water ball in the air fell straight down, and with a pop, it hit the ground. What's going on? Didn't you say that this potion is fine? Did it cause problems after people took it? It's obvious that the superpowers were overused. It's normal. I was like this at the beginning. Just drink a bottle of energy drink and take a rest. A man directly took the drink he had just bought and gave it to Tao Dong to drink. Anyway, Boss Tao was a rich man, so he wasn't afraid that people would be reluctant to give him the money for a bottle of drink. After drinking it, Tao Dong felt that the splitting headache in his head disappeared instantly. Thank you. I'll return the points to you later. Tao Dong took a deep breath, his face still beaming. Although he had just used his superpowers too much and made his people uncomfortable, he didn't mind at all. Some people can't even feel uncomfortable when they want to. It's worthy of being something from Boss Sue. It's really powerful. By the way, this thing should not be limited. Right? I want to buy a few more bottles to take back. Although his family are all superpowered people, he has an old butler who has been with him for a long time and is still an ordinary person. When the end of the world just came, the old butler lost one of his fingers and his leg in order to save him. He thought it was to repay him. And he also had to bring 3 bottles back to him. There is no limit. But each person can only drink 3 bottles at most. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Right? I know. I will buy 3 bottles. If there is no effect after drinking 3 bottles, it can only mean that you really don't have the talent for superpowers. And you can't blame others. Sue Mo nodded and said nothing. It's good for him to know about this kind of thing. Don't blame the grocery store if something goes wrong after drinking. The notes on the introduction are clearly written. Seeing that there are 3 bottles less of potential potion, the crowd suddenly boiled. The fact that Tao Dong really became a superpower after drinking the potion was like a drop of water splashed into a frying pan. Crackling. And the frying pan exploded directly. Are you embarrassed? Where are those people who said that Boss Sue was a liar and was cutting leaks? They ran away a long time ago. How could they still stay here, by the way? Buddy, lend me some points. I only need 50 points to buy a bottle of potential potion. I only need 100 points. Is there anyone who can lend me some points? I will definitely repay you when I become a superpower. Lend me 400 points, and I will work like a slave for you in the future. If someone really lends you 400 points, you might as well buy it yourself. Besides, it may not work. Didn't you see that Boss Tao didn't activate his superpowers the first time he drank it? Just when everyone started to borrow money from everywhere to save money, 2 people walked in from outside the door. Everyone's attention was not on them, so no one noticed that there were 10 bottles of potential potion missing from the shelf. The people who just came in were Xiao Ru and Qin Lin. Each of them took 5 bottles of potential potion, and after paying the money, they started to chat with Sue Mo. Boss Sue, why didn't you tell me about this good stuff? Qin Lin said with a smile. Sue Mo glanced at him. Didn't Xiaoyun tell you? Don't think she didn't notice. Xiaoyun glanced at the shelf several times yesterday. Qin Lin didn't expect that she even guessed this. He was not embarrassed. And his expression was still natural. Chapter 115, The Zombie Tide is Coming. This is the leader of Ping and Base, Xiao Ru. Qin Lin said, while pointing to the person next to him. Yesterday I looked for it according to your description, and found that the zombie's destination is most likely Sea City. Boss Sue also knows that. Ping and Base is next to Sea City. Sue Mo. Sorry, I'm an alien. I don't know. Chinlin continued. I came here today, mainly to ask Boss Sue about the zombie tide. What can she think of the zombie tide, anyway? She doesn't have to fight zombies. Helping them is just because if all the people in this world die, I can't complete the mission. But it can't be said that way. If all humans become superpowers, then 1,000,000 zombies will not be a big deal? Although humans have been very few in recent years. But the adjective here is compared with the previous one. Originally, there were tens of billions of people on this planet, but now less than 1,000th of them have died. But 1,000th of the population is still tens of millions. While zombies only number 1,000,000, there is still a tenfold difference. The three major bases each have 1,000,000 people, and the small bases also have thousands. As long as they are willing to unite, there is no zombie tide that they cannot defeat. The only concern of humans is that they dare not get hurt, and ordinary people are not as strong as zombies. But now we have protective clothing, cleaning fluid, and potential potions. This can at least solve most of the problems. Boss Sue is right. Chenlin originally wanted to get some information, but as expected, he got nothing. They came here with a clear goal to buy things. So when they came, they also brought their own space ability users with them. They bought things very quickly. It was just like buying goods. Judging from their proficiency, it was not the first time they bought goods. The spaces of several space ability users were already full. They were almost all protective clothing, cleaning fluid, and 2 levels of crystal core dissolving agents. Because the bright base did not send anyone to come this time, its share was also divided up by Xiaoru and Chinlin. Especially after they bought things. They did not leave, but stayed at the door of the store. When the store was about to close, they also bought the last 2 bottles of potential potion. This can be said to be the true meaning of 3 lights. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 65,950 points. More than 60,000 points. Even after deducting the cost, there is still a net profit of more than 40,000. Today's earnings can be said to be the most in this world so far. Half of the points were provided by protective clothing and potential potions. One earned 25,000, and the other earned 10,000. The remaining part, ice drinks, and cleaning fluids took up 6,000 points respectively. Not to mention other things. With this wave of points earned today, Suemo will have more basic funds to purchase goods. Considering that even if more potential potions are purchased, some people still cannot afford them. Even if she purchases them, she can only leave them there. So she only increased the number of 20 to 100, and did not increase a lot at one time. This time she mainly increased the number of protective clothing and cleaning fluids. A total of 1,500 sets of protective clothing and 500 bottles of cleaning fluid were purchased. Then, the number of ice drinks also increased due to the increase in the number of customers. From the original to the current 4,000. The number of energy drinks and perception candies also increased a lot. However, because these 2 are old products, everyone has a certain amount of stock. So she only increased a part appropriately, and did not increase too much at one time. After all these more important products that are helpful in fighting the zombie tide were purchased, Suemo began to use the remaining points to choose food. The people were not informed of the coming of the zombie tide. The main reason was that they were afraid of causing panic. Don't let the zombie tide come before the human race is in a mess. But this kind of thing can't be kept secret forever. And everyone should be mentally prepared. Be prepared to face the zombie army. So these news were revealed bit by bit. For example, on the first day, they recruited people with special abilities, but they didn't say what to do. On the second day, we began to ask everyone to pay attention to safety, and try to stay out of the base as little as possible. By the third day, rumors about the zombie tide had already begun to spread in the base. At the same time, everyone also discovered that the distribution of goods in the Hope grocery store had changed dramatically. In the past, more than 80% of the goods in the grocery store were various foods. Now, more than half of the goods in the grocery store are various combat supplies. For example, drinks, candies, medicine boxes, bandages, protective clothing, cleaning fluids, etc. At the beginning, it would be a lie to say that I was not nervous, afraid, or panicked. But when they saw the calm attitude of the base officials, they calmed down one by one. Seeing their powerful superpower army again, they gradually felt at ease. Finally, they looked at the Hope grocery store, and saw so many supplies inside. For the first time, they felt that they had hoped that humans could completely fight against zombies. Time gradually came to the predicted 7th day. In the north and south bases, Xiaoyan woke up from a dream and hurriedly got out of bed. At the same time, starting from City B, millions of zombies were walking towards City C like snakes, insects, rats and ants. Even from a long distance, you can see a large area of black. Everywhere was black and moving. All zombies were zombies' heads. It gave people goosebumps. And the survey team arranged between the two cities early in the morning ate perception candies 24 hours a day. When they saw a large area of dense red light spots in their minds, their faces turned pale. But they didn't have time to be afraid. While they picked up the walkie-talkie, the other side, the advanced speed-type mutant flew towards the base. The scene around them moved backwards at a very fast speed. This million-zombie army flattened all the buildings on the road, completely razing the remaining buildings to the ground. Wherever they passed, there were broken bricks and tiles everywhere, and no grass grew. In the middle, and the back of this zombie army, there were 9 advanced zombies scattered in an orderly manner. They have the same thinking and intelligence as humans. Such a position not only prevents them from being caught in one net, it also allows them to control all the zombies passing by to the greatest extent. This also led to the fact that the zombie army, which originally looked very terrifying, doubled in number when it reached the halfway point of the Pinyin base. Chapter 116 Psychic Zombies. They are like a giant magnet, constantly growing stronger by absorbing metal on the road. Today, Hope Grocery Store was closed for the first time. Suemo sat on the sofa and listened to the real-time report of the system. Tang Yin and Tang He turned pale. They both held tablets in their hands, and the teacher's gentle and orderly voice came from inside. This was the first time they didn't listen to the class seriously. It was because they were all worried about the humans outside. Although they didn't see the zombie tide with their own eyes, they had always seen zombies. In the past, 1 or 2 could scare them to scream, not to mention millions. Seeing that they couldn't continue to learn, Suemo simply tuned a lighthearted comedy movie for them to watch. Taozi felt that the atmosphere in the store was very tense, so it jumped a few times and fell into Tang Yin's arms. Oh! Tang Yin was amused by Taozi's deliberate cuteness stupidity. The crisp laughter eased the atmosphere in the store. Taozi raised her head proudly, as if to take credit for making her laugh. Tang He couldn't help but curl his lips. Then, he looked at Suemo. Boss Su, are we not opening the store these days? Suemo pondered for a while. She wanted to open the store. But even if she opened it, no one would come. No matter how good the things in her store were, it was impossible for anyone to risk their lives to buy things. It depends on the situation. If nothing unexpected happens, it should not be open for at least 5 days. According to the calculation of the system, with the current combat power of human beings against the zombie tide, this would be a protracted war lasting about 10 days. But if there is a turnaround in the middle, maybe the time will be shortened. The 10 days given by the system is just an intermediate value. It estimates that the range is from 5 days to 1 month. At least the north and south bases, and the light base have each sent a lot of people to support. If the combined forces of the 3 major bases cannot resist this zombie tide, then humans probably have no hope. Tang He nodded. He has helped run the store for such a long time. He is also used to the coming and going of people in the store. The first time I saw an empty grocery store, I always felt a little uncomfortable. Even if I looked at the full shelves, I always couldn't help but think of what it looked like a few days ago. Tang Yin looked at the empty streets outside and began to imagine some strange things in her heart. Sister Su, you said that zombies will. Tang Yin paused and suddenly couldn't say the next sentence. But Suemo still guessed what she wanted to say. She raised her eyes and also looked at the door of the grocery store. Don't think too much. It's absolutely safe here. Zombies can't get in. To be precise, it's not that they can't get in, but zombies can't see the grocery store. They can't sense the existence of the grocery store. If a human enters the grocery store in front of them, then in their eyes, this person has disappeared out of thin air. The ultimate goal of the system is to let her open a store and make money. It has been said since the last world that the safety of the store is absolutely guaranteed. After hearing this answer, Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief, then lowered her head and began to stroke Taozi's hair. For a moment, the only sound in the store was the laughter coming from the tablet. Did the reconnaissance team get any news? Yes, according to them, the zombie army has swept and absorbed the zombies around, and it has not even reached the halfway point, and its number has doubled. Not even halfway point. Doubled. Xiaoru and Ma Yi's faces suddenly became very ugly. But they also knew that this was not the time to worry about this, and they should think of a way as soon as possible to make the zombie army stop. How is the trap prepared by the earth element ability? It was called a trap, but in fact, it was just a big pit 10 feet deep dug on the road where the zombie tide passed. Although there was nothing in the pit, as soon as a zombie fell in, they would immediately arrange the gold element ability, the earth element ability, and the water element ability to seal these zombies underground. Although doing so would not kill the zombies, it could effectively divide them into several parts. It's ready. 3 types of psychics have already ambushed next to the trap. Mai nodded, and was about to say, "You've worked hard. Well done." But the door was suddenly kicked open. The faces of the 3 people present changed, and they all looked up at the person at the door. At the critical moment, it doesn't matter whether you knock on the door or not. But kicking the door directly is a bit too. But to be honest, being able to have someone kick the door, maybe it can also prove that this person probably has something more urgent and important to say. "I'm a psychic from the North and South bases. The deputy leader asked me to come here to remind you to please arrange for the psychics at the ambush point to evacuate immediately, because the advanced zombies have already detected their movements." Evacuate? Why evacuate? Isn't the zombie army coming soon? Don't worry, we have hidden the pit very well. They will definitely not find it. The psychic who delivered the message was sweating profusely. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "Listen to me. Retreat is the leader's order. The reason is very simple. The high-level zombies have discovered you. The leader got the news that there are spiritual zombies among the zombies. Spiritual zombies are simply zombies with powerful energy spirits. They can expand their vision and hearing by releasing their energy spirits. If you want to describe it, it's like a person who has both clairvoyance and super hearing. Within a certain range, it can know everything. And they have seen energy spirit zombies before. It is very weak. Especially weak. So weak that an ordinary person, even an old man or a woman, can easily kill it, because its movement speed is extremely slow, and it has no claws and teeth. In other words, except for the energy spirit, it doesn't even have the ability to scratch and bite people and turn them into zombies. This is a team-type auxiliary zombie. When it is alone, it is a waste. When it is among many zombies, it is a god. Zombie tide plus advanced zombies plus mental zombies. It is like the game has turned on the difficulty of hell mode. They have fighting power, military advisors, and even an omniscient plug-in with a god's perspective. What the hell? Resisting the urge to swear, the captain of the ambush team immediately turned on the intercom. He didn't care whether what he said would be heard by the mental zombies. The most important thing to do now is to retreat quickly. Chapter 117. The zombies are so angry, otherwise. If the zombies really come, it's unknown whether they are ambushing the zombies, or the zombies are surrounding them. Fortunately, the disadvantage of the zombie army, because of its large number, has come. 9 high-level zombies simply cannot control so many zombies at once, which greatly reduces their speed of advancement. This also gives them enough time to retreat, and time to think about the next countermeasures. The biggest problem they have now is that there is a spiritual zombie on the opposite side. With it, and the communication and cooperation of the high-level zombies, no matter what they do, they will be discovered by the zombies. Instead of this, the best choice now seems to be to fight head-on. Setting up those messy traps and the like is more likely to be counterattacked. Fight head-on, distribute all the protective clothing, and if the protective clothing is damaged, it needs to be replaced immediately. After their test, of course, the test here is to use an instrument that simulates the strength of zombie attacks. The test results show that the protective suit is made of many pieces of special fabric. Once a piece of fabric is attacked more than 3 times, it will be slightly damaged, and 5 times will directly reveal a big hole. Although it is not 100% complete protection, these 5 chances can also save many lives. It is better than having nothing. All non-long-range psychics carry at least 2 bottles of cleaning fluid, and long-range psychics carry 1 bottle. They should be replenished in time after use. Psychics like fire and lightning, who throw fireballs and split lightning, do not need to fight zombies in close combat, so the probability of injury is much lower than that of power, speed, and physical psychics. Despite this, in order to avoid sudden attacks by zombies, they still equipped all the psychics with at least 1 bottle of cleaning fluid, because 5 minutes seemed long, but in fact, in battle, they would always be delayed by various things. That was why they did not unify the cleaning fluid together, and let everyone go to the same place to clean up after being scratched by zombies. They were afraid that they would not have enough time. Because they were ready to fight head-on, all the teams they had arranged before were called back. Anyway, With the mental zombies, they couldn't hide. Rather than risk being discovered outside, it would be better to let them come back directly. In this way, at least there would be one more combat force. However, although they had no way to ambush, they organized many large psychic teams to intercept the zombies directly on their way forward. They didn't ask to kill too many zombies. They always ran after fighting, and slipped away if they couldn't fight. Kill as many as you can, and retreat if you can't kill them. The advantage of zombies' large numbers has become a disadvantage that makes them clumsy and difficult to move. So they can only watch helplessly as this group of cunning humans come to harass them again and again. But when the fight really starts, they run away again. This makes those high-level zombies very angry. But they have no choice. They can only continue to accept the malicious harassment from humans. Hey, I will beat you. I like the way you can beat me, but can't catch up with me. Are you angry? You are right to be angry. I will come again next time. I just want to piss you off to death. Even if ordinary zombies don't have such high thinking, they can see that humans do this on purpose. Therefore, each of them became particularly irritable. As for the advanced zombies, they were even more irritable. But they couldn't do anything. Because they knew that their strength was not strong, they were just a little smarter. So no matter how angry they were, they could only hold it in. Originally, this despicable tactic was just something Ma-E mentioned casually. I didn't expect it to be so successful. At least during this period of time, the number of zombies they killed was far greater than the value of the materials they paid. Not only that, they weakened the number of zombie troops at the lowest cost. Time quickly came to the third day. After 3 days and 3 nights of torture, the zombie tide finally arrived at the door of Pingan Base. But before they could launch their own angry attack, what was coming was a human army that was more powerful than them, more in number than them, and even more powerful than them. The war that had dragged on for 3 days was about to break out. Because of the confidence given by the protective clothing and cleaning fluid, the zombies found that these humans fought like crazy. The zombies were not as strong as humans, nor were they as numerous. The reason why they could suppress humans was because humans had many concerns. They did not dare to get hurt. Now that the biggest concern was gone, their fighting power suddenly increased several times. In the past, anyone who was scratched or bitten would basically choose to commit suicide. Now they don't need to be so tragic. They just need to retreat to the back of the team, clean the wound, bandage the wound, and finally change clothes. 5 minutes later, another hero. When humans act like hooligans, they are not much worse than these zombies. So, this also led to the situation that everyone thought was almost like the collapse of the sky and the split of the earth, which was almost turned into a balanced situation. Of course, this is just a balance. It does not mean that humans have one, because they are so powerful now. They only rely on the things they bought from the grocery store. Once all these supplies are used up, the battle is not over yet. They will fall into a difficult situation again. Everyone knows this. So they are trying their best to break the situation. But after thinking about it, there is only one way. They must find the 9 high-level zombies hiding in the zombie team. And before doing this, in order to ensure that their movements are not discovered by the zombies, they have to kill the spiritual zombie who has never seen it before. Otherwise, no matter what they do, they will be discovered, and thus fall into a passive situation. In fact, during these 3 days, in addition to harassing zombies in various ways, they also took this opportunity to survey the distribution of the zombie army. Although so many zombies seemed dense and irregular, they could find out after drawing a blueprint that they were arranged in several rectangular squares. There was only a little gap in each square. It was impossible to find it under normal circumstances. Only by sensing candy could they see how strange the gap without zombies was. There were 6 squares in total, arranged in a triangle. According to their guess, there should be at least 1 high-level zombie in each square. But how the extra 3 were arranged was unknown. Chapter 118. The system won't understand. Found it! We found it! In order to find this psycho zombie, the people in charge of the investigation have not slept well for several nights. In the past, they ate candies that were particularly precious. They ate them every day these days, eating more than a dozen a day. They ate until they vomited. Until now, whenever they saw the candies in pink packaging, they couldn't help but feel nauseous physiologically. If they continued to eat, they would probably have problems with their taste buds before the zombies were defeated. Fortunately, they did their job. Not only did they successfully find the psycho zombie, but they also used mature fishing techniques to lure out 2 of the advanced zombies. Although the thinking and IQ of advanced zombies are similar to those of humans. But they are just similar, not superior. As long as they are not superior, they will definitely have the same thinking errors that humans have. In this case, they began to think with their own thinking. If they have a person who needs protection, where will they hide? How many people will they arrange to protect him? If the enemy finds this person, what will they do? Thinking about these questions, they can come up with a solution. Since they can't find the high-level zombies and the mental zombies, then let them expose themselves. They can just carry out a comprehensive range attack. Because the mental zombies are too weak, there will definitely be other zombies protecting them. The same is true for the high-level zombies. At that time, they only need to eat candy and watch the zombies' movement trajectory nearby. The place where the most zombies gather is most likely to be the hiding place of the object they need to find. It turns out that this method works. So now the problem has changed from how to find the mental/high-level zombies to how to kill them under the protection of so many zombies. Although it is also very difficult. It is better than the previous random attack without any clue. At least they have a target now. Because the mental zombies themselves do not have strong strength. They are still preparing to arrange speed-type psychics to carry out assassination operations. All he has to do is assassinate, and then leave. Other psychics will help him interfere with other zombies that protect the mental zombies, so that he can complete the task more easily. The assassination can only be carried out once at most, because after one time, the high-level zombies will find that they have found the mental zombies, and hide them again. At that time, they will have to spend more time looking for it. It is precisely because of this that their assassination operation this time can only succeed, not fail. Everyone was in a state of high tension. In the Hope grocery store, Suemo stirred the spoon, and the milk tea in the pot gave off a rich, sweet aroma. Host, they succeeded. Suemo nodded, with a calm face. The movement and speed of the spoon in her hand did not change at all. It was as if she had known this result. The system looked at the host in confusion. Why do I feel like you are not very surprised? Host? If it hadn't known clearly, during that period of time, the host was trying to arrange funds reasonably every day. The purpose is to prepare more useful supplies for these people. It even thought that she really didn't care about the lives of these people. Because they are human beings, so their success is just a very normal thing. What's the fuss about? At the critical moment of life and death, the potential and unity that humans can burst out far exceeds their own imagination. Suemo didn't think this was something worth being surprised about. But it was something worth celebrating. Suemo turned off the fire and poured out the milk tea. While pouring, he said, "The system won't understand." System? You still want to mock me for this? The system went offline with a curse. On the 6th day of the battle, humans successfully killed the mental zombie, and even killed the high-level zombie next to it. On the 10th day of the battle, the number of zombies killed by humans has reached 1 million, including 7 high-level zombies and 1 mental zombie. The zombie army, that was originally mighty and deterrent, was reduced to less than half of its number. The remaining 2 high-level zombies saw that the situation was not right, and turned around to lead the remaining zombies away. Unfortunately, because they did not have the overall view of the spiritual zombies. They did not even know that the road behind them was blocked. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. All along, zombies have surrounded humans, captured human bases, and killed people wantonly. But now it has become humans surrounding zombies. They annihilated all the remaining zombies, leaving no one behind. Time finally stopped on the 11th day, as the head of the last high-level zombie was smashed. The remaining hundreds of thousands of zombies suddenly became leaderless. They were rampaging everywhere, without a military advisor. They were just a group of barbarians, with fighting power, but no brains. Soon, they were all killed. The 11-day battle ended here. Suemo asked Tangin to hang a sign at the door saying that the store would open tomorrow. In places they could not see, corpses were everywhere. The ground was full of zombie corpses. They started to collect the spoils while laughing at each other. In their eyes, the ground was not full of scary corpses, but shining crystal cores. The most noteworthy thing is that these 9 high-level zombies provided a full 9 level 4 crystal cores. There were so many corpses this time. There were also millions of crystal cores. A group of people dug crystal cores until their hands were tired. When they counted the number at the end, they were exhausted. But being tired is good. Being tired proves that people are at least alive. The dead will not be tired. In order to thank the help of the light base and the north and south bases, the crystal cores of this battle were divided into 3 parts. Ping and base took half of the total number of crystal cores. and the remaining half was divided equally between Guangming Base and North and South Base. Level 4 crystal cores were not so easy to divide. The final plan was that North and South bases took 3 level 4 crystal cores. But some of the low-level crystal cores needed to be given to the other 2 bases. Guangming Base only took 2 level 4 crystal cores. But it also took some low-level crystal cores. The remaining part all belonged to Ping'an Base. After the happy dividing the spoils, they naturally wanted to use the money they just earned to buy things. However, when they hurried to the Hope grocery store, they saw the door with a sign opening tomorrow. Everyone. In terms of willfulness and awesomeness, it has to be Boss Sue. Since the zombie tide was repelled, everyone can clearly find that there are fewer zombies on the street. More ordinary people finally dared to walk out of the gate of the base. Chapter 119 Fruit lovers expressed great pain. It was for this reason that the customer flow of the grocery store reached a peak during this period. Many customers came to buy things every day because they had just killed. No, they should have just made a lot of money, so everyone is rich now. Not to mention the superpowers. Even ordinary people now dare to say with confidence that they can afford ordinary set meals. Seeing that they all have money, Sue Mo was not polite and directly exchanged the steamed buns, milk buns, and the other 2 set meals that had not been exchanged before. Steamed buns purchase price, 2 points/piece. Sales price, 5 points/piece. Introduction, an ordinary steamed bun with random fillings. Milk bread purchase price, 2 points/piece. Sales price, 5 points/piece. Introduction, authentic milk bread, the raw materials really have milk, full of milk flavor. Luxury meal set purchase price, 8 points/portion. Sales price, 20 points/portion. Introduction, contains 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes, plus 2 servings of rice. The dishes are very delicious, and the rice is soft, smooth and fragrant. Supreme meal set purchase price, 10 points/portion. Sales price, 30 points/portion. Introduction, contains 6 dishes, including at least 3 meat dishes, plus 3 servings of rice. Because these things are all products from the first and second level malls, so it didn't cost Sue Mo too many points. Sue Mo now has hundreds of thousands of points on her, although it seems a lot, but it's still a long way from the goal. But now she can be said to be a rich woman with a daily income of 100,000, so it's just a matter of time to complete the task. Less than a week after the zombie tide ended, several small groups of zombies came one after another. The number of these zombie groups was only a few thousand or tens of thousands. The number of the few was only a few hundred or dozens. Now that humans have the goods in the grocery store, they can be said to be confident in dealing with these zombies. In their view, these zombies are simply here to give them money. I don't know what they are thinking. It's obvious that they are here to give. Although humans don't understand. They can't communicate with zombies, so they can only kill them first. Anyway, they are not defeated. So don't refuse the takeaway that is delivered to your door. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. People gradually found that even if they don't drink iced drinks now, they won't feel hot. Looking up at the sky again, the sun that was originally as dazzling as a fireball seems to have become a little dim. At first, they all thought that the weather was going to get better. The weather will return to the mild climate as before. But gradually, they found that the time of dawn was getting later and later, and the time of sunset was getting earlier and earlier. This change from long days and short nights to short days and long nights only lasted for more than a month. In fact, this change is still very obvious. So many people have noticed that the weather has changed again. And this change is obviously completely opposite to the last one. If the last weather represented the summer before the end of the world, then now is autumn. Because although the temperature has obviously dropped, it is still tolerable. But if it continues to follow this trend, its temperature will sooner or later reach 0 degrees. Or even below 0. This is simply speeding up the process from summer to winter at twice the speed. The sudden drop in temperature has a very obvious impact on people. First of all, customers come to the store later and later, and they start to wear more clothes. When the temperature changes, Suemo also turns off the air conditioner in the store. The store is full of people talking and discussing. Among them, there are people discussing the recent weather changes. Ah, what a pity, although the weather is not hot anymore, I still want to eat the fruit in the ice drink. I already have a bad feeling, the weather was hot before. Close to 40 degrees, which is a temperature that we humans cannot accept. If it is going to cool down this time, I even suspect they wants to drop directly to -10 degrees. I still stocked up so many ice cubes at home, but I didn't use them in the end. But to be honest, I am quite sorry that Boss Sue took the ice drink off the shelf. The ice drink tastes really good, and there are so many fruits, you can eat different things every day. Then you are really a warrior. The weather is not bad now. If the temperature really drops to -10 degrees in 2 days, you are still eating cold ice like this, and you are not afraid of diarrhea. The time when the ice drink is taken off the shelf is almost the same as the time when the weather changes. Originally, when everyone came to the grocery store every day, the first thing they did was habitually to touch a cup of ice drink from the shelf. Then one day, they found nothing. The customer was stunned. It was only after asking the brother and sister that I found out that Boss Sue had taken the ice drinks off the shelves. What made them feel strange was that, although the ice drinks were removed from the shelves were still empty. Boss Sue did not add other new products to them. It was unknown what arrangements she had made. No matter how she arranged it. Some customers, who liked ice drinks, had already come to Sue Mo to discuss the possibility of putting ice drinks back on the shelves. Boss Sue, please consider it. If others don't buy it, we will buy it. It doesn't really matter whether it's an ice drink or not. I just want the fruit inside. I didn't get enough of the mango last time. Cantaloupe and melon lovers said they were very distressed that they couldn't eat melon. Sue Mo listened to their suggestions for a while, and found that these people didn't really care about ice drinks. They just wanted to eat fruit. Although living conditions have become better now. Most people have food and drink. But people are never satisfied. Although life is good now, they still want to be better. Fruits are also essential foods as a supplement of fiber and vitamins. It is said that there are only a few apple trees in the 3 major bases. The soil for the apple trees is pollution-free soil that they found in many places. There is only so little in total, and it is already very difficult to supply these apple trees. This is the case for large bases, not to mention small bases. The large bases at least have soilless cultivation technology to grow some tomatoes, strawberries and watermelons, but they really have nothing. Sue Mo flipped through them all, and was about to say something, but turned around and saw several of them staring at him with their eyes. He was really a little scared. Sue Mo, how is it, Boss Sue? No ice drinks, but some fruits are fine. Boss Sue, please buy the goods. We all have crystal cores. I just killed a batch of zombies yesterday. Chapter 120, Warming Up with Hot Soup. Sue Mo, there is a fruit platter, but it's a little expensive. We'll get it tomorrow. When they heard that there were not only fruits, but also a rich variety of fruit platters, these people were immediately happy. What's the big deal about the price, now? Even if it's an ordinary person, as long as they have protective clothing, anyone dares to go up and punch the zombies. After ordinary people who were originally unable to serve as combat power joined the team, the combat effectiveness of humans in the task of clearing zombies was greatly improved. With improved combat effectiveness, the efficiency of killing zombies is faster. In the past, zombies chase people. As a result, now it's good, it's a group of people chasing zombies. The roles between the two are completely reversed. It can only be said that all this is the courage given by the protective clothing, originally. The strength of some ordinary people is not weak at all. It's just that because those teams were unwilling to accept ordinary people in the past, so they could only work in the base, in order to get a meager salary. Now it's good, as long as there is protective clothing, anyone can join the team. Ordinary people can also get more crystal cores by killing zombies. As long as the price is not too expensive. Even if it is a luxury such as a fruit platter in the past. Everyone can definitely afford it. I'm not afraid of the price. I'm just afraid that you don't have it. I feel relieved when I heard that there are fruits. I will definitely come tomorrow. It seems that I have to bring more money tomorrow. It would be embarrassing if I really can't afford it. They left while chatting. It was just because their voices were not small. And Sue Mo had always been the focus of the store. So these people came to Sue Mo to ask if there was any fruit. And the news that they had actually smelled it spread quickly throughout the store. Now, almost everyone knows that there will be fruit for sale tomorrow. They were all very excited. They were worried about whether the sudden change in weather would affect their lives. But they forgot about it the moment they turned around. Because there were many customers and a lot of goods were imported. The store was not closed early today. This was also a rare day when the entire business hours were completed. Congratulations to the host. Today's store revenue, 186,100 points. Congratulations to the host for breaking 100,000 in sales. Sprinkle flowers. Congratulations to the host for breaking 1 million in points balance. Sprinkle flowers. Suemo has already gotten used to the system's cheerful nature, so he has also learned to ignore it even if it is not muted. I don't know why. I heard that other systems are quite cool and wise. How come she happened to encounter such a childish system when she came here? How did you hear about it? Suemo frowned and quickly put the question behind her. She opened them all and exchanged the fruit platter they wanted. Fruit platter purchase price, 3 points/plate. Selling price, 10 points/plate. Introduction. Fruit platter with at least 5 kinds of fruits randomly, guaranteed to be juicy, fresh and delicious, and rich in variety. Suemo opened a box and took a look, and found that the fruit was indeed fresh. Perhaps she was lucky. She had 6 kinds of fruits in this box. Apple, cantaloupe, strawberry, watermelon, kiwi, dragon fruit. Except for strawberries, which were sold by the piece. Each of the other fruits had 4 or 5 pieces, and each piece was of good size. Together, they weighed at least 3 or 4 kilograms, which was enough for a normal family of 3 to eat for a day. Not to mention 10 points. Before the end of the world, even 10 yuan might not be enough to buy this amount of fruit. Suemo tasted 2 strawberries and tasted every kind of fruit, and was already a little full. The rest was eaten up by Peaches. Tangyin and Tanghe also used their points to buy a box. The box of fruit was quite large. The 2 children each ate half, and no longer had the idea of eating. So the dinner for the 3 of them became fruit. The next day, the temperature really dropped several degrees, as everyone had guessed. Some people who were afraid of the cold even put on thick sweaters and cotton-padded jackets. Just like the weather, some people gradually felt a layer of gloom in their hearts. Actually, if the temperature remains at this level, it's fine. The only thing to worry about is that it will continue to drop. If the temperature drops further, then it will be the end of us. No matter what. People cannot bear such low temperatures. Besides, there is a shortage of supplies in the end times. And not everyone has so many clothes to wear and quilts to cover themselves at night. Suemo saw that it was almost done, so he put the random hot soup and fruit platter on the shelf together. The fruit was placed in the special food area. The hot soup was placed in the empty space for iced drinks, which is the position that can be seen as soon as you enter the door. As before, today, a sign saying new products in this store, fruit platter, random hot soup, was hung at the door. Everyone was shivering in the cold outside, exhaling and rubbing their hands. After seeing the words hot soup, they were inexplicably excited. This hot soup should warm the body. Right? I didn't expect Boss Su to be so considerate. He put this thing on the shelf just when the temperature dropped. By the way, I think this random hot soup seems to be the same as the random ice drink before. Is it possible that after we drink the hot soup, we won't be afraid of the cold within a day? If you didn't say it, I really didn't think of it. It feels like it might be the case. That's great. I'm almost freezing to death. Open the store quickly. I just want to drink a bowl of hot soup quickly. They stared at the store door with burning eyes. If their eyes could be turned into substance, they would have stared a hole in the door long ago. Hope that the advantage of the grocery store is punctuality. But the disadvantage is also punctuality. Not giving any chance to open the door early. When the time came, the store door opened. As the door opened, everyone saw rows of hot soup in wooden bowls on the shelves on both sides of the door. The bowls were insulated and had a special lid, so there was no need to worry about the soup cooling down or spilling. The sign below also said 0/2 purchase limit, which was the same as ice drinks. After entering the door, as before, the first thing everyone did was to take a bowl of hot soup. After paying the money immediately, they didn't even have the desire to buy anything else. Just drinking the soup. White radish meatballs. Although they are indeed very warm. I don't like white radish. What did I say when I opened a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea? I don't even like the taste of ginger. Don't envy me. I opened beef and yam soup, ha ha ha. Mushroom chicken soup is great. Although some people said they opened soups they didn't like, they still finished the soup in their hands. As soon as they took a bite, they could feel their cold hands finally warm up. Chapter 121. The pinnacle of cooking is that everything you cook is different from everything else. And they were pleasantly surprised to find that. They didn't like white radish and ginger very much, but they actually tasted pretty good. The taste of this soup, it was obvious that it was made by a 5-star chef. The white radish didn't taste like radish. And the ginger didn't taste like ginger, which can be said to be very considerate. Maybe the pinnacle of cooking is that everything you cook is different from everything else. Anyway, in such cold weather, after drinking a bowl of warm soup, you feel much more comfortable. After drinking the soup, their eyes were focused on the newly added fruit platter in the food area. At first, they thought the price of 10 points was a bit expensive. But when they thought that this was fruit, not some other common food, they were relieved. Although you can't see what's inside this fruit platter, you can find that it's quite substantial when you hold it in your hand. This plate weighs 3 or 4 pounds. If it's sold in the base, it's impossible to buy it without dozens or hundreds of first-level crystal cores. And there is no demand for it. Especially after they bought it, they really opened it, and saw 5 or 6 kinds of large fresh fruits inside, they felt even more satisfied. When they bit into an apple, the sweet and sour juice splashed, and their taste buds were revived immediately. Wow, so happy. I really didn't expect that I could still eat fruit in my lifetime. Me too. If there weren't zombies outside, I really felt like I was back to the end of the world for a moment. Hope Grocery Store is just like its name. It really brings us hope. If it weren't for it, I can't imagine what kind of life humans would live now. So will Hope Grocery Store always be there? If it's gone one day, then hope will really be gone. Suemo really couldn't understand these people, why they were inexplicably depressed while eating fruit. Is there some kind of powder added to this fruit that amplifies negative emotions? She didn't find it out yesterday. After all, Suemo is not from this world, and can't understand these people's true feelings. In order to prevent these people from crying while chatting, or talking about the grocery store, she hasn't even said she's closing the store yet, and these people have already started thinking about what they should do if the grocery store disappears one day. It sounds like Suemo is a ruthless scumbag. Some people have even started to consider whether to stock up more food. Suemo coughed dryly, and interrupted them before these people almost talk humans to extinction. As long as the end of the world doesn't end, I hope the grocery store will always be there. After getting the affirmation from Boss Sue, these people felt relieved. Everyone put their hearts in their stomachs. At this time, they only noticed the second half of Sumo's sentence, and didn't notice the time qualifier she added in the front. As long as the end of the world doesn't end, I hope the grocery store will always be there. What about when the end of the world is over? Everyone ignored the first half of this sentence, and it was spread everywhere, and everyone knew that the grocery store would not suddenly disappear. This undoubtedly gave everyone a shot of adrenaline. Whether what Boss Sue said was true or not, at least there is a psychological comfort now. The system recalled what the host said, and a drop of cold sweat quietly slipped down. By the way, the host should be able to leave this world before the end of the world? The system secretly looked at Sumo's expression, and asked tentatively. You know, Suemo left as soon as he completed his mission in the last world, without any nostalgia at all. If we were to say the only favor she received in the last world, it would be Tausi. Otherwise, she would not be willing to let it stay in this world. What does the end of the world mean? All zombies disappear, and humans establish a new social order. Although there are only 2 things, each one is more difficult than the other. It will take at least 10 or 8 years to finish. But according to Sumo's current speed of making money and gaining reputation, the task can be completed in 2 years at most. It can even be faster than the last world because the starting point of this world is higher than that of the last world. And the move also makes the location of the store better than that of the last world. The system does not believe that Suemo will accompany these people to restore the human order in this world after the task is completed. Suemo laughed, and the water cup made a crisp sound when it was placed on the table. There were many people in the store, and it was noisy, so they did not hear it. But the system heard it clearly, and even shuddered all over. A bad premonition slowly emerged in my heart. I can't even complete the mission. Why am I leaving? Suemo rolled his eyes, and said something sarcastic. Do you really think I didn't notice? The limit for completing 100 million reputation is that the number of humans must be at least 10 million. But where does this world have 10 million people? Can you change for me? It was made clear before that you can only get a maximum of 10 points of reputation from one person. Even if everyone gets 10 points, you still need at least 10 million people. Even if some tasks can increase reputation, and fans can also promote the store, it is still a drop in the bucket. After all, a task only has a few hundred points of reputation, and the number of tasks is also limited. The population of this world is only about 8 or 9 million at most. No matter what task she does, it is impossible to make up for the 10 million reputation gap. In other words, under normal circumstances, this task is 100% impossible to complete. This is just as outrageous as asking someone to take out 2 apples from a bag with only 1 apple. The system almost couldn't catch its breath. It didn't expect the host to actually find this out. It thought, forget it. There's nothing to think about. If the host didn't find it, it would find it abnormal. Unless you tell me now how to make up for the remaining reputation. Otherwise don't talk. Suemo didn't believe that this was an accident and that the system didn't find this bug. It was intentional. Sure enough, after hearing Suemo say this, the system went silent. It didn't even dare to explain. Suemo was not in a hurry at all. As if the person who was cheated by the system was not her at all. She couldn't leave this world. And she wasn't the one who couldn't complete the task. She is still buying goods, opening, closing, and slacking off every day. The system, apart from reporting the income every day, has always been shrinking and dared not speak. 3 days passed slowly. Suemo's reputation has successfully risen to 500,000. And the system has to notify the upgrade. Congratulations, host. The reputation of the grocery store has reached 500,000. The store can spend 50,000 points to upgrade to level 4. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Chapter 122. Choose 2 from 3. If Suemo remembers correctly, after the upgrade of this level 4 grocery store, it should speed up the process of ending the apocalypse in this world. This is because the things in the level 4 grocery store are no longer simple things that are useful to a single person. They are things that can benefit the entire human race. This is also the reason why Suemo said before the end of the apocalypse, I hope the grocery store will still be there. The system probably expects her to help this world in the apocalypse by selling things. Since that's the case, it will naturally not let her go so easily. And the tasks after the upgrade also verified her guess. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 4. Reward: 2 level 4 commodity exchange coupons. Level 4 mall is now open. Please select at least 2 tasks from the following 3 tasks and complete them. 1. Assist humans in cleaning up land pollution. When the current arable area purification reaches 10%, 30%, 50% respectively, you can get a phase reward task essential. Pollution Cleaning Agent 0/10 0/30 0/50 phase reward. Reputation plus 100. 0,000 a total of 3 times 2. Assist humans in completing agricultural self-sufficiency in the early stage. The task completion conditions depend on the actual data situation task recommended goods. Growth Agent task reward. Reputation plus 200. 0,003. Within a week, accumulate sales of 500 level 4 commodities 0/500 task reward. Reputation plus 200. Looking at the long string of 0 in the first 2 task rewards, Suemo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This last task obviously doesn't match the style of the first 2 tasks, or rather, the first 2 tasks obviously don't match the style of the previous tasks. Coupled with the choose 2 out of 3 prompt this time, the meaning the system wants to express is almost exposed on the surface. Why don't you tell me to choose all 3 tasks? What if I give up one of the first 2 tasks? System, I believe the host is not such a person. The system is a little panicked. It mainly saw that the host had accepted all the tasks before, so it subconsciously thought that this time would be the same. But after Suemo said this, it really panicked. The reputation data of this world is calculated. If you really don't accept one of the first 2 tasks, you might not really be able to leave this world. Fortunately, Suemo didn't really plan to give up the task. As usual, he accepted all the tasks. Then he started to check the newly unlocked goods as usual. The first thing to focus on is definitely the pollution cleaner and growth agent mentioned in the task. Pollution cleaner purchase price, 50 points/stick. Selling price, 200 points/stick. Introduction: mix 1 bottle of pollution cleaner with 10 liters of water and pour it into the land, which can effectively remove the polluting elements in the land, making the land return to a plantable state. Growth agent purchase price, 30 points/stick. Selling price, 100 points/stick. Introduction: mix 1 bottle of growth agent with 1 liter of water and water the plants, which can speed up the growth of the plants, but it will slightly affect the yield of the plants. Because the land has been polluted by unknown polluting elements, the current land cannot grow any edible plants. To be precise, you can plant them, but you can't eat them. Plants grown in polluted land also carry polluting elements. Humans currently have no effective way to clean up polluting elements. Eating them will lead to death. Relying solely on hydroponics or soilless cultivation technology, the yield is still too low. Now with these 2 things, this problem can be solved very well. It is worth mentioning that Suemo found that although this system is a bit tricky, it is not too tricky. The first task of purifying the land has the 8 words current boundary and planting area. These 4 words limit the type and scope of the land. If there are no these 4 words, let alone the 30% and 50% behind, humans will never be able to complete the purification of 10% of the land in the world in a short period of time. By then, even if the end of the world is over, it is estimated that this task cannot be completed. In addition to these 2 things, the advanced crystal core dissolving agent and resistance agent are also unlocked. The resistance agent and the cleaning fluid have similar functions. They are both used to clean up the zombie virus. The only difference is that one is an external medicine and the other is an internal medicine. Resistant purchase price, 20 points/piece. Selling price, 50 points/piece. Introduction. After taking it, it can completely resist the zombie virus that enters the body from the outside within 1 hour, but cannot eliminate the zombie virus that exists in the body itself. Take it up to 3 times within 24 hours, otherwise you will bear the consequences. In terms of time and convenience, resistant is more convenient than cleaning solution. However, the resistant can only resist the zombie virus that is about to enter the human body from the outside, but cannot eliminate the zombie virus in the body itself. In simple terms, if you have been caught by zombies, even if you take the resistance agent only 1 second later, it will be useless. In this case, you can only use cleaning fluid to deal with it. In addition, the number of times is limited, so the resistance agent cannot completely replace the cleaning fluid and protective clothing. Anyway, even with these restrictions, the resistance agent is still a very good product. It is also a product that humans need. In addition to these 4 things, Suemo also saw some other newly unlocked things. After selecting, she also exchanged solar cells, water purifiers, and other things that can improve human life. Although a 4th level exchange voucher now costs 8,100 points. Suemo is not short of points at all, so she is also generous when buying things. As long as she thinks she may use it, she will exchange it all. After shopping, the balance in her points account has not moved even a fraction. In addition to unlocking new products, the 4th level grocery store also unlocked the 2nd floor space of the grocery store. Just like the previous world, their bedroom was also moved to the 3rd floor. Suemo thought about it and decided to put food in one area, energy drinks, sensory candies, and various medicines in another area. In this way, the 1st floor was almost full. The remaining oil, solar panels, water purifiers, protective clothing, and medicines were all moved to the 2nd floor. In this way, the entire grocery store looked brand new. The space arrangement was more reasonable, and it was comfortable for others to walk in. It was another new day, and everyone came to the Hope grocery store according to normal habits. In their opinion, this place has almost become a place they must check in every day. Even if they don't come to buy things, they will come to take a look, to see if there are any new and interesting things. So when they saw the small blackboard outside again today, they knew that there must be new good things. However, the first thing everyone discovered after entering the store was that the grocery store had a 2nd floor. Chapter 123 Rice and Wheat Fields. Many people went directly to the 2nd floor, but ignored the pollution cleaner, growth agent, resistance agent on the 1st floor. The things on the 2nd floor are mostly large machines. These can only be used by the base. Ordinary people can't use them, so they went downstairs directly after seeing them. After going downstairs, they found a group of people gathered together. They are all old customers, and they are very familiar with this scene. This is the scene of watching new products. And the new products must be very good, otherwise there won't be so many people watching. Pollution cleaning agent? Is that what I understood? You can't read it yourself. It's clearly written here that it's for cleaning land pollution. We have to notify the people at the base to come and buy it. Growth agent looks pretty good, but I don't know how much it will speed up, and how much the output will decrease. But based on my understanding of Hope Grocery Store, it's definitely a good deal. Isn't it? Are these 2 things the only things you focus on? This resistance agent is not worth your extra attention. With this thing, I dare to fight zombies directly. Brother, there's no need. No need. No need, calm down. Although it can resist the zombie virus, this thing is more than just painful, and it's still painful to be tickled. Because there was another wave of zombies yesterday, all the major bases are arranging people to clean up the battlefield today, so they didn't send anyone to buy things. Everyone is busy. But now everyone is well informed. Although mobile phones are temporarily unusable, and walkie-talkies don't have such a long range. But they have superpowers. After seeing these things, some speed-type superpowers bought the things quickly, or asked others to buy things for them, and then rushed back to the base. So after a while, the heads of the 3 major bases also knew about this matter one after another. They even forgot to report it, and drove directly to the grocery store with people. The funny thing is that, although they came, they forgot to bring money. In the end, there was no choice. They had to ask someone to go back again, and they went into the store to find what they needed. The person from Guangming base was Xiao Chao. As a person next to the deputy leader Zhang Sun, he knew that he was not free today, so he brought people here alone. As a result, when he stepped into the store, he saw people from the other 2 bases were already in front of the shelves, with a lot of medicines in their arms. Xiao Chao twitched his lips, and did not dare to delay, and hurriedly called his space ability users to follow him. Deputy Chief Ma Qinwen. The 2 people Xiao Chao saw at this time were Qinwen from the North-South base, and Ma Yi from the Pingan base. Ma Yi nodded without saying anything. After seeing Xiao Chao coming over, he stretched out his hand, and took a few more bottles of pollution cleaners, and put them in his bag. Qinwen was very considerate, and came to talk to him. Xiao Chao regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have greeted him. Did Qinwen pretend that he didn't see him? He was chatting with him here. And on the other hand, he asked people to buy things quickly. Isn't it because he was afraid that he would come to rob? So he deliberately delayed him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chao decisively rejected Qinwen's request to continue chatting with him. You 2 continue. I'll leave first. It happened that Ma Yi had finished shopping at this time, and he turned around and left decisively, without any intention of staying to greet them. He was still thinking about taking the pollution cleaning liquid back to the old men for research, and didn't want to waste time here. It didn't matter if he couldn't research it. He could just add water to clean up the pollution on the land. In this way, they can grow their own food in the future. Qinwen saw that his people had already bought the pollution cleaning agent, so he also said hello to Xiao Chao, and then left. Without the 2 of them, Xiao Chao could finally start shopping. When he saw the shelf, he found that there was less than 1/3 of the medicine left. Xiao Chao. The people in the store had seen the heads of the 3 bases coming to the grocery store to buy pollution cleaning agents one after another. Apart from anything else, they have now begun to imagine the beautiful scene of rice and wheat fields that they can see in the future. When that time comes, humans will no longer have to worry about having no food. It was a cold day outside, but everyone felt very warm inside. They seemed to be immersed in the warm summer sun. On the other side, after the 3 responsible persons hurried back to the base, the old professors, who heard the news, also rushed over. They looked at the bottles of medicine. Their eyes were green. Professor Chen. That's enough. Don't talk. Give it to me. Xiao Chao pulled the corner of his mouth and resigned himself to handing the box in his hand to the old professor. When he was halfway through, he suddenly remembered that the weight of this box was not light. The old man is already 80 years old. It would be bad if he hurts his back. He was about to retract his hand, but Professor Chen was faster than him. He picked up the box and turned around. At this speed, people who didn't know would think he was here to rob. Seeing the old man holding the box and walking briskly, Xiao Chao hurriedly followed him. When they arrived at the laboratory, a group of gray-haired old people put down their work at the same time and looked at him. Come on. Give me a bottle. Hurry up. And ask the assistant to collect all the soil. Facing such a group of big men, even if they are all ordinary people, Xiao Chao is a superpower. He always feels an inexplicable majesty. If you want to describe it, these people are a bit like the dean of the school in school. The shadow of childhood is still there. This one can be mixed with 10 liters of water. Professor, please don't use it directly. Xiao Chao reminded while looking around to see if there was anyone who needed his help. According to the instructions, 10 liters of water were added, and then poured on the contaminated soil prepared in advance. The petri dish containing the soil was placed in the testing instrument. The familiar red light turned on, which was a sign of too many polluting elements. 10 seconds later, they could see with their naked eyes that the red light gradually dimmed, and finally turned into orange-yellow and light yellow. There was silence in the laboratory. At this time, everyone not only held their breath, but also seemed to be wrong to breathe. Under the guidance of the professor, the assistant began to use the equipment to record the process, time, and the number of polluting elements. In the past, a short minute seemed so long now. It turned white. White. As the red light went out, the white light turned on, which proved that the polluting elements in the test sample had completely disappeared. Chapter 124 Harvest. Not only that, this also proves that the soil can be used as planting soil. How is it? Xiao Chao couldn't understand these messy instruments, but he could also know the results of the test from the emotions of these old people. It can be used. Take it to plant the first batch of potatoes in the experimental field first. Don't take it all. Leave a few for us. Xiao Chao nodded quickly. For these national treasure level figures, let alone leaving a few, this box can be given to them all. Anyway, he bought a lot, and packed 3 boxes in total. By the way, there is also this, a growth agent, which is said to speed up plant growth, but it will reduce yield. Xiao Chao took out the growth agent, and saw the eyes of several professors complaining about his ignorance. Xiao Chao, why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Leave us a few. I just cultivated a high-yield strawberry seedling a few days ago. You can try my hybrid tomatoes. After a period of chaos, the distribution of growth agents and pollution cleaning agents was finally completed. Xiao Chao took various agents to recruit people to work, and asked someone to report this matter to the higher-ups. Brother Zhang and the leader didn't know about this yet. The same scene also appeared in the other 2 large bases. During this period, the bases were quite lively. First, the base issued an announcement, and needed to hire a large number of people. Originally, this kind of work was something that all ordinary people rushed to do, because the salary was high, and it also provided 3 meals. But with the existence of resistance agents, ordinary people can also kill zombies, and the salary for this kind of work in the base is not good enough. 2 days after the announcement, only a few people signed up. The base officials had no choice but to increase the salary and explain the work content, mixing pollution cleaning fluid, watering the polluted land, turning the soil and planting. In short, it is farming. This finally mobilized everyone's enthusiasm. Many people said, why didn't you say it was farming earlier? Although they were reluctant to do such low-paid jobs. As long as they knew that the work content could make a contribution to the future of mankind, there would be many people willing to sign up. Anyway, in the end, people got together. Hundreds of people added watered, and turned the soil. They were busy and happy, with bright smiles on their faces, as if they were not working, but picking up money. They watched the black land slowly turn into fertile soil for planting, then turned the soil and sowed seeds. Finally, they poured water that was said to be mixed with growth agents. This experimental field is half of the work. The next half is to take good care of this land every day. This is not just a piece of land planted with potatoes, it also represents the hope of mankind. No one really thinks that they can rely on Hope Grocery Store for a lifetime. This idea will only make them eat up all the land and become daughter. That's too naive. They can only rely on themselves. The first day of sowing. Because the experimental field is not blocked, everyone will come to see this land every once in a while. When they came, they were full of expectations, but in the end, there was no green land in sight, and they could only leave with disappointment. In just one day, the floor at the entrance of the experimental field was almost stepped into a pit. However, everyone was very restrained, and they knew that this area was now an important protected area. They only dared to stand at a distance and watch, and they dared not get close, for fear that there would be some dirty germs on their bodies that would affect the normal growth of potatoes. After a day, there was no change in the experimental field. Although this is normal, everyone still felt a little regretful. Even when they went back to sleep at night, some people couldn't help dreaming about harvesting potatoes, or even talking about potatoes in their dreams. It can be said that their hearts and eyes were full of potatoes. The second day of sowing, the experimental field once again became a tourist attraction, but unfortunately, at first glance, there was only soil everywhere. Only people with good eyesight seemed to see a little bit of green from a distance. Look! Look! Are there sprouts there? No way. You must be hallucinating. Don't comfort yourself. It hasn't sprouted yet. Why would I lie to you? It really has. I told you to protect your eyesight. Now it's better. You can't even see green. When the people around heard someone say that they saw green, they were immediately alert. They looked in the direction the man pointed but saw nothing. But a small number of people did see a little bit of green. If one person saw it, it might be an illusion. If 2 people saw it, it might be an illusion. If 3 or 4 people, or even more people saw it, it might be true. The professors who received the news entered the greenhouse, wearing disinfected clothes. They didn't dare to turn the land randomly. They could only lower their heads and check the land carefully. You're right. One potato has sprouted. Because they were anxious. They even skipped the step of germinating the potatoes. Normally, it takes a week to germinate potatoes. But they didn't germinate them. But they made one potato sprout in just one day. This was not the potato's fault, but the growth agent's credit. After confirming that the potatoes had indeed sprouted, and that the growth agent was indeed useful, they were ecstatic. In the next few days, they began to treat this batch of seeds of hope more seriously. On the third day of sowing, everyone could see a green area level with the ground, just like a handful of mung beans sprinkled on the soil. In the next few days, there was no movement in the experimental field. Until the seventh day, when everyone in the base woke up. They went out and saw a large number of people gathered in front of the experimental field. I saw a lush green inside. The potato seedlings had completely broken through the soil and had grown a few green leaves. The green brought fresh colors to the gray end of the world. On the 10th day of sowing, the potato seedlings grew taller, and the leaves grew bigger and more. From now on, every day there will be a special manager to record the growth of potatoes, the amount and proportion of growth agents used. In the next few days, it can be said that every day is different. No matter how unhappy you are, as long as you see the screen, everyone's mood will be better. Until the 20th day of sowing, the whole base is spreading an exciting good news. Potatoes harvested. Chapter 125. The end of Plane 2. Now, anyone walking in the base, whether they know each other or not, will come over to join in the conversation when talking about potatoes. More people who have free time will stop doing other things and stand in front of the experimental field to watch the people inside harvest potatoes. One by one, round and fist-sized potatoes are pulled out of the soil. Although there is still mud on them, no one dislikes them at all, and even wants to kiss them directly on their lips. No matter who leaves the Guoming base now, as long as they meet people from the other two bases, they will not be able to help showing off a few words. But the Pingan base and the North-South base are not to be outdone. They actually arranged the experimental fields early. It's just that they chose to plant sweet potatoes and corn. The growth cycle of these two crops will be longer than that of potatoes. Nevertheless, now as long as you enter the Pingan base or the North-South base, you can also see a green field. On the 25th day of the sale of the growth agent, the North-South base successfully planted corn. Corn cobs as thick as an adult man's arm were hung on the corn stalks. From a distance, they looked golden. Now it was the turn of the people from the North and South bases to go out. And they all held their heads high. For days later, the sweet potatoes at the Pingan base had grown completely. You couldn't see anything on the surface, but as long as you pulled them, several large sweet potatoes emerged from the soil, with long sweet potato roots attached to them. Although sweet potatoes were the last to grow, the leaves were actually edible, and the leaves were not affected by the growth agent, so they were more productive than potatoes. After the first batch of food was grown, it was enough to prove that both the pollution cleaning agent and the growth agent were very effective. The three major bases hit it off and decided to cooperate to reclaim more land. For a time, everyone was involved in the work of farming. Many small bases also came to ask for cooperation. As long as they were sincere, they would not refuse anyone. As the area of polluted land shrank, Sumo's first task was completed in the 5th week after the upgrade. The first stage of 1 million reputation was successfully credited. Moreover, the progress of the task was also gradually increasing at a moderate speed. Because everyone went to farm, there were not many people coming to the grocery store. The income in the past few days has remained at a level of just over 200,000, and has not continued to rise. There was a trend of breaking through 300,000 several times before, but it did not succeed. Now there are fewer customers, and the turnover is even lower. However, Suimo is not worried, and is not in a hurry. Anyway, what she lacks now is not points, but reputation. Before her reputation reaches the standard, it will be useless for her to earn more points. The three major bases are very efficient. Although they don't have agricultural machines to use now, they have superpowers now. Power superpowers are very energetic. Speed superpowers move things very quickly. And earth superpowers are even better. Farming is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables for them. With their efforts, a large area of planting land has been reclaimed around all the bases. Not only that, they also specially built a fruit forest, which is full of various fruits and is guarded 24 hours a day. Even though everyone was working, They all had happy smiles on their faces. Today is the 365th day of the apocalypse. And a year has passed. It is also the Chinese New Year. There are no fireworks. But everyone is still very happy and lively. The leaders of the 3 bases have come to invite Su Mo to attend the feast of their bases. But she refused. On the contrary, Tang Yin and Tang He seemed to want to join in the fun. So Su Mo asked them to go with Xiao Yun. Sister Su, aren't you going? Tang Yin originally thought that she was going to go with them, but she didn't expect that she walked to the door and didn't see Su Mo move. Su Mo sat in the rocking chair. You guys just go and play. She was not used to that kind of lively scene, and she was too lazy to leave the store. Tang Yin and Tang He looked at each other, and then both of them walked in from the outside. Xiao Yun frowned in distress, and then followed them in. Since Sister Su is not going, then my brother and I will stay with you. In Tang Yin's opinion, Fairy's sister must not be able to leave the shop for some reason. So she didn't go. If the 2 of them left, she would be the only one left in the shop. Alone, cold and lonely. Su Mo chuckled, and felt a little warm in her heart. But since she said she would not go, she would not go. Tang Yin and Tang He finally left with Xiao Yun. After Su Mo saw them leave, she was idle anyway. So she prepared to go to the previous world to play. Unexpectedly, before she had time to leave, the system popped up. Congratulations to the host. The reputation of the grocery store has reached 5 million. The store can spend 500,000 points to upgrade to level 5. Do you want to upgrade? Su Mo was stunned, and she was a little dazed. After she recovered, she immediately opened the task list. As expected, Task 2 had been completed. The 2 million reputation given by Task 2 directly pushed the store to level 5. Upgrade. As the voice fell, Su Mo knew that she would be able to leave this world soon. Confirm the upgrade to level 5 grocery store. 500,000 points have been deducted. The upgrade speed this time was much faster than before. Almost only agreed a second ago, and the upgrade was notified the next second. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 5, rewarding a level 5 product exchange voucher *1, and the level 5 mall is now open. Host, please complete the following tasks. 1. Assist humans in completing the vaccination of the zombie virus vaccine progress. 0% task reward. Reputation plus 9999999. There is only one level 5 task. There is also only one item unlocked in the level 5 mall, that is the zombie virus vaccine. Zombie virus vaccine purchase price, none. Selling price, customized. Introduction. After vaccination, the human body will immediately produce antibodies to the zombie virus, which can completely resist the zombie virus. Su Mo sighed, and then set a price at random. Then she took all the cleaning fluids and resistance agents off the shelves. All the remaining positions were filled with zombie virus vaccines. The first day of the new world is the last day of the apocalypse. From the beginning to the end of the apocalypse, it took a long time of 673 days. At this stage, all mankind has been fully vaccinated with the zombie virus vaccine. Although zombies have not been completely eliminated with vaccines, what is there to fear about zombies? What makes them feel scared and lost is that the Hope grocery store, which accompanied them through more than 500 dark days and brought them hope, disappeared. The mysterious boss, Su, also disappeared with it. Although she left a lot of supplies, enough for them to use forever, and enough for them to rebuild a new world. But everyone still misses the atmosphere of buying things in the grocery store before. Speaking of Su Mo's departure, the saddest ones are Tang He and Tang Yin. Although Su Mo told them before leaving, they still feel very reluctant. For the 2 of them, the days of more than a year are as beautiful as an ordinary dream. But suddenly one day, the dream woke up. Even Tang Yin, more than 10 years later, never changed her mind. In her eyes, her sister Su has always been a fairy who can do magic. Chapter 126 Holographic. Welcome to the new world. Mission details: time and space. Holographic game plane. Goal. Store reputation reaches 100 million unfinished. 100 million gold coins unfinished initial resources. Grocery store *1. Commodity exchange voucher *3. Gold coins *100 holographic game plane. So she is in a game now. Su Mo looked down at herself, and then opened the window, looking outside. Every scene and object suddenly seemed real. If the mission hadn't stated that this was a holographic game plane, she really wouldn't have been able to find out that this was actually a game world for a while. Tongzi, Was this game created by humans? If it was created by humans, then if they just enter the game world, wouldn't they really be treated as a game bug or game virus and be cleared away? Moreover, if you open a store in the game, then your identity must be that of an NPC, not a player. Because NPCs don't need to explain the source of items. And they are not likely to cause trouble. However, NPCs are not free. Because they are controlled by the game master. Although Suemo thinks that the system should not be so tricky, she still asks first to be on the safe side. This game is not created by humans. But the players are all humans. So the things the host thinks of will not happen, in other words. Whether it is cleared as a virus or bug, or controlled by the game, these situations will not occur. The operating rights of the store are the same as the previous two planes, and are completely controlled by the host. That's good. Suemo nodded, expressing satisfaction. She was just about to go out to see what the game world looked like. But when she pushed the door, she found that it couldn't be opened at all. The system smiled awkwardly. Ahem. Host, please don't misunderstand. This is just because the game hasn't been launched yet. After the server is launched. Except for the time when the server is shut down for maintenance. The rest of the time is free. Suemo responded expressionlessly. Although she hadn't played many games before, she also knew what the two words launch and shut down for maintenance meant. The game hasn't been launched yet. So it's understandable that she can't go out. So when is the server? The system quickly flipped through the manual and read out the words on it. This game will be launched at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Players can create characters at that time and enter the game. Yuan. Don't shout. Don't shout. You're calling your soul. What's wrong? Yuan twitched her mouth speechlessly. And her calm expression obviously showed that she was used to her friend's chatterbox look. Manqing smiled mysteriously, and then took out two helmets from behind. Ding ding, look what this is. In fact, these two helmets were not small. When she hid behind her, Yuan had already seen them. It was just that they were mostly blocked by her body, so she didn't see clearly what they were. Now, when the helmets appeared in front of her, Yuan's eyes lit up directly. New World game helmets? How did you get them? She explained, with a tone full of shock. As for the game New World, it can be said that everyone knows it now. As the first and only holographic game on the market, its popularity once surpassed many old games. It can be said that as soon as it was released, it became popular all over the world. Even though the game has not been launched yet, it has already accumulated countless fans. A week ago, the official game finally released the news that the first batch of game helmets and game cabins would be sold. Unlike traditional games, the game New World can only be entered through the game helmets and game cabins sold by the official. The number of the first batch of game helmets and game cabins is small, but there are many people who want to play games, which leads to the shortage of game helmets and game cabins. It is already difficult for ordinary people to get a game helmet, not to mention the desire to use a more realistic game cabin. I can only say that I am lucky. I have said before that my family has a rich cousin. Her twins just bought two helmets, but my cousin did not let them play, so she sold the helmet to me. The helmet is actually not very expensive. According to the official price, one is only a few thousand yuan. But because of the shortage of supply and the lack of market, the price of a helmet on the market has long been hyped up to tens of thousands. After all, they were relatives. And my cousin didn't ask Manqing for more money. She just bought two games for her at a 20% discount. They were not poor children, so they would not be stupid enough to sell the helmets. They would keep them for themselves. Your cousin's children are so miserable. Yuan couldn't help but sympathize with the two children, although she was also one of the beneficiaries. Otherwise, they would have nothing to play with. Manqing shrugged indifferently. They are both in their third year of high school, and they are definitely not allowed to play. But my cousin said that as long as they finish the exam, they will be given a game cabin each. Yuan. I feel the disparity in the world. Although the helmet only costs a few thousand yuan, the price of the game cabin has increased by 100 times. Each one costs 300,000, and ordinary people really can't afford it. Fortunately, there is no traffic jam on the road. Let's not talk about this. Put it on quickly. The server will be opened in 10 minutes. Let's go in and create a game character first, otherwise it will be too late. The two of them went back to their beds and lay down, then closed their eyes, and put on the helmet according to the instructions. Welcome to the new world. Yuan was surprised to see the surrounding environment. If she didn't know clearly that this was just a game, she might really think that this was a real world. The reason is simple, because every flower and grass here is exactly the same as the real world. She squatted down, said I'm sorry in a low voice, and then directly pulled up a small white flower on the ground. Looking at the small white flower swaying in her hand, Ruan Yuan opened her mouth, and finally only had one sigh. You can actually pick flowers. That's amazing. After all, it was the first holographic game on the market. So she was not the only player who was curious about the game world. In every novice village, you can see many novice players looking around. It was just like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Everything was new. Ruan Yuan was walking around alone. And soon she came to the commercial street of the novice village. Smelling the fragrance of the street, she couldn't help but buy a string of candied haws to satisfy her craving. It's not that she didn't want to buy anything else. It was just because she had no money. She only had 3 gold coins given by novice players. It looked like a lot. But in fact, she couldn't buy anything. Chapter 127 Holographic. She said you are not rigorous. She was heartbroken to spend 50 silver coins on the candied haws. But when she saw the hawthorns that looked like red lanterns, she was no longer heartbroken. After walking around twice, she stopped at one place. She looked at the shop in front of her that was obviously completely inconsistent with the surrounding style, and she became a little interested. The background of the game New World is mainly ancient. Although there are also modern things, the street vendors and shops are all blue bricks and rubble. Only this grocery store is made of glass tiles, and there is even a street lamp at the door. No matter how you look at it, it feels a little wrong. Ruan Yuan is a girl who has played many games. She saw at a glance that this grocery store is not simple. So she prepared to go in and take a look. The further she walked inside, the more she felt that the style of painting here was strange. Whether it is the furnishings, the materials of the shelves and furniture, or the style of the chandelier above, it is exactly the same as the modern ones. It is indeed the first holographic game. It seems to be very imprecise. She didn't even find such an obvious bug. Ruan Yuan muttered to herself. In a game with an ancient background, there is a modern style store. It is just like traveling through time. There is no sense of immersion at all. Su Emo raised her eyebrows and teased softly, Tongzi, did you hear that? She said you are imprecise? System, I will change it. I will change it tomorrow. Now the store is already open. And it is impossible to change it even if I want to. Su Emo saw that the customer had walked to a shelf. So he walked out slowly from behind the counter. Miss, what do you need? Ruan Yuan was still carefully observing the goods on the shelf. And suddenly heard someone talking, which really scared her. She didn't see anyone when she just entered the store. If she didn't know that this was a game, she would have suspected that this woman was something strange. Ruan Yuan pulled the corner of her mouth, turned her head stiffly, and unexpectedly saw a woman with a pretty face. She was wearing a light green long skirt, which seemed a bit out of place in the whole store. People are creatures who look at faces. After discovering that the person who was talking was actually a beautiful sister, Ruan Yuan was obviously relieved. Then she thought to herself, this is definitely not a player, because the name above the player's head will be displayed in white. And she just saw that the name above the head of this woman was clearly blue, which belongs to NPC. In addition, she came out of the store, so she was more convinced that this woman should be the owner of the store. But then again, this was the first time she had seen such a real NPC. I'll just take a look. Although she knew that the other party was an NPC, and not a real person, Ruan Yuan couldn't help but speak to her in the way she thought and treated people. Moreover, Ruan Yuan didn't know why, but when she faced her, she felt a little nervous. Su Emo nodded and didn't say anything else. Seeing her leave, Ruan Yuan returned to the counter and breathed a sigh of relief. Then her eyes fell on the goods in the store. She didn't expect that this shop looked quite big, and the decoration seemed pretty good. But there were so few products. Primary rejuvenation pill purchase price, 10 silver coin/piece sales price, 50 silver coin/piece description, after use. It can immediately restore 100 health points. And the cooling time is 5 seconds. Primary rejuvenation pill purchase price, 20 silver coin/piece sales price, 1 gold coin/piece description, after use. It can immediately restore 50 mana points. And the cooling time is 10 seconds. Primary weapon purchase price, 50 silver coin/piece sales price, 2 gold coin/piece description, an ordinary weapon. The attack power is not very strong, but it is better than fists and sticks. So expensive. Wang Yuan took a breath, thinking of the fact that she only had 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins left. She felt like she couldn't buy anything. Just as she was hesitating whether to buy something or go out to do tasks and kill monsters to level up. A message came. Private chat Manqing, Yuan. Where are you? I just found a team. Let's go out and fight monsters and level up together. Playing games alone is quite boring, so Wang Yuan decisively agreed. Private chat Wang Yuan. Okay, send me the location, I'll be there right away. After sending the message, Wang Yuan made up her mind. She bought a weapon and a primary rejuvenation pill. After all, she was going to fight monsters later. Without a weapon, you couldn't really fight one with your bare hands, right? Wang Yuan admitted that she couldn't do that. As for the primary rejuvenation pill, although she didn't think she would use it, but there were 50 silver coins left anyway, it was better to use it directly. The most important thing is, she saw that there were only 5 items of each kind on the shelf. And she couldn't help but start to wonder if it was limited edition. You know, in most cases, limited edition items are good things. She always had the illusion that if you don't buy it now, you may not be able to buy it later. Miss? Boss Sue? Wang Yuan took the things she needed and prepared to pay. And she called out Miss casually, when she found that it seemed a bit inappropriate, and was about to change the name. She happened to see that the NPC name that was originally displayed as became grocery store owner Boss Sue. Su Mo didn't know the change in the name displayed above his head. But after hearing her calling him, he habitually raised his head. Wang Yuan raised a bottle of medicine and a weapon box in her hand to show her. Su Mo looked at her and said, "Are you going to buy something? Just put the money here." She put the money into the box as Su Mo said, because she didn't want to keep Manqing waiting for a long time. She paid and left. When she left, Wang Yuan did not forget to open the weapon box in her hand, ready to see what weapons were inside. System, please choose a weapon you like from the following. After choosing, the weapon box disappears. Wang Yuan thought the weapons in here were fixed, but she didn't expect that she could choose it herself. This is simply a pleasant surprise. As she walked, she was dazzled by the various weapons below. What kind of whip? Knife, sword, gun, bow, axe, dagger, spear, stick. It can be said that there is everything, but it's useless to have more. Anyway, she can't play it. So after thinking about it, she gave up the long whip fan that looked very handsome and chose a sword. It can be said to be the most common, normal, and most convenient weapon for her to use. After she chose the weapon box in her hand was replaced by a long sword. At this time, Wang Yuan did not notice the surprised eyes of the people around her. Chapter 128 Holographic, No Money. You're finally here. Hurry up. Hurry up, we're here. Manqing waved at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan ran over with her sword in her arms, whispering as she ran, I don't want to be so late, this place is too remote. How did you find such a strange place? She had seen other people fight monsters on the outskirts of the forest, on the grassland, by the river. How come when it came to Manqing, it was in the bushes behind the wooden bridge on the left side of the back mountain? Luckily, she is not a road idiot, and the game also has a map, otherwise she would never have found this place. Manqing, it's because there are too many people at the monster spawning point outside, we can't grab them at all. This is a god-level leveling point that we finally found with no one, low monster level, and fast refresh speed. Wang Yuan recalled, it seems to be true. Rather than saying that the people outside are leveling up by spawning monsters, it's better to say that they are robbing monsters to level up. There were only 3 or 5 monsters at a refresh point, but it was surrounded by more than a dozen players. There was not enough to share even if I cut it into pieces. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me introduce them. Manqing pulled Wang Yuan into the bushes. Here, she saw 3 people. Among the 3 people, there was a pair of siblings named Qin Tian and Qin Yun, and the other man was Qi Jun. According to Manqing, Qi Jun was her cousin, and Qin Tian was his friend. In this way, the 5 people knew each other. After a brief acquaintance, the 5 people formed a team and started to fight monsters. Because of the wide space, others did not notice that Wang Yuan was holding a long sword in her hand. When the fight really started, they looked over in surprise. Wang Yuan did not notice it at first, and she was busy using the long sword. This was in the game after all. Even if someone was not good at using weapons, the game would make some corrections. So Ruan Yuan found that she quickly became proficient in using the long sword. 10-5-8 After 3 sword strikes, a level 1 long-eared rabbit fell to the ground. Ruan Yuan turned around in surprise, and wanted to show off to Man Qing. As soon as she turned around, she found that the other 4 people were looking at her in surprise. What happened? Ruan Yuan was startled, and the long sword in her hand almost fell to the ground. After all, the other 3 people were not familiar with her, so they could not ask directly if they had any questions, but just looked at the weapon in her hand with hesitation. Man Qing was more direct. She ran over directly, and looked left and right at the long sword in Ruan Yuan's hand. Yuan, tell me, did you recharge? Is this weapon a gift for recharging? Ruan Yuan looked confused. But now she knew that the reason they were so surprised was because of the long sword in her hand. I bought this long sword. Don't you have a grocery store in your novice village? After saying this, Ruan Yuan saw 4 people shaking their heads at the same time. Now it was her turn to be confused. This couldn't be an illusion. Right, finally Qi Jun, who knew more about the game, came out to explain. To be precise, there is actually a grocery store in our novice village, but the grocery store doesn't sell weapons, only sundries. Weapons have to be purchased at the blacksmith shop. But the price is very expensive. A rusty long sword is sold for 5 gold coins. This is no different from robbery. He has also seen a long sword like the one in Ruan Yuan's hand. Although it is the most common weapon, it is not rusty and has good quality. So the price doubles to 10 gold coins. Each player only has a 3 gold subsidy when they are born, so they can't afford it at the beginning of the game. 10 gold coins are too expensive. You know, she originally thought that the weapon box was expensive because it cost 2 gold coins. But she didn't expect to find that it was a bargain after comparison. Her words were unanimously agreed by everyone. The explosion rate of money in this game is extremely low, and 10 gold coins are indeed a sky-high price. But they have no choice. If they don't buy weapons from the blacksmith shop, they can only use the wooden sticks given by novices as weapons. Compared with the long sword and the wooden stick, which one is more powerful? It is obvious at a glance. Let's level up first. Because she was my cousin's friend, Qi Jun was too embarrassed to ask her directly. Where did you buy it? If she didn't want to tell him, it would be awkward. Besides, the purpose of their trip was to level up. It would be inappropriate to waste time. The game helmet has a daily time limit. The 5 of them teamed up to kill monsters here for an afternoon. When everyone finally logged off, they had leveled up 4 levels, which could be said to be the highest level among the players at the same stage. You know, those players who leveled up in places like the grassland are still struggling at level 1 and level 2. In this afternoon, the 2 boys who killed the most monsters were undoubtedly the 2 veterans of the game. The 3rd place was naturally Ruan Yuan. Because of her better weapon, she killed monsters very quickly. Especially after the upgrade, she could kill a rabbit at level 1 with 1 blow. If she was not bad at killing monsters, she would probably be the first. After the leveling was over, the game helmet was almost ready, so they said goodbye to each other and logged off. After logging off, Qi Jun quickly picked up his phone to contact his cousin, hoping to ask her where her friend bought the weapon. If she was willing to tell him, he could also provide some help or reward. Although Man Qing didn't know why her cousin, who always looked gentle and elegant, was so surprised about a weapon. But after seeing that there was a reward, whether for her cousin or for her friend's benefit, she decided to ask Ruan Yuan. Since Ruan Yuan left, there has been no second customer in Sumo's shop. Sumo didn't know why at first, but after learning about this game, he understood it. This game has just been launched, and most players are thinking about killing monsters and completing tasks to upgrade, and have no time to go shopping. Of course, the most important reason is that the players don't have money. In addition to the 3 gold coins given at the beginning, the only way to get money is to kill monsters, do tasks, and trade. But the monsters drop little, and the tasks are not easy because the AI of the NPCs in this game is extremely high. As for trading, everyone has no money. How else can they trade? When everyone has no money, naturally, they will not choose to spend time to buy things in the store. Tongzi, doesn't this game have a Krypton Gold recharge system? If the Krypton Gold system is opened, according to the popularity of this game, the local tyrants will recharge money in minutes. Chapter 129 Holographic, no closeness, no discount. The system shook its head subconsciously, but then remembered that the host couldn't see it, so it answered obediently. It's not open yet, because the purpose of this game is not to make money, so it won't be open in a short time. Suimo. What do you mean it won't be open in a short time? If the Krypton Gold system is not turned on, according to the speed at which the players of this game make money, then I have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to complete the task. The system only looked at Sumo's expression and guessed what she was thinking. Host. Don't be discouraged. You have to think about it. If the players have no money, it affects their gaming experience. They will definitely find ways to make money themselves. Suimo, what should I do if I suddenly feel that what Tomzi said makes sense? In fact, the main reason is that since she is here, what else can she do? Just make do and have fun. What surprised Suimo was that she originally thought that she would have to wait a few more days before there were customers, but on the second day of the opening, someone had already come to the store. She still remembered one of them, who was a girl who came to her shop to buy things yesterday. If I guessed correctly, these people should have been introduced by her. Ruan Yuan looked at the shop that had changed a lot from when she left yesterday, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect that this game would fix bugs so quickly. Yesterday, it was still decorated in a modern style, but today it has completely blended into this background. However, the things on the shelves are exactly the same as before she left. No matter the quantity, type, or the placement, they haven't changed. She thought that if the weapons in this shop were really so good and cheap, they would have been bought by others long ago, but she never thought that no one except herself had come to buy things. It's this shop, but it seems that we are lucky. No one has found this place. Chi Jun glanced at the shop, and his eyes finally fell on the weapon box. Qin Tian, who was following him, couldn't help but pick up the weapon box and looked around. Weapon box introduction. After using it, you can choose the weapon you need from 48 kinds of weapons. After the selection is completed, the weapon box disappears. The quality of the weapon opened is white, which is the most suitable weapon for novices. Chi Jun, do you have any money on you? I may not have enough. Qin Tian was reluctant to put the weapon box back, so he could only turn around and talk to Chi Jun. Chi Jun looked at his funds, and then nodded. Buy them all, and give them a few when the time comes, so we can try to fight elite monsters. Suimo didn't say a word the whole time, drinking milk tea, leaning on the cabinet, watching them discuss. When they finished discussing, the 4 ordinary weapon boxes were all sold, and a total of 8 gold coins were exchanged. In fact, Suimo also wanted them to pay attention to the rejuvenation pills and magic pills next to them. But she thought about it again. It was good enough for the current players to take out 8 gold coins. They probably didn't have money to buy other things now. So she gave up. We have weapons. But unfortunately, we don't have enough blood recovery potions. I don't know what this crappy game is thinking. The novice village doesn't even sell the most basic medicine. Blood recovery potion? Isn't this the rejuvenation pill? Ruan Yuan pulled the corner of her mouth, a little embarrassed. She didn't know if they would think she was mocking her if she said that the pills on the shelf on their left were items that could restore blood. But Man Qing didn't have so many concerns. She directly pulled her Chi Jun's sleeve, and then pointed to the shelf next to her. Aren't you too focused? Your eyes were full of weapons, and you didn't even see the obvious blood recovering potion. Man Qing couldn't help but complain. Chi Jun and Qin Tian turned their heads in tacit understanding, and as expected, saw a row of neatly arranged bottles. Chi Jun, Qin Tian. Actually, from the angle just after entering the door, because the shelves would block the view, it was normal not to see them. But after walking in, these medicine bottles were still very obvious. After all, the other shelves were empty, only here were their things, so it was obvious. It's just that they were all attracted by the weapon box, so they naturally ignored this point. But Sumo's guess was right. They had already spent 8 gold coins, and they didn't have much extra, so even if they saw it, it would be useless, because they couldn't afford it at all. It was at this moment, these people finally saw her. Is this the owner of this shop? This should be an NPC. It's really good looking. How did this game make it so realistic? Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Although the other 3 people didn't respond. They obviously agreed. I heard that the AI of the NPC in this game is quite high. You said we should talk to her and bargain for a price. Right? Perhaps they knew that Suimo was just an NPC. So they didn't have any concerns and started to communicate directly in front of Suimo. There was no hidden thoughts or thoughts. Suimo, who heard everything. There is a problem. A big problem. I refused to bargain. In the end, they decided to talk to Suimo and see if they could get the NPC's favor. Isn't it said that if the NPC's favorability is high, there will be many conveniences? What if they give discounts at that time? Besides, this is just a game. And it's not shameful to fail in bargaining. Thinking of this, Qin Tian volunteered to come over. Hello, Boss Su. But anyway, it's always right to say hello first. Qin Tian looked at Su Mo confidently, and had already started to think about how to communicate with the NPC in front of him. However, Su Mo's words directly broke all his fantasies and thoughts. Su Mo, no closeness. No discount. Qin Tian. Qi Jun. Manqing. 1 yuan. Manqing, this. The NPCs in this game are so unique. Intelligent? They can even tell jokes? 1 yuan. Everyone was speechless. And Qin Tian was even more stunned, not knowing what to say. In his opinion, something easy and simple actually failed like this? Su Mo calmly drank a sip of milk tea. Forget it. Forget it. Maybe this is how the game is set up. In such a tricky game, it is impossible for you to get discounts by getting close to the boss. Qi Jun sighed. In this case, there is no other way. He only had 10 gold coins. And after buying 4 weapon boxes, he had 2 left, which was just enough to buy 4 primary rejuvenation pills. In the end, this grocery store successfully emptied the last money in the pockets of these customers. When leaving, Qin Tian's face showed obvious heartache. Chapter 130 Holographic, Killing the White Wolf King. But as soon as I thought that I finally bought the blood recovery potion, I would have the capital to fight the elite monster immediately, the heartache immediately turned into anticipation. You know, this elite monster is the first elite monster in the whole server, and there is no news of the existence of elite monsters in other novice villages. Using 10 gold coins, exchanging for a chance to fight an elite monster, it is a good deal anyway. Since everything has been bought, they don't waste time, and directly organize their team to go to the location of the elite monster. Before entering the game, they actually joined a gang. The leader of this gang is also their friend. In fact, fighting this elite monster is not just for themselves, but also for promoting their own gang. Because, whenever a monster above the elite level is defeated for the first time, the name of the team will be announced and promoted to the whole server. In previous games, many gangs would change their team names to the gang names in order to recruit members, and then go around to kill elite monsters or bosses to promote themselves. And that's exactly what they wanted to do. After forming a team, they distributed the weapons they bought. A team is 5 people, and it takes 2 teams of 10 people to kill elite monsters, but there are only 4 weapon boxes, so there are definitely not enough to share. But don't worry about this. Even though the game has only been launched for less than 2 days, they already have their own equipment reserves. It's just that these weapons are not as good as those bought from the grocery store. Where did you buy this weapon box? You can actually choose your own weapons. A friend of my cousin accidentally found a store. In addition to weapons, I also bought some medicine. There are medicines? Boss? No. We really can't beat them, a young man said to the person next to him with a sad face. But the people around him obviously didn't think so. Zhu Bing gritted his teeth and decided to try again. But this time, he was opposed by everyone. Boss, I think there is really no need to waste everyone's time and experience. Our guild can't beat it anyway. And other guilds are even less likely to beat it. Yes, let's practice leveling up again. When we are at a higher level and have better equipment, we can come and fight again. It's not a good idea to continue like this. It's not the boss's problem that we can't beat it. It's our level that's not high enough. Let's practice leveling up more. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, we will definitely beat it. So many people disagreed to continue to fight this elite monster. And Zhu Bing had no choice but to listen to others' opinions and go his own way. The most important thing is that he said before that he must kill this elite monster today. It would be embarrassing to give up halfway now. But someone happened to give him a way out. So he followed it. Okay, you guys must be tired after fighting for so long, go back and take a rest. You'll get your allowance later. Let's level up together in the afternoon. Okay. The leader is wise. Hearing that Zhu Bing was finally ready to give up, these people were relieved. They formed a team early in the morning to kill this elite monster. But they were always just one step short. The players present were all veterans of the game. And their operating skills were all good. If they still couldn't beat it under such circumstances, it was not a problem of people, but a problem of data. What they said, after upgrading, they will definitely be able to beat it, was just stating a fact. Moreover, these people were actually very confident. How could others beat a monster that they couldn't beat with their level, equipment and skills, unless they had better equipment? But this was obviously impossible. But what they didn't know was that what they thought was impossible actually existed. Moreover, there would be someone who would kill this elite monster faster and earlier than them. As they left, Chi-Jun and Shin-Tian each led a team to the elite monster. The two groups just passed by each other, and no one noticed each other. The elite monster they found was actually a giant white wolf king. The most difficult part of this elite monster is that before it dies, it will howl to summon white wolves. After the howl, several white wolf monsters will spawn. The white wolf monsters will protect the white wolf king. So you must kill the monsters first before you can kill the white wolf king. The defense of ordinary white wolves is very weak, but their attack speed and movement speed are very fast. In other words, as long as the monsters are not cleared in time, the player will be beaten by the white wolf directly, and the result will naturally be failure. They have tried it twice before, and the result was that the output was not enough, and the person responsible for resisting the damage did not recover blood in time, so the whole team was wiped out. But now they have medicine that can instantly restore blood, and they have also changed to 4 better weapons, and the level is also higher than before. This trip can be said to be full of confidence. After a 2-hour fight, they finally succeeded in defeating the White Wolf King. Everyone collapsed on the ground exhausted. No one knows how thrilling the last blow just now was. Hoo-hoo. I'm so tired. Fortunately, I have the primary rejuvenation pill bought by Brother Chi. Otherwise, that wolf claw would have been directly knocked off by me. This weapon is not bad. The damage is much higher than my previous one, and my output this time is twice that of the last time. If we had this weapon last time, we would have killed the White Wolf King long ago. I used it to directly kill a little white wolf with one axe. Chi-Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he bought all the things back. Otherwise, if it was really just a little short of hitting it, no one would be willing to accept it. After the break, everyone started to clean up the spoils. Seeing the money and equipment on the ground, everyone's eyes were red. The gang leader dusted himself off, and then began to distribute things. Everyone got their share of contribution. Chi-Jun got the most, not because of his high output contribution, but because he bought everything at his own expense. The reason why they were able to defeat the White Wolf King was that the things he bought played a huge role. Even if it was for compensation and reimbursement, the money should be given to him. Ajuan, where did you buy this weapon? Is there a chance to buy more? You know, there are still many elite monsters around here, but because the White Wolf King is the weakest, they came here to fight it first. Since the White Wolf King was killed, he would naturally not give up other elite monsters, just because they killed the White Wolf King. A system announcement was made, and the guild application instantly reached 999 plus. Chapter 131 Holographic Fence Sitters. This is much faster than their efforts to get people to promote it. Chi-Jun hesitated for a moment. I wanted to buy more, on the one hand because I don't have enough money, on the other hand because the store is out of stock. Out of stock? Is this game limited even for basic weapons and medicines? The person who spoke was Lin Wei, who was the leader of the gang Chi-Jun belonged to. As Lin Wei spoke, he felt that it was a bit outrageous. Where can you not buy even basic things? I finally found a place to buy them, and the game is limited. If it weren't for the fact that the game was so realistic, and the gameplay was also quite good, I guess a large number of players would have shouted refund long ago. Chi-Jun actually couldn't understand why there was such a thing as a limited quantity. No matter how they looked at it, this game was completely different from the games they had played before. Especially the NPCs in this game, which were quite unique. I'll go check again later. If there are any left, I'll buy them back. If not, there's nothing to do. However, if you remember correctly, when they left in the morning, there seemed to be some mana-restoring potions on the shelf. Although players have not changed their jobs yet, and the types of skills are not rich. Everyone has an initial defense skill, and attack skill that can be learned. It takes a lot of mana to release these two skills. If these two skills can be used frequently when there is enough mana, it can also greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. If there is really nothing to buy, then you can buy this. But he is destined to make a wasted trip, because the owner of the grocery store is very capricious and closes the store. What's going on? Didn't they say that no one can beat the White Wolf King? Zhu Bing slammed the table angrily, and the people around him trembled with fear, but they didn't dare to say anything. God knows that they were still leveling up by killing monsters and laughing at each other in the last second. But the next second, the system's full server announcement sounded. Everyone's face froze. And Zhu Bing's face was even more livid. It was because the system announcement clearly stated that someone had killed the White Wolf King in advance. And judging from the time, it should be not long after they left that these people went there. You all say you were masters, I paid you so much money, but what happened? I couldn't even beat a White Wolf King, and someone else got there first. Zhu Bing is not short of money, otherwise, he wouldn't have bought a game cabin to play this game, and he also hired so many players to level up and kill monsters with him. He had played many games before, because he was generous with his money, so he was a little famous in the game circle. After hearing about the game New World, he did not hesitate to change his position. In order to have fun, he specially spent a lot of money to hire many game masters, and also spent money to establish the first 100-person gang in the New World game. What happened? He spent so much money, but he couldn't beat a small gang that no one had ever heard of. This is too embarrassing. Seeing Zhu Bing getting angrier and angrier, the people around him couldn't keep silent anymore. After all, the person in front of them is their boss, responsible for paying their wages. If he is unhappy, their wages will naturally be gone. But in this situation, they really don't know what to say. After all, they were the ones who swore in the morning that no one else could beat them. And they were the ones who gave up and left. Boss Zhu, we are not the ones who shirk responsibility. But you also know our skills. We fought so hard in the morning, but we just couldn't win. This must be a problem with equipment and medicine. In fact, if we can have instant recovery medicine, or better equipment, we can also win. After all, we clearly killed all the little wolves in the morning. The little wolves have been killed, and they only need to heal the remaining blood of the White Wolf King. But at that time, the player responsible for resisting damage died, which led to the other players responsible for output being killed by the White Wolf King for no reason. If there was blood recovery medicine at that time, then that person would not die, and the others would not die either. Their operation was already at the limit. Boss Zhu, you could actually learn about these two teams first, see if they have obtained any equipment. It would be best if you could find out how they obtained it. If we can get the same equipment as them, let alone the White Wolf King, we can immediately kill the level 5 elite monster. The White Wolf King is only a level 3 elite monster. Zhu Bing understood what he meant. He thought for a moment, and then began to contact others to inquire about the two teams that got the first kill of the White Wolf King. Ask about these people's equipment, level. It would be best if he could poach one of them. Anyway, he is not short of money. As long as there are people in this team willing to come, he is very welcome. Facts have proved that. The saying that money makes the devil work is true. There really is a person who can't resist the temptation of money, and chooses to leave his gang and follow Zhu Bing. Are you the one who participated in the first kill of the White Wolf King? Zhu Bing raised his eyebrows, with a mocking smile on his face. The person who can be brought into the first kill team must be someone the other gang leader trusts very much. The result is that such a person, actually, said betrayal, and betrayed for a little money. Yes, I am the one who participated in the first kill. If you don't believe me, you can look at my record. The person who spoke was Chao He. Although this person looks gentle and elegant, like a gentleman, he is actually a person who can be a fence-sitter for money. It can only be said that Lin Wei's judgment of people is still not good. Not only did he believe him, he also brought him into the first kill team. He even gave him one of the only 4 weapons. Chao He did not betray others at all. He generously shared his battle record of killing the White Wolf King with Zhu Bing. I heard from Bai Xiao that you are the boss Zhu in the game of Hot Blood War Chess. Seeing that Zhu Bing believed what he said, Chao He laughed and began to confirm whether the person in front of him was the person he thought. Hot Blood War Chess was a very popular online game in the past. Zhu Bing spent a lot of money in the game at that time. It was also because of this that his reputation as a rich man was spread. As for Bai Xiao, it was actually a pseudonym, which means know-it-all. Bai Xiao was responsible for selling information in various games. For example, Chao He was contacted by Zhu Bing with Bai Xiao's help. Chapter 132 Holographic. It's good to be rich. Before contacting Chao He, Bai Xiao told him that the client this time was a wealthy local tyrant. It was precisely because of this, and Chao He felt that the name Zhu Bing seemed to be very similar to the name of a local tyrant in a game he had played before, that he was willing to come and meet him. Zhu Bing didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that he met someone who knew him. But it's good this way, it saved him a lot of explanation. Yes, that person is me. Zhu Bing readily admitted his identity. Chao He was already 80% sure, and after hearing his affirmative words, he was so excited. This is a local tyrant who once spent millions. If he can hold the thigh of this big man, wouldn't he have no worries about food and clothing? Boss Zhu. Whatever you want to know, just tell me. I will tell you everything I know. Zhu Bing laughed, and put one hand directly on Chao He's shoulder. Although he looked down on such people, he still needed to know something from Chao He. So he didn't mind pretending to be polite. I mainly want to know how you defeated the White Wolf King. Zhu Bing didn't beat around the bush, and directly stated his ultimate goal. Chao He subconsciously opened his mouth, and wanted to speak directly. But as soon as the words fell to his lips, he was held back. Zhu Bing knew what he was thinking at a glance. While he despised him in his heart, his smile became even bigger. Don't worry. As long as you are willing to tell me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. With Zhu Bing's words, Chao He was happy, and directly told him how they defeated the White Wolf King. Not only that, he even has a video. He originally wanted to sell this video to Bai Xiao. People like Bai Xiao will receive any information, not to mention such important information as the first kill. I thought I could sell it for a good price, but I didn't expect to meet Zhu Bing. Now it's good, I can just sell it to him. The price must be several times higher. There's even a video, good boy. Zhu Bing couldn't help but sigh, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Then, he handed the video to the people behind him. These people were all high-level players he hired, and after seeing the video, their eyes were all straight. After watching the whole process at multiple speeds, they also saw the mystery. Boss, our guess is right. The other party should have weapons and medicines. You can see here, the weapons of these 4 people are obviously different from those of others. Zhu Bing took a serious look, and indeed found that these 4 weapons seemed to look brighter than other weapons. Moreover, the damage of these 4 weapons is obviously higher than that of other weapons. And here, this person was almost killed by the White Wolf King, but his health was instantly restored. This person cut to another clip. This clip is much more obvious than the previous one, after all. The difference between residual health and full health is quite large. Facts have proved that. The other party did master something that they did not have, so they successfully killed the White Wolf King, and got the first kill of the elite monster. Their direct conversation did not avoid Chao He. It was not that this person did not know how to cover up, but Zhu Bing deliberately asked him to do so. The purpose was to make Chao He speak out. Chao He was indeed a person who could not hold back his anger. Seeing that they were all discussing, but no one asked him, and he wanted to cling to Boss Zhu's thigh, so he told all the things he had just concealed. We have a primary rejuvenation pill, which can instantly restore 100 health points. It's just that the quantity is small, and it has been used up when fighting the White Wolf King, so he couldn't show it to them. But he did have another thing, that is, the weapon from the weapon box. Among the 4 weapon boxes, one of them was given to him by Lin Wei. Later, he didn't ask to hand it over, so it's still in his hand. This is my weapon. He took out his weapon, which was a big knife. Although the big knife didn't have any decorations, but just looking at the blade, you can tell that it's a good knife. The cold light on it is awe-inspiring, and it's intimidating to look at. Zhu Bing glanced at the person next to him. The person got the hint, and came over enthusiastically. Where did you buy this weapon? Chao He was obviously very satisfied with this person's enthusiastic attitude. He deliberately did not take back the knife, with a hint of arrogance on his face. But he also knew what his purpose was, so he did not continue to keep it a secret. I didn't buy this weapon. It was bought by a friend of our gang leader. It is said that he bought it in a grocery store in the novice village. Grocery store? Grocery stores also sell weapons? Aren't these things only sold in blacksmith shops and weapon stores? It can be said that these people had exactly the same reaction as Qi Jun and others when they first heard Wan Yuan's explanation. Although they felt a little strange, they did not suspect Chao He of lying. At most, the information Chao He knew might be false, because he had no need to lie. Do you know where this grocery store is located? For Zhu Bing, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. So when he heard that this weapon and that medicine can be bought with money, he was relieved. Although the game cannot be played with real money now. Other players have money. The money he has is collected from other players. After all, everyone has 3 initial gold coins. 30 gold coins for 10 people. And 300 gold coins for 100 people. Chao He naturally didn't know where the location was, but he could ask around. However, Zhu Bing didn't need his help to find out, since everyone knew that it was bought in a grocery store in the novice village. It would be better to go directly to Bai Xiao. The information from his side is convenient and fast. And it is also more authentic. Not long after he contacted by Xiao, he received by Zhao's message. I want to investigate the layout of each novice village, and then select the location with a grocery store. Although this is a troublesome thing, it is actually very simple. After receiving the news, Zhu Bing took people to check the locations one by one. Suemo, who didn't know that two people were looking for her, was lying on the rocking chair and resting leisurely. From time to time, she would chat with the system, looking very leisurely. Tongzi, why don't you tell me what this game is about? Anyway, I'm free. The system thought about it and picked some things to tell her. As mentioned before, this game was not actually created by humans. Chapter 133 Hologram, Toolman Selling Props. This is a game created by the heavenly Tao of this world to fill the gaps in the human culture of this world. The main purpose is to promote traditional culture to humans, so that more people can learn more about the historical knowledge of the past through the game. And the system was commissioned. When the game was first established, there were many things that needed to be supplemented, including game props. Suemo, oh, so I am a two-man selling props. System, why did I say so much, and you only understood this? That is of course because Suemo felt that the other parts were false, at least not completely true. About 80% false, 20% true. How could there really be a heavenly Tao that cares so much about the cultural heritage of the human beings below? Then this heavenly Tao is really bored and has nothing to do. This is as strange as the president of country A caring about the poor people in the mountains, and then giving them his own money. Since it is not completely true, Suemo just treats it as a story, and forgets it after listening. In fact, the missions in this world are the simplest. Host, just treat it as a vacation. Suemo, really? Why do I not believe it? The system seemed not to see Sumo's questioning eyes, and it was still chattering on its own. A day passed unknowingly. Because the goods had been almost sold out, Suemo prepared to buy some goods today. 20 rejuvenation pills were bought, and only 5 rejuvenation pills were bought because the previous ones were not sold out, and 30 ordinary weapons were bought. The reason why I didn't buy too many items is to give players a feeling that the items in this store are limited rather than unlimited. As for why I bought so many weapons instead of more medicines, it was mainly because Suemo found out, after reading the information of this game, that players can actually recover blood through the herbs they collected. Although the amount of blood recovery is not much, it is free and does not cost money. When everyone's economy is very tight, the primary rejuvenation pill is a one-time consumable item, and ordinary players are reluctant to buy it. They would rather meditate and recover blood slowly, and they may not be willing to buy a rejuvenation pill. But weapons are different. Weapons are not disposable items. They can be used all the time. The most important thing is that there is no substitute for weapons, and they are the most cost-effective. Although players have a wooden stick given as a gift, they will find that it is actually a consumable item after a long time when using a wooden stick as a weapon. Once you use too much force, there is a risk of breaking. So at this stage, what players need most is actually a handy weapon. However, Suemo felt that it was boring to think so much every time she bought goods. Anyway, there were not many customers in the early stage, so it was useless for her to calculate anything. As for the later stage, there was no need to calculate at all in the later stage. Anyway, no matter how much she bought, she could basically sell out every day. After buying the goods, Suemo handed the rest of the things to the system, and went to the first world to find Taozi. After leaving the last apocalyptic world, Taozi was sent back to the first world. This time, because the system took some special measures, no matter how hard Taozi tried, she could not run over from the first world. In order to comfort it, Suemo promised it that he would visit it from time to time. After hearing Sumo's promise, Taozi reluctantly stayed in the first world, seeing that the day was almost over. If he didn't go now, Taozi would probably make a fuss again. Where is Chao Hurin? Didn't we agree to level up together in the afternoon, and then fight the level 5 elite monster together tomorrow? I don't know. I didn't see him. Didn't he just say he was offline to rest? Is he not online yet? Nonsense. I clearly saw that he was online. I don't know. No. Why did he quit the gang? The person who spoke read it several times, and he said that he always felt that something seemed to be different. It turned out that the column showing his gang had changed to the name of another gang. What does Chao He mean? He quit the gang just like that. But he joined another gang in the blink of an eye? If you remembered correctly, this gang looked familiar. After all, the gang leader was a rich man who hired people to recruit people on the street every day. Not only that, almost every moment, there were people from their gang posting recruitment notices on the World Channel. How did Chow He get into this gang? No. I have to ask the gang leader. Why should I ask the gang leader? This ungrateful kid just quit. He didn't even think about who begged him to join the gang in the first place. Of course, I have to ask him. Because the gang leader gave him the weapon. It was the weapon we gave him when we fought the White Wolf King this morning. Chow He also has one. Why don't you tell the gang leader right away? After a commotion, Lin Wei received the news that Chow He had jumped ship. If it was just like that, it would be fine. After all, people are free and can go wherever they want. But he still had weapons on him. He quit the gang and changed jobs without even returning the weapons. His character was really bad. You have to know that on the black market now, a gold coin has been sold for hundreds of dollars. And a weapon worth 2 gold coins is at least 600 or 700. He is really thick-skinned. Lin Wei frowned and found Qi Jun first and told him about it. He would think more. He knew more about the gang Houching. Most of them were local tyrants or thugs hired by local tyrants. With Chow He's wealth and gaming skills, he did not meet the requirements of either local tyrant or thug. So he could only have entered the gang through some other method. What was this other method? This inevitably made Lin Wei think of weapons and rejuvenation pills. If Chow He exchanged the information about weapons and rejuvenation pills for the qualification to join the gang, then it is understandable. So what he needs to do now is to quickly contact Qi Jun and ask him to pay more attention to the situation of the grocery store. A few seconds later, the message sent by Qi Jun made him feel relieved, but also a little regretful. Private chat Qi Jun, don't worry. I just went to see it. The grocery store is closed. I think it will open tomorrow. I will go to see it early tomorrow. Private chat Qi Jun, for an ungrateful person like Chow He, he still has to pay a price. Otherwise I am worried that the people in the gang will feel unbalanced. When the weapons were distributed before, many people wanted them. It was just that Chow He was the highest level at that time. And his gaming skills were indeed good. So Lin Wei gave him one of the weapons. Chapter 134 Hollow. No. You can't. If this kind of thing happens now, and it is not resolved properly, it is easy to cause some unpleasant things in the gang. Otherwise, even if some people don't say it on the surface, they will definitely feel uncomfortable. Private chat Lin Wei, I will solve it. Then please find a way to buy more weapons tomorrow. After receiving the message, Qi Jun received a sum of money. Judging from the amount, it is almost more than half of the gang's total funds. Qi Jun knew how much he valued this game, so he didn't dare to ignore it. So when he went offline, he deliberately chose the location at the door of the grocery store. In this way, he would be here when he went online tomorrow. Boss Zhu, this should be the grocery store. Zhu Bing looked at the seemingly ordinary store in front of him, and he couldn't see anything different for a while. If it weren't for the fact that the door of the store was closed, he really wanted to go in and see what was going on. It's just that the door is not open now, and he has no choice. And he can't force his way in. The NPCs in this world are different from the games he played before. If he makes the NPC unhappy, he will lose his favor. And it is possible that he will not sell him anything. In desperation, he can only arrange for someone to wait here, reminding him when the store opens. Who knew that this wait would last until tomorrow? Because there was no one to help in this world. Su Mo could only get up and open the door by herself. She was not used to it at this time. After opening the door and seeing the person outside, she felt like she was back to the past. It was only the third day of opening the store, and there were already returning customers and recommendation targets. At this time, there were more than a dozen players standing outside the door. Except for Qi Jun, who had met yesterday, the others were all unfamiliar faces. Su Mo opened the door with doubts in his mind, but after these people entered the door, they swarmed up and surrounded Su Mo. This was the first time that Su Mo felt the enthusiasm of the masses, and this scene had never happened in the last world and the world before that. Boss, do you need any help here? I'm very capable, I can do any task. Hey, boss! Look at me. You can find me if you have any tasks. I don't ask for much, as long as the reward is medicine or weapons. Boss, you can make the things here cheaper. As long as you are willing to make it cheaper, I can give you all the rabbit furs I have collected. Su Mo, are these people crazy? Su Mo, can I change the world? System, no you can't. Listening to this group of people talking about this and that, Su Mo finally figured out what happened. It turned out that when Jun and his team fought the White Wolf King yesterday, a team ambushed in the jungle, preparing to steal the monsters secretly. But in the end, they didn't steal them, because they saw something more valuable. And the more valuable things here are the primary rejuvenation pills and weapons from Sumo's grocery store. They found that Jun and his men seemed to have a kind of blood-recovering potion that could instantly restore a lot of health, and also had weapons with extremely high damage. So they gave up fighting for monsters, and turned to inquiring about the sources of the two things here. Finally, they found out that all these things were provided by Jun, and then followed him all the way to the grocery store. That night, they posted a paid post on the forum. Shock! A novice village actually sells instant blood recovery potions and high damage weapons. Perhaps it is because the current players are really tortured by the lack of weapons. So even if the post is posted at night, it successfully became popular in the early hours of the morning and became the hot post of the day. It is precisely because of this that the person who posted this post can be said to have made a lot of money. And these people in front of him, they just read the paid post, and then follow the address written on the post to rush here. System, look. I'm right. I said. This world is very simple. It's just for you to relax and vacation. Suemo. You are right. She pulled a corner of her mouth. And she never expected that things would develop like this. From the current point of view, this world is indeed the fastest developing world for her. The reason here is actually very simple. Because this world is the most complete, the most technologically advanced, and the one with the most network information exchange. The first world is a fantasy plane, not modern, and there is no such thing as the internet. Everyone relies on manpower to pass on information. The second world is even more so. Although it is modern, it is a world where order has been destroyed. This world is different. The developed network allows everyone to communicate better, more conveniently and quickly. Once there is any news, as long as it is posted on the internet, it will be viewed by tens of thousands of people in minutes. Even if only 1/10 or 1% of people believed, it was still a number that could not be underestimated. Now the scene had calmed down. Seeing that Suemo had not spoken, these players thought that she had no mission or that the mechanism that allowed NPCs to speak had not been triggered. So they scattered. They began to observe the store. When they saw that the weapons they needed were really on the shelf, and the price was so cheap, a group of people immediately exploded. Fortunately, Jun had just bought what he needed while everyone was talking to Suemo. Otherwise, he would not be able to compete with these people now. However, it was precisely because he had bought everything that the shelf, which was originally slightly full, was empty in an instant. There are actually weapons for 2 gold coins here, and you can choose them yourself, compared to the junk next door that costs 5 gold coins. This store is here to do charity. Fuck. I didn't expect that post to be true. I thought the title was posted by the original poster to deceive people. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Buy it. Buy it. A weapon. 3 primary rejuvenation pills. And a magic pill. In just a few minutes, there were few things left in the store. This made Zhu Bing, who was a step late, very angry. But no matter what, he had to buy all the remaining parts first. Otherwise there would be nothing left. After all the things were sold out, Suemo was ready to close the store. But before closing the store, he was stopped by Zhu Bing. He took out a fist-sized purse and put it on the counter with great generosity. The purse was bulging, and it was filled with many glittering gold things. Suemo knew without even listening to him that this must be another person trying to bribe him with money. Chapter 135 Holographic. Pay to watch the following content. Suemo still remembered that she was an NPC, not a human, so she did not take the initiative to speak, but waited for Zhu Bing to speak first. Zhu Bing also knew that the person in front of him was not a real person, but an NPC, so he did not bother to beat around the bush. Boss Su, do you have any other good things? Just take them out, I will pay you enough. Suemo glanced at the purse and did not speak, but pointed to the sign next to it. It has almost become a habit of the system to hang this sign in the store. The sign has the same business hours, and the rule of only purchasing once a day as in the previous 2 worlds. Zhu Bing also saw this sign, but he thought it should be just a trick, but he did not expect that this boss was actually a rule-abiding person. But think about it, the person in front of him is an NPC, and he probably follows the procedures, so it is a bit embarrassing for her to say this. In this case, Zhu Bing did not stay any longer and left the grocery store directly. However, his words did give Suemo a hint. Maybe she could really consider exchanging for some new products. Although she said some. In fact, she only had enough money to buy a product exchange voucher. However, there were still many products in the first-level mall in this world, such as armor, backpacks, return scrolls, primary experience pills, primary physical strength medicines, primary energy medicines, etc. Although they were all primary things, they were very useful items for players at this stage. Suemo thought about it, and finally chose a gift. Ordinary gift purchase price, 10 silver coin/piece sales price, 1 gold coin/piece introduction, an ordinary gift. Something that most NPCs will like, which can improve their favorability. Note, ineffective for Boss Su ordinary gift has been unlocked. After helping Suemo unlock the product, the system couldn't wait to ask its own question. Why did the host choose this? I thought you would choose armor or a backpack. It must be said that after going through 2 worlds, the system now knows Suemo quite well, because the product she wanted to exchange at first was indeed armor. The reason why it was temporarily changed to a gift that can be given to NPCs is mainly because it sees the key point of this game. The most important thing in this game is not to level up by killing monsters, nor to complete tasks, but to build a good relationship with NPCs. The NPC here does not refer to just one, but all, because the NPC in this game is not just an artificial AI. If you correctly improve the favorability of an NPC, the rewards you get in the end will exceed the effort. It's just that the current players don't know this. The system was a little confused when listening to Sumo's explanation, and finally found that it didn't understand it at all, so it just gave up. Suemo had known that this would happen, so she didn't plan to continue explaining. She opened the game forum to see the current situation of the post that attracted players to the grocery store. Shock! A certain novice village actually sells instant blood recovery potions and high-damage weapons. Original poster, my companions and I were once in. You need to pay to watch the following content. Suemo. Oh, I don't have money. Tongzi. System. After a few seconds, Suemo successfully read the following content. The post owner said a lot of long words, but they were very provocative, and every word was clearly carefully considered. If Suemo didn't know the truth, she might have really believed it. This person obviously had never been to the grocery store, but he insisted on saying that he had been. There were only a few customers in the past 2 days, the number that could be counted on one hand. Unless the post owner was one of those people, Suemo really didn't know when the customers came to the store. She couldn't even remember it herself. But the post owner wanted everyone to believe what he said, and it was understandable that he deliberately made up such nonsense. What really made Suemo feel particularly interesting was the comments below the post. Because the title was well written, the content was also good, there were still a lot of comments below. Although the post was posted in the early hours of the night, the comments at that time had already accumulated hundreds of layers. 1L. The OP is cheating and posting spam. I suggest reporting and banning him directly. 2L. The OP is really lying without thinking. Where can you find instant recovery potions and weapons these days? How come you saw it but others didn't? OP9L. I knew someone would say I'm a liar. But if it's true, you can find out by yourself. And think about it yourself. Why was that guild able to kill the White Wolf King this morning? It's because they have better equipment and medicine. OP10L. I heard that even the rich boss Shu couldn't beat the White Wolf King with his money and people. I won't say more. His 2 paragraphs were well-founded. In addition, many people in the post said that they saw Boss Shu lead people to fight the White Wolf King but failed, and left in disgrace. Some people even took screenshots. For a moment, 100% suspicion became 90%, 80%. But no matter what, some people must have believed it. Otherwise Suemo would not have seen so many people this morning. Suemo saw that the content in the middle was almost everyone's speculation and suspicion, so she turned to the bottom of the post directly, wanting to see what they would say after they had come to the grocery store. She thought that someone who had been to the grocery store today would come forward to prove that what the poster said was true. Unexpectedly, all of them said that the poster was a liar, and they had reasons. 1998L. The poster is a liar. I just went to the address he said. There is no grocery store at all. 1999L. I've been there +1. There's no grocery store. There's not even a blacksmith shop there. Where did the weapons come from? 2000L. I can prove that what the above person said is right, because the 3 of us went there together. The next 20 or so floors were all saying things like the poster is a liar. I've been there, but there's no grocery store at all. After reading several floors, Sumo found something wrong. In fact, if you look carefully, you can find that the comments in these dozen floors seem to be posted by the same group of people. It seems that there are more than 20 floors. But in fact there are only 4 or 5 people in total. Until these 20 or so floors were all scrolled through, Sumo finally saw someone who told the truth. 2025L. I've been there too. The OP is not a liar. There is indeed a grocery store. There are not only medicines that can instantly restore health, but also medicines that can instantly restore mana. There are weapons, too. One only costs 2 gold coins. It's a pity that I was slow. I didn't get any. Did the people above go to the wrong place? Chapter 136 Hologram, Honest Man. Ever since there was an honest man on the 1025th floor who told the truth, there have been similar voices coming out one after another. For a while, true and false, let those who have never been here confused. They didn't know who was telling the truth, and who was lying. After all, neither side seemed to be lying. 2030L. So is it true or false? Why can there be 2 answers to such a thing? 2031L. I think it's false. Those few are really the water army hired by the OP. Only you will believe such things. 2032L. This thing is true. They say it's false in fact to reduce competitors. I'll tell you the truth. The things in the grocery store are limited. They actually say it's false on purpose. You won't buy it if you don't believe it, so they can buy things. 2033L. Damn, I actually think what the above person said makes sense. So why did you say this? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to buy anything? 2032L. Anyway, I'm too poor to buy it. I can't afford it, and I don't want others to buy it. I just like to be a show-off. Ha ha ha. After reading this, the truth is finally revealed. Sumo didn't know what to say. These people actually maliciously slandered the grocery store in order to reduce their competitors. But in the end, it was exposed by one person. This is really magical. Sumo can already predict that more people will come to the grocery store tomorrow. I don't know if the goods I bought are enough. But even if they are not enough, it's useless. Anyway, the number of purchases today has been used up. Thinking of this, Sumo stopped worrying and went upstairs to rest. Brother Wei, I have already bought 10 weapons, 10 rejuvenation pills, and 5 magic pills. Just these few things cost him 30 gold coins in total. God knows he felt so heartbroken when he paid just now. But when he thought about the benefits of killing an elite monster, he felt much better. Take the White Wolf King they killed yesterday as an example. He dropped dozens of gold coins alone. Not to mention a lot of materials and equipment. All the above together. It's at least 200. 10 weapons? Why so many today? Lin Wei was a little surprised. He thought it would be good to buy 3 or 5 at most. But he didn't expect it to double. But this is good news after all. This kind of good equipment is cheaper than the market price. And its properties are better than the market price. Even if it is placed in the guild warehouse. It is good to motivate guild members. Hearing Lin Wei say a lot, Chi Jun couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can only buy so much today. It may be difficult to buy more in the future. He told Lin Wei about someone posting the grocery store on the forum. Lin Wei also opened the forum and took a look. As expected, he saw the most conspicuous pinned post at a glance. According to this promotion intensity, the customer flow of the grocery store tomorrow will probably increase by hundreds of people. If it weren't for the fact that the distance between the novice villages was too far, people would either walk or spend money to teleport. Many people don't want to spend money or waste time walking here. Otherwise, there would probably be more people coming. However, their luck was already very good. These 10 weapons were at least enough for them to arrange for 2 teams. No matter whether it was a boss fight, an elite monster, or a dungeon in most cases. There were 10 people. These 10 weapons were actually enough. The only thing that was not enough was this primary rejuvenation pill. After all, it was a one-time consumable. My suggestion is that we should not kill elite monsters first. This was the idea that Chi Jun came up with after thinking for a long time. Lin Wei had always wanted to rely on the system announcement of elite monsters to increase the reputation of the guild, let the public know about it, and recruit more people. At this time, he heard different ideas, and did not refute them immediately, but was very curious about why Chi Jun said so. You can tell me your opinion. Chi Jun nodded, and said, because I saw Zhu Bing today, the local tyrant, who was very popular in the game circle before, you should have an impression of him. Lin Wei has played many games, naturally he has heard of this name. And I'm quite familiar with this name, because we've worked together several times before, but I'm not very familiar with him. Everyone says Zhu Bing is a super rich man, but in fact Lin Wei's family conditions are not bad. It's just that he won't, nor does he have the habit of spending too much money in the game. He still prefers to work hard bit by bit. I saw him in the grocery store today. If I'm not mistaken, he should have told him about the grocery store, and then exchanged for the opportunity to join the gang. According to Zhu Bing's personality, he must hope that he can grab the first kill of the elite monster. And as long as he wants, the things in the grocery store will be bought by him. If we can't buy these resources, we have no advantage in competing for the first kill of the elite monster. In this case, then they should not waste time. Anyway, one first kill is enough. Their guild is only level 1, and the upper limit of the number of people is not large. The people who came because of the first kill promotion before can no longer accommodate them, and no matter how much promotion is made later, it will be useless. They might as well take this time to develop the guild itself. Whether it is organizing guild members to level up and kill monsters to complete tasks, or organizing everyone to kill the dungeon together after finding the dungeon, it can effectively improve the cohesion of guild members. Otherwise, if they fail to grab the elite monsters at that time, it will make the morale of the members inside the guild disperse. Not everyone can tolerate failure again and again when fighting elite monsters. Lin Wei felt that what he said made sense. After thinking about it, he gave up the preparation to continue to fight elite monsters, and instead organized everyone to start doing tasks together to level up. On the other side, Zhu Bing was just as Qi Jun thought. After buying things, he immediately called the people who came to kill the level 5 elite monsters. These people were a little bit guilty because of their last failure. But after seeing the weapon health and mana recovery potions, they became energetic. They came to the level 5 elite monster with full confidence. Just like yesterday. Everything seemed the same as yesterday. Except the result. They failed to kill the level 3 White Wolf King yesterday. But they successfully killed the level 5 human face spider today. Even though the battle was over and the system announcement came out, these people could not hide their excitement. On the one hand, it was because they succeeded. And on the other hand, it was because they could get the bonus from the boss immediately. Chapter 137 Holographic, Delayed Upgrade. After the battle, while cleaning up the battlefield, I did not forget to sigh. This weapon is really easy to use, light and fast, and the most important thing is that the damage is high. Did you see it just now? I killed one spider with one blow. I think this bow is very useful, and the critical hit rate is very high. I used the previous weapon, and I didn't get a critical hit after 100 hits, but I got 2 critical hits with this bow after only shooting 10 arrows. This blood recovery potion and mana recovery potion are also very useful. This is the first time I have seen an instant recovery potion in this game, and the amount of recovery is so large. In short, they are all very satisfied with these things, quite satisfied. Zhu Bing is also very happy. He spent so much money, and finally he pretended to be cool. How can he not be happy? With the appearance of the system announcement, the world channel exploded, and Zhu Bing's guild application list was instantly full. World Player 1. Boss Zhu is awesome. I was wondering why he hadn't beaten the White Wolf King. I didn't expect that Boss Zhu would beat a level 5 elite monster. World Player 2. I worship the boss. When I was just a level 2 rookie, he had already killed a level 5 elite monster. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. World Player 3. I just looked at the equipment in the boss's team. I actually saw a white quality weapon. It's obvious that he spent a lot of money to buy it. This one must be at least 1,000. Right? World Player 4. It's obvious that he doesn't visit forums. There are posts on the forum. This weapon costs 2 gold coins. As long as you don't waste the 3 gold coins given at the beginning, you can afford it. Originally, some people would just sigh that the rich are different, and admire their awesomeness. As a result, after seeing this sentence, a group of people immediately privately chatted with Player 4. Some asked him what happened on the forum. Some asked him if he could really buy this kind of weapon with 2 gold coins, and some asked him directly where he bought it. At first, he would answer questions normally. Later, seeing too many messages, he was too busy to handle them, and some people even had bad attitudes, so he simply blocked the messages and did not reply to anyone. These people did not get the news they wanted, and although they were very dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. More people went directly to the forum, trying to find the post that this person mentioned. But they were destined to go in vain. Because this post was too controversial, and it was reported too many times, it was deleted and banned by the administrator 10 minutes ago. Unable to find clues, they could only ask everywhere, and for a while, The forum was full of inquiries. This can be said to have added some heat to the grocery store. People are very curious creatures. The more they can't find relevant information, the more they want to get to the bottom of it. So, not long after the previous post was deleted, another post asking about weapons and blood recovery medicine slowly emerged. It was the fourth day in this plane. Suemo looked at the number of people outside the door, which was more than twice that of yesterday. He opened the door with a calm face. But in fact, he had already asked the system to check what happened in his heart. Didn't they just say that the post had been deleted? Why are there more people today? When Suemo heard what happened yesterday from the system, she was completely numb. She seriously suspected that she had been out of normal modern society for too long, which made her unable to make correct and effective judgments about what would happen in this world. But no matter what, there are many customers, which is always a good thing. Although there are many players today, they don't have much money, so many people just come to buy weapons. After buying weapons, they can only look at the rejuvenation pills and magic pills to satisfy their greed. It's not that they don't want to buy, but after buying weapons, they can't afford anything else. In this regard, it is exactly the same as Suemo expected. These players are only willing to buy weapons, but not medicine. As for the gifts, these people didn't even look at them. In their opinion, gifts are useless. They are used by the NPC named Boss Su to cheat money. So even though people came in waves, no one bought gifts. But Suemo didn't care. It didn't matter if they didn't buy, someone would buy anyway. The world is not short of rich people, such as Xu Bing. He came again today. The first thing Xu Bing did when he came in was to spend money to buy everything he could buy in the store. He didn't stop until he had spent all the gold coins. He alone contributed more than half of the total income today. If it weren't for the fact that there was really no way to receive gold coins from other players, he would probably want to continue to clear out the grocery store. After a day, Suemo found that except for the ordinary gift, all the other 3 items had been sold out when she counted the quantity. This was actually within Sumo's expectations, so she was not surprised. What surprised her was that she saw that someone actually bought a gift. And there was more than one player. She bought a total of 10 gifts. But now there are only 7 left on the shelf, which means that it is likely that they were bought by 3 people. Suemo raised her eyebrows. No matter what the reason was for these people to buy gifts, she still praised the good luck of the people who bought gifts. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 200 gold coins. Congratulations to the host. The grocery store's reputation has reached 100. The store can spend 100 gold coins to upgrade to level 2. Do you want to upgrade? For days to upgrade? This speed can be said to be quite fast. If it weren't for the system's prompt, Suemo wouldn't even notice that the store's reputation had reached 100 points. Among the 100 points of reputation, the increase from the customer's first visit to the store is the largest, followed by the first purchase. In other words, although there seem to be many customers coming to the store, in fact, less than 1/3 of them actually spend money and buy things. It is certainly a good thing that reputation grows fast, but it is not completely good, because the speed is too fast. She hasn't saved much money yet, which means that although she has upgraded, she can't buy things in high-level grocery stores, because she can't afford it. Suemo really didn't expect that one day she would have a delayed upgrade. In the previous world, she always had more money than fame or popularity. As a result, this world is the opposite. Chapter 138 Hologram, Grandpa and Dog. Suemo thought about it, and finally decided not to upgrade for the time being. No. Wait a minute. There are still many good things in the first level mall that have not been exchanged. Although the things in the second level mall are good, Suemo has also seen them. They are all very expensive. Even if she exchanges them, players at the beginning of the game can't afford them. In this case, Suemo thinks it's better to keep the 100 gold coins first. After all, she only has 230 gold coins in total, and only half of them will be left after the upgrade. In this case, she would rather use the 100 gold coins to exchange for items in the first level mall. For example, she can exchange the primary armor now. Primary armor purchase price, 50 silver coins/piece. Selling price, 2 gold coins/piece. Introduction, an ordinary primary armor, although the defense is not very strong, but at least it is stronger than ordinary linen clothes. The price of armor is actually the same as that of weapons, except that one is for attack and the other is for defense. After buying this, Suemo was still hesitating whether to unlock another item. But then she thought again. It is not good to unlock too many at once. When players see too many new items at once, they are more likely to ignore them due to economic problems. In this case, she decided to maintain the speed of unlocking a new item every day or every other day in the next few days. After all the most important and useful items in the first level mall are unlocked, she will upgrade the grocery store to the second level. It is still good to delay the upgrade progress of the grocery store in this way. Anyway, if you don't upgrade, your reputation will not change. Xiao Yun, is this thing of yours really useful? Qin Tian frowned, looking at the plainly wrapped box in his hand, really couldn't help but raise a question. Qin Yun rolled his eyes. How did she know if it was useful? She was just thinking of giving it a try. If it was useful, that would be the best. If it wasn't, forget it. It was just a waste of money to buy this gift. This gift was so expensive, it actually cost a gold coin. Yes, Qin Yun was one of the only 3 players who bought gifts in the grocery store. The reason why he bought this was because Qin Tian received a very tricky task. The task looked quite simple. The main content was to let the player go to the back mountain to pick bamboo shoots. It didn't seem to be difficult, but the bamboo forest in the back mountain had an owner, an old man, who was unwilling to let him in no matter what he said. Giving money didn't work, saying nice things didn't work, and offering to exchange things didn't work. This old man wouldn't listen to any soft or hard words anyway. Nothing would work. They had thought about simply breaking in or sneaking in without the owner's permission. But someone who took this task on the forum said that he had used both methods. If he chose to break in directly, he would lose the favor of the old man. If he chose to sneak in, he would be discovered by the old man's dog. And then he would be chased by the dog all the way. And eventually his favor would still be lost. The most outrageous thing is that this game even has a favor system for dogs. The result of being chased by a dog is that the favor of both the old man and the dog will be reduced. And favor is actually very important. After playing for a few days, the player finally discovered that all the NPCs in this game are old men. If the favorability is high, it may not bring any benefits. But if the favorability is low, people will give you a hard time in a minute. So this task is stuck, cannot be moved. But this task cannot be abandoned, because abandoning it will also reduce the favorability, and it will reduce the favorability of the village chief. But if you leave it alone, it won't work either. The game stipulates that players can go to the main city from the novice village after reaching level 10. But if there are unfinished novice village tasks, you cannot enter the main city. You must wait until the tasks are completed before you can enter. Since ancient times, no player has not left the novice village when playing games, so it is definitely not okay to keep the tasks. Qin Yun originally wanted to go to the grocery store that Qi Jun mentioned today, and buy some medicine and weapons by the way. In the end, she saw a gift item that can brush the favorability of NPCs. She was reluctant to buy it at first, but she saw her brother frowning all day, so she made up her mind and spent her own money. Don't waste time. Just give this gift to me. After you have improved your favorability, ask me if I can let you in. If you can't, just go in directly. Anyway, it will lose favorability, so it's better to complete the task. At least you can get some rewards. Also, promise your sister that you won't take any tasks in the future. Isn't it better to level up and kill monsters? Qin Tian was speechless and speechless. In the end, Qin Tian still went to the back mountain with the gift. Perhaps because there were too many people who were cheated by the task. When Qin Tian went there, he could still see 2 or 3 people surrounding the old man, begging to go in. As a result, before he got close, he heard a frantic dog barking. Then, a male player came out of the bamboo forest, shouting help and I won't dare to do it again. And behind him, there was a tall and strong dog chasing him. This scene stunned everyone present. Qin Tian, the forum is not lying to me. The old man snorted as usual, and seemed to be mumbling something in his mouth. After seeing this scene, the people who had bad intentions immediately gave up their bold ideas. With sharp ears and sharp teeth, and legs full of tendon meat that was stronger than theirs. Such a big black dog would scare anyone who saw it. Seeing that they couldn't succeed, these people were ready to leave. When they passed by Qin Tian, they saw the direction he was heading, and knew that he should be an unlucky guy like them. While casting a sympathetic look at him, he couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Brother, give up. We have spent 2 days here. Qin Tian twitched his lips. Thank you, big brother. He said thank you, but his steps did not stop. This big brother was a young man who didn't believe in evil and had to give it a try. So he didn't continue to dissuade him. At most, he just sighed and said, "I won't give up until I see the Yellow River," and then left. The old man was relieved when he saw them leave. But he saw Qin Tian again in a blink of an eye, and his face suddenly darkened. "Are you here to dig bamboo shoots too? You are not allowed to enter here. Go away." Qin Tian was quite panicked when he saw that the old man was unhappy. But when he saw that he didn't lose his favor, he knew that there should be more room for discussion. He didn't hesitate and took out his gift directly. The blue-gray box was opaque, so people couldn't see what was inside. Chapter 139 Holographic Victims Gathering Post. Originally, both Qin Yun and Qin Tian were quite curious about what was in the box, but they tried and found that they could not open it at all. The system prompt said players cannot open this item. Because of the qualifier player, they believe that this gift should be prepared for NPCs. As expected, only NPCs can open it. The moment the gift box was taken out, the old man was stunned for a moment, and finally frowned again. "What? Bribe me? Take it away." Qin Tian waved his hands quickly. "It's not a bribe, it's just a small gift. I see that you have worked hard to guard the bamboo forest, so I bought it for you." There is actually no logic in what he said. This bamboo forest originally belongs to the old man, and it is the old man who decides whether it is hard to guard it, and it has nothing to do with him. And the old man and him don't know each other, so there is no reason to give a gift. However, this is a game after all. Perhaps the game has a change of heart, so it doesn't pay too much attention to language logic. Otherwise, Qin Tian's nonsense would not make sense. The old man's expression eased a lot, but he still didn't accept the gift, and directly and decisively rejected it. Qin Tian suddenly felt that his head was big. He never thought that the difficulty was not how to convince the old man to let him in, but how to make the old man accept the gift. "This gift is specially prepared for you. If you don't want it, it's useless for me to take it back." After another round of persuasion, Qin Tian's lips were dry, and finally the old man accepted the gift. The old man hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. Qin Tian had no hope for this mission, so he didn't feel too sorry that the old man accepted the gift but didn't ask him to go in and dig bamboo shoots. What he cared about now was what gift was in the box. So he asked the old man to open the box to see if he liked it. In fact, he just wanted to see it, but he didn't expect that his curiosity about what was inside would trigger a series of strange and reasonable things. First, the old man opened the gift. Qin Tian saw a small plate of yellow and white cakes with flowers printed on it. Of course, he could only recognize that the small plate was cakes at most, but he couldn't recognize what it was. He was thinking that it was a rip-off to buy these cakes with just one gold coin. Besides, the old man is old, and eating too much sweet and indigestible cakes is not good. Delicious. Qin Tian widened his eyes, looking at the old man's eyes with tears, and wiped his hands impatiently, and then put a piece of cake into his mouth with trembling fingers. After eating, he also uttered a slightly choked sigh. This development was really unexpected for him. After the old man finished a piece of cake, he squinted his eyes and savored it for a while, and then closed the box. Good boy. The following development was weird but also reasonable. The old man agreed to let him go into the bamboo forest to dig bamboo shoots. But he could only dig bamboo shoots, and could not walk around and look around. Qin Tian seemed to be hit on the head by a huge surprise, and he agreed immediately. He came here to dig bamboo shoots, so how could he do anything wrong? Don't worry, uncle. I will only dig 3 and leave after digging. If you are worried, you can go in with me to watch. The uncle thought about it, and finally followed him in. Although he didn't know why the uncle was so cautious, Qin Tian still remembered what the uncle said. So he just found 3 bamboo shoots at the edge of the bamboo forest. Anyway, the task only said that 3 bamboo shoots were required, and the size was not specified. So he left after digging. During this period, the uncle was waiting by the side, and he didn't say anything, but he seemed to be in a bad mood. When leaving the bamboo forest, he vaguely saw something in the distance. He always felt that it looked like something, but he couldn't tell what it was for a while. On the way back to hand in the task, he then thought that it might be a grave. Is this the reason why the old man doesn't want outsiders to enter the bamboo forest? Talk about the weird NPCs you met. Original poster. I can't hold it anymore. I really can't hold it anymore. This game is a rip-off. I didn't expect that even the NPCs are so rip-offs. Does anyone know the guy who bought the candied haws? He has a crush on the village chief's daughter, and he insisted that I help him give her a gift. You said it's okay to send a gift. Do you know what he sent? A wood sculpture that looks like a weirdo. And he told me that he carved the daughter of the village chief? Is this something that a carbon-based creature can carve? Can such a person really have a partner? I thought it would be better for you to send a candied haws than this. 1L. I'm dying of laughter. No, why should I laugh? Because I also received this task, I should cry. Woo. 2L. The OP is pitiful, but I'm even more pitiful, because I also received a bad task. I don't want to mention it. I'm upset. 3L. So did you send it? Wait for a follow-up. OP6L. I gave it to him. The village chief's daughter kicked me out. Then I failed the mission. That guy insisted that I ruined his marriage, and lost my favor. I was speechless. 10L. Does anyone know the mission of digging bamboo shoots? This is really a rip-off. The OP's mission can actually be completed by helping the candied haws guy to exchange a normal gift for the girl. But the bamboo shoot mission is really completed. No. 11L. Bamboo shoot victims plus 1. 12L. Bamboo shoot victims plus 2. This is actually a post by a player complaining about weird missions and weird NPCs. In just a few minutes, a 100-story building was built. In less than half an hour, this post directly rushed to the today's hot post. Even the OP himself did not expect that. A post he just wanted to complain about would become popular. In fact, it is normal for this post to be popular. Because for all the players who have accepted tasks in this game, more than 90% have received tricky and weird tasks. So this post is actually like a vent for them. And they all want to vent here. Even if the players who have always only leveled up by killing monsters and never did tasks. Although they don't have the same experience. It doesn't affect them coming in to post ha 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 and learn something new. More people reply. More people read. And the popularity of the post naturally goes up. Later, some people even joke that this is a victim gathering post. At first glance, there seems to be nothing wrong with saying this. The original trend of this post was still normal. And everyone was complaining. Until the post was a 1,000-story building. A reply triggered everyone's heated discussion. Chapter 140 Holographic. You need to use your brain to complete tasks. 1111L. The bamboo shoot task is quite simple. I have already completed it. The person who spoke was not Chin Tion, but another unlucky guy who received the bamboo shoot task like him. But he is unlucky. He is quite lucky. Because he may be the first player in the whole game to master the correct way to complete this task. Speaking of which, originally this post was used by everyone to complain about the difficulty of the task, the weirdness of the task. But suddenly someone came out saying that the task was simple. They were naturally not happy. The people who replied to 1111L one by one said all kinds of things. 1115L. The above person said it was easy. You said it was completed. It's just a matter of typing. I can do it too. 1116L. That's not how you brag. The last person who bragged deleted his post. Understand? 1117L. Although, I seem to know which post the above person is talking about, but they didn't delete it because of bragging. It's obvious that they don't want others to know about the existence of that store. But this doesn't affect my feeling that 1111L is bragging. 1139L? Don't you use your brain when doing tasks? Don't you ask the reason why the old man doesn't let you enter the bamboo forest? If you can't find out, won't you go to the village to ask? Forget it. I'll just treat it as taking care of you mentally retarded children, and teach you how to do this task directly. The reason why the old man didn't let you in is that his wife passed away. Her grave is on the hill behind the bamboo forest, so he doesn't want outsiders to disturb you. Anyone with a little thought can find out about this matter. It is very simple to get bamboo shoots. There are two ways. One is to actively explain that you are only here to dig bamboo shoots. You will definitely not walk around or look around. You can also suggest that the old man go in together if you are worried. In this way, the old man will most likely agree to let you go in. The other is not to go in by yourself, but to pay the old man to go in and dig for you, and then sell it to you. Anyway, the task only requires bamboo shoots, and you don't have to dig them yourself. Of course, I also heard that the old man's wife used to be a good hand at making cloud flower cakes. So I suspect that if you give the old man cloud flower cakes, you should be able to go in. Of course, I haven't tried this. You can try it yourself. Is it detailed enough? It's not so hard to understand. Right? This person's words are well-founded. For a moment, all the mocking voices disappeared. I don't know if he really tried this method to complete the task, or because he didn't want to reply. Because of this reply, this post suddenly changed from a victim gathering place to 100 ways to complete tasks. Almost everyone started to discuss whether these strange tasks really have other ways to complete them. If so, what are they and how to do them? It must be said that, after having an example in front of them, they gathered their strength and really completed many tasks that they had previously considered to be deliberately difficult by other means. Soon, another disagreement emerged. This time the task requires the item fish. There is no limit to what kind of fish, as long as it is fish. According to the task introduction, players can find a way to go fishing in the pond in the novice village. But soon the players found out that they had no fishing rods, no fishing nets, and they could not catch any fish unless they went into the water. But it was not easy to catch fish in the water. So everyone tried their best to study how to catch fish. As a result, another player who had completed the task appeared. 1593L. This task is not difficult. If you give a gift to the fisherman, he will give you a fish directly. You don't need to fish at all. Because of the previous experience, no one mocked him this time, fearing that they would be slapped in the face again. After seeing this reply, these people really gave gifts according to what he said. But since they wanted to give gifts, the question was, what should they give? After asking around, they finally arrived at the hall. This fisherman loves to drink. So after a discussion among the players, everyone bought a jar of each kind of wine, and then knocked on the door of the fisherman's house. However, the expected giving fish part did not appear. The fisherman only lent them the fishing rod. The fishing rod can only be used for 2 hours, and it must be returned after use. A group of players who thought they read the strategy and came to do the task were immediately confused. What happened to the agreed giving fish? Why did it become lending the fishing rod? And only for 2 hours? If it was someone who knew how to fish, it would be fine. 2 hours would be enough to catch a fish. But what about those who don't know how to fish? Or if they are unlucky? What if they can't catch any fish in 2 hours? Let's not think about this question for now. The first thing these people did was to go to the forum and scold 1593L, the player who said the fisherman can give fish. This player felt very aggrieved. Others said he was a liar, but the fisherman only gave him a fishing rod but not a fish. But he did receive the fish from the fisherman. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured it out. This was probably a gift problem. Their gifts were all wine bought from the tavern in the novice village, while he gave a gift bought from the grocery store. Although the gift box also contained wine, there might be some difference between them. He briefly explained the source of his gift, but no one responded to him, because those people all went fishing. He didn't care anyway. He had completed his task, and it was none of his business whether these people believed it or not. However, after this incident, he found that the gift from the grocery store was really useful. Instead of spending 50 silver coins to buy wine in exchange for a fishing rod, he might as well spend 1 gold coin to buy a gift in exchange for a fish. Anyway, the price difference was not much. The time wasted fishing was enough to earn several 50 silver coins. So this person thought about buying a few more gifts, just in case of emergency. Unfortunately, the store was closed when he went there. In order to prevent someone from competing with him tomorrow, he also quickly went to the forum and deleted the post in which he explained it. In this way, no one would know the function of this gift, and no one would compete with him, but he thought it was good. This post has so much traffic that someone had actually seen what he posted a long time ago. They were still thinking about whether this was true, but when they saw that he deleted the post, they thought there must be a big problem. So this person's behavior successfully helped the grocery store attract another wave of customers who were ready to buy gifts. And all this happened, Suemo didn't know. She didn't know at all that she didn't need to do any publicity in this world, and these players would slowly make her store popular. In a blink of an eye, a week had passed since the server was launched. Although Sumo's grocery store is not well known now, it is still a well-known existence in the player circle. If we talk about how the grocery store became popular, the person who needs to be thanked the most is the first person who posted that there are weapons and medicines here. Chapter 141 Holographic Pet Eggs. He was the first person to officially bring the grocery store into the player's site. If it weren't for him, the following events would probably not have happened. During this week, Suemo gradually unlocked all the first-level items that she thought were meaningful. In addition to the items that had been unlocked before, there were also scrolls to return to the city and a small backpack with 10 slots. Let's talk about the small backpack first. Small backpack 10 slots purchase price, 3 gold coins/piece. Sales price, 10 gold coins/piece. Introduction. After equipping, the backpack limit plus 10. The price of a small backpack is not cheap. Although it seems to have only 10 slots, it seems that it can't hold anything, but its price is as high as 10 gold coins, which is equivalent to 5 weapons. Similarly, it is also the most expensive item in the grocery store so far. But no matter what, although backpacks are expensive, they are still worth the money. Because the player's initial backpack is really too small, there are only 10 slots in total. After buying a backpack, it is equivalent to doubling the space of the backpack. This is still very useful for players, because whether it is equipment, various materials, mission props, or different types of things, they all need to occupy a separate grid. In the novice village, the best backpack they can buy is a linen bag, which only increases the upper limit of 5 grids, but requires 8 gold coins. In comparison, it is better to spend 2 more gold coins to buy a small backpack. And after this week, the players have gradually become familiar with this game. As the upgrade speed increased, they became more proficient in the game and made money faster. The original gold price also dropped from several hundred to more than 10. It was equivalent to a direct reduction of 0. This was enough to prove that the player's current economic situation had gradually begun to improve. Even these props that seemed very expensive in the past, for them now, were not particularly difficult to accept. Then, there was the return scroll. Return scroll purchase price, 10 silver coin / piece sales price, 1 gold coin / piece introduction. After use, the player can be teleported to the main city teleport point that has been visited. This return scroll is actually similar to the teleportation scroll of the first world. The difference is that as long as the teleportation point is located, you can go wherever you want, and you can take multiple people at a time. But the return scroll is different. It can only take one person at a time, and can only teleport to a fixed teleportation point. But the price difference between the two makes up for the shortcomings of the return scroll. After all, a teleportation scroll costs 15 gold coins, while a return scroll only costs 1 gold coin. For the players who are already wealthy, the return scroll has almost become one of their must-have items, because it is indeed convenient, and the price is not particularly expensive. You can use 3 or 5 scrolls a day, and if you level up frequently, you can use 7 or 8 or even 10 scrolls. Although this will cost a lot of money, the time saved in the middle is also enough for them to do many things. For players now, the grocery store is simply an inseparable part. Whether it is the gifts that are now regarded by players as artifacts for improving favorability, or the medicine that can instantly restore health and mana that is still sold only here, or even the primary armor and weapons that have been eliminated by most players, but are still used by novice players. Each one is something that players need. It's just that these things can no longer meet their needs. For example, medicine. As the level of the players increases, their upper limit of health and mana also increases. And primary medicine simply cannot restore too much at one time. For the same reason, the level of the monsters they need to deal with has also increased. The damage caused has also increased. And the defense has also increased. So they need better and higher level weapons, armor, and medicine. Suimo, who received this information, decided to upgrade the grocery store after closing the store today, so as to unlock some more advanced products. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 1,250 gold coins. Confirmed to upgrade the second level grocery store, 100 gold coins have been deducted. With 2 crisp prompt sounds, while the money was credited, another sum of money was deducted. The system was happily humming a song while busy with the upgrade, while it was boasting. I will have a physical body soon, host. You must work hard to make money. Physical body? Suimo raised his eyebrows and asked a question. But this was the first time that the system did not answer Sumo's question, but concealed it. Suimo was not in a hurry. Anyway, if the system really had a physical body at that time, unless it used invisibility to hide otherwise, he would be able to see it sooner or later. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 2, and you will be awarded 2 level 2 commodity exchange coupons. The level 2 mall is now open. After saying this, the system fell silent. This made Suimo a little uncomfortable. No upgrade tasks? The system was selecting the physical image that it was about to exchange, calculating the money on it, and finding a way to answer Sumo's questions. Because this plane is special, there are no upgrade tasks. Host, you can play as you want. After saying this, the system repeated what it had said before. How is it? I'm not wrong. This is a vacation world. Very comfortable. Suemo. It's okay. She felt that it was no different from the previous two worlds. Anyway, the upgrade task was simple, and it was the same for her whether there was one or not. However, the developed network in this world really provided her with a lot of convenience. At this rate, she would complete the task in this world at least twice as fast as in the previous two worlds. However, since this world is so easy, Suemo seriously suspected that the next world would not be easy. However, she felt that the system would not tell her if she asked it. And there were too many types of worlds. She could not guess them by guessing. So she just ignored it. After upgrading, Suemo opened the mall skillfully. Because she had been stuck at the level for a long time. She had already thought about what to exchange. Primary concentration pill purchase price, 5 gold coins / piece sales price, 20 gold coins / piece introduction, after use. All experience gained within 1 hour will increase by 50%. Multiple uses. Time can be superimposed. Effects cannot be superimposed. And can be used up to 3 times a day. Pet egg purchase price, 10 gold coins / piece sales price, 30 gold coins / piece introduction. Pets can be hatched after careful care. Hatching time is uncertain. Pet level and race are uncertain. Note, those who do not treat pets well will be permanently blacklisted by this store. Chapter 142 Holographic. I'll show you something good. The name of the concentration pill may seem a bit complicated, but anyone who has played the game will know the purpose of this item after reading the introduction. It is actually a similar item to the double experience pill. It's just that it's not double the experience here, but a 150% experience bonus. Unlike some games, the experience pills in some games are only valid for the experience gained from killing monsters, and are invalid for the experience gained from other ways. In other words, only killing monsters can get multiple experience rewards, and the rewards for completing tasks are still the same. But the concentration pill is different. Even if it is the experience reward attained from the task, you can still get an additional 50% bonus. This is naturally good news for players. After all, you can get more experience. Otherwise, this concentration pill is only useful for players who like to upgrade by killing monsters, and it is useless for players who don't like fighting and only like to complete tasks. Let's talk about the second product. The pet egg. The pet eggs here are what Suemo personally thinks are the most cost-effective products in history. Of course, this is just a possibility. Everything is because pet eggs are actually random. Suemo has read the information about this pet egg. As long as you are lucky, you can even hatch a dragon, a unicorn, or a phoenix. Think about it. If you can hatch a pet of the level of a mythical beast with 30 gold coins, then the cost effectiveness is simply unspeakably high. Of course, if you are unlucky, it is also possible to hatch a cat or dog that can only act cute. It is worth mentioning that, under normal circumstances, the probability of hatching all pets from pet eggs sold in grocery stores is the same. There is no such thing as a rare pet with a lower probability. If there are 100 different types of pets, then the probability of each one is 1%. And the rare pet will not become 0.1%, let alone 0.01%. This setting also increases the probability of hatching better pets. Of course, this is just a normal situation. If the player does not take good care of the pet eggs, the total probability of hatching pets will decrease. During the hatching process of pet eggs, there is a value called vitality, and the maximum value of this value is 100. Vitality actually represents the probability of hatching a pet. The initial vitality value of each pet egg is 100, which means that the probability of hatching a pet from each pet egg is 100%. Because of poor care, the vitality value will gradually decrease. If it drops to 90, the probability of hatching a pet is 90%. And if it drops to 50, the probability of hatching a pet is 50%. If the probability of hatching a pet drops to 60% due to the lack of timely care for the pet egg, then there is a 40% probability that no pet will be hatched and the egg will become a dead egg. And the remaining 60% probability will be equally divided among all pets. If the vitality value drops to 0, then the probability of hatching a pet is 0%. In simple terms, this is a dead egg, and it will definitely not hatch a pet. It seems very complicated, but in fact, as long as you raise one yourself, you will know that it is not that difficult to understand. It is said that you need to take good care of it, but in fact, it only means that you can take it out every day to touch it and let it bask in the sun. If the player likes, they can even talk to the pet egg, and chat with it. These are all behaviors that can increase vitality. As long as the creatures in the pet egg feel the care and love of the owner, they will grow normally. If you put it in the backpack for a long time, and ignore it, and implement cold violence that even adults cannot accept, then the cubs in their sensitive period will naturally not be able to bear this kind of grievance. So their vitality will decrease, because they don't like such an owner. Some factors that reduce vitality are actually the pet's own choice. This usually means that the pet doesn't like this owner, so it is unwilling to come out, and would rather choose death. Suemo also noticed the notes behind the pet egg, and asked the system to find out that they can actually monitor the player's actions on the pet egg. Once it is discovered that the player deliberately ignores the pet egg, it will cause the pet in the pet egg to die, or if the player maliciously harms his own pet. Such behaviors will be directly blacklisted by the system. Of course, in order to prevent misunderstandings and accidental injuries, the system will conduct multiple tests, and only after multiple confirmations of harmful behavior will it blacklist players. If players are not convinced, they can come here to appeal, but generally, those who can be blacklisted are those who are confirmed to have wrong behavior, and their appeal is useless. This blacklist has the same function as the previous worlds. Any player on the blacklist is not allowed to buy things in the grocery store for life, and they can't even enter the store, because this game is bound to personal information. As long as it is detected that you are this person, even if you delete your account and start over, this record will still exist. Suemo thought about it, and decided to try selling a batch of pet eggs first, to see how players would accept them. So she only bought 50 pet eggs. Although 50 seemed like a lot, the actual customer flow of the grocery store had already exceeded 1,000. These 50 eggs could not even buy 1/10 of the people. Suemo had just upgraded the second-level grocery store, and would soon be able to upgrade to the third level. However, it seemed that there would be a delay. Suemo had already bought the other products, and they had been placed on their respective shelves by the system. But this pet egg was different. It was just like the spiritual soldiers before, and it had its own consciousness, so it was not suitable to be placed on the shelves. Suemo asked the system to separate a space, and then transform this space into an environment that was most suitable for the pet eggs to live in. Then she and Xiaohei put them in one by one. The 50 pet eggs of different sizes and colors looked like Easter eggs on a certain festival. After they found a comfortable environment, they settled down and each settled themselves in a small corner to rest. In the small shop, this small space was quite conspicuous. All the pet eggs were lying quietly and peacefully, looking leisurely and contented, which brought a sense of tranquility to people's hearts. Ching. Didn't you say you were going to play a dungeon today? Where are you going? Ruan Yuan was a little helpless. She didn't know what happened to her friend. She suddenly dragged her all the way. When she arrived at the destination, she found that Manqing had brought her to the door of the grocery store. Didn't you buy medicine? Ruan Yuan could only think that she had to come to the grocery store because she forgot to buy medicine. But she could come by herself. Why did she drag herself along? Manqing shook her head while panting. No. Let's go in first, and show you something good. Chapter 143 Holographic. Cute little white eggs. Ruan Yuan was pulled into the store, with a confused look on her face. Because today is the day when a new dungeon is opened, most of the players have gone to brush the dungeon, and the number of people in the grocery store is rare at this time. It is rare, but there are actually more than 10 or 20 people in it, but it is not as prosperous as before. Here, look here. Manqing took her to the place where the pet eggs rested, and then pointed to the sign above. Ruan Yuan looked at the round pet eggs inside, and then looked at the sign again. Pet eggs? You brought me here just for this? She thought something was wrong, but it turned out that Manqing couldn't walk when he saw the pet eggs. She knew that her friend liked cute furry animals, like cats and dogs the most, but what a coincidence, Manqing was allergic to animal hair. A rash would appear when touched, and it was red. This means that every time she sees cute cats and dogs, she can only watch others touch them, and dare not touch them herself. But there are not so many concerns here. This is a game. Everything is fake. She can't really touch the fur, and she won't be allergic. So Manqing wants to buy a pet egg. Other players may want to hatch some pets with high strength and strong combat power. But she doesn't have many requirements. As long as it is furry. Yes, I think we can both raise one. Manqing smiled and took out the egg that she liked the most, and then held it carefully in her arms, fearing that it would be bumped by accident. She originally saw that the shell of the egg was very smooth, and thought it felt cold. But when she picked it up, she found that it was slightly warm. According to the game settings, each player can only have 2 pets at most. If you encounter a pet that you are not satisfied with, you can actually trade or sell it. Despite this, Sumo still set limits on pet eggs. First, each player can only buy pet eggs 5 times. And second, if a player has a pet egg that is hatching, he cannot buy a pet egg again. This is also to prevent some studios or players from making restrictions to brush up the best pets to sell. If the player has used up all 5 purchase opportunities and has not hatched the pet he likes, then he can only buy it. However, this possibility is generally not high, and it mostly happens to black people or greedy players who want to take mythical beasts as pets. Yuan also likes pets, but because someone in her family is allergic to hair, she has never kept one. When she thought of the obedient and soft little cat at her relative's house, she was moved. However, are cats mammals? Can a cat really be hatched from this egg? Despite some doubts, Yuan still picked the smallest white egg. This little white egg was obviously shy, and it trembled when Yuan touched it. If it weren't for the fact that the touch from her hand was too real, Yuan would have doubted whether it was her illusion. How could an egg be shy? Yuan, why did you choose such a small one? Manqing looked at the egg in her hand that she had to hold with both hands, and then looked at the egg that Yuan could easily hold with one hand. The contrast was quite great. Yuan looked at the pet egg in her hand, which was not much bigger than an egg, and felt inexplicably soft in her heart. Smaller pets are more convenient. Just think about it. A small pet the size of a palm can be with you at any time. Manqing was somewhat persuaded. She looked at the eggs in her hand that were as big as 2 basketballs, hesitated for a moment, and was ready to put them back and choose a smaller one. What she wanted was small animals such as cats, dogs, and rabbits. If a small thing like a lion, tiger, or snake came out of such a big egg, she would be scared to death. But she had a good idea. This big egg was like 502 glue, and it was stuck in her hand and refused to leave. Manqing's bitter and resentful look amused Yuan. She laughed twice, and said comfortingly, "It should like you very much. It will be so sad if you put it back now." As if to cater to Yuan's words, the big egg rubbed against Manqing's body in a humane way. After this rubbing, Manqing felt embarrassed to put it back. The most important thing was that she really liked it at first sight. Otherwise she would not have chosen it. Maybe this is fate. The two paid and prepared to leave, after stepping out of the store, because the big egg in Manqing's hand was too conspicuous. It attracted many people's attention. On the contrary, the small white egg in Yuan's hand was the size of a palm, and she could hide it in her sleeves with a shrinking hand. "Manqing, my little egg, can we discuss it and make it smaller?" Yuan saw that it was really hard for her to hold it, so she suggested that she put it back in the pet space. Manqing thought about it and refused. Although they, as players, had no way to enter the pet space and didn't know what it looked like inside, she could guess that it must be a space without any other creatures. It would be lonely and wrong to let a young cub that hadn't even hatched stay in there for a long time. She had already made up her mind that unless she went offline, she would never let her big egg easily enter the pet space. Leaving it alone. She had chosen the egg herself, so she had to treat it well. Yuan knew that her friend was stubborn in some aspects, and after persuading her once to no avail, she didn't say anything more. It was just that the two of them were conspicuous, and they met many players who came directly to ask what the egg was. If they were polite and had a good attitude, they would answer. On the contrary, if they were arrogant and had a bad attitude, they would ignore them. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived in front of the copy. Fortunately, they left early, otherwise they would have been late. Qin Yun and 2 other sisters, who just met in the game, also accompanied them to play the dungeon. The 5 girls were all good-tempered and had similar personalities, so they quickly formed a small group of 5. Whether it was leveling up by killing monsters or playing dungeons now, they were basically together. Qin Yun saw from a distance that Manqing was holding an egg that almost covered her chin, and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Wow, where did you get such a big egg? Ostrich eggs are not this big, right?" Not only was Qin Yun so surprised, the other 2 girls also looked at Manqing, the egg in her hand, in surprise. After Manqing and Yuan finished explaining, Qin Yun and the other 2 were also a little moved. Especially when they saw the palm-sized white egg in Yuan Yuan's hand, they were even more excited. Chapter 144 Holographic Pentagonal Grocery Store. I loved it so much at first sight. How come even the eggs are so cute? The little white egg seemed to be a little shy when being looked at, so it didn't care that they were still looking at it, and rolled into Yuan Yuan's wide sleeves and hid. They sighed when they couldn't see the little white egg. Since you like it so much, you should buy one too, Manqing suggested. Anyway, the price is not expensive. Now almost every player has at least a few dozen gold coins, and normally several hundred, so there is still enough money to buy an egg. Qin Yun, then go buy it together after the dungeon is cleared. After all, they have already agreed to play the dungeon at this time, and it is not appropriate to change their minds at the last minute. But their thoughts are good, but the reality is still very skinny. Although this dungeon is played for the first time, because the person who unlocked this dungeon has posted a strategy on the forum, the difficulty is not particularly difficult. It took them about an hour to clear the level. And then they rushed to the novice village. Even so, when they entered the store, they found that the place where the pet eggs were placed was empty. Not only that, many players were late and did not get the pet eggs, so they were asking for high prices. Some asked for 40 gold coins, some asked for 50 gold coins, and the highest even asked for 85 gold coins. You should know that the original price of this egg was only 30 gold coins. But it could be nearly tripled after reselling. The threefold price was still very attractive. And soon someone was tempted. The person who bid 85 gold coins quickly got a pet egg, and then left happily holding the egg. Many people saw such a big egg in Manqing's hand, and their eyes lit up immediately, and they came over enthusiastically. Manqing saw their purpose at a glance. So before they approached, she said she would not sell it. These people were obviously not ready to give up. In their opinion, the reason why these people did not sell it was because the bid was not enough. So they raised the price a lot. After all, Manqing's big egg was so beautiful. And it was big. It looked like a good pet could be hatched. The big egg stuck to Manqing's body in fear. Manqing touched it, and still refused decisively. No. You can find someone else. The highest price these people offered was 70 gold coins. Although it was not as good as the previous one, it was still a very good price. This would be worth several hundred in real currency. But Manqing didn't need this little money. So why should he wrong himself? These people were full of confidence. But seeing Manqing's decisive refusal, they felt a little embarrassed. But they, several grown men, were too embarrassed to embarrass a little girl because of a failed deal. So they just snorted and left. The people nearby who also had pet eggs saw that they had changed their target, and immediately ran over with their eggs in their hands. This woman looked down on 70 gold coins. But they did. In the end, these people still bought pet eggs. As long as you are willing to pay, it is still easy to buy something. The system watched these pet eggs being passed around by players again and again, and suddenly felt that its head began to hurt, although it did not have a head. But this did not affect the slight fluctuation of its code. Host, won't you stop them from selling pet eggs like this? Suemo lowered her eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The system always felt that her mood had changed a little. After a long time, Suemo said, let's not talk about how to stop it. Do you really think that those who buy and sell pet eggs for a little money will treat them well? Although the sentence is a bit too absolute, it is still applicable in most cases. Suemo knows that these people must be thinking, there will be pet eggs tomorrow anyway. I can just buy them tomorrow. Some people may really treat pet eggs well, but they just can't resist the temptation of money. But this temptation is not just once. They couldn't resist it the first time, so naturally they couldn't resist it the second time, the third time. But they forgot that there is a limit to the number of pet eggs they can buy. Suemo is waiting to see them regret it after they have used up all their opportunities. In fact, there is still a difference between pets hatched by yourself and pets bought and sold. But Suemo deliberately didn't write it out. This is also for these pets. Otherwise, why can players freely choose the pets they like and sell or abandon the ones they don't want? The system thought about it and felt that what the host said was right, but not right. It is very simple to really stop them from buying and selling. Just set the pet eggs to the attribute of untradeable or bound. Suemo knew what it was thinking. But when she found out that these pets were not as simple as ordinary data, she had already made arrangements and would not change them easily. Anyway, the first batch of 50 pet eggs had all been sold out. The players who came after hearing the news didn't even see the shadow of an egg. When Suemo saw so many people coming, and they all came for pet eggs, she guessed that it was probably someone who posted on the forum again. Sure enough, she asked the system to check the forum, and saw a small hot post discussing pet eggs. Although it was not a post with a lot of traffic like today's hot, it was quite conspicuous because it was labeled Pentagonal Grocery Store, and was pinned to the top of the homepage. Not a few people saw it. The label Pentagonal Grocery Store was actually thought up by the players previously, because of a series of other places don't have it. Only here, other places have it. But it's cheaper here. The grocery store came into the sight of many players. The reason why it was called the Pentagonal Grocery Store was because the players thought it was really strange. A good grocery store has things from the pharmacy rejuvenation pills, magic pills, things from the blacksmith weapons and armor, things from the tailor backpacks, and even things from the item store scrolls to return to the city. Others are pentagonal warriors. But when it comes to her, it naturally becomes a pentagonal grocery store. The main meaning of this word is to describe and express that this grocery store is everything. Suemo was bored, so she went to browse the forum. But when she read half of the post, she suddenly heard the system exclaim. She frowned, closed the forum, and asked the system what happened. A few seconds later, she heard the system's mechanical voice with strong anger. Someone dared to abuse the pet egg. Hearing this, Suemo sighed and clenched her fingers unconsciously. Although this matter was expected. Chapter 145 Holographic. Disabled pet egg, but she didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen on the first day. After going to the grocery store, Qin felt a little regretful that she didn't buy any pet eggs. After she separated from the other 4 people, she prepared to go back to the gang and complete the gang's daily tasks. When passing by the teleportation point at the entrance of the village, she suddenly heard a burst of unbearable abuse. What kind of broken thing is this? It actually made me spend 30 more gold coins. What are you doing? Be gentle, after all. It's a pet egg bought with 30 gold coins. Aren't you afraid of breaking it? Qin had a bad premonition for some reason. She stopped and secretly looked in the direction of the speaker under the cover of the big tree. She saw a man holding an egg that was a circle smaller than a basketball. This egg looked round and quite cute. But for some reason, the outside of this egg was gray and looked a bit dirty. It was probably covered with dirt and dust from the ground. The one who tried to dissuade the man was a girl. Although she persuaded the man verbally, her body did not move at all. It was obvious that she was disgusted by the dirt on the pet egg. Huang Ming, if it really doesn't work, you can sell it. At least you can get your money back. Or at least reduce the loss. The woman's words seemed to move the man. Huang Ming paused, looking at the egg in his hand with disdain, and really wanted to throw it away. But when he thought about the 30 gold coins he had spent, he couldn't bear to part with it. But he wanted to sell it. But he was afraid that he couldn't sell it. It's not that simple. The vitality of this broken egg is only 40. I'm afraid it won't even hatch a fly. Only 40 vitality points? Qin opened her mouth in surprise. Although she hasn't bought the pet egg yet, she has also learned about the vitality value from Man Qin and Huan Yuan. Under normal circumstances, the vitality of a pet egg is 100. Even if it is placed in the backpack all day, it will only drop a few points at most. Only if it is left alone for many consecutive days will it drop by multiples. Only 40 vitality points is equivalent to keeping the pet egg in the backpack for 5 consecutive days. Even if it is locked for 5 days, it may not drop to such a low number. But if she remembers correctly, the pet egg should be put on sale today. This is only the first day? What did this person do to the pet egg? Qin was surprised. And she also felt a little sympathy for the pet egg. The woman was obviously surprised by what Huang Ming said. Why are there only 40 left? Didn't it just have 100? This was also the question in Qin's mind. Huang Ming sneered, then threw the pet egg in his hand up and down, like a ball. Seeing that the vitality value dropped a few points again, he stopped. He didn't want the pet egg to really die. How do I know? I was fighting monsters with you just now. I just put the egg aside for a while, and it became like this. I guess some bastard accidentally touched it. Because when it found that the pet egg was wrong, it was no longer in its original position. There were many people in the place where they leveled up and killed monsters. When he placed the pet egg, he did not pay attention to the position, and just found an empty space to throw it there. It was probably kicked by other players accidentally, so it rolled to another place, and was covered with dirty mud and dust. The reason why he did this was that the pet instructions said to let the pet egg get more sun exposure. Unexpectedly, it got into trouble while being exposed to the sun. I should have known not to leave it outside. I might as well throw it directly into the pet space. As he said, he cursed in a low voice. Huang Ming was busy complaining that the pet egg was too delicate, and it lost most of its vitality just by being kicked by other players. But he never thought that this might be his own problem. If he finds a suitable location, then the pet egg will not be kicked? Can eggs, which are so fragile, be placed randomly? In other words, the pet egg will not lose so much vitality if it is kicked. It will only lose a dozen points at most. As for why it dropped to 40, it is all because of Huang Ming's attitude. He couldn't find the pet egg in the original location. When he found it, the first thing he did was not to be thankful, but to complain about the pet egg rolling around. Then, when he saw the pet egg became dirty, he complained again. When he finally saw the vitality value, he started to curse again. It is precisely because of the accumulation of many things that the vitality value dropped so quickly and so much. If he had a better attitude later, the vitality value would not only not be so low, but it might also increase back to what it had dropped before. What are you going to do now? Or maybe you should try to sell it. The woman obviously felt that it was impossible to sell it with such a low vitality value, but there was no other choice if she didn't sell it. According to Huang Ming's personality, if he continued to keep this pet egg, it would probably be completely dead in a short time. The best choice is to sell it, but even if it can be sold, the price will definitely not be high. After all, the probability of this being a dead egg is more than 50%. Normal people basically won't buy it, unless the price is cheap enough. Huang Ming was obviously a little unwilling to lose his 30 gold coins. After a while, the two of them heard a voice. Do you want to sell this pet egg? How about selling it to me? The person who spoke was Qin Yun. Originally, she was going to leave, but after hearing their conversation, she was a little moved. It's not that she didn't hear that the vitality value had dropped to 40, but she also heard Wang Yuan say that as long as she took good care of the pet egg, the vitality value would increase. She herself has both cats and dogs, and she has raised them from puppies to adults. So she doesn't think she can't take good care of the pet egg. Huang Ming was very happy to hear that someone was willing to take this pet egg. After seeing Qin Yun's dress, there was a hint of ill intention in his eyes. Sure, I'll sell it to you for 40 gold coins. Huang Ming's words were so shameless that even the woman who knew him felt embarrassed. Qin Yun frowned. Although she was not short of money, and didn't mind spending money in the game, she really wanted this pet egg. But this doesn't mean that she is stupid and rich and easy to be cheated and bullied. This thing is originally priced at 30 gold coins. Although they did see someone buying it at a high price before, it was a healthy pet egg. Now this disabled pet egg with a vitality value of only 40. How dare you ask for such a price? Chapter 146 Holographic. Not enough pet eggs. This person is really shameless. Qin Yun didn't like Huang Ming in the first place. He was not a good guy at first glance, as he could mess up the pet egg in one day. Now he hated him even more. Forget it, I just heard about your egg. It's worth at most 10 gold coins. You can sell it if you want. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he saw Huang Ming wanted to refute, so he interrupted with a cold snort, and then turned and left. Although she felt sorry for the pet egg, she was not a saint, so there was really no need to do so. If the pet egg really died in the end, then the one to blame, the one who was wrong, was only Huang Ming, not her. Ching, just eat well, what are you looking at? You can play games anytime. Manqing pulled the corner of her mouth, and nodded perfunctorily. Then she ate the last 2 mouthfuls of rice in the bowl in a few bites. I'm full. Mom's cooking is great. Before she finished her sentence, she had already left the table, and rushed to the bedroom. What's wrong with this child? Manqing couldn't wait to play the game, and then opened her backpack as soon as possible, and took out the big egg from the bag. Seeing that the vitality value had not decreased, she was relieved. It was just a while since she left, but she had already started to miss it. She didn't know whether the big egg fell asleep or what. But when Manqing took it out, it was motionless, not as lively as before. After staying in the game for a while, she received a message from Qin Yun, saying that the guild would organize an event tonight, and asked her if she wanted to participate. Because of Qi Jun, Manqing brought Wang Yuan to join the same gang as them. Originally, she came here just to see the situation of the big egg, and she didn't have any other plans. She was just feeling bored, since there is an event to participate in now. It's not bad. and Qin Yun said that Huan Yuan also participated. So the three of them can play together. In the evening, when the three met, Man Qing looked at the pet egg in Qin Yun's hand, which was inexplicably gray, and there was obvious surprise in her eyes. Where did you get this pet egg? Isn't it sold out? Huan Yuan just came over and heard this. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Yun and saw the pet egg in her hand. The pet egg in Qin Yun's hand was actually quite different from the two of them. Not just in color and size. I don't know why, but the egg in her hand always felt like a color with lowered brightness. And it felt a little depressing. Qin Yun touched the egg and explained, I bought it from someone else. The vitality of this egg is a bit low. I don't know if it can be kept alive. That's right. This egg was bought by Qin Yun from Huang Ming. The final transaction price was 15 gold coins. Although it was 5 gold coins more than Qin Yun's offer. It was within her expectations and within her acceptance range. So she bought it. After buying it, she found that it was said to have 40 points of vitality. But in fact, it only had 33 points. Hearing Qin Yun's description of what the man did, Man Qing and Huan Yuan couldn't help but feel a little angry. But after all, this was something that someone else paid for, and he had no way to deal with it. It was fortunate that Qin Yun bought it. Otherwise the egg would have no hope of survival. Man Qing frowned, with a hint of disgust in her tone. Didn't you say to treat pet eggs well? Otherwise, the store will blacklist them. She thought this sentence was just a decoration. Who would abuse pet eggs for no reason? Unexpectedly, there are such people. Qin Yun also felt speechless. She shrugged, and casually said an idea, maybe he thinks this is fake. And the grocery store doesn't know that he is not good to pets. Of course, there is another possibility that Huang Ming doesn't care about the grocery store blacklisting him. Although this possibility is very small. Qin Yun also thinks this person's idea is very strange. This is a game, not reality. If cats and dogs are abused in reality, there is no video or photo evidence. Maybe it will not be discovered. But isn't it easy for NPCs in the game to adjust data? She didn't know whether Huang Ming was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Others wanted to worship the pet eggs. But he was abusive and sarcastic. And he also played with the pet eggs as balls, throwing them up and down. I really don't know where he got the courage from. Forget it, let's not talk about this, it affects our mood. Tonight's activity is to step on the lanterns, let's go. Stepping on the lanterns actually means literally, players need to knock down the lanterns in the sky, and then step on them with Qigong. Lanterns of different colors and heights can get different scores, the higher the score, the more rewards. When the three of them went to step on the lanterns, 3 pet eggs of different sizes were put together. The 3 eggs leaned on each other. The big egg and the small white egg were obviously familiar with each other, and they stuck together in a short while. The new gray egg was obviously a little reserved and scared at first, as if he was worried that the previous thing would happen again. However, the eggs around him were obviously the same, and in the gray egg's view, they were the same kind. Having the same kind of people around him reduced the gray egg's nervousness. So when the 3 of them came back from the activity, they found that the 3 eggs were all stuck together. They moved from time to time, and it was unknown what they were communicating. Qin Yun poked the gray egg, and prepared to check its condition. Then she was surprised to find that the vitality value, which was only 33, had risen to 40. And it was still rising slowly. During her observation, it quietly rose from 40 to 41. This made Qin Yun very happy. Huan Yuan and Man Qing were also obviously relieved when they heard that the vitality value began to rise again. It seems there is still hope. If the pet eggs are placed together, will they be able to interact and play with each other? And then their vitality will increase? If so, that's pretty good. In the future, just put it together with other eggs more often. The 3 of them would level up together almost every day, and they would spend more time together. Qin Yun touched the gray egg, and a smile appeared on her face. And the gray egg also changed from not responding before to starting to approach her from time to time. Fuck, why are there so many people in the grocery store today? Do you have so many things to buy? I can guarantee that. Half of the people here are here to buy pet eggs, because I am too. Half? Then your vision is too narrow. At least more than 90% are here to buy pet eggs. Do you really think that only 50 pet eggs are enough for a few players to share? Chapter 147 Holographic. It is reasonable for beasts to like macho looks. I am different. I am not here to buy pet eggs. I am here to buy the concentration pill. Hee hee. Because I already have a pet egg. What is the concentration pill? Why didn't I see it? I just want to know which brat leaked the pet egg. Are you afraid that you can buy it? Because the pet egg is too conspicuous. And Suemo had some intentional elements. He deliberately asked the system to put the concentration pill in an inconspicuous corner, so not many players found and bought the concentration pill yesterday. Most people only noticed the pet egg. However, this few words of chat did not attract everyone's attention to the concentration pill, especially when the store opened. All the players swarmed in. They all came to the area where the pet eggs were placed, and chose the pet eggs they liked. In fact, there is no difference between pet eggs except size and color. And you can't see what's inside, so everyone is just picking based on their feelings. For example, male players prefer to pick larger ones, because they think it is more likely to have high-powered pets such as tigers, wolves and lions. Female players prefer to pick smaller ones. One because they are cute and small, and convenient to carry, and the other because they think it is more likely to hatch cute little animals such as cats, rabbits and hamsters. In fact, these are all baseless guesses. Regarding the size and color of the eggs, Suemo got the correct explanation from the system. Why are some eggs so big? Because this pet likes big rooms, and it is spacious to live in. Why are some eggs so small? Because this pet thinks small rooms are warm and comfortable. Yes, the truth is so outrageous. Eggs are their home or room for pets. The size is just because they like it, and has nothing to do with race. In other words, even the egg in Monching's hand, which is as big as 2 basketballs, can hatch a chick that is less than the size of a fist. The size of the egg can only limit the maximum size of the pet, but cannot limit the minimum size of the pet. As for the color, you need your favorite color to decorate the room. This is not difficult to understand. Right? So those pink eggs disliked by male players are not necessarily soft little animals. After all, pink is also a macho color. Tigers and lions are also beasts, and it is reasonable for beasts to like macho colors. In a word, now these players have very good ideas. I just hope they won't be scared by reality when the time comes. Speaking of which, after entering the store, these players initially wanted to pick pet eggs, until they found that the people around them were faster than each other. Everyone took one as soon as they saw it, and they didn't pick or choose at all. It was good enough to buy it. How could they dare to complain? In a short while, the 100 pet eggs that Suemo had just purchased were gone. Those who didn't get the pet eggs could only sigh quietly, and comfort themselves that they would definitely get them tomorrow, and then walk towards other shelves. Everything was normal, until a curse came from the crowd. If Qinyan was here, she would find out that the person who made the sound was Huang Ming, the player who sold her the gray egg yesterday. Huang Ming was holding a purple egg in his hand at this time. The egg seemed to be very repulsive to him, and kept moving around. However, its strength was still too weak, so it had never been able to break free. Huang Ming held the purple egg tightly with one hand to prevent it from escaping, and then opened the settlement interface to pay. However, when paying, he found that he had always failed. At first, he thought there was something wrong, until he saw that the people around him had paid and were ready to leave. And he still couldn't pay. He couldn't help but get angry. What a broken system. You can't even pay. You deserve to pay. The people around him didn't know what happened, so they just looked at him strangely. After trying for more than 10 times and failing, Huang Ming couldn't hold it back anymore. He grabbed the purple egg in one hand, and then walked to the counter angrily. Where's the boss? I want to pay. What a broken system you have. You can't even pay. Su Boss Missouri looked up at him, and then she called Xiao Hei over to wait. Then, she stood up and glanced at Huang Ming from top to bottom. Although her eyes were indifferent, Huang Ming felt a hint of danger. Sorry. You are a player on our blacklist, and you can't buy anything in our store, Suemo said indifferently, and the way and tone of her speech were very similar to that of an ordinary NPC. Before Huang Ming could speak, she said again, It's my fault that I didn't notify you in time to become a member of our store's blacklist. It was a very normal sentence, but when Suemo said it, it always felt a little ironic. What does I didn't notify you in time to become a member of our store's blacklist mean? This thing is not a good thing. Is it necessary to notify it specifically? The surrounding players saw the movement here, and they all gathered around. They didn't chat, didn't buy things, and just stood there to watch the show. Huang Ming was very angry, and now he was being treated like a monkey and watched the show here, which made him even more angry. What does he mean by being a member of the blacklist? What did he do to become a member of the blacklist? There is something wrong with this NPC. But he also knew that this was an NPC after all. And he couldn't curse casually, otherwise once the favorability dropped. Even if there was no problem originally, it would become a problem. In this case, he could only suppress his temper and ask patiently, "Why am I on the blacklist? I didn't do anything?" Huang Ming protested rationally. Suemo pointed to the sign on the pet egg without changing his expression. The moment Huang Ming turned his eyes and saw it, he still felt a little guilty. But soon, he recovered. He had let the broken egg bask in the sun. Why didn't he treat it well? It was because the egg was too sensitive, and it lost so much vitality for no reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold it immediately. The system has detected that players have used cold violence, intimidation, ridicule, and insults on pet eggs. Although there was no actual physical harm, it has seriously damaged the mental state of the little pet. Sumo's words stunned the people around him. If they didn't know that Suemo was talking about the pet in the pet egg, they would have doubted whether the object Suemo was talking about was the pet egg. Chapter 148 Hollow. Did the egg provoke you? Since when do pets have a mental state? And a pet that is not yet hatched? This is too absurd. Huang Ming wanted to continue to refute, but a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the store. "You'd better hatch a better pet, or I'll cook you and eat you." "Why did you roll here? I've been looking for it for a long time. It's so dirty. This broken egg is so useless. How did it suddenly lose so much vitality? I shouldn't have bought this money-losing thing. It's useless, and it's very fragile. It's so annoying." Such bad language was released for a full 2 minutes at a time. But the people around were stunned after just hearing the first few sentences. They never expected that the seemingly honest man in front of them could speak so badly. And he was so bad to an egg. "Is it that serious? Did the egg provoke you? You cooked it and couldn't hatch a good pet." He didn't even look at his behavior. He deserved a good pet? The onlookers were so angry after hearing these words, not to mention the fragile pet eggs. They were not even cubs at this time. How could they listen to such words? Now they finally understood why the store wanted to blacklist Huang Ming. If the grocery store was regarded as a pet store, knowing that there was a customer who would treat pets violently verbally, I am afraid that any pet store with a conscience would not be willing to continue selling pets to him. Huang Ming's face turned purple, and red, and it was colorful like a painting. Finally, he seemed to be unable to bear the pointing and talking of the players around him, as well as their mocking and contemptuous words and eyes, and finally ran away. I don't know if it was intentional, but he didn't let go of the purple egg in his hand when he ran. This scene was seen by many people, and they shouted one by one, "Stop him quickly! He hasn't put down the pet egg in his hand yet. Why are you running? You want to take the things in the store away without paying? This is robbery. How shameless is this person? He was exposed for abusing pet eggs, and now he wants to run away with the eggs in a rage? We are all blind." If it were any other situation, these people would just shout at most. But Huang Ming had a pet egg in his hand. Among the players, any player who didn't have a pet egg couldn't help but join the chasing team. They held Huang Ming and refused to let him go, and tried desperately to get the purple egg in his hand into their own hands. In the end, this farce was settled by Xiao He. As an NPC, Xiao He did not need to suppress his strength as much as before. In this world, NPCs were much stronger. Without any constraints on strength, Xiao He easily dealt with these players in a few moves, holding the purple egg in one hand, and Huang Ming in the other hand, and throwing him out. Suemo took the purple egg from Xiao He's hand, and in the expectant eyes of the crowd, he slowly said, "Only players who are willing to take good care of pet eggs can buy them." Before the excited players could speak, Suemo said again, "If the same situation is found to occur again, the player will also be blacklisted by our store." These players were stunned for a moment, and they didn't even know when Suemo put the purple egg in the pet box. Finally, it was the female player, who was closest, and who recovered the most quickly, who successfully bought the purple egg. Seeing that the excitement was over and the pet eggs were sold out, the players scattered, some buying things and some leaving. Suemo sat on a chair, recalling the expressions of other players he had observed. Although only 50 pet eggs were sold yesterday, it meant that only 50 players had pet eggs in total. But there were many people like Huang Ming. But he was the worst one. This was also the reason why Suemo did not directly inform Huang Ming that you were blocked by the grocery store, but instead indulged him to buy things in the grocery store. Because Suemo wanted to use him to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Although those players were not necessarily at the scene just now, They were not necessarily able to see the scene of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. But with the speed of news dissemination in this world, Sumo believed that it would not be long before what happened just now would appear on the forum. As expected, before the store was closed today, Sumo heard from the system that there was already a discussion on the forum about being blocked by the grocery store because of verbal violence. In fact, Huang Ming's behavior was not just verbal violence, but also physical violence. But she was not convenient to release the video, as it would have a huge impact. It would also make players feel a sense of panic of being monitored. So after thinking it over again and again, she only chose voice. In comparison, voice is always easier to accept than video. Let's get back to the point. After Sumo closed the store, she went to the forum to look at the posts related to today's incident. Regarding today's incident, players are basically divided into 3 groups. One group thinks that Huang Ming deserves it, because he treated Pet Egg so badly. One group thinks that although Huang Ming did too much, he is not guilty of such a crime. This group's point of view is unique. They talk about the difference between the game and reality, and the players in all aspects. It doesn't seem to be discussing the right or wrong of Huang Ming's behavior. They think that this is a game, and it is the players who play the game, not the game that plays the players. How can a game block players at will? Even if he is wrong, even criminals still have the opportunity to reform. But he has not broken the law or committed a crime, and he is not given any chance at all, which is too much. There is still a lot of controversy here. Some people think it is right. They spent money to buy a gaming helmet or a gaming pod, but they didn't even have a good gaming experience. In this case, it is better to just refund the money and not play. Of course, the rebuttal is also quite exciting. Games also have game rules. If you don't follow the game rules, you will be judged as violating the rules and be blocked. Then you tell me that it is the game's fault. You are so great. I understand. I was banned for cheating or bugging in the game. I can appeal. If you don't agree to the appeal, I will refund the money. Because I am the one playing the game, not the game playing me. I spent money to buy the game, and I can play it however I want. The store clearly states that you should treat pet eggs well. Are you illiterate or highly myopic? Isn't this the rule of pet eggs? The game has been open for more than a week. Don't you know how to play the game? The NPC ignored you because of low favorability. You know it's your own problem. You tried to improve favorability, but ended up changing the target from NPC to pet egg. Don't you know what's right and wrong? You just took advantage of the pet egg's inability to talk. Chapter 149 Hollow. Watching the excitement is not a big deal. There are reasonable ones. There are also sarcastic ones. There are also ironic ones. It can be said to be very exciting. Even Sumo, who used to not like to read gossip, was attracted. Now she almost holds a melon or a handful of melon seeds while eating and reading. In addition to these 2 groups of people with clear attitudes, the third group is the neutral group. Although they are neutral, they are actually somewhat inclined to the first group, because their statements are it doesn't matter, I won't abuse pet eggs anyway, and this thing can't happen to my pet. In a word, although they don't say whether Huang Ming's behavior should be blacklisted by the grocery store, they all know in their hearts that Huang Ming's behavior is wrong. And they also know that they won't do this, so they don't care whether they are blacklisted or not. Halfway through eating the melon, Sumo found that there are actually people who complain and report the game officials. I don't know where these people got the nerve to do this. Anyway, there must be Huang Ming among the people who reported it. Everyone knows how good and practical the things in the grocery store are. In his opinion, it is unreasonable and uneconomical that he was blacklisted just because of such a small thing. In other words, even now, Huang Ming still thinks he is not wrong. His complaint to the official is that the NPCs in the game have too high authority and can blacklist players at will, which seriously affects the player's gaming experience. If his record on the blacklist is not deleted, then he will ask the game official to refund the money. Although Huang Ming is very confident, he also knows that he cannot fight against the entire game official by himself. So he joined several other players, who were also tortured by NPCs, to file a complaint. The first part was about how they distorted the facts, and the last part was about their demands and threats. If you don't do what we say, we will return the goods game helmet/game cabin. Not only that, in order to attract attention to this matter, these people even posted their complaints to the forum. It was just a small gossip about players being blocked for not following the game rules, but it instantly became a big thing that pitted players against the game officials. This development was beyond everyone's expectations. Sumo was speechless, and the system added fuel to the fire by directly using its authority to set the post posted by Huang Ming as the administrator pinned post. Suemo, you really enjoy watching the fun and don't mind the trouble. You're not afraid of causing any trouble to the game. The system snorted, with a hint of arrogance and anger in its tone. Anyway, they will take care of it. No matter what. These cubs cannot be wronged. The cubs the system was talking about were the cubs in the pet eggs. It originally wanted to cover it up, but seeing that the host had already discovered it, it had nothing to pretend. In fact, just as Suemo had thought before, these pet eggs were not just a string of game data. The real world outside the game where Suemo was located was actually not simple. These pet eggs involved the evolution of humans in this world. After evolution, humans will have their own soul beasts. And the cubs in these pet eggs are actually soul beasts. The birth of soul beasts is related to humans playing this game. Whether it is a game cabin or a game helmet, it will change everything subtly. After the soul beast is born, it will have a tacit understanding and intimacy with its owner. The higher the tacit understanding, the human can use the power of the soul beast to improve their own strength. So they are not just a string of data, they are actually real creatures. The pets hatched by oneself have high intimacy and tacit understanding. If they are traded, the initial value will be very low. The intimacy value is relatively easy to cultivate. Humans only need to be nice to them, and talk and play with them every day. But the tacit understanding value is difficult to improve. In addition, soul beasts are also picky about people's character. People with bad character, such as Huang Ming, they naturally don't want such people to be their masters. If the intimacy value is too low, then the soul beast will flee directly. This is also the reason why Suemo did not write this information. She left this to the soul beasts themselves, as a way for them to leave. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Suemo, she is just an ordinary grocery store owner. Huang Ming's final complaint was naturally a failure, even though he made such a big fuss, and united so many players. But they all failed. The game officials agreed to their request for a return. If they really feel that what happened in the game makes them unable to play normally, then they can contact the staff at any time to return the goods. As long as the game cabin or game helmet is not damaged, then they can return all the money without losing a penny. But after returning the goods, the person will never be able to buy a game cabin or game helmet again for life. Even if they buy from other people through special channels, it is useless, because their entire personal information has been blocked. Even if they have a game cabin or game helmet, they can't enter the game. Just like Huang Ming can't even enter the door of the grocery store now, with the official announcement of the game. Except for Huang Ming, several other people deleted their posts that made trouble, and prepared to pretend that this incident had never happened. Just kidding. Although they had a part of the game experience that was not pleasant because of NPCs in the game, it does not mean that they can't play the game. If they really return the goods, then they really can't play the game. And they didn't think about returning the goods in the first place. It was just a threat. When the threat came true, they backed off. Although Huang Ming was angry, there was still no way. He even wrote a letter of complaint to the relevant department to report the game. But there was still no response. There was definitely no response. This game has such a great influence now. How could the leaders of their country not notice this game? The fact is that they actually know part of the truth about this game, including the soul beast. It can be said that Huang Ming was not arrested, which was a kindness of the game. The matter ended here, and the dust settled completely. After this incident, two important effects were produced. One is that pet eggs were known to more players, and more players flocked to the grocery store, hoping to buy a pet egg. The other effect is that all players began to take their pet eggs seriously. After all, the lessons from the past are still there. Chapter 150 Holographic Skill Book. In order to meet the needs of so many players, Suemo is increasing the number of pet eggs every day. Similarly, the number of players who can buy pet eggs every day is also slowly increasing. At the same time, as the number of players increases, they gradually discover the existence of the concentration pill. Originally, upgrading this game is not very simple, but the game is set to wait until level 10 before players can leave the novice village. And changing jobs requires level 15. Although many players have reached level 10 and successfully left the novice village, they still have to continue to move towards the goal of level 15. Because only after officially changing jobs to the corresponding profession, the game is officially started. The concentration pill undoubtedly provides them with great help. The only thing that makes them feel a little regretful is that players can only use the concentration pill 3 times a day, and some liver emperors can even spend more than 10 hours a day to kill monsters, which is undoubtedly not enough. But no matter what, it is better to have it than not. Suemo saw that the players had already discovered the existence of the concentration pill, so he did not continue to hide it, and let the system put the concentration pill in a normal and conspicuous position outside. Almost all players can see the existence of the concentration pill as soon as they enter the door. Some players are more powerful. In order to make the most of the concentration pill, they even specially plan the best leveling routes and arrangements for each level, and use the absolutely real data they tested to illustrate that they are right. Although such data posts are boring, they are still very useful for players. So even though this is a paid post, it still has a very high number of views. Even the author of the post might not have thought that so many players would read the data post that he had calculated just to appear bored. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. With the support of the concentration pill and the data post of the big guys, the speed at which players upgraded could be said to be rapid. Soon, the first player who reached level 15 appeared. With the first one, the second and third also appeared one after another. For a while, the World Channel was almost full of cheers and inquiries from everyone, cheerful and happy that they finally reached level 15, and finally could change their jobs, asking what job to change to, what job is the best, and what job is the most popular. Suemo kept up with current affairs, and saw that the players finally changed their jobs. So after closing the store, she quietly unlocked another product. Speaking of which, since the grocery store was upgraded to level 2, she has not unlocked a new product for a long time. During this period, she has been relying on pet eggs to maintain the popularity. Now that the craze for pet eggs has passed, it is time for a new product to attract the attention of players. Ching, have you decided what job you want to change to? Ruan Yuan asked while playing with the pet egg in her hand. Manqing looked at her experience bar. She could reach level 15 in 15 minutes at most. Ruan Yuan reached level 15 before her, but she didn't know what job she wanted to change to. So she sat here and asked Manqing for his opinion. Me, warrior or archer? If other players heard that Manqing had a warrior among her choices, they would be surprised, because most female players actually prefer long-range output or nanny professions generally. Melee like assassins and warriors, especially warriors, are meat shields that need to resist monsters. Generally they will not choose. But Ruan Yuan was not surprised. She knew that Manqing had learned a little martial arts. The first time they met was because Manqing helped her beat away several gangsters who were about to do something bad to her. She was not surprised that Manqing chose a warrior, but she was more curious why she included an archer in her selection range. There is nothing to hide between friends, so Ruan Yuan asked directly. Manqing frowned and thought for a while. Because I heard from my cousin that archers need fewer skill books. In any game with combat, skills are basically an important and indispensable part, and the game New World is no exception. If it is other games, the way to acquire skills is generally to learn from skill books dropped through various channels, or to go directly to the corresponding NPC to learn after reaching a certain level. Basically, there are only two ways to acquire skills. The New World uses skill books to provide players with skills, except for the 3 to 5 basic skills that players will definitely learn after changing jobs. All other skills need to be learned through skill books. This is very unfriendly to some professions that are very skill-intensive. For example, mages, healers, and priests. The mage is one of the traditional professions, a profession that mainly relies on skill output. Without skills and mana, he is a waste. Although the skill requirements for treatment are not as demanding as those for mages. The basic skills only include blood recovery skills. And there is no resurrection, which is the most important skill. Therefore, in the later stages of the game, whether or not to learn the resurrection skill will become a major threshold for the treatment profession in this game. As for the priest profession, it is quite special. It is a purely auxiliary profession. Its skills are to add various buffs. But the buffs in the basic skills are relatively weak. So it is also a profession that relies heavily on skills. In contrast, the archer, who only needs to draw a bow and shoot arrows, has become one of the professions that requires the least skills. Moreover, the basic skills of the archer are also very useful skills. Even without other skill books, the archer can have a good gaming experience. But this does not mean that the archer is the strongest among all professions. On the contrary, the reason why mages and priests have skill book restrictions is because some of their skills are very strong and cannot be used as basic skills. The archer has a high lower limit and a low upper limit. and it is quite standard no matter how it is played. The lower limit of the mage and the priest is low, and the upper limit is high. Without the skill book, they are nothing. With the skill book, they are the Thunder King and the god of creation. Does Yuan want to choose a mage or a healer? As expected of a friend who has played together for so many years, Manqing directly guessed what Wan Yuan was thinking. Wan Yuan nodded. She had indeed been struggling between the two, but after hearing what Manqing said, she also wanted to change to a profession that did not require skills. While chatting and killing monsters, Manqing successfully reached level 15. The two happily went to the main city to prepare for the job change. As a result, they received a message from Qin Yun right after they walked in front of the job change NPC. Private chat. Qin Yun, have you and Xiao Yuan been to the grocery store today? Chapter 151 Holographic. Black people have dignity too. Manqing paused. This action attracted the attention of the people around him. What's wrong? Xiao Yun said that there are good things in the grocery store. Let's go buy them quickly, otherwise it will be too late. When Wan Yuan heard this, she and her decided to go back to the village first. Anyway, you can change your job at any time. If you go there a step later, you may not be able to buy good things. But it seems that they are still a step late. Looking at the crowded grocery store, the two people twitched their mouths almost at the same time. How long has the store been open? Why are there so many people again? The two of them tried to get closer, although they still couldn't squeeze past these people, but at least they heard the conversation of these players. I heard that skill books are sold here? Is it true? Will anyone tell me? I heard. Why heard again? I just want to know which bastard spread this matter again. Don't think about it. It's sold out. Everyone go away. Don't squeeze. I can't even get out of the door. Although this result was expected, everyone still sighed with regret. Just like they didn't get the pet egg at the beginning. But some people still didn't give up, and had to go in to take a look, but after seeing the empty shelves, they could only leave unwillingly. Wan Yuan and Manqing looked at each other. They finally knew why Qin Yun called them here. So there are skill books for sale. Manqing swallowed her saliva, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This grocery store is really, well-deserved, keeping up with current affairs. Isn't it keeping up with current affairs? The large group of their players just changed their jobs, and skill books are sold here. This is too understanding of their needs. Anyway, since they are here, although they failed to buy the skill book, they still plan to go in and take a look, and replenish some other things. For example, their medicine is almost used up. Although other places have begun to sell primary rejuvenation pills and magic pills, players are already used to buying things here, so whenever they have time, they basically choose to replenish supplies here. The first time they entered the door, their eyes were attracted by the only vacant position on the first row of shelves. Skill scroll purchase price, 10 gold coins/sheet. Selling price, 50 gold coins/sheet. Purchase limit, each person is limited to 1 per day. If there is a special task that has not been completed, it cannot be purchased. Introduction, after using it, you can receive a special task. After completing the task, there is a high probability of obtaining a waste book, a medium probability of obtaining a skill book of this profession, a small probability of obtaining a skill book of other professions, and a very small probability of obtaining a general skill book. Restriction, only available to players after job transfer. It turns out it's not a skill book. Manqing muttered to herself. They just heard people outside shouting skill books, and thought the grocery store really sold skill books, but they didn't expect that what was sold was a task scroll. It's just that this is a task with a skill book as a reward. After using it, you will receive a task. You have to complete the task to get a skill book, and it's not 100% guaranteed that you will get a skill book. The waste book here should refer to useless books, which is equivalent to opening a blind box and getting nothing. The price is not expensive, but it's a bit of a pitfall that it's not 100% guaranteed to get it. After all, no one knows what the medium probability is. It also restricts the purchase of unfinished tasks. However, this will only affect the rich, because they will not be able to arrange people to buy in large quantities and brush tasks and skill books. In this way, it is more friendly to ordinary players. After all, as long as the local tyrant players do not monopolize, ordinary players will always have a chance to buy it. Not only that, the task scroll is a special item that can only be carried once. At the same time, as long as the player has a special task that has not been completed, or there is a skill scroll in the backpack, then the player cannot pick up the skill scroll. This is also to prevent local tyrants from buying scrolls everywhere, or some studio merchants from hoarding skill scrolls in large quantities. This game requires a certain balance, so even if Suemo finds it troublesome, he still makes a lot of settings for this product. If we don't buy it, let's go and change our job first. Accustomed to the rules of the grocery store, they all know that the goods are only received once a day, so there is no point for them to wait here. 101 nodded. But now that we know there are skill scrolls, wouldn't it be much easier for us to get skill books in the future? Then she can choose a mage or healer with confidence. Manchin glanced at her and said with a smile, okay. The little black ghost is getting more and more confident. As a black ghost player who is only guaranteed a minimum for 10 consecutive 10 draws, completing tasks can have the possibility of probability of obtaining skill books, which is almost the same as drawing cards. 101 rolled her eyes helplessly. What's wrong with black ghosts? Black ghosts also have dignity. What if she changes her luck in another game? Joking aside, 101 did not change her mind in the end. After thinking again and again, she chose to change her job to a mage. Manchin changed to a warrior and gave up the archer. How is it? How much did you buy? Zhu Bing asked hurriedly as he watched a group of people walk into the room. Since he knew that some new things would appear in the grocery store from time to time, Zhu Bing, although he himself was not free, arranged the players to stay in the grocery store every day. As long as there was something new, he would notify him, and then he would mail money to this person, and he would be responsible for buying it. This time was no exception. When the player who was arranged to be a spy saw the skill scroll, he was excited. He quickly told Zhu Bing about the skill scroll. Zhu Bing transferred several thousand gold coins to him without saying a word, and asked him to buy as much as he could. The spy had never seen so much money in his life, and his mouth was watering with greed. But he also knew the background of Boss Zhu, and he would definitely not be stupid enough to give up his money career for just a few thousand gold coins. After getting the money, the spy was about to buy the tickets. But he was shocked to find that he could only buy one. So he had no choice but to tell Zhu Bing about it and ask him to send more people to buy. But this back and forth wasted a lot of time. So although Zhu Bing gave money to dozens of people, only less than 10 people actually bought the tickets. Boss Zhu, I bought 8 tickets in total. The person who answered wiped the sweat from his head, and his tone was very guilty. More than 40 people went out, but they only bought 8 tickets, which was less than 1/5. They were afraid that Boss Zhu would be angry. Chapter 152 Holographic, Hidden Difficulty Attributes. Just as they thought, Boss Zhu was not in a good mood. But he also knew that, now that things had come to this, the goods had been sold out, it was useless for him to be angry now. It would only affect everyone's mood. Seeing that Boss Zhu was not going to be angry, they were relieved. Where is the skill scroll? Let me see. After saying that, a person immediately took out the things in his backpack attentively. Zhu Bing took it and looked at it, and then used it directly. At the same time, the system prompted him that he had received a special task. The condition for completing the task was to kill 500 wild wolves. This task did not seem particularly difficult, but because the number of tasks was too large, it was a bit cumbersome. Zhu Bing had a preconceived idea, and for a while he thought that the tasks of the skill scrolls should all require killing a certain number of monsters. At most, the type, level and number of monsters would be changed, and there should be no other changes. Li Si, you go find 3 healers, 2 mages, and 2 priests, and give them the scrolls to do the quest. Li Si is an old man around Zhu Bing. Basically, Zhu Bing gives him any important tasks. When the server was first launched, Li Si was busy helping him deal with real things, so he couldn't enter the game so early, which made him have no one around him to use. Now that he is here, Zhu Bing can finally feel relieved. Li Si nodded in response, and then stepped aside to find the right person to do the quest. Because the number of skill scrolls is limited, Zhu Bing must first assign the professions that benefit more from skill books. Although there is a chance that the task reward will give skill books of other professions, the probability is relatively small after all. So it is most appropriate to distribute them according to demand. However, what he did not expect was that this special task was not as simple as he imagined. The 7 people came quickly. According to Zhu Bing's statement, 3 healers, 2 mages, and 2 priests. The 7 people were now quite excited. The matter of skill scrolls was very popular, so they all knew about the skill scrolls. They were originally regretting that they were unlucky, and did not buy skill scrolls. Unexpectedly, an opportunity fell from the sky. The deputy gang leader actually said that the gang leader bought a batch of skill scrolls for them to use. How could they be unhappy? After a period of chicken soup and encouragement, the 7 people were almost brainwashed. Zhu Bing came forward at this time and asked people to distribute the skill scrolls to them. The 7 people excitedly took the scrolls and took on the task according to Zhu Bing's requirements. After a moment, the expressions of the 7 people all became very strange. That, boss. I also want to do the task, but what is this shark silkworm? Although the name should be some kind of material, but he really had never heard of this material at first glance. It was a high-level material that had not yet appeared on the market. Kill 50 flaming tigers. If I remember correctly, the flaming tiger seems to be a level 20 monster? He is only level 16, no matter what. He can't beat a level 20 monster. Gather 500 white deer grass. Isn't white deer grass a blue-grade herb? As everyone knows, blue-grade herbs can only be collected with a level 3 collection technique. But so far, in the entire game, there are only a few people who can learn the collection technique, not to mention the 3rd level collection technique. Among these 7 people, 5 of them have received tasks that cannot be completed at present. Only 2 people have received the same monster-killing task as Zhu Bing. Although the number of monsters required is large, they are tasks that can be completed at the current stage. Zhu Bing frowned and asked them to send out the tasks, and the 7 people did it obediently. Now everyone present saw 5 strange tasks. Either the monsters that cannot be killed at the current level, or the herbs and ores that cannot be collected, or the materials and props that have never been heard of. How can this be? A group of people were puzzled. Su Mo drank milk tea, and leisurely watched the players on the forum, who were originally excited to show off that they bought skill scrolls, and now wailed. And these players were complaining that the difficulty of the task was too high. The system looked at the host with a smile like a little devil, and trembled with fear. It seems that the players are quite satisfied with the current task difficulty. System? Host. You can pretend not to see their complaints, but you can't lie with your eyes open. In fact, the difficulty of this skill scroll task is related to many convenient factors. There are 3 main factors. One is related to luck. The better the luck, the lower the task difficulty. Another is related to the profession. The more skill-intensive the profession, the higher the difficulty. For example, the mage and the priest. After all, their skills are so powerful, and it will affect the balance of the game if they are too easy to obtain. The last factor is quite special. It is related to the number of times the skill scroll has been passed on. For example, if this skill scroll is bought by player A, the initial difficulty is 1. If he gives the skill scroll to player B, the difficulty will increase once to 2. If he gives it to player C, it will increase again to 3. Of course, it is invalid if the skill scroll is passed on to the same person, and it will return to the original difficulty. For example, if this skill scroll finally returns to player A, the difficulty will become 1 again, and will not become 4. In order to prevent unfinished tasks, Su Mo set the upper limit of the number of times the difficulty can be increased by 3. After 3 times of passing on, the difficulty will become 4. The difficulty of the task is divided into 1/5. The larger the number, the greater the difficulty. This means that if a mage or priest gets a skill scroll that has been passed on 3 times or more, its difficulty must be 5. In fact, the difficulty of the skill scroll can be checked before it is used. But the players did not pay attention to the information of the skill scroll and used it directly. Otherwise, they can see the number X/5 at the bottom of the information. Among them, X is the current difficulty, 5 is the upper limit. In order to make the set attributes more reasonable, Su Mo also set a lot of conditions. The main purpose is still to balance the game. Ordinary players don't have that much money. Basically, they will think about buying skill scrolls by themselves, so they basically won't receive tasks that are too difficult. If it is a player with a little money, even if you spend money to buy skill scrolls, it is not easy to buy a skill scroll with high difficulty. Because high difficulty means more times of transfer, more middlemen, and the final transaction price will also be higher. Chapter 153 Hollow. But it's acting cute to me, and this kind of players usually don't buy too expensive skill scrolls, which can avoid high difficulty scrolls invisibly. This setting will only affect the local tyrant players, who ignore the price to buy skill scrolls in large quantities. Anyway, they only want skill scrolls, don't care about the price, so it is particularly easy to receive skill scrolls that have been transferred many times. And this kind of skill scroll is a high difficulty task. In this regard, Su Mo just wants to wish them good luck. Although the task is difficult, it is not impossible to complete, it just wastes more time. But there are always more solutions than difficulties. Sumo believes that they will soon find the problem of difficulty, and will soon find a solution. Facts have proved that Sumo was right. On the second night after the skill scroll was put on the shelf, someone had already found the number marking the difficulty. On the fifth day, the forum had already calculated the conditions for setting the difficulty of the skill scroll. That night, collecting the power of the majority of players, they successfully found a way to avoid high difficulty tasks. The efficiency was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. It shocked the system. Although it didn't do it, it soon did. Sometimes, I really don't understand you humans, the system said to itself, with a strong sense of doubt and puzzlement in its tone. Sumo almost laughed at its silly look. Although the player did think of a way to avoid high difficulty tasks, the basic difficulty could not be reduced. So the difficulty of the skill scroll that was transferred many times would still fluctuate between 3 and 4. Sumo saw that his goal had been achieved, and he no longer paid attention to this issue. 10 long days have passed, and the first batch of players have hatched their own pets. For a while, whether it is on the World Channel, or on the forum, or on the street, you can see players discussing their pets everywhere. Sumo's previous and sincere hope that players will not be scared has come true. It all started with a big black egg. The owner of this egg is named Zhang Chong, a burly man who looks very difficult to mess with. The profession he chose is also very suitable for his momentum. The berserker. With an axe in hand, he is the kind of person who can chop the world without a rival. When the grocery store was selling pet eggs before, because of his good luck, he successfully bought his favorite pet egg before the pet eggs became hot in front of a group of players. It was a very large black egg with stripes on it. Like other players, when he couldn't see the inside of the pet egg, he also chose to rely on the appearance of the pet egg to make his choice. His goal was to hatch a beast, not to mention pets of the king level like tigers and lions, at least wolves, bears, leopards, and the like would be fine. So, full of hope, he held his big black egg in his hands, and took good care of it every day. He was even more attentive than when he was studying, he almost worshipped it directly. Finally, he watched the hatching degree of the pet egg slowly rise from 0 to 70, 80, 90. The hatching degree starts from 0, and when it reaches 100, the cub inside the pet egg will break out of the shell. Under normal circumstances, the hatching degree will increase by 10 per day, which means that in about 10 days, the pet egg will break out of the shell. He happily logged off and went to sleep, looking forward to seeing his little baby tomorrow. But what he never expected was that, when he got up the next morning and logged on, he saw that the black egg was broken in half. He looked left and right for a long time, but couldn't find his pet. Just when he was anxious and puzzled, a coquettish voice came from under the thick eggshell. Meow. Zhang Chong? Is this hallucination? The moment he heard this voice, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Until he carefully cleaned off the eggshell covering it, and saw the furry white ball underneath, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Zhang Chong, where are my tigers, lions, leopards, bears, and black wolves? How did it become a cat? And it's a fucking kitten. The little white cat obviously didn't know what he was thinking. It was still wondering why this human seemed so stupid. Is it because he is too happy to see me? It must be like this. Thinking about how this person took care of me so carefully when I was still in the egg. And how he would kiss and touch me all the time. He must like me very much. Thinking of this, the little white cat proudly raised his head, and then walked to his hand with elegant steps. After thinking for a while, it seemed to condescend, and rubbed his hand with its head. Zhang Chong was startled, and felt that he seemed to touch something furry on his hand. When he came to his senses, he found that the little white cat had walked out of the eggshell wall. Compared with the size of the little white cat, the remaining eggshell was indeed similar to a wall for it. Meow. The little white cat tilted its head to look at it, and its eyes couldn't help twitching, so the right cat eye blinked slightly. In fact, it was just uncomfortable in the eyes, but in Zhang Chong's opinion, it was just winking at him. The man who considered himself a tough guy and strongly demanded a beast to match his style of painting suddenly stopped breathing. He had already thought about giving this little white cat to a female friend around him, and then buying another egg to raise, or buying a beast from another player. But this wink softened his heart. Zhang Chong, I don't want to be moved, but it's acting cute at me. Anyway, it's a pet that I carefully raised for 10 days before hatching. I think about it all day long when I eat and sleep, and I almost moved into the game to live with the egg. After all, I have raised it for so long, I have developed some feelings for it. And this cat is so young, and it seems to like me very much. If I change the owner, I don't know if it will get used to it. Zhang Chong thought about it, and decided not to give the little white cat away. Anyway, players can have 2 pets, and he can just raise a beast for the second one. While he comforted and convinced himself, he carefully prepared to pick up the little white cat with his hands. His palms were wide, and the kitten was not even the size of his palm. It was a fluffy and soft ball in his hands. Zhang Chong couldn't help but touch it again and again. Finally, he gradually showed a perverted smile. The more the little white cat looked at this human, the more stupid he felt. But after all, he was his master now. So what else could he do? Of course, he would spoil him. So the little white cat sighed in a proper manner, and then jumped easily, and landed directly on the top of Zhang Chong's head. It seemed that he was using his head as a nest. Chapter 154 Holographic. When the beast becomes a cute beast. When Zhang Chong saw it jump up, his whole body almost stopped breathing. He reached out to catch it, for fear that it would fall down and fall. After the little white cat landed steadily on his head, he breathed a sigh of relief, and was also glad that his head was big otherwise. He really couldn't hold the kitten. He didn't care much about his image, nor did he care about other people's opinions, so he just walked around the city with a little white cat on his head. The players on the road cast surprised and curious eyes at him. Especially some players, who like cute little animals, saw the cute little kitten on Zhang Chong's head, and they all exclaimed in a low voice. Some even came up to ask if they wanted to buy the little white cat. When the little white cat heard that this human might sell it, it immediately became energetic, and the lazy look on its head before was no longer there. It stood up and tugged at Zhang Chong's hair threateningly. Meow. It was as if it was saying, if you dare to sell me, I will pluck your hair out. Zhang Chong had never intended to sell the cat, and now that his hair volume was threatened, he directly and decisively rejected the requests of these people to buy the cat without hesitation. This scene was seen by many players, and some people uploaded it to the forum. Of course, in order to prevent infringement, he also deliberately blurred the faces of Zhang Chong and others. Perhaps the contrast between the burly man and the little kitten was too great, and the weirdness was accompanied by a hint of cuteness. So this post quickly became popular. 5L, I want a kitten. I want a kitten. I want a kitten, hee, cat. 6L, I said, there is absolutely no way a tough guy can refuse a kitten. Cats are the gods forever. 7L, this is the pet a tough guy should keep. Looking at the kitten on this guy's head, I drooled with envy. So cute, it must be delicious. 8L, saliva, are you serious above? The kitten can't stand this kind of talk. 9L, looking at other people's little white cats, I kicked my husky. This kind of post is originally more casual and entertaining, so most of the replies below are jokes or teasing. The atmosphere was so harmonious. It wasn't until they saw another picture that the players started a serious discussion. 55L, I was wondering why this guy looked so familiar. He picked the egg next to me, and he picked a particularly large black egg. I even took a screenshot at the time attached photo. These are not the main points. The main point is why this big black egg actually hatched a kitten. The players looked at the picture of the black egg that was nearly half a meter tall, and then looked at the picture posted by the host, the kitten that was less than the size of a palm, and instantly fell into deep thought. It was said that the big eggs were filled with ferocious beasts. How did they become cute beasts? If Suimo knew what they were thinking, he would definitely respond directly and decisively. Suimo, I didn't say that. You made up your own mind. Thank you. 56L. So the size and color of the egg really have nothing to do with the species and size? I have had several people around me hatch cute beasts from big eggs, although there are also ferocious beasts. 57L. It has nothing to do with it. It is not clearly written on the pet panel. Unless the pet eggs dropped by a specific monster will definitely hatch this kind of monster. The pet eggs sold in the grocery store are random. This post can be said to have successfully cleared up the previous rumor that selecting pet eggs by appearance, and then there is a greater probability of hatching the pet you want. Because no matter the size, he is still likely to appear. Some people even suspect that the pet egg shell is actually the style of the room that the cub inside likes, because he found that his pet seemed to like staying in the egg shell. But because the eggshell was broken, he later imitated the eggshell to make an eggshell nest. The moment he saw the eggshell nest, his pet's intimacy value increased by 10 points, and the intimacy value reached the maximum value of 100. I have to say, this player is true. The truth is often so simple and outrageous. But no matter what, The pets have been hatched, and they can't put them back even if they are not satisfied. So players will either sell the unsatisfactory pets and buy eggs, or buy ready-made pets they like, or just use them. But more players are still quite satisfied with their pets, although they may be a little different from what they imagined. But after all, they have raised the cubs for 10 days, and they have developed feelings for them, so they won't change them at will. Sumo put in a new batch of pets at the same time as the first batch of pets were hatched. First, the medicine that everyone needs so far, intermediate rejuvenation pill. Purchase price, 50 silver coins/piece. Selling price, 2 gold coins/piece. Introduction, after use, it can immediately restore 500 health points. Cooling time is 5 seconds. Intermediate rejuvenation pill. Purchase price, 2 gold coins/piece. Selling price, 5 gold coins/piece. Introduction, after use, it can immediately restore 250 mana points. Cooling time is 10 seconds. The life skills in this game are difficult to learn, and difficult to upgrade, and require a lot of money, so ordinary players generally don't choose to learn. This also leads to the market for life materials and medicines, and other life skills products becoming extremely scarce. Even though the average level of players has reached level 15, they can only use primary medicines, because there are no better medicines. Sumo's purchase this time can be said to have just met their most urgent needs at present. Secondly, the next two things are related to pets. Pet ration. Purchase price, 10 silver coin/bag. Selling price, 1 gold coin/bag. Introduction, pet's favorite ration. After use, you can choose meat, vegetarian, mix these 3 flavors of rations, guaranteed to meet the tastes and needs of all pets. Pet evolution pill. Purchase price, 3 gold coins/piece. Selling price, 10 gold coins/piece. Introduction, only for pets before adulthood, limited to 1 pill a day. Long-term consumption can speed up the evolution of pets. The first is pet food. Pets have hunger value settings like players. If you are a player who can cook, you can also choose to cook and feed yourself food in the game. If you don't light up the cooking skill, then they can only buy pet rations for their pets. After all, pets will never eat ordinary food sold in NPC stores. The taste of pet food is actually very good. It is even possible that players will think it is better than what they eat themselves. After all, there is no such thing as ingredient cost for the system in the game, so the ingredients in it are the freshest, the best, and the variety of food is also the richest. Chapter 155 Holographic Renovation Shop. Although the surface introduction only has 3 flavors, meat, vegetables and mixed, there are actually dozens or hundreds of different rations for each flavor, and they all contain different things. So there is absolutely no need to worry about the poor quality of the rations that can be purchased with only 1 gold coin. This is absolutely impossible. Then, there is the pet evolution pill. This thing involves the growth stage of the pet. When the pet is just hatched, it belongs to the cub stage, and there are subsequent growth stages, adult stages, mature stages, old stages. Their combat power ranking is middle-aged adult old growth cub, basically no combat power. The only role of pets in the cub stage is to be cute. Only when they reach the growth stage will they attack and defend normally, and then they will have corresponding pet skills. For different pets, the duration of each stage is different. The pet evolution pill can accelerate the growth rate of pets without affecting their physical health, making them more combat effective faster. In summary, these products are what players need most at present. Sumo gradually reduced the quantity of primary medicines, and then gradually replaced them with intermediate medicines. The quantity of pet rations and pet evolution pills was not much. After all, the first batch of pet eggs was only 50, and it did not include those that were delayed in hatching due to transfer or other reasons. As long as these quantities were enough, it would be fine. She would gradually increase the quantity of these things. It was a new day again. According to their habits, the first thing players did after logging on every morning was to take a look at the grocery store. This is also the conclusion they came to after countless lessons, because they will never know, at what time, at what location, what new goods Boss Sue will put on the shelves. They only know that whenever there are new goods, they must be good things, things they can use. And, if they are not careful, they will be swept away by other players. So they have developed the habit of coming to the store to take a look every day, for fear of missing out on good things. By the way, this shop hasn't had any new products for a long time. Right? I don't know when some good stuff will come out again. Yeah, I think I need intermediate medicine. My HP as a mage is already over 1000 now, And the 100 points restored by the primary rejuvenation pill are really not enough. It's not as good as the continuous restoration of a nurse. You are a mage. Shouldn't you be the one to complain about insufficient mana? I am an archer. And every time I haven't finished beating a boss, I don't have much mana left. Alas, the problem is that other players are not good either, and they have never made intermediate medicine. Do you think the level of life skills is as easy to upgrade as the player level? My friend has spent thousands of gold coins to upgrade to level 2. Thousands of gold coins a week before the server was launched, not the thousands now. While waiting for the door to open, players were also chatting, which has become a very common thing. Some players even took out small stools from their backpacks and sat and waited. When the store opened, he quickly put away his stool, and then prepared to rush into the store. Originally, other players were not as exaggerated as this person, until they saw the most conspicuous row of medicines on the first row of shelves through a small gap after the door was opened. They were all excited. Some players with flexible hands and feet rushed in like rabbits, and then quickly grabbed more than a dozen bottles. When he wanted to go back and take more, he saw the cannibalistic eyes of a group of players behind him. He swallowed silently, and the hand holding the medicine bottle trembled slightly. He stopped when he saw the good, and was no longer greedy, and turned around to pay without hesitation. Because he knew that players were extremely short of medicines, Suemo bought a lot of them this time. The players were still happy to grab them at first, until later they found that there were so many medicines, they gave up the competition, and gave up hoarding. Anyway, everyone can buy it. Even if you can't buy it today, there will be more tomorrow. Others saw that there were too many people in the medicine area, and they were too lazy to line up. So they just walked around the grocery store to see if there were any new things. Unexpectedly, during this walk, some players actually saw the pet food and pet evolution pills on the second row of shelves. Because players' enthusiasm for pets has not yet passed. And pets don't like to stay in the pet space. Keeping them locked in it for a long time will affect their intimacy and mood. Therefore, players usually choose to summon their pets after going online and bring them with them. Pets are very sensitive to food, so they are one step ahead of their owners. In the blink of an eye, countless shadows flew past in the air. Soon, there was a gap on the shelf with pet rations. Almost every pet had several packs of rations in its mouth or paw. This speed stunned all the players. Pet rations? Food for pets. I was wondering why my little Guagua was so excited. Baby, don't be excited. Mommy will buy you whatever you want. Oh, I was still worrying about what to feed the cow yesterday. But I didn't expect that there would be pet rations today. It's worthy of being a pentagonal grocery store. It really has everything. And it always arrives so promptly. I love it. Because the price of rations is not expensive. Basically all players can afford it. So they indulge their babies/cuties/ancestors to eat as much as they want. Almost every player bought 3 or 5 packs. After buying the pet rations, the pet evolution pills next to the rations also attracted their attention. Some players with faster reaction speed took several bottles without hesitation. Anyway, for current players, the price of 10 gold coins is not expensive. As long as you play the game seriously, you only need to do daily tasks every day, and brush a dungeon or something, and you can earn dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. Although I don't know how fast the acceleration can be, it's good to know that it is effective. It's better to have it than not. The pets saw their owners bought food, and they were very happy. They sat or lay beside their owners waiting to be fed. Suemo looked at the grocery store that was gradually becoming a zoo and canteen, and she couldn't help feeling a little speechless. But she didn't say that pets were not allowed to enter the store, so it was hard to say anything at this time. But this made her think of a question. Tongzi, can you spend money to renovate a store in this world? For example, expand it, add a second floor, add partitions, etc. Chapter 156 Holographic. I can eat 10 more packs. The previous world did not have this function. At most, a second floor was added when it reached level 4. And every time it was upgraded, the space in the store would be expanded, and some furnishings would be changed. The reason why you can't spend money to renovate the store is that the system said that it would consume too much energy, and it was not worth it. But this world is in the game, so there are not so many requirements. Sure enough, the system was silent for a while, and gave a positive reply. System, it can be. Host, what do you want to do? She didn't want to do anything, just wanted to make another room alone, and make it a pet store. She told the system the requirements, and the system thought about it. It can be achieved. No problem. Do you need to connect it to the grocery store? Suemo nodded. Connect it, and build a door in the middle. After a brief calculation by the system, it came up with the final price. A total of 4,500 gold coins will be needed. Deduct it. Anyway, after all, it is now a store with a daily income of tens of thousands, and a mere 4,500 gold coins is not a big deal. Although Suemo is still stuck at a certain level, she has a lot more money now, and it is more than enough to buy things even after upgrading. The reason why she doesn't buy anything is just waiting for the progress of the players. If the progress of the players has not reached a certain level, even if she sells some things, they will not be able to use them. 4,500 gold coins have been deducted, and the transformation will be carried out tonight. During the daytime, there are players everywhere, and it is not appropriate to transform now. Suemo nodded to show that he understood. Although these players feeding pets in the store slightly affected the business situation, the players were still sensible. After they saw that they were affecting other people's walking, they took their pets to a corner, or left the store directly, so it did not cause a particularly big impact. It is worth mentioning that Suemo felt as if she saw a certain player actually eat a bite of pet food, and she didn't know if her eyes were blurry or what. Anyway, when she looked over again, the person was still feeding the dog in his arms seriously, as if what Suemo saw before was just an illusion. Pet food is so delicious, I can eat 10 more packs. OP, pets are worse than people. I just bought pet food for my rabbit, and found that the first pack was full of dried fruits, dried mango, dried strawberry, dried kiwi, dried cranberry. I was tempted, so I took advantage of my rabbit's inattention, and quickly grabbed a piece. 1L. Damn, OP did what I wanted to do. I also think the food in the pet food looks really delicious, but after all, it is pet food. I didn't dare to do it, for fear of a poison buff. So is the OP safe now? 2L. You are all devils. You actually snatched food from pets. Ah, I think I snatched it too. Hee hee. It's okay then. The jerky is really delicious. 3L. The OP is a warrior. Just wait for the result. If it's really edible, then I won't be polite. Snacks are too expensive these days. If you could eat them in the game, that would be great. What 2L said seemed true and false, so the players didn't care. They were actually quite curious about whether players could eat pet rations. So they kept waiting for the reply from the original poster. But no one knew what the original poster was doing. They had stacked dozens of floors, but still hadn't appeared. Just when some players even began to suspect that the original poster had eaten something wrong, he finally replied, Original poster 53L. I'm fine, don't guess blindly, I'm grinding, the dried fruit tastes great, so I decided to steal my rabbit's rations, and then starve the rabbit to death. The original poster's reply made many people laugh. Some saw that the little white mouse was fine, and they immediately felt comforted. So they also started to take action on pet rations. In the end, this post turned from a rant entertainment post into a food sharing post. All players began to share the types and flavors of delicious rations they opened, and some even compared each flavor with similar products in reality. Many players came to this post because of its reputation. There are some players who also want to eat, but dare not eat. After reading the post, they found that when they were still struggling to decide whether to eat it or not, the people in this post started discussing which flavor was more delicious. It was too outrageous. 233L? I thought the OP was just joking. But I didn't expect you guys to actually eat it. Aren't you afraid of something bad happening after eating it? 234L. What's there to be afraid of? I was young and frivolous before. And I even ate real dog food. Why would I be afraid of things in the game? 235L. The problem is that it's really delicious. And it's very cheap. 1 gold coin for a big bag. Now 1 gold coin is only $1. Isn't this more cost-effective than the snack gift packs that cost dozens or hundreds of dollars outside? 236L. Damn. I was wondering why even pet food is out of stock recently. It turns out that you guys are a bunch of devils. You don't even let go of pet food. Because the popularity of this post was not high on the day it was posted. So even though many people came to visit later, the position of this post was still not high. And it was not discovered by more people. This also led to the fact that most players didn't know why pet rations were out of stock inexplicably during this period. And the speed of out of stock was getting faster and faster. Although as more and more pets were hatched, the sales speed of rations would indeed increase. But it shouldn't be that fast. They all suspected that someone had stolen them. From a certain perspective, their suspicions were not wrong. Just when the players were puzzled, a post posted by a player directly revealed the truth. Although the faces of the people in the pictures were blurred, the players could see what these people were doing. They were actually eating pet rations. What kind of outrageous operation is this? Can players eat this stuff? In fact, the host didn't realize at first that the pet rations were eaten by players. Or a friend of his once mentioned that the taste of pet rations seems to be good, and he noticed this. However, this player never thought that so many people were eating. It seemed that they were treating pet rations as snacks. There are actually some arguments in this thread, mainly because they are discussing the question of should players eat pet food? This is actually a very strange question, but the players seem to have really taken it too far in their debate. Chapter 157 Holographic Pet Shop. Some people think that it should not be eaten, because the name of this thing is pet rations, which proves that it is for pets, and players of course cannot eat it. But some people think that, after all, this is in the game, let alone eating pet rations, you can eat flowers, grass, tree bark, even if you chew your own insoles. Why can't you eat pet rations? And the game does not restrict players from eating this thing. And the things in pet rations are all foods that humans can eat, such as various dried fruits, dried vegetables, dried meat and meat particles, and even oatmeal milk and small biscuits. Anyone who sees it will be greedy. It's true that people are not as good as pets. Originally, regarding this matter, there were the most neutral people. Until these neutral people tasted the taste of the rations. It's really delicious, so they also joined the latter team. What's wrong with eating rations? I bought them with my own money, why can't I eat them? As the number of people supporting it increased, the number of people opposing it also decreased, because some people who opposed it at the beginning were just too embarrassed to eat pet food. Until they found that people around them were eating, then they couldn't control themselves. So the pet rations inexplicably changed from pet food to snacks for players. The evolution of this matter stunned the system. It turned its mechanical head with difficulty, as if this would make it understand why humans do this. It seems that the program used to calculate precision errors has rarely encountered a bottleneck in studying this matter. Be good, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. You can't guess the human mind. Suemo smiled. The system was silent, and then threw all the information about this matter into the recycling bin. Since you can't figure it out, then don't take up his storage space. Suemo had seen some weird eating broadcasts before. By comparison, eating pet food in a game is really nothing. But she didn't expect things to develop so quickly. She had only been on the shelves for a few days, and these people had already discovered the derivative effect of pet food. It seems that no matter which world, there are foodies. Seeing that the sales of pet food are getting better and better, Suemo did not increase its purchase volume too much. Because the profit of food is too low, even if she sells 1,000 bags. She can only make a net profit of 900 gold coins. Although it is said that small profits, but quick turnover, this profit is too small, it is not even comparable to intermediate medicines. Whether it is the rejuvenation pill or the rejuvenation pill, these two are the most commonly used consumable items by players. In terms of sales, they are not inferior to pet rations, but from the perspective of profit, the rejuvenation pill is 1.5 times that of pet rations, and the rejuvenation pill is more than 3 times that of pet rations. In comparison, if the number of other products is squeezed for pet rations, it is definitely not cost-effective. So Suemo only needs to maintain a sufficient number for players. There is no need to increase it deliberately, after all. It will not make much money. The grocery store has developed to this point, and the things in the second-level mall have been exchanged almost. And the reputation of the grocery store has reached the standard for upgrading 3 days ago, so Suemo decided to spend another 5 days to stabilize the consumption of players, and then upgrade. During these 5 days, Suemo opened the pet shop that the system had transformed. Although it was a bit strange to open a pet shop in a game with an ancient background. The players obviously didn't care. It was just a game anyway. And although this game was set in ancient times, it still had some fantasy martial arts style. Not the most traditional ancient times. At first, the players were still very surprised about the existence of the pet shop. They didn't quite understand what the role of the pet shop was in the game. In real life, pet shops sell pets, pet supplies, pet grooming, pet foster care, and other functions. But in the game, pets don't need grooming, nor do they need foster care. People buy pets by buying pet eggs, and pet supplies by going to the grocery store. So what is the meaning of this pet shop? It wasn't until they walked in with their pets that they realized that this was simply a paradise for pets. This pet shop doesn't have many functions. In addition to common entertainment and foster care, it also has the functions of exercise and learning. The entertainment function is to improve the pet's mood through the entertainment facilities for pets in the store. Fostering allows pets to be stored in the pet space when the player is offline. Although the pet storage in the pet space does not have much impact, it will speed up the decline of mood and hunger value. I won't talk about hunger value literally. The mood value will affect the pet's attribute panel, and the speed of increase or decrease of intimacy value and tacit understanding value. The higher the mood value, the attribute is full or even overvalued, and the speed of increase of intimacy value and tacit understanding value becomes faster. On the contrary, if the mood is below a certain limit, the intimacy and tacit understanding will decrease. The lower the mood, the faster the decrease. In addition, if the pet stays in the pet space for a long time, it will affect the intimacy and tacit understanding. So players generally rarely let the pet stay in the pet space, unless you want to go offline. There is really no way. With a pet shop, players don't have to worry about this problem. Although there is a fee, the price is not high. Even if you stay here for 24 hours, it only takes 3 gold coins. If you need 3 meals, you need to add 2 more gold coins. Of course, if you keep the food for yourself, you don't need to pay extra. These 2 functions are just the most basic. What players care about most is the training and learning function. Training is also to train the pet through different equipment, and then improve its level and attributes. And learning has a probability of upgrading the pet's skills, or learning new skills. In summary, the pet shop is a shop built for pets in all aspects. It is affordable, easy to use, and was packed on the first day of opening. There are countless players who choose to foster their pets. All players are thinking about a question: which business genius player opened this pet shop? It actually captured the player market so quickly, because the land of the pet shop is public land. This kind of land is basically sold to players in the game to build houses or open shops. So almost all players acquiesce that this pet shop is opened by players. However, what they don't know is that this is just a branch of the pentagonal grocery store in their eyes. Although the pet shop also made a lot of money, this money is of no use to Sumo. Chapter 158 Holographic Encyclopedia Assistant. Because the profit of the pet shop is separate, it cannot be used as a consumption for the grocery store to purchase goods or complete tasks. So after Sumo opened this shop, he only waited for the 4,500 gold coins he used to open the shop to return the cost, and then he threw the shop to the system. The system was so surprised that it hummed a song for a whole day, even though it was blocked by Sumo. It did not show any dissatisfaction at all. It even took the initiative to reveal the situation of the next plane to Sumo. After reading the information of the next plane, Sumo couldn't help but sigh that the system's business is really extensive, and it dares to take on the work of this plane. Anyway, it is still a long way from leaving this world. Sumo finished reading the information of the next world, and then ordered the system to upgrade quickly. Confirmed to upgrade the 3rd level grocery store. 1,000 gold coins have been deducted. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to the 2nd level, rewarded with 2 3rd level commodity exchange coupons, and the 3rd level mall is now open. There are many things unlocked in the 3rd level mall, but Sumo decided not to exchange many. First of all, most of the commodities unlocked in the 3rd level mall are related to the player's life skills. Because life skills are difficult to learn, difficult to upgrade, and more time, energy and funds are consumed, so only large guilds or studios have the funds to support a few life players. Ordinary players generally can't afford it, and won't choose to learn life skills. But the commodities in the 3rd level mall can reduce the consumption of players on life skills, making more people have the conditions to learn. First of all, it is a non-commodity machine. It is somewhat similar to the martial arts assistant in the first world, except that its name is Encyclopedia Assistant. Encyclopedia Assistant Durability: 1,000/1,000 maintenance cost, 1 gold coin query consumption, 3 gold coins introduction. Enter the name of the material to be queried to query the relevant information of the relevant material and some real-time refresh locations. If you need to generate additional paper information, you need to pay another gold coin. The reason why learning life skills consumes a lot of time and energy is mainly because the life materials in this world are very different from previous games. In previous online games, the ores, herbs, and other materials collected by life skills were all refreshed at fixed locations. No matter how much time has passed, they are still there. But this game is different. It is randomly generated. In other words, the herb you see today may be under this tree. After you collect it, its refresh point will move to another tree tomorrow, or even not refresh in this forest. The same is true for ores. At this moment, you see this copper mine on the left side of the mine. When you finish digging this area, you will find that this area may not refresh copper mines for a few days or even a week. If you still need copper mines, you have to find other refresh points. The random refresh makes it impossible for players to systematically classify the refresh locations of materials. And it is even more impossible to collect materials efficiently, because players need to spend a lot of time looking for new refresh locations. And because the refresh locations are different each time, the refresh points previously recorded by players will be invalidated. Under the influence of many factors, fewer and fewer people choose to be life players. There are fewer and fewer materials on the market, and the prices are getting more and more expensive. The main function of the Encyclopedia Assistant is to help players query the real-time refresh locations of these materials, and it will provide 3 to 5 at a time. And it will also indicate the number of materials at the location. This will not make players go in vain. The materials of a refresh point are generally quite a lot. So although the price of 3 gold coins is not cheap, it is enough for players to make a profit or even make a profit. The second product is a treasure box, which is similar to the previous weapon box in use. It's just that what comes out here is not a weapon, but the tools needed for life skills. Treasure box purchase price, 2 gold coins / piece sales price, 5 gold coins / piece introduction. After use, you can choose the life tools you need from all tools. After the selection is completed, the treasure box disappears. There are many life skills, so there are also many life tools. The most common ones are fishing rods, medicine hose, axes, mining picks, hoes, cooking pots, sewing kits, etc. Although these tools are also sold outside. And when players first learn life skills, the system will also give them corresponding life tools. However, whether they are sold outside or given by the system, they are all great quality props. This is just like the linen clothes and wooden sticks given by the system when players first enter the game. Although they are useful, they are not very useful. After all, the quality of the tools will also affect the speed and quantity of the player's collection. If you want better ones, you have to go to the blacksmith shop to find a blacksmith to make them. It's just that there are too few life players now, so no player will buy it. Although the tools in the treasure chest are not of high quality, they are white after all, and they are definitely more comfortable to use than gray ones. The most important thing is that the price is cheap. This machine and this product can be said to be particularly suitable for life players. With these two things, players will greatly reduce their burden when learning life skills. In addition to these two items, Sumo also exchanged another set of matching items. Primary energy medicine purchase price, 3 gold coins / bottle sales price, 10 gold coins / bottle introduction, limited to 3 times a day. After use, energy plus 50, and provide energetic status, which lasts for 10 minutes. Energetic reduces energy consumption during the duration, slightly increases energy recovery speed. Primary physical strength medicine purchase price, 3 gold coins / bottle. Selling price, 10 gold coins / bottle. Introduction, limited to 3 times a day. After use, physical strength plus 50, and provide strong and healthy status, lasting 10 minutes. Strong and healthy, during the duration, reduces physical strength consumption. Energy value is what is needed to make life output. The so-called life output is food produced by cooking, backpacks or equipment produced by sewing, crops produced by planting, etc. And physical strength is what players need to consume when collecting materials. With these two medicines, it can also speed up the rapid development of the life player market. Although Sumo also knows that players are basically in a state of lagging behind in life skills. All needs are basically purchased from the system store. For example, whether it is intermediate medicine or the initial primary medicine, they are all purchased from the grocery store. Although this is beneficial to the grocery store, it is not good for the player's own development and the progress of the entire game. A game cannot only have combatants, which is too monotonous and not good for the development of the game. Chapter 159 Holographic Game Maintenance and Update. PV Gold players who like to make money by playing are also an indispensable part of a game. Only by satisfying the needs of every type of player can a game be run in the long run. Sumo bought 18 first-level commodity exchange coupons and combined them, and then unlocked all 4 commodities. Primary energy medicine has been unlocked. Primary physical medicine has been unlocked. Treasure box has been unlocked. Encyclopedia assistant has been placed in the warehouse, and can be used at any time. After Suemo bought the goods, she suddenly found a problem. Her task was just to run the store. Why did she think so much about the game? It felt like doing 2 jobs with 1 salary. No. In fact, it was even worse. Because she didn't even have 1 salary. It's nothing like a system. Every time, you can get kickbacks from the money you earn from purchasing and upgrading. Tongzi. Restock, put the encyclopedia assistant at the door. The system, which was happily counting money and mumbling about when it could buy a physical object, suddenly felt a chill behind it. But this feeling quickly disappeared. And the system just thought it was an illusion. After hearing the host's words, it started to work happily. Hee, hold the host's thigh tightly, it will have a physical object in the next world. Tomorrow is the outdoor boss battle. Have the attribute medicines prepared by those live players been prepared? Lin Wei checked the list of people who would participate in the boss battle tomorrow, and asked the people around him. Qin Tian frowned slightly. And the words he said made the other person feel a little depressed. Only about 80% are prepared. In fact, 80% is still an exaggeration. According to normal standards. At most 75%. He also counted the number of those not very good attribute medicines before. How can it be so bad? Originally, according to his idea, the upper limit of the number of guilds participating in the boss battle this time was 500 people. Each person had a set of blood and mana recovery medicine, which can be bought at the grocery store. Then 3 sets of basic attribute medicines that meet the attributes of each profession, and 1 set of additional attribute medicine. This is basically the minimum requirement, although it is more luxurious than ordinary guilds. They all have 1 or 2 sets of basic attribute medicines, and 1 set of additional attribute medicines. But it is far less than the guilds established by local tyrant bosses like Zhu Bing. According to normal calculations, this amount should be just about the same as the production of the life players in the gang. How could it be insufficient? Qin Tian sighed and explained. The success probability of partial output is very low, coupled with the shortage of basic materials. The most important reason is that Zhu Bing and several other large gangs are scavenging materials on the market. The amount of basic materials is not much, and they have more materials purchased from the trading house. But because there are too many people purchasing, the amount they receive is less. Of course, if you are willing to spend money and increase the purchase price, it will definitely be much easier to purchase. But this is not a good idea after all. After all, if you raise the price, what if other families raise the price in order to purchase materials? At this time, if you think the price is too high, it will be difficult to lower it. By that time, the market will be in chaos, and the price of materials will skyrocket, which is not good news. According to the original calculation, they did have enough. But the problem was that they forgot to calculate the probability of high-level output and the reduction of market materials. Lin Wei also knew that this was his own mistake. At this point, it is not enough. And if you spend money to collect materials to make it, you can't get much in one night. No need to purchase extra. Just follow the normal arrangement. As he said, Lin Wei sighed. The living environment of players in this game is too bad, and I don't know when it will be changed. In any case, living output is an integral part of the game. If it continues like this, the game feel of this game will be greatly reduced in this regard. At that time, when the novelty of the game itself is over, some players will definitely be lost. Everyone has played a lot of games. Even if their family does not run a game company, they don't know how to operate and plan the game. But they are always players, and know where the player's game experience comes from. The lack of live players and live output has even begun to affect their gaming experience. It should be changed soon. Qin Tian's voice fell, and the system announcement sounded in the whole server. Announcement system. The server will start maintenance and update at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Players are requested to log off 5 minutes before the maintenance time. Otherwise they will be at their own risk. The maintenance time is expected to be 12 hours. For more information, please check the official website. Because it is a server-wide announcement, it is not just the 2 of them who saw it, but all the players in the game saw it. This game has been open for almost a month, and no maintenance has been carried out. Moreover, it is a 24-hour all-weather server, so players have long begun to speculate when the game officials will start a wave of updates and maintenance. However, they did not expect that this maintenance would come as soon as they said, when they thought that they would not be able to play the game for most of the day tomorrow. They could not help but feel empty. But when they thought that after the maintenance, there would definitely be a lot of new content, Players began to look forward to the updated content again. All players who had free time opened the forum and began to check the latest official announcement. It clearly stated all the content that needed to be updated for this maintenance, in addition to some game loopholes and some unnecessary updates. The game officials also stated that they would adjust the gameplay of life skills. This is undoubtedly what all players care about most, since this update is about the gameplay of life skills. It proves that the official has noticed the imbalance of life skills. Although this game has just been launched, and it is still a new game, the quality of this game has made players full of hope for it. Most players believe that the official can improve the life skills gameplay of this game. As long as the improvement is good, it will definitely stabilize a group of PV Gold players who like to make money. If the market for life materials is stabilized, the game experience of players will be greatly improved. Suemo also saw the maintenance announcement. She sighed and seriously suspected that the system must have said something to the game system. So there was this maintenance. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she had just leveled up 3 times and bought life skills related products? And the update started here. Chapter 160 Hologram. Maybe they are related. The next day at 5:50. Because there are still 10 minutes before the server is shut down for maintenance, the game seems a little lonely at this time. Many players have already logged off and did not continue to stay in the game for fear that they would lose something after being forced to log off. Because of the maintenance today, Suemo did not open the store. There was maintenance outside. She sat on a chair by the window, watching the quaint streets outside turn into a black and white code world. Suemo looked at it for a while, and then felt a little sleepy. This thing is really not for human beings to watch. It is so dense that people feel dizzy. The maintenance time is a bit long, so long that even if Suemo went to the fantasy world to play and came back, it was still under maintenance. I checked the time and forum and found out that the originally agreed 12 hours of maintenance were extended due to unknown factors. After Suemo asked, he found out that they wanted to officially open the game and allow a large number of players to enter the game. So they needed to reinforce the game server to accommodate more players. Otherwise, with the current server status, if too many players rush in at once, it is likely to cause a crash. Although the game is still under maintenance, in the real world, the game officials have sold 1 million game helmets and hundreds of thousands of game cabins today. And this number is still increasing rapidly. The influx of new players proves that there is a market for basic products again. Suemo thought about it and bought some ordinary weapons, armor and primary medicines. He didn't buy much, just enough to fill up all the corners. Since the first batch of players reached level 5 or above, the protective gear and weapons in the grocery store were no longer of much use to them. So Suemo had already removed all these things. I was originally worried about what to do with the extra things, but now I can clear out all the low-level goods. The maintenance time of this game lasted for 28 hours. It was more than half a day longer than the originally agreed 12 hours. And the maintenance was not completed until 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Some players did not even have time to read the updated announcement, and rushed into the game. The first thing after going online was to go to the pet store to pick up their pets. This maintenance obviously did not have much impact on these pets. They were still alive and kicking, and looked very energetic. In addition to the old players, there were also many new players in the novice village. They waited anxiously for a long time. And finally the server opening time came. They couldn't wait to enter the game, looking at the scenes around them that seemed real, and were so surprised that they couldn't speak, because the old players had the same experience as them. No one laughed at them. Some old players even kindly reminded new players who were at a loss and didn't know what to do that they should go to the grocery store to buy a suitable weapon. So a group of new players who were confused were brought into the grocery store by the old players. Suemo looked at these unfamiliar faces that he had no impression of, and guessed that they might be new players. Among them, the old players who mixed in with these players walked into the store with familiarity, and then began to choose what they needed. However, they had just finished shopping, and were about to leave, when they saw the encyclopedia assistant behind the door. Encyclopedia assistant? What is this? This name sounds familiar. I'm afraid it has something to do with Encyclopedia Baidu. Originally, the encyclopedia assistant should have been at the door, but because it needed maintenance, the system was afraid that its things would be accidentally deleted if they were left outside, so it was moved in. But in the morning, it was forgotten to be moved out, so it was temporarily placed behind the door. In this regard, Suemo said that he was not surprised at all. While the new players were still choosing weapons, the old players had already started to study this new big thing. As a result, after looking at it for a long time, they couldn't figure out what it was used for, but they were really curious, so they ran over to ask Suemo. "Boss Su, what is that thing used for?" Suemo frowned, and was about to say that she could look at the instructions on the wall, but then she saw the empty wall. She pulled the corner of her mouth speechlessly, as if she had guessed something. Then, she quickly adjusted her facial expression, and explained the function of the machine. When they heard that they could check the real-time refresh point of materials, the players smiled with surprise, especially among the players in front of them. There happened to be a life player, who was the happiest one. You know, he is a blacksmith, and his life skills are blacksmith and mining. Mining is a laborious job, but after mining, he still has to continue looking for mines all over the world. If it weren't for his blacksmith teacher, who was powerful and generous enough to give him a lot of equipment drawings, he would have given up long ago. "You can actually check the real-time location of materials? This is too good," he explained, and then ran directly to the encyclopedia machine and entered the several materials he needed one by one. A few seconds later, the information of the material and 3 refresh points really appeared on the screen. And the following materials also had 3 to 5 refresh points. He generously spent the money to print, and printed all this information, and then quickly left the grocery store. "Just kidding. I finally know the refresh point. But I don't go mining. What if others have mined it all?" Although other players have not learned life skills, it does not prove that they do not have the materials they need to obtain. He also tried to enter the materials he needed to complete the task. In a few seconds, the refresh point of the task prop appeared on the screen. But this time there were only 2 refresh points. No more. But this was enough to make this player happy. God knows, because he couldn't find the refresh point of this material, he had been stuck in the task for a whole week, if the task reward was not rich enough, and he didn't want to lose favor by giving up the task, otherwise she wouldn't have spent so much time to find out where this thing was. This inquiry has already cost him a lot of money, but he didn't expect to find out the information here with only 3 gold coins. If only the grocery store had this thing earlier. The male player sighed, and rushed to the coordinates given on the screen. As a result, when he went out, he ran into other players, who were about to enter the store. They looked at the person who ran out with strange eyes, and their eyes were full of confusion. Chapter 161 Hologram. What's so big about an assistant, originally? This is the time for the store to open. Although the server has just been opened, players have already gotten used to coming to the store at this time, so they happened to see 2 players running out of the grocery store one after the other, with smiles of excitement and joy on their faces. This scene stunned them, with puzzled expressions on their faces. What did they see? Are they so happy? It can't be a magic weapon that sells for 999 yuan. The problem is that I didn't see what they were holding when they came out. This is a game. Who would hold things in their hands for no reason? If you want to know what it is, you can go in and take a look. Just as a group of people were about to enter the store, someone noticed something on the wall outside the door. Encyclopedia Assistant. Enter the material name to query the real-time location of the material. Query the real-time location of the material. The players quickly grasped the key point of this passage. They thought that after today's update, the difficulty of life skills was greatly reduced, and the output and probability were improved, which was surprising enough. Unexpectedly, the bigger surprise was here. The reason why players are unwilling to practice life skills is that the materials are too difficult to find. Now that there is an encyclopedia assistant, doesn't this problem exist? But they found a problem. They didn't see the encyclopedia assistant at the door. They looked at the paper on the wall several times in confusion. It clearly said if you need to use the encyclopedia assistant, please go to the door to insert coins. So, where is the assistant? Where is such a big assistant? Looking around, there is no so-called encyclopedia assistant. Players are wondering when this grocery store has learned the trick of false propaganda. As a result, as soon as he entered the store, he saw a big iron lump behind the door. Suemo watched the group of players staying outside the door for a long time. And guess what they were looking at? The system's voice came with a bit of embarrassment. Accident. Accident. Purely accidental. There will be no next time. Wasn't it busy with maintenance yesterday? Suemo raised his eyebrows and snorted. Is this why it brought the machine in directly, but didn't bring the paper on the wall in? Moreover, what does it have to do with game maintenance? It's not the game system. However, Suemo has become accustomed to Tongzi's big nerves. although every time he is curious about how it was produced. It would be so rigorous and casual. The players here have already discovered the encyclopedia assistant and started using it immediately. The system also quietly moved the paper outside the door to the corner of the grocery store without the players noticing, and then quietly moved it to the top of the encyclopedia assistant. Although some players were curious when they found this paper, when they lifted it, they didn't care. There were too many people who needed to use the encyclopedia assistant, but there was only one encyclopedia assistant, so everyone had to queue up. Those who didn't want to queue up would go buy something first, and then come back, and then find that there were more people. In fact, these people are not all live players. After all, there are not so many live players. Many people here are not looking for live materials, but task materials. Just like the male player before, the materials required for this game task are also extremely difficult to find, and you can only find NPCs with certain knowledge to slowly inquire. Now with this encyclopedia assistant, they don't have to ask every NPC, just enter the name of the material, and wait for 3 to 5 seconds to get the answer. Originally, this is a very convenient thing for players, but it is precisely because of this that there are more and more people queuing up. After all, there are few live players, but there are many players doing tasks. Among the 10 people queuing up, 9 are here to check the task materials, but there are few real life players. What's going on? How come I didn't know there were so many live players in our game? Did they just learn this morning? How is that possible? These people are not live players. They are all here to check the quest materials. It really annoys me. People clearly said, this is a machine for checking live materials, but we live players can't use it, and you guys have taken it away instead. No, I said. Can't you players who do quests go find clues yourself? What's the point of coming here to check the location directly? It's hard enough to be a live player, and you guys have to take a good thing after it's finally come out. Otherwise, why do they say that more people mean more trouble? Even Suemo didn't expect the development of this matter. She knew that the encyclopedia assistant could check the quest materials, and she also thought that there might be players who came here to check because they couldn't find the materials. She just didn't expect there would be so many people. This encyclopedia assistant is used for live players to check the location of live materials, but they still couldn't use it. No matter how you look at it, it's still a bit unreasonable. While Suemo was still thinking about countermeasures, the players over there had already started a quarrel. The machine is here for players to use. You are a player, and I am also a player. You can use it but I can't? What's wrong? Live players are more noble than ordinary players. That's right. And it doesn't say that it can only search for live materials, or that it can only be used by live players. How can it become a machine exclusively for you? Oh, this is really funny. We are taking shortcuts when we search for materials when we do tasks. And it's natural for you live players to search for materials. It's really double standards. Very clear. Very clear. The number of live players is relatively small, so they don't have an advantage in this quarrel. What's more, what these players said is not wrong. Encyclopedia Assistant does not say that it can only search for live materials. The scope of just one material is too broad. Quest materials are also materials. Materials dropped from dungeons are also materials. Seeing that these players were about to fight, Suemo called out Xiao Hei. No trouble is allowed in the store. Those who continue to fight will be blacklisted by our store. Originally, these players had stopped their actions after seeing Xiao Hei. After hearing Sumo's warning words, they each took a step back, for fear that they would be considered to have fought if they accidentally bumped into each other. If they were added to the blacklist like this, it would be too unfair. The previous experience is still hanging on the forum, and they don't want to be the next case. But even if Suemo came forward to stop them, it would be useless, because the contradiction still exists. Chapter 162 Holographic. She actually has a salary. If this matter cannot be resolved clearly, more things will be triggered later. Host, we have communicated, this is the fault of the game, and it has nothing to do with us. After hearing the system's words, Sumo's fingers tapped the table. Originally, the system was only commissioned to open a store, to help enrich the props in the game. Because the system does not understand the game, and does not intervene in the game, it does not know whether its own products will affect the game. All the products it brings are checked by the game system. They have read, reviewed, and confirmed that there are no problems before opening them to Suemo for sale. Since they allow the Encyclopedia Assistant to be opened, even if there is a problem, it has nothing to do with Suemo and the system. Because the game system did not find that the qualifier living materials was not added to the materials during its own review, this led to the current situation. They said that they would trouble the host to handle this matter. The task indicators of this world will be reduced in the future, but the final reward will remain unchanged. The task indicators refer to the travel expenses of 100 million reputation and 100 million gold coins. It is called travel expenses, but in fact it is the conditions given by the client to complete the task. You can leave this world after completing it. As for the final reward, Suemo narrowed his eyes. There is also a final reward? Why didn't I hear you talk about it in the first two worlds? She thought she was working for nothing, but she didn't expect to get a salary. The system was choked immediately. It regretted it so much that it wanted to slap itself. How can this be said so easily? It just said everything it should and shouldn't say. Suemo gave the system some time to reflect on itself. The most urgent task is to solve the problem of the encyclopedia assistant first. As for the system hiding the reward, she will figure it out later. After thinking for a moment, Suemo looked at the two groups of people whose atmosphere was not very harmonious. All players can query materials, but from now on, if the task materials are obtained through the encyclopedia assistant, it will affect the task completion, and thus affect the final reward. The originally tense atmosphere disappeared instantly. All the players stared blankly at the boss Sue, who had never had a sense of existence, trying to digest what she had just said. Before they finished digesting it, the boss Sue spoke again. You can query the task completion information on your task panel. The players subconsciously opened the information on the task completion panel, as expected, and saw a line of small notes in the empty space. Clues obtained through non-task channels cannot improve the completion of the task. And the completion of the task will affect the final reward of the task. Here it only says that the final reward will be affected, but it does not say how it will be affected. Is it to reduce the experience or money reward, or cancel the non-money experience reward? In fact, players all know that this encyclopedia assistant is prepared for life players, but this does not affect their desire to use the encyclopedia assistant to complete the task. Since you can spend a little money and complete the task easily, why not? As for whether it will affect life players, they don't really care. Anyway, they were not the ones affected. They had thought that the game might find this problem, and thus modify the encyclopedia assistant, limiting it to only querying living materials. But what they didn't expect was that the game reacted so quickly. And it didn't change to unusable as they expected, but changed to affect the final reward after use. But thinking about it this way, it's quite fair. The task was originally for the players to do it themselves, and they had to find out the materials and items they needed. It was not wrong for the living player to say that they were taking shortcuts, but they just didn't want to admit it. Since they took shortcuts, it's reasonable to reduce the rewards. As soon as Suemo said this, a large number of players had already backed off and were ready to leave. Most of these people's tasks were not difficult, or the rewards were so high that they were reluctant to give up. They used the encyclopedia assistant just to save trouble, but they saved trouble, and the rewards were also reduced. This is really not cost-effective for players with simple tasks. There are still players who continue to queue up to check materials. But these are the kind of people who really can't complete the task, and really have no other choice, so they choose to use the encyclopedia assistant. Because there are too many people who give up, the team immediately shrinks by a quarter, and only a few scattered ones are left. The life players are also satisfied. Don't make it seem like life players can get a big advantage by checking this. These combat players still need to use the life output on the market. It's convenient for them. The number of life output on the market will increase, and the price will be cheaper. When the time comes, saving money will still benefit everyone. Although some people still think that this encyclopedia assistant should be exclusive to them, life players, but they dare not say this idea directly, and can only hold it in. So the seemingly troublesome matter was solved so easily. Suemo saw that there were more and more people looking for materials, so he thought about buying an encyclopedia assistant when he bought the goods today, so that he could put one on the left and one on the right at the door, so as not to occupy the space inside the store. After these live players finished looking for materials, they were originally going to go directly to their destination. But a few people accidentally glimpsed something that looked like a toolbox on the shelf. Then, they were attracted to it. And this toolbox is actually a treasure box. In fact, when these players were still using the encyclopedia assistant, other players had already discovered 3 new items: primary energy medicine, primary physical medicine, and treasure box. Because this maintenance update reduced the difficulty of the life skill gameplay, they were not particularly surprised to see these 3 items. They just thought that these 3 items were also the products of the maintenance update. After all, their functions are the same, and they can improve the output of life players. After seeing these things, Some players, who were not planning to learn life skills, have already started to be tempted. Anyway, buy a toolbox and 3 bottles of energy and physical medicine first. Even if you don't use them yourself, you can give them to friends who are learning life skills. There are not a few players who make this decision. Many players originally wanted to learn life skills, but because it consumes too much, they hesitated for a long time. Now that there are so many conveniences, it is unreasonable not to learn. So in just one day, the number of life players increased tenfold. Chapter 163 Holographic, Harmonious and Friendly Conversation. The game party saw that the number of life players had increased, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They reduced the task indicators for Suemo and the system in accordance with the promised agreement. The original requirement of 100 million reputation and 100 million gold coins was reduced by 1/10. In other words, Suemo only needs to complete 90 million reputation and gold coins in this world to complete the task. This reduction is not small. However, neither the system nor Suemo has time to take care of this matter now, because the two of them are having a harmonious and friendly conversation at this time. Although the system in question does not think that this conversation is harmonious and friendly. Without going into the details of the conversation, the result is that Suemo learned some things that the system had concealed before. For example, the person who was supposed to bind the system was not actually her, but that person did not want to bind the system, so that person did not know what method and gave the system to Suemo. Is that person called Ear? Suemo narrowed his eyes, and his tone was a little dangerous. The system was shocked. Host, how did you know? Suemo, isn't this bullshit? The name of the donor was written on the gift deed. Suemo will remember the name of this person who cheated her for the rest of her life. Because it is impossible to use a pseudonym in this situation, the gift of a pseudonym is invalid, so the name Ear must be real. But she really doesn't remember when she met such a cheating person. The most outrageous thing is, she doesn't know him, but he knows her. And he knows exactly when she came of age. It can't be that this Ear is really her distant relative. Right? Impossible. Suemo rubbed her head, and felt a headache for a while. So you have used up all those rewards? She originally thought that Tongzi was good at disguising himself. He always looked silly and stupid in front of her, but she didn't expect that he was secretly doing something behind her back. She didn't expect that she had overestimated it. I thought it concealed those rewards to improve itself, but it didn't expect that it actually used all of them to repair those scattered things. The system nodded guiltily. It felt bad after seeing so many fragments, so it wanted to repair them. It did this for the good of the host. But when it thought that Suemo couldn't see it, it could only speak weakly. Well, not completely. I also borrowed a little bit myself. But it was really only a little bit. I will return it to you when the time comes. Then, it changed the subject again. In fact, host, I found that you are quite suitable for our systems. Even if you don't bind me, you will bind to other systems one day in the future. At least I am obedient. Right? Suemo smiled with a straight face. Not to mention whether she will bind to other strange systems in the future. But it is still right in this point. Indeed. Except for being a little silly. A little stupid. A little slow to react. And a little low in system level. It is still pretty good. At least it has no ability to do bad things. No ambition to control itself. And no strength to threaten itself. Since the rewards have been used up, she is not going to pursue it any further. The system heaved a sigh of relief. It was regretting that it might not get any rewards in the future. But Sumo's next words were like a big pie falling from the sky. The future rewards are also given to you. Just follow your previous arrangements. Tongzi was moved by the host's trust, and almost cried. Suemo was not used to its crying appearance, so she sent it away directly, and then closed the store and prepared to rest. No wonder, she said, that she was always so sleepy recently. It turns out that all those things have been repaired by the system. Suemo yawned, a few tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, and she slowly floated up to the second floor like a ghost. Uncle, I want to learn how to make medicine. I can endure hardships. Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs. I can eat anything too. Sister, you are kind-hearted. You will definitely not refuse my request to learn tailoring skills. Right? Big brother, look at my biceps, and then look at my abdominal muscles. How about it? Do I look like a good blacksmith? Am I particularly suitable to be a blacksmith? In the novice villages of all sizes, the life skill instructors, who were previously ignored, have ushered in their most popular peak period. Beside each life skill NPC, there are more or less 3, 5, 7 or 8 people. If it is a popular life profession, there are even more than 10 or 20 people around. These players used to ignore life skills, but now they have to look at the faces of NPCs if they want to learn. It's not certain whether they are willing to teach or not. The blacksmith has a bad temper, but facing the group of players who are eager to learn skills, he can't get angry and can only assign tasks with a cold face. Whoever can dig 10 pieces of cold iron or 10 pieces of flint first, I will accept him as my apprentice, and only the top 3. The moment the blacksmith finished speaking, all the players in front of him received the task called Blacksmith's Test. These players didn't even have time to be stunned, and left here without stopping, for fear that others would take the lead. When the tailor lady and the pharmacist saw this scene, they also followed suit and began to assign tasks. The tailor lady, whoever brings 10 bundles of silk or 3 phoenix feathers first, can become my apprentice, only one person. After speaking, another group of players left quickly after receiving the task. The pharmacist said, I only want 1 cloud. The first person who finds it can become my last disciple. I will also teach you the art of alchemy. But I won't teach you more. In a blink of an eye, 3 groups of people left after 3 sentences. This kind of scene appeared almost everywhere. For the first time, the NPCs felt the pressure from the players. What's wrong with these outsiders? They refused to learn alchemy, ironwork, and sewing before. Why did they suddenly become so active? The uncle, the aunt, and the uncle were all puzzled. But this did not affect their teaching skills. In fact, the materials they talked about were extremely rare. Although the level of these materials was not high, they were extremely difficult to find. I think these outsiders should be struggling for a while. These NPCs thought they would have to wait for several days. But less than half an hour later, a player ran to the blacksmith quickly. Brother, the cold iron or you want. 10 fist-sized pieces of dark blue ore fell on the table, making a crisp sound. Chapter 164 Holographic, Qing Yun Fruit. So fast? The blacksmith rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He took a piece of cold iron ore and looked at it again and again, finally confirming the authenticity of the ore. How is it? This speed is okay. Big brother. You must keep your word. Zhang Chong said with a smile, while not forgetting to send the little white cat, who wanted to lie on his head to it. The little white cat yawned lazily, then squinted at the shocked blacksmith with cat eyes. Meow. Meow. The blacksmith didn't intend to deny his debt, he was just a little surprised. Surprised why Zhang Chong could find the cold iron ore so quickly. You know, he spent most of the day to find 1 piece. So it would take 3 to 5 days to find 10 pieces. But it only took him half an hour. Is it so easy to find cold iron ore these days? Although the blacksmith was puzzled, he still taught Zhang Chong the blacksmith skills as he said before. Not only that, because Zhang Chong was the first to hand in the task, he also specially rewarded him with a blueprint of equipment. It happened to be the equipment blueprint of shoes that the player could use at the current level. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, I'm so sorry. While accepting the blueprint, his hand speed was so fast, as if he was afraid that the blacksmith would regret it. After he accepted the blueprint, the blacksmith began to teach him how to forge equipment. It is far from enough to just learn the skills. The authenticity of this game requires players to do it themselves to forge equipment. It's just that he has a high comprehension, learns quickly, and mastered the essentials in a short while. As soon as he left, and the blacksmith had no time to rest for a while, another player ran over quickly. This time, the player brought back 10 flints. Although the level of flint is not as high as that of cold iron ore, its rarity is not much worse than that of cold iron ore. The blacksmith looked at the 10 flints in front of him and fell into silence. The tailor lady and the pharmacist also fell into silence. They all saw what they needed in a short time. This should be a happy thing. But they were more confused. Are the foreigners now so powerful? Can they find things they can't find so quickly? In fact, what these NPCs don't know is that these people don't go to find the materials themselves, but rely on the encyclopedia assistant in the grocery store to find the location of the materials. With the location, it's not easy to collect, except for some materials that are so rare that few can be found. They can find all other materials. No! Find them out! With the help of Encyclopedia Assistant, more and more players have successfully learned life skills. The market for life skills has also gradually stabilized. Now the life materials and life output are basically 3 times as much as before, because of the increase in quantity. The price has gradually decreased steadily, and finally stayed at a suitable price. All players are very satisfied with the current game situation, whether they are ordinary players or life players. They have found a game method that suits them, and they also have their own game experience. The popularity of the game New World has not faded with the passage of time. On the contrary, it has withstood the test of the market, and its popularity is still steadily increasing every day. Every day, new players come to the game, and after seeing the magic of this game, they become addicted to it. According to their calculations, almost half of the people in the world have entered this game. The increase in the number of people has also affected the business of the grocery store. So far, the customer flow in the grocery store can be said to be increasing day by day, and the income is also increasing day by day. According to this trend, within a year at most, Sumo feels that he can change to another office job. It can be said that it is much faster than the previous two worlds. However, in just 1 month, Sumo has successfully reached the standard for upgrading from a first-level grocery store to a fourth-level grocery store. It can be said that it is unprecedented and quite fast. When the system prompted that he could upgrade the store that day, Sumo even suspected that he had heard it wrong. However, when he opened the store panel, he found that the reputation of the grocery store had reached 300,000 before he knew it. This speed was incredible. Congratulations to the host. The grocery store's reputation has reached 300,000. The store can be upgraded to level 4 at a cost of 50,000 gold coins. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Confirm to upgrade the level 4 grocery store. 50,000 gold coins have been deducted. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 4. You will be awarded 2 level 4 product exchange coupons. The level 4 mall is now open. There are not many products in the level 4 mall. There are only a few that are useful. Sumo has already exchanged them all during this period. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the 4 initially exchanged, there is also a medium-sized backpack. Like the previous small backpack, it increases the backpack space, but the size of the medium-sized backpack is 100 grids. In addition, there are some potions that can improve attributes in a short period of time. For example, Strength Potion, Agility Potion, Constitution Potion, Spirit Potion, etc. This type directly improves basic attributes. There are also those that improve additional attributes, such as attack, defense, health, critical strike, mana, etc. There are many types of such potions. Sumo just happened to have money and exchanged them all, purely to increase the variety of goods in the grocery store. Make her grocery store more diverse. Because of the rise of life players, such potions with attributes are no longer rare. So the sales are average, because such potions are also sold outside, and the price and effect are basically the same. In this case, Sumo is not going to stay at level 3 for too long, and directly upgrades to level 4. However, 2 items in the level 4 mall made Sumo's mouth twitch. Sumo rubbed her brows, and prepared to look at these 2 items one last time. Anyway, she might not exchange them this time. She first selected the items that she decided to exchange directly this time. Chinian fruit purchase price, 50 gold coins / piece sales price, 200 gold coins / piece introduction, after use. It will reset the player's basic attributes. It can be used up to 3 times. The first time will definitely reset the attributes better than the original. The second time will have a small probability of resetting better attributes. The third time will have a very small probability of resetting better attributes. The process is irreversible. Please think carefully before use. In the game New World, the basic attributes of the players are all random. Of course, it is not impossible to manually allocate, but the total value of manual allocation will be 2 points less than the random allocation. Don't look at it as only 2 points. With the increase of levels, even if it is just a little difference, it is a world of difference. Chapter 165 Holographic. Increase the gameplay. Many players choose random because they are reluctant to give up these 2 attributes. As a result, they can't even choose their favorite profession. Because in this game, in addition to their own preferences, a larger part of the factor in choosing a profession is the player's basic attributes. For example, a player's strength attribute is very high, and his mental attribute is very low, which proves that his physical attack is very high, and his magic attack is very low, and his mana is also low. The most suitable profession for such a player is a physical profession such as assassin, warrior, archer, rather than a profession that relies on magic attributes, such as a priest mage. But now with Qingyun Fruit, players have a chance to randomly choose and improve their basic attributes. If it doesn't work once, there are still the second and third times. Although the probability is very small, it's better than nothing. The second product can be said to be used with Qingyun Fruit. Tianyun Book Purchase Price, 10 gold coins/book. Selling price, 30 gold coins/book. Introduction. After use, the player will return to the state of no job change. All professional skills, attributes, equipment, all disappear, only non-professional exclusive props are retained. The process is irreversible. Please use with caution, each player can only use it once. As mentioned before, some players cannot choose their favorite profession due to attribute problems. The Qingyun Fruit alone is useless, because the Qingyun Fruit can only change attributes, but not professions. And this game does not have the function of changing professions for the time being. The function of the Tianyun book is to make players, who have already changed their professions, return to the state of no profession. In this way, players can reselect their professions, which can be used with Qingyun Fruit. The average level of players is about level 25, which is a level that is neither too high nor too low. Even if the skill attributes and equipment of the profession are cleaned at this time, they can be trained back quickly. If you wait until later, as the player level increases, they will get more and more skill attributes and equipment. If you still want to use Tianyun Book at that time, then you will fall behind others by a big step. In addition to these two commodities, Sumo also saw two other things worth buying. One is the residential title deed, and the other is the building blueprint. Residential title deed purchase price, 300 gold coins/copy. Selling price, 1,000 gold coins/copy. Introduction. With this title deed, you can exchange a piece of residential land at the government. Building blueprint purchase price, 30 gold coins/copy. Selling price, 100 gold coins/copy. Introduction. After use, you will get a random building blueprint, which can be handed over to the craftsman to build the corresponding house. These two products are also used together. First, there are three types of land deeds in this game. One is residential land deeds, one is commercial land deeds, and one is guild land deeds. As the name suggests, commercial land deeds are for building shops, guild land deeds are for building guild territories, and the role of residential land deeds is to build houses. Each type of land deed has its own role and cannot be confused. For example, the land exchange for residential land deeds cannot be used to build shops, and the same is true for guild land deeds. And architectural drawings, to put it simply, can be used to open house drawings. If a player bought a residential title deed and wanted to build a house, he could either draw the blueprints himself. But normal players, unless they had studied related majors, did not meet this requirement, or they could pay other players or NPCs to draw the blueprints. However, the architectural blueprints omitted this step. It can directly issue the blueprints, and the player only needs to give the blueprints to the craftsman to build the house. The blueprints produced by the system are all exquisite and excellent, and ordinary players or NPCs can never design them. The only drawback is that the price is a bit expensive. 100 gold coins. 2 copies are equivalent to the price of a Qingyun Fruit. I think not every player will buy it. If the third level mall is to reduce the burden of living players, then the fourth level products are to enrich the gameplay of the game. Qingyun Fruit and Tianyun Book increase the gameplay of changing professions, and residential title deed and architectural blueprint increase the home of players. In addition, there are several other items that also increase the gameplay, but Sumo plans to choose a good day to exchange them. Yuan. Has your rabbit evolved? Today, a player found a pet dungeon. It is said that pet equipment will be dropped in it. Let's go and have a look together in the afternoon. At this stage, pets have not only hatched several batches, but also sold the first 3 batches. As long as they are raised normally, even if they are not fed with pet evolution pills, they should grow to the growth stage. Pets at this stage have combat power, which is also the standard for entering pet dungeons. Pets in the cub period cannot enter pet dungeons. Yuan looked at the long-eared rabbit beside her, which had obviously grown a circle, and then replied, well, it evolved last night. At that time, Manqing had already logged off, so she didn't know about this. That's great. Xiaoyun and the others' pets have also evolved, so the 5 of us can go together. Manqing was obviously very happy, and her tone was full of joy. So, the 5 girls made an appointment and went to a pet dungeon that had just been discovered. It is said that many pet-related props will drop in this dungeon. The rarest of these is the pet core, which is also called the pet core, which can improve the strength of the pet after eating it. Basically, the local tyrants who have good pets and want to cultivate them are buying this thing on the market, but the drop rate is too low, and the stock in the market is also very small, so it has always been out of stock. So many players who come to play the pet dungeon, actually, it is no different from digging for gold. If a pet core is really dropped, then you will make a fortune. At the agreed time, the 5 people each brought their own pets to the dungeon entrance. Ruan Yuan's pet is a long-eared rabbit, and Qin Yun's is a raccoon. Speaking of which, when the raccoon was about to hatch, Qin Yun was still worried that it might not hatch. After all, its vitality value only increased to 86 points at that time, and there was still a 14% probability that it would be a dead egg. But she didn't expect her luck to be so good, and she actually hatched a little cutie. And perhaps because of Huang Ming's matter, the raccoon was very resistant to other players, but only liked to stick to Qin Yun. Only when there were people of the same species around him would he relax a little. In addition to the rabbit and the raccoon, the other 2 people's pets were a giant wasp and a flamingo. As for Manqin, she was originally looking forward to hatching a furry little cutie, but she never thought that she would actually hatch a snake. You know, when it was hatched, she saw a small snake as thick as a finger coming out of the eggshell, and she was scared to death. Chapter 166 Holographic. First of all, I have to have a home of my own. Fortunately, she is not afraid of snakes, so she was frightened the moment she saw it suddenly. But when she thought that this was a game, this little snake was her pet, and it was pink and white. After Manqin got used to it, she was no longer afraid. On weekdays, this little pink snake liked to wrap around Manqin's wrist, looking like a pink transparent jade bracelet, with no sense of existence. Not very scary, but because of the translucent scales, it looked a bit translucent. Everyone is here. Everyone is here. Let's go to the dungeon. As soon as the 5 people arrived, Manqin began to organize everyone to enter the dungeon. The difficulty of this dungeon is not high, plus everyone made sufficient preparations before coming. Not only did they bring full attribute medicine, but they also read the strategy, so it was easy to fight. After the first boss was over, they were surprised to find that a random item had dropped. Pet Nest Vine. How to use. After unlocking, you can build it in your home. Introduction. The vine nest that some races love the most, let the pet live in it, and you can continuously improve the intimacy between the pet and the owner. When the intimacy value is full, it will increase the tacit understanding between the pet and the owner. Good stuff. This is the first reaction of the 5 people after reading the introduction. Now, as long as you hatch your own pet, as long as you don't abuse it and take good care of it, who doesn't have a full intimacy value, when the intimacy value is full, it will increase the tacit understanding value. This is the key point. You know, Ruan Yuan and the long-eared rabbit have the highest tacit understanding value among the 5 people, and she only has 76 points. It was only 63 points when it was just hatched. You can imagine how difficult it is to increase the tacit understanding value. However, the improvement of the tacit understanding value gives a very obvious improvement in the combat power of the pet. Otherwise, players would not try every means to increase the tacit understanding value, because this value is important. I want this. Does anyone else want it? Qin Yun found that, ever since the vine nest appeared, her little raccoon was obviously a little excited. This was the first time she saw her little cutie like something so much. She would naturally not let it go. It's just that this is something that everyone has worked on together. She naturally has no say. When there is a demand internally, it will not be sold. If there are multiple people who have a demand, then the ownership of the props will be determined by bidding, and the money paid will be distributed to several other people. These are all old rules, and everyone knows them. Although I really want this, it obviously doesn't match the temperament of my wasp. So I'll just forget it. Aju looked at her wasp, which was obviously a little disdainful of this nest, and even felt that it was not as comfortable as living in its own eggshell. Since the pet didn't like it, there was no need for her to buy it. I give up too. This nest is too unfair to the flamingo. Ashin took a look and gave up decisively. After all, this nest is the size of a normal doghouse, or even smaller, although her flamingo is still in the growth stage. Its 2 long legs have already taken shape. Ruan Yuan pinched the long-eared rabbit's ears. Do you like it? The long-eared rabbit nodded, and then shook his head. Ruan Yuan didn't understand what this meant at first, until she saw the desire for food in the eyes of the long-eared rabbit. Food. In order to avoid me buying a nest and having it become a snack, I will give up. Ruan Yuan twitched her lips speechlessly. If such a good nest is eaten by her rabbit after it is bought back, she will be really heartbroken. Her rabbit has eaten things that it shouldn't have before. Last time, it ate the prop she used to do the task, although it later got some back to please her. But she definitely didn't dare to take the risk this time. Manqing and the others also noticed the desire in the eyes of the long-eared rabbit, and couldn't help laughing. How could someone treat their own nest as food? Although this nest made of vines is pretty good, but for the rabbit, it may be no different from the carved platter made by the chef. The three of them gave up, and now only Manqing's little pink snake is left. The little pink snake seemed quite interested in the nest, but after crawling around it, it slowly hung back on Manqing's wrist. It probably doesn't like it either. Xiaoyun, you take it away. According to the little pink snake's somewhat domineering nature, if it really liked it, it might not leave, and would not crawl back again. Xinyun didn't expect it to be so smooth. She also knew that it was her sisters who asked her to do so, so she was particularly polite in her offer. Now all 5 people were satisfied. When Xinyun put away the pet nest, Ruan Yuan suddenly said, Xiaoyun, have you bought a house? Xinyun's hand paused. No. If I remember correctly, this pet nest seems to be only placed in a house, right? The joy on her face was immediately replaced by grief and indignation. Xinyun, I never thought that. Before I want to give my pet a home, I have to have a home first. Ruan Yuan. No problem. Manqing, buy one get one free, that's great. Xinyun had thought about buying a house in the game, which would be more convenient than staying in an inn every time. But the quota for the house was too hard to grab. She tried 4 or 5 times but failed, so she had to give up. As a result, in order to place this nest, she still had to grab a house. Don't worry, you can always grab it. Others also comforted her, and then they came to the next boss. As the boss fell to the ground, another pet nest appeared in front of them. Xinyun, oh, you guys also want to buy one get one free? Ruan Yuan, Manqing, Xian, Ru. This time, the nest was an obvious snake nest, so it goes without saying that it was taken down by Manqing. There are 5 bosses in this dungeon. After they beat them all, nothing else dropped, but 3 pet nests dropped, with a drop rate of up to 60%. And the 3rd pet nest was a nest, which was taken down by a ruse wasp. 3 of the 5 people got the nest, and the remaining 2 who didn't get it were not unhappy, because this means they don't have to rush to buy a house. When they thought about buying a nest, they had to buy a house, otherwise the nest would be useless. Ruan Yuan and Xian didn't envy the 3 of them, but felt a little sympathetic. It feels wrong. Why is the drop rate of this nest so high? Shouldn't the drop rate of this kind of thing be very low? I feel it's wrong too. I'll ask my brother how many pet nests they have. They weren't the only ones who found something wrong. The forum had already been abuzz with the pet nest issue. Chapter 167 Hollow. No way. No way. After some data emperors calculated, they quickly found a problem. This time, the pet nest drop rate seems to be quite high. They averaged the data for a morning. A total of 1,653 dungeon clearances, on average. The probability of dropping a pet nest in each dungeon is as high as 76%. In other words, Ruan Yuan and the others only dropped 3 pet nests, which is considered a low drop rate. Most people dropped 4 or even 5 pet nests from 5 bosses. All players can't quite understand why the game has increased the drop rate of this thing so high. But this is also a good thing for players. If the number is large, everyone can have one, and it won't become a standard for the rich. But this pet nest is actually a furniture blueprint. Since it is all furniture, how to place it without a home. So the focus of this pet nest is not itself, but the home problem of the game. This game has had a residential system from the beginning, but the players at the beginning had no money, so they all ignored this point. When players want to buy a house, most of them also want to buy a house. However, there is a limit on the number of houses available for purchase in this game every day. Whether you can get the title deed depends on your ability. Many players have saved money for a long time, but still don't have a house, because they can't get it. Now, even if there is a blueprint for this pet nest, I can't use it because I don't have a house. I never thought that I couldn't afford a house in reality, and I couldn't buy a house in the game. Why don't we change the upper limit of the house? Only 100 per day. This is a game for hundreds of millions of people. It's not a game for thousands or tens of thousands of people. 100 will not even make a splash. It's too small. This is obviously a game for more than 1 billion people. Okay. 100 per day will take 10 million days. which means more than 27,000 years. By that time, our planet will probably be destroyed. Originally, the players didn't care much about the house, but the appearance of this pet nest made them want to buy a house again. Some players are thinking, since the official can hear the voices of the masses and reduce the difficulty in the previous life players' affairs, then maybe they can also see their suggestions this time and increase the number of deeds. With this in mind, many players began to propose suggestions for increasing the number of home deeds under the official update posts. Of course, among these words, there are also some different voices. For example, according to the habits of a certain store, do I have reason to believe that it will start selling residential title deeds in the next 2 days? It can't be such a coincidence. How can a small store sell residential title deeds? Isn't this kind of thing only sold by official servers? Maybe it's such a coincidence Pentagon is not just a name. Think about how timely it brought us so many goods before. I understand. I'll wait at the door immediately. What are you talking about upstairs? Why don't I understand? What Pentagon? What small store and what door? Which door? Can you explain it more clearly? No way. No way. Is there still someone who doesn't know about the Pentagon grocery store? Go to the forum and search for it yourself. Although it's still early, Sumo hasn't opened the store yet, but some players have guessed that the grocery store may give them a huge surprise. Although there is no basis for this guess, many players believe it. When Sumo woke up in the morning, she heard the real-time report about this incident from the forum watching system. Host, it seems that the players have guessed that the grocery store is going to sell the land deeds. The system doesn't know how these humans guessed it. Is it really based on their self-proclaimed understanding of the grocery store in just 1 month? If they guessed it, they guessed it. It won't affect her business anyway. Sumo yawned and got up from the bed lazily. According to the system, the game party wants to use the pet nest to promote the residential system to the whole people this time. There were too many things in the game before, and with the new server, the players' attention was on upgrading, and they had no time to consider other ways of playing, so this matter was repeatedly shelved. Now that the server has been open for more than a month, the players have all stabilized, which is the best period for promotion. Even if they didn't guess it, didn't find it, the game would help the grocery store attract traffic. Now, because of their guess, many players have been waiting outside while the store is not open, and there are not too many players gathered outside. As long as they waited for Boss Sue to open the door, they would go in and take a look. The door opened on time, and a player smiled at Sumo ingratiatingly. Boss Sue, do you have anything new today? Sumo glanced at him, and then nodded. There was nothing to hide. Anyway, they would see it when they went in later. It really is. What good stuff? Who cares what good stuff it is? The store door is open. Go in and take a look. The players behind also heard the conversation between this person and Sumo, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in their minds. They were just joking on the forum. Could it be true? Thinking of this, these players didn't say anything, and ran into the store. After looking up and down, they finally found what they wanted. Fuck, it's really a pentagonal grocery store. They can have this? This is unscientific. This is a game. It's not scientific. Please make way after you buy it. Otherwise, when other players come later, we won't be able to buy it. Not only are there deeds, but there are also architectural drawings. This one-stop service is simply amazing. Sure, I was originally worried about how much money I would have to spend to find an NPC to draw the drawings, but the drawings in this store are a bit expensive. They actually cost 100 gold coins each. Forget it, I'll buy it. Amid the exclamations of the players, one after another of the house deeds disappeared from the shelves. The players who came in later, and didn't know what was going on, couldn't help but come over after seeing them gathered here. When they saw the things on the shelves, they all widened their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that each player was limited to 1 copy, I'm sure many players would want to buy more for their relatives and friends. Who knows if they can still get the deeds tomorrow after today. However, it seems that the grocery store should have a lot of land deeds in stock. After so many players have been buying here for so long, there are still so many left. Despite this, after these players bought their own, they did not forget to chat with others privately, asking them to come and buy a house as well. Chapter 168 Holographic. How many good systems are there? In addition to the title deed, the other 2 new products on the shelves were also discovered by players. Sumo set a purchase limit of 1 Chinyan fruit per day, and 1 person can only buy 3 at most, and each player can only buy 1 copy of Tianyan book. All are set according to the upper limit. Any player who sees Chinyan fruit must be shocked first, and then doubt their eyes, and finally buy one before it is sold out. For current players, a title deed worth 1,000 gold coins can be bought at will, not to mention Qingyan fruit that only costs 100 gold coins. For such good things, as long as you are not a fool or really have no money, you will definitely not give up the opportunity to buy it. The same is true for Tianyan book. Many players actually regretted it after changing their profession, but because they cannot change their profession, and they don't want to delete their account and start over, so they can only make the best of a bad situation. Now with Tianyan book, they have a chance to choose a profession again. For them, it can be said to be a very good thing. But Sumo does not want too many players to change their professions in one day, because this may stimulate the player's blind following psychology. What she is afraid of is that some players originally have no plan to change their professions, but when they see others change, they also want to change, and then they will not even have time to regret. So she bought a lot of Qingyan fruit, but only a few hundred Tianyan books. Although even if they regret it, it has nothing to do with Sumo. But Sumo still hopes that these players can calm down. After all, changing professions is irreversible, and there is only so much she can do. The number of Tianyan books will be relatively small in the first 3 days, which is purely a cooling-off period for players. Starting from the 4th day, Sumo will increase the number of Tianyan books. After 3 days of thinking, she believes that most players will think about whether they want to change their profession, because the number of Tianyan books is the smallest. It is also the first to be sold out. The players who came later because of their friends' notifications looked at the empty shelves and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although this kind of thing has not happened for the first time, almost every time the grocery store has new goods, this situation will occur, but it still makes them feel a little depressed. However, although these players have not bought Tianyan books yet, this does not affect some of them. Some players, who have long wanted to change their profession, have begun to think about what profession they want to change to. For this reason, some board players have specially counted the data. He created a poll. There were 2 questions in the poll. The first one was if you had the opportunity to change your profession, would you change your profession? The second question was if you were to change your profession, which profession would you choose? Originally, this player just casually asked this question. Unexpectedly, this poll became popular. Any player who saw the poll would come in to vote. Even if they didn't vote, they would come in to see the results. The voting time was 24 hours. After 24 hours, the results of the vote were displayed. A total of nearly 1 million players participated in this vote. Among them, 58.12% of the players wanted to change their profession, 17.21% of the players might change their profession, and only 24.67% of the players were sure that they would not change their profession. I have to say, you don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked. These players actually thought that they were the only ones who wanted to change their professions, but they didn't expect that nearly 75% of the players had the idea of changing their professions. As for the second question, if you want to change your profession, which profession would you choose? The answers to this question were more evenly distributed, except for the somewhat unpopular profession of priest. The other professions were equally matched, and the one that became the most wanted profession was the mage. The players were not particularly surprised by this result. After all, in this game, the mage is indeed a profession with high output and is easy to upgrade. And it is also easy to join the wild team and brush the dungeon. The most important thing is that the operation is simple and cheap. The skill book that was originally difficult to obtain is no longer a threshold for players to give up this profession because of the existence of skill scrolls. This is why so many players want to change their profession to a mage. However, all this was normal before the voting results came out. But after the voting results came out, many players suddenly didn't want to change their profession to a mage. The reason is very simple. Since they already know that so many people want to change their profession to become mages, the more people of the same profession, the greater the competition, and the more expensive the equipment price. In addition, after changing professions, both skill attributes and equipment will fall into a vacancy period. During the vacancy period, players must find ways to buy equipment and skills for the new profession to make up for it. If there are too many people in a certain profession at the same time, then the price of equipment and skill books related to this profession on the market will definitely increase. Unless you are a player who particularly likes the mage profession. No one wants to spend a lot of money to change professions, and then spend a lot of money to buy skill equipment again, and then spend time to level up the skills. It must be said that the cool-off period for changing professions that Sumo left for players is still very useful. At least now many players have given up the idea of changing professions. The forum is full of posts analyzing the pros and cons of changing professions, or analysis posts on which profession is best to change to. As players began to discuss this matter, the popularity of the game is gradually increasing. Even a topic called New World players are in trouble for changing professions directly became a hot search. Even the game developers did not expect that they would become a hot search because of this matter, even though they did not spend money to buy hot searches. But no matter what, this is always a good thing. The higher the popularity of the game, the faster they will complete the task. We have to thank the Spacetime grocery store system, after all. No matter what, this career change trend is also driven by the products in their store. Isn't this much more reliable than other systems? So, in order to thank the Spacetime grocery store system, they also added an extra final reward for this commission task. The system was so happy to hear this news that it almost flew to the sky. Sumo's mind was full of its noisy chattering about how happy it was. Her eyelids jumped again. You said, other systems? What do you mean by more reliable than other systems? Could there be other systems in this game? After hearing Sumo's words, the system gave her the answer very straightforwardly, without hiding too much. System, yes, in the previous 2 worlds. Only my system accepted the commission, but in this world, including the next world, there may be many systems competing together. Chapter 169 Holographic. Ba Su's 10,000 Identities. Sumo. Prohibit involution. Start with me. The system seemed to have guessed Sumo's thoughts, and its momentum weakened. Does the host not like this kind of competition? Sumo really doesn't like this kind of competition. It's just a store. There's no need to intrigue. It's too troublesome. Besides, where's the leisure and vacation plane, in the end? There are actually competitors. I think it's good to just run a store. The implication is that she doesn't want to compete. Although she didn't feel any pressure from competition in this world, the system said that there might be competition in the future plane, so it's hard to guarantee that she will encounter some strange competitors. Sumo is not afraid of such competitors, but she is very annoyed by such people. The system hesitated for a moment. For a commission like this with competitors, the reward will be higher than that of an ordinary commission. But after thinking about it, it decided to listen to the host's idea. If the host really doesn't like it, then the next world will no longer accept such tasks. But the next plane. Sumo had already seen the information about the next world, so she knew that the system must have accepted the commission of the next world. According to this statement, there would probably be other systems competing for the next world. But it accepted the commission, so it was not easy to give up directly. Since you have accepted it, just do it. Sumo's words made the system feel relieved. Originally, it was thinking of some excuse to give up the commission, but it didn't expect that the host was willing to do this task. It was so touching. Sumo had no idea that the system was already crying bitterly at this time, and it was almost like an entity rushed out to hug her thighs. She was flipping through the calendar at this time, and as she flipped through it, she found a festival she wanted to see. With the help of the grocery store, the game's promotion of the residential gameplay went very smoothly. Even later, they developed a lot of derivative gameplay. Decoration system. Players can increase the luxury value of their homes by decorating their homes reasonably. There is also a ranking list corresponding to the luxury value, which is basically for the rich to show off their wealth. Feng Shui system. Players can place Feng Shui hexagrams at any location in their homes every day, depending on the location of the location. Each player can obtain different home states. These states are both positive and negative. The most common ones are to increase or decrease the upper limit of health, the upper limit of mana, and the attack power and other attributes. The rare ones are bad luck and good luck. The former will be unlucky for the duration of the state, such as a lower drop rate when killing monsters, a lower probability of using life skills, etc. And the latter is the opposite. This gameplay caused players to suffer a lot at the beginning. It was not until someone posted a guide that analyzed the basis of Feng Shui hexagrams in detail, and it was confirmed by other players, that some players dared to continue to place Feng Shui hexagrams. Another popular system is the residential garden system. Each player's residence can open a garden, and any flowers, plants and trees can be planted in the garden. Ordinary flowers, plants and trees are only for beauty and appreciation, but precious plants can be given as gifts to NPCs to increase their favorability. Sumo didn't care about these derivative gameplays. The reason she knew this was because she also received flowers. and more than one or two. At 10 o'clock one morning, Suemo opened the store door as usual, and was dazzled by the colorful outside. The strong, clear, or light fragrance of flowers wafted into her nose, and she sneezed in a rare and embarrassing way. These players should be thankful that she is not allergic to pollen. Otherwise, she would definitely throw all of them out today. If the players want to please the NPC the most, then the first one is definitely their professional teacher, because the professional teacher is in charge of a series of procedures such as their professional transfer, upgrade, and exchange. The second NPC they want to please is definitely the boss Sue, who usually seems to have no sense of existence, but is actually the most mysterious in the eyes of players. What Suemo didn't know was that there had been rumors that she was not an NPC at all, and it was unknown which irresponsible player spread this idea. After all, she was really different from other NPCs. First of all, she didn't have a good impression. This was also the answer that players had discovered after countless experiments. No matter how they chatted with this boss Sue, or tried to get tasks from her in a roundabout way, they got nothing. Chatting and talking didn't increase good impressions, and the players who wanted to take tasks didn't receive them. There is more than one grocery store in this game. The bosses of other stores have goodwill and tasks, but there is only one store with such a unique boss. Secondly, players found that they could not report Boss Sue, because the NPCs in this game are all advanced AI. In order to prevent AI-related accidents, players can report if they find that the NPC has special and strange behavior. After reporting, the game will investigate the NPC to prevent any unpredictable consequences in the game. But some brave people tried to report this Boss Sue, but they failed, because they found that they could not find the NPC Boss Sue at all. This is also one of the most evidences that Suemo has problems so far. The previous favorability issue can be said to be too far-fetched, but this is real, the most evidence that can show certain information. The rumors afterwards can be said to be more and more weird. Some people say that this boss Sue is a real NPC. After all, the official has also said that there are indeed real NPCs in the game, and they are mainly in charge of certain important positions. In order to prevent these real NPCs from abusing their power for personal gain, their daily actions are recorded in detail, and they will be checked regularly. This guess is affirmed by the most players, and it is also the most reliable. There are also many outrageous guesses, among which there are two that are spread the most. One is that some people suspect that Boss Sue is indeed a real NPC, but he is not an official person, but a small account opened by a staff member of the game company using certain permissions. The purpose is to make money. Another possibility is that this boss Sue may have been an NPC at first, but later due to some reasons, including but not limited to virus bugs, she was out of the jurisdiction of the entire game, because there is no information about her in the game database. Players cannot find her report. I have to say that the first guess is still quite unreasonable. If it is really an internal staff account, it is impossible to find it unless it is a senior staff. Chapter 170 Holographic, perfect after-sales service. Besides, this grocery store is quite famous. The official said that this strange store could not be found. But no matter how they guessed what the final answer was, it would not affect their desire to please Boss Sue. So what if she was a real NPC? A real NPC would be even better, so they could get familiar with her. What if they really got to know each other someday? Although they knew that their ideas were basically whimsical, it did not affect the dreaming of these players. Suemo looked at the flower delivery team in front of her. There were even players who saw others delivering flowers, but they did not deliver any, and they were still thinking about whether they should go home now and pick a few flowers. She pulled the corner of her mouth and decisively rejected their bribe. With so many flowers, it would not be appropriate to throw them away, and they could not fit in the store, and it would be useless for her to hold them. No flowers. After saying that, she felt that this was a bit too blunt, so she added, 3 days later. On the Chichi Festival, you can keep it and give it to your partner. Originally, these players were a bit disappointed when they heard Sumo's words, until they heard the next sentence, then they immediately became excited. Partner? What is a partner? Isn't being single good? Oh, how many people standing here have a partner? Who would play games with a partner? You can't say that. There are still couples who play games together, like me, hee. Okay, stop showing off. Don't show off. I know you have a partner. The players just teased each other, and the awkward atmosphere disappeared instantly. Seeing that Suemo was really not going to accept the flowers, they stopped forcing him and put the flowers in their own bags. If this one wasn't given away, the worst that could happen was that they could give another one. but they were still a little disappointed that they failed to please him. Disappointed as they were, they still had to buy things. As soon as they entered the store, some players who thought they were very familiar with the furnishings and decorations of the grocery store vaguely found something wrong. They looked left and right, and finally found the reason. It turned out that the grocery store had opened a second floor. They said why they always felt that the space here was a little smaller. It turned out that the small part was used to install stairs. Seeing that the grocery store had a second floor, these players, after confirming that there was nothing they wanted on the first floor, went upstairs without stopping. However, the second floor didn't give them much of a surprise. The goods on it were all things they had seen before. The first floor was filled with some commonly used and cheap props, while the second floor was filled with goods like the land di Chinian fruit, and there was nothing new. If there is a difference, it is the layout. The first floor is full of shelves, while the second floor only has shelves on the left and right sides of the wall. And there is an empty space in the center. In the middle of this space is a large rectangular thing. But because it is covered with a red cloth, the players cannot see what is inside. I have a feeling that within 3 days, there will be new things in the grocery store. You are talking nonsense. This is obviously prepared for new products. I just don't know what it is. It looks a bit like a table. Why is there such a big table in the middle? It's not a table. It's not that high. It looks a bit like a counter. Is there anyone brave enough to go up and lift the red cloth to open everyone's eyes? You can do it if you can. I don't want to be blocked. A group of players gathered here. Not buying anything. Just discussing here. But there was no answer after discussing for a long time. But no matter how curious they were, no one dared to really go up and lift the red cloth. Didn't you see that the masked man in black was still sitting next to them? It was obvious that he was watching and warning them not to move. However, the truth was, Xiao He was just tired, and there was no place for him to sit on the first floor. So he came to the second floor to rest. As for the big thing in the middle, some players actually guessed it correctly. That it was a counter. Suemo didn't mind the players lifting the red cloth, because the counter was empty, and she hadn't bought the things that should be put in. The reason why the counter was put out early was to attract the players' attention. It didn't matter whether they lifted the red cloth or not, as long as they saw that there was something here. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 315,920 gold coins. The system still insisted on reporting the income every day. But Suemo didn't care much about the daily income now. She was checking the wind direction on the forum at this time, when she saw that some players had posted a thread to discuss what the red cloth on the second floor of the grocery store was. Her promotional purpose had been achieved. In the next 2 days, players would come to the second floor every day to take a look, and they were looking forward to the day when the red cloth would be unveiled. 3 days passed, and tomorrow was the Chinese Valentine's Day. Suemo opened the mall, bought the product exchange voucher, and then bought the products that would be put on the shelves tomorrow. As mentioned before, the products in the 4th level mall are used to enrich the gameplay, and this time's products are no exception. Buy ring purchase price, 52 gold coin / pair sales price, 520 gold coin / pair introduction. Give it to your favorite person regardless of gender, which can trigger the couple mission. After completing the mission, the 2 players can bind a couple relationship. That's right, this time, the new product is the lover mode. In simple terms, you can become a couple in the game. This buy ring is not given to anyone. There is actually a favorability setting between players. When the favorability reaches 80, the player can give the buy ring to the other party. This is also the reason why Suemo reminded players a few days ago that they can give flowers to their partners, because giving flowers in the garden to players can also increase the favorability between 2 people. The buy ring is a pair. As long as the other party accepts, then it becomes 1 for each person, and the lover logo will also be displayed on the personal information. As for the benefits of forming a couple between players, this is what the game needs to worry about. Tomorrow is the Chinese Valentine's Day. Suemo deliberately chose this time to put the buy ring on the shelves. In addition to the buy ring, Suemo also unlocked the after-sales service of this product. Golden pliers purchase price, 25 gold coin / item. Selling price, 250 gold coin / item. Introduction, after both parties use it, the player's couple relationship can be terminated. This item can be used twice otherwise. How can it be called after-sales service? As long as the player is not satisfied, they can buy the golden pliers at any time to terminate the couple relationship. It can be said to be perfect. Of course, Suemo still has a little bit of bad taste, because she plans to place the golden pliers next to the winged ring, so that the players who buy it can see these two items at the same time. Chapter 171 Holographic. I'm going to ask my good brother to marry me. The counter covered by the red cloth in the middle is where the love rings are placed. And on both sides of the counter, there are shelves for gold pliers. Suemo is already looking forward to the players' reactions to these two products tomorrow. The next day, although today is the Chinese Valentine's Day, there are still many players staying in the game. Because many singles say they don't want to go out and eat dog food, they choose to play games at home. And many couples who both play games also think that dating in the game is pretty good. So singles found that it's useless for them not to go out, because in the game, they can still eat dog food. Perhaps to match the atmosphere of the Chinese Valentine's Day, the game has also deliberately changed the decoration of the street shops. The streets and alleys are filled with pink bubbles everywhere. However, the only one that is not affected is the grocery store run by Boss Sue. It is still so unique. The surroundings are all pink and tender, only this place still maintains its original appearance. This innocent and natural look quickly attracted the players' attention, which made them more certain that this store is not simple. Boss Sue inside is even more not simple. Until they walked into the store, went up to the second floor, and saw the counter covered by red cloth for 3 days, finally revealing its true face. Is this a ring? Remove the word is it. Be sure. This is a ring. What's the use of a ring in this game? Let me see. A lover? I don't even have a partner. What about a lover? This game is really heartbreaking. Hey, doesn't it say above that it is not limited to men or women? Everyone knows it. It seems that this game is still very open and advanced. I understand. I'll go and propose to my good brother now. There's something wrong with you. At the beginning, everyone's attention was on the Bai ring, because the Bai ring was too conspicuous. There are complicated and beautiful rings, and there are simple and elegant ones. The patterns and styles of each pair are unique. There are absolutely no two pairs of rings that are the same. Even those who don't have a partner will want to buy a pair when they see it. Not for anything else, but simply because it looks good. Until some young couples walked to the counter holding hands and were about to choose rings. They saw the pliers next to them. Everyone. What the hell does this mean? They haven't even been together yet. And they have already prepared all the things for breaking up? Before, from a distance, everyone could only see golden things on the left and right sides, which looked like scissors. I thought it was some kind of decorative prop. But it turned out to be the after-sales service of the Bai ring. But this after-sales service is too considerate. Right? There is no need to be so considerate. Even if you want to put it, don't put it next to the Bai ring. The couples were immediately numb. But the singles watching the excitement next to them were happy. They didn't expect that Boss Sue was actually good at making things happen. This is just like putting a divorce certificate on your table when you get married, so you can see what it looks like. And the price is interesting, too. The lovewing ring is 520 gold coins, which means I love you, which is pretty good. But the price of the gold pliers is 250 gold coins, and I don't know if it means something. But anyway, there are still many couples who bought the lovewing rings. There are only 999 pairs of this first batch of lovewing rings, and the meaning is also very good. Ignoring the gold pliers next to it, this is still very attractive to young couples. In addition, today is the Chinese Valentine's Day, so these 999 pairs of lovewing rings were quickly sold out. After all, a game with more than 1 billion players. It is impossible that there are not even 1,000 couples. Except for those who do not have enough affection for each other. Other couples use it directly after buying it. When using the love ring, if the recipient accepts the ring, an announcement of blessing will be issued to the whole server. Not only that, 2 magpies will fly in from outside, holding the same branch in their mouths. The 2 magpies will circle 7 times above their heads, and finally put the branches in their hands. This series of procedures is still very romantic. It can be said that the players next to them are envious. Even those who do not want to find a partner have the idea of finding friends to experience it. Among the many people watching, many players take pictures and screenshots to save all these beautiful pictures in order to join in the fun. If the owner of the photo does not mind, they will also post all these photos on the forum. Now, the players who didn't understand why the World Channel had been posting blessings for a long time finally knew the truth. While blessing these people, they couldn't help but start to tease the grocery store for putting the golden pliers next to the lovewinged ring. Especially Some players have found that the number of golden pliers seems to be a little less, which means that some players have already bought the golden pliers. Anyway, these young lovers are still very satisfied with this day. Just having the magpie send the love-winged ring is enough to make many girls fall in love. Not to mention that the game even said that, as long as players are willing to spend money, they can always replicate the love ring in the game in real life. Isn't this much more romantic than going out on a date? After hearing this news, I don't know how many couples who gave up playing the game to celebrate the Chichi festival regretted it. This time, the trick can be said to have once again pushed the popularity of the game to the highest point. And the video of the magpie circling to bless and give the love branch was also carefully edited by the players and posted on the internet, which instantly became popular and became a classic clip. After that, this plot will inevitably appear in any drama related to romance, even if the audience says that they are tired of it. Every time they see this clip, they can't help but feel that it is very beautiful. This also leads to more people who were not originally planning to play this game, because they want to experience this plot and enter the game. The system received thanks from the game for the nth time, even if it has long been accustomed to it. But it still can't help but start to laugh foolishly. Host, you are really the best and most powerful host I have ever met. Suemo has long been accustomed to the system's free praise. Suemo originally thought that this was just another round of flattery from the system, but she didn't expect that what she heard next would make her heart slightly fluctuate. I'm sorry, host. Actually, I have never told you that I am a scrap system that will soon be sent to the recycling bin. Chapter 172 Holographic End. Every system is numbered when it is born, and its current number is C633. The C in front is its level, and the number behind is its code. This is its third number. After all systems are produced, they will have an initial number of D level, without counting the initial number. Their first number comes from the completion of the first task. After the first task is completed, their number will be upgraded to B. Then the second task needs to be carried out. If the second task is also completed, they will become A-level systems, which is the highest level they can reach. This is only the best case. If one is completed and the other fails, it will stay at B level. It belongs to the third case. Its first two tasks failed, so it stayed at C level. The first bound host was too arrogant. He thought that he was the chosen one because he bound a system. He behaved very arrogantly and wantonly. He did not run the store properly. He just made trouble and flirted with girls all day long. The final result was that it and the host number 1 were driven out of the plane by the heavenly Tao. Since they were both driven out, the mission naturally failed. The second host was still normal. But then something outrageous happened. A system that also failed 2 missions, because it couldn't find a host, directly bound its host number 2 by force. Bind? Under normal circumstances, a host that already has a system cannot bind to another system again. But it didn't know what method the host number 2 used to remove the binding when it wasn't paying attention. The higher-ups will not listen to any excuses the system makes, even if the reason for the failure of this mission has nothing to do with it. In short, the result is that its host ran away, so its mission failed again. This is its third chance. If this mission fails again, then it will be sent to the recycling station for destruction. A system that cannot complete the mission is useless. And a useless system, there is no need to keep it. Suemo frowned slightly, and didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, in her opinion, Tongzi is not really qualified as a system. This can be seen from the fact that it always makes some strange mistakes. But for the host itself, Tongzi's quality is definitely beyond 99.99% of the systems. Just the fact that it has no ambition and will not manipulate the host at will is already very valuable. You have to know that she has seen so many strange systems before, and they are all extremely controlling. No matter what the host does, he needs to report it, and there is no absolute freedom. The host needs to live under the surveillance of the system every day. It's called a host, but it's actually just like a slave. This is why Suemo has a high tolerance for Tongzi, because her requirements are very low, and it meets them perfectly. It can only be said that it is bad luck. The two hosts it met are both weird. If it were a normal person, it would not be an A-level system, but at least a B-level system, and it would not face the fate of being destroyed immediately. And she always felt that Tongzi's authority was not like that of a C-level system. Of course, Suemo didn't say Tongzi was lying. She believed that what Tongzi said was true, but there might be other factors involved. Actually, you're fine. Suemo was speaking from the heart. But the system didn't believe it. It just thought the host was comforting it. So it was even more moved, wishing it could exchange for an entity right now to hug the host's thigh and cry. Today's heart-to-heart talk ended here. It was time to close the store. So Suemo closed the store and bought the goods, and then prepared to go to rest. The system put the goods on the shelves as usual, confirmed that there was nothing missing in the store, and then went into hibernation. Late at night, the game was quiet, with only a few players walking in a hurry. But soon, these players also went offline one after another. In the grocery store, a figure quietly got up, and she came to the counter on the first floor, as if she was looking for something. Then, a black shadow quickly appeared near her. Suemo glanced at Xiaohei, and Xiaohei also looked at her motionlessly. The two of them stared at each other inexplicably for more than 10 seconds. Finally, Xiaohei turned around and went back to the second floor. The way he left was very natural, as if he just came down to get a glass of water. After Suemo found what she needed, she spent a few minutes to take a simple look, and then went back to the second floor to continue resting. A few days after the Bai ring was put on the shelves, Suemo unlocked the Sworn Brotherhood wine. The function of this item is actually similar to that of the Bai ring, except that the Bai ring allows players to become lovers, while the Sworn Brotherhood wine is a Sworn Brotherhood relationship. Moreover, in order to take care of players who don't drink, this thing is called wine, but it actually tastes like juice. The only difference is that to dissolve a couple relationship, you need to use golden pliers, while to dissolve a sworn brother relationship, you only need to smash the 2 drinking cups, and you don't need to buy anything else. Like the Bai ring, when the Sworn Brotherhood wine appeared, many players also bought it. In just one day, there were countless pairs of sworn brothers in this game. The game also quickly improved the couple and Sworn Brotherhood gameplay, adding tasks and props exclusive to couple and Sworn Brotherhood players. Everything is moving in a good direction, and the game is further popularizing every corner of the world. The new world has gradually changed from a novel holographic game to a national game. Time flies, just as Suemo calculated before. She stayed in this world for less than a year and completed the task. During this period, the reward for the task increased a total of 4 times, and each time made the system very happy. When the grocery store is upgraded to level 5, it unlocks one item, which is also the last item. It is a seemingly ordinary ticket. Ticket for smoke and illusion purchase price, none sales price, 1 gold coin / ticket introduction. After use, the team of the player can enter the smoke and illusion to play the mysterious dungeon. After successfully passing the level, they will receive special rewards. Smoke and illusion is actually a place where pets can be transformed into soul beasts. The special reward here is actually the qualification to obtain soul beasts. For any player who passes the smoke and illusion, their first pet will be semi-fused with themselves. People in the outside world are gradually popularizing the knowledge about soul beasts to humans. When the time comes, these soul beasts will go to the real world. In this way, the purpose of this game is achieved. Of course, this game will not disappear. It will continue to exist. When Suemo left this world, some players had already guessed some truths about the game. Some players have also successfully seen their own soul beasts outside. At first, the existence of soul beasts still caused a lot of controversy and panic. It was not until later that officials came forward and the people calmed down. After hearing about the benefits of soul beasts, more and more people hope to get their own soul beasts. When the soul beasts are fully known to the public, this plane will successfully evolve into a high-level plane. Chapter 173 Infinity, not like a dog, but not like a bear. After leaving the previous plane, Suemo was teleported to the next plane before she could rest for a while. Because she had seen the information of this plane before, she was not too surprised to suddenly come to this plane at this time. This world is special this time. It is a world where opportunities and dangers coexist. God knows that when Suemo saw the information of this plane, she really wanted to smash Tongzi's head. Dare to accept the commission of the infinite plane casually, it is afraid that it will be reimbursed by the recycling station. Suemo had time to take a closer look at the new office location, and was pounced by a big white dog and retreated several steps. He almost fell down without paying attention. Suemo, what dog thing? The white dog seemed to have heard something that made it feel unbelievable, and his eyes were full of accusations and grievances. Then, Suemo heard a familiar voice. Host, I exchanged for a white bear. Not a dog. Suemo? If it's not a dog, what is it? Something seems wrong. Is this dog Tongzi? System, I said it's not a dog. 3 minutes later, Sumo finally figured out what happened. The white bear cub in front of him was actually the system. In the previous plane, it kept saying that it could exchange for a physical body soon. But after choosing for a long time, it chose a white bear. A cub. To be honest, the system also wanted to exchange for an adult white bear. It is tall, mighty and handsome, but it does not have enough money or energy, so it can only make do with it, and make it a cub first. When it has enough energy later, it will upgrade. The white bear cub is actually similar to a white dog. Sumo did not pay attention at the time, so it is not her fault for making a mistake. Does it really look like a dog? The system asked aggrievedly. Sumo was silent for a while. In fact, there is still a gap between the white bear cub and the white dog, but Sumo did not know why. As long as she knew that the cub in front of her was the system, she always felt that it should be a dog, although she thought so. As a good host who did not want to hurt the system's feelings, Sumo felt that it was better to be more tactful. Sumo, it is not like a dog, but it is not like a bear. System, is there any difference? Sumo carried the dog, white bear to the table, looked it up and down, and finally couldn't help but rubbed it with his hand. Well, this feels pretty good. After the simple jokes and playfulness, Sumo began to check the tasks of this world. Because this world is special, the tasks are also special. Task details time and space, infinite plane. Goal 1. Surpass competitors in popularity, become the largest and strongest grocery store in this plane. 2. Earn 1 million Jubei. Initial resources. Grocery store *1, commodity exchange voucher *3, Jubei *100 let alone. Goal 2 alone is very different from the previous worlds. The previous worlds all cost 100 million currency, but in this world, only 1 million is needed. As for Jubei, if Sumo is not mistaken, it should be the name of the trading currency of this plane. Although the number of target 2 is reduced by 100 times compared to the previous one, this does not prove that the difficulty of the task has been reduced. On the contrary, Sumo believes that it is precisely because the difficulty has increased that the requirements of the task have been reduced. The popularity of target 1 is no longer a specific numerical requirement, but a standard of surpassing competitors. What does it mean to surpass? Crush in all aspects? Or surpass in the hearts of other people in this plane? Compared with the previous world, this world is like a real competitive plane. The only thing to be thankful for is that the amount of currency given initially has not decreased with the difficulty of this world. San, are there any other changes in this world? Because the system number is C633. Sumo plans to call it San in the future, and it seems to accept this name well. No matter how you look at it, this name is better than Tongzi. San flipped through the manual, quickly reading and summarizing the information points above. Yes, there are. The grocery stores in this world have no level distinction. All goods are unlocked by Jubei, and the product exchange voucher can unlock any props. The most important point is that, every once in a while, the host can choose to enter a certain copy to open a store. After entering the copy, the host can sell items according to his own ideas without destroying the copy. Only after the copy is over, the host can leave the copy with other players. At the end, San's voice became smaller and smaller, even with a little tremor. Sumo didn't know how the mechanical sound of a system could show tremor, but she could hear the self-blame in San's tone. Only after the dungeon is over can she leave. This means that she and the players in the dungeon are in a relationship of coexistence and death, rather than entering the dungeon to open a store. She is more like assisting these players to complete the dungeon mission. If they succeed, she can leave. If they fail, Sumo narrowed her eyes while listening to the next words of the system. She opened them all and began to think about what she wanted to unlock. When the host has been to more than 10 worlds, he can obtain the qualification to open a store in the main world. The main world can be understood as the commercial center and main city of this infinite plane. After the dungeon is over, all players will return to the main world to rest, replenish supplies, exchange information, etc. If we summarize the information given by San, then her process in this world is to unlock products, purchase goods, select dungeons, assist players to complete dungeons, continue to unlock products/purchase goods, select dungeons again, and assist in completing. After this procedure is repeated 10 times, she will be qualified to open a store in the main world and no longer have to run around. People in this world can also buy goods from grocery stores in the main world. Suemo felt that San must not know that the specific procedure for commissions in this world is like this. Otherwise it would definitely not choose this world. According to San's idea, they should have opened a store directly in the main world when they came. Host: I'm sorry. I thought this world was the same as before. After listening to San's words, Suemo raised his eyebrows. As expected, San really didn't know that this world had such a process. What's there to be sad about? I'm not sad at all. Sumo's tone was very flat, and there was no joy or anger at all. It was just the same as usual. Having said that, there is such a terrible and unreliable system that dares to accept commissions without even understanding the details. The host should really be angry. This is a story about the host leading the system. There is a reason why San is so stupid, and it has nothing to do with it itself. Mobao likes Sanson very much. Sanson also likes Mobao very much. So please don't scold it. I'm afraid that people won't see it if I write it in the words. So I specially write it in the text. Chapter 174 Infinity. Enemies meet again. If Suemo hadn't known that there was something wrong with San's program, she would have really wanted to pry open its head to see what it was thinking. Suemo stopped San from continuing to complain. There's no need to blame yourself so much. I know you want to complete the task more than I do. C-level systems are not eligible to be killed when bound to a host, so Suemo is very safe. If she can't complete the task, she will be sent back with her memory cleared at most. But San is different. This is its last chance. If it fails, it will be destroyed. In this case, San is sad only because he feels that he is a burden to the host, not because he is worried that he will not be able to complete the task of this world and will be destroyed soon. Systems with such thoughts are rare. But it also confirms what Suemo said before. San is not the best system, but it must be the most suitable system for the host. Don't think too much. You might as well find out about your competitors. Suemo paused after he finished speaking and then added, Send me the copy information first. I need to research what products to unlock. San nodded tearfully, and then he turned all the copy information into paper version and put it on the counter. Afterwards, the white bear cub climbed onto the sofa to rest, and then fell into a daze. Suemo took a look and knew that it should be collecting information. The body of this white bear cub is actually just a shell that can accommodate the system. San left the shell, so it was just a corpse. Suemo flipped through the thick stack of papers and nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that San was very detailed in these aspects. The information of each dungeon here was very detailed, and the way to pass the level was almost printed on it. Although he hadn't seen these things for a long time, Suemo quickly found the dungeon he wanted. School Ghost Story sounded very rustic, and it seemed that the difficulty was not high. However, it was actually a very simple dungeon, and the difficulty was marked as a novice dungeon by this plane. Suemo did not think about going directly to the advanced dungeon. After all, the players in the advanced dungeon were relatively wealthy, and they had more experience, and the probability of completing the dungeon would be higher. But at the same time, the difficulty of the advanced dungeon was also high. Moreover, those old players were more cunning and had many crooked ideas. While the pass rate was high, the death rate was also not low. Suemo didn't have the time to intrigue with those old players while selling things, and to test them. In comparison, novice players are more simple, innocent, pure good and cheating. Since it is a campus ghost story, there must be all kinds of monsters and ghosts, so the Exorcist Talisman must be unlocked. Secondly, because it is a novice copy, the player's strength and quality are uneven, and the average level is definitely low. In order to prevent them from committing suicide, Suemo also unlocked the life-saving talisman. For the last item, Suemo chose the spiritual eye. In less than a few minutes, Suemo has unlocked all 3 items. Exorcist Talisman. Purchase price: 1 jubei/piece. Selling price: 3 jubei/piece. Introduction: After being stained with blood, stick it on your body to keep away hundreds of ghosts. The talisman lasts for 5 minutes. Spirit Eye. Purchase price: 3 jubei/piece. Selling price: 10 jubei/piece. Introduction: After using, you can see the specific location of the nearest key item clue. Use only twice in each copy. Life-saving charm. Purchase price: 5 jubei/piece. Selling price: 20 jubei/piece. Introduction: Carry it on your body to resist 1 fatal injury. After resisting successfully, the life-saving charm disappears. If the fatal injury is transferred by others, the effect will be rebounded. Use only once in each copy. These 3 items are excellent. The only drawback is that the price is expensive. If she didn't know that new players would get a new gift package of 50 Jubei when they came to the Infinite game, she really doubted whether these new players could afford it. After unlocking the goods, it is time to purchase. Because it is related to life safety, so Suemo can't rely on only the 5 free stocks this time. And she also saw the number of people in this copy. This copy has a total of 6 players, that is 300 Jubei. Of course, if there are old players, this number may be higher. So she bought 15 more ghost exorcising talismans, and 5 more spirit eyes and life-saving talismans. Such a good item. Suemo believes that it can definitely empty the wallets of these players. In a blink of an eye, 55 Jubei were used up. When she was ready, San had also come back with good news. The white bear on the sofa seemed to be in a bad mood, and his little nose and eyes exuded strong resentment. This was the first time Suemo saw San so angry. Didn't she just ask it to check the information of competitors? What happened? Could it be? Suemo suddenly had a bold idea. The person who could make San so angry, I'm afraid it's not the one who kidnapped its host and caused its second mission to fail. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Right? As it turns out, it really is such a coincidence. Host, the other party, is a space trading system, which can trade items with any world plane. That's right, San said before, the system that kidnapped its second host is a space trading system. It's true that enemies will always meet. But he has now unlocked the space trading of 3 planes: cultivation, the end of the world, and the future. But he is the name of the second host. Unlocking the space trading of 3 planes means that he can use the system at any time to exchange items in these 3 planes. If it's these 3 planes, the cultivation and fantasy planes can provide many formations, elixirs, talismans, weapons, etc., while the future plane can provide high-tech things such as machinery and equipment. At first glance, they all seem to be very powerful, especially the formations, elixirs, talismans, weapons, etc., which look awesome. But Suemo felt that they were not very useful. The dungeons in this world cannot be completed by force alone. Like a player in the previous plane said, Suemo felt that it was actually very true. To do a mission, you need to use your brain. Who are you? Why am I here? That idiot kidnapped me. Let me go back. Do you know who my father is? If you don't let me go, I will kill you. Help. Is there anyone? Woo woo woo. I don't want to die. I want to go home. The screams and cries, mixed with the man's vulgar insults, gave the listeners a splitting headache, and the whole room seemed a little noisy. Chapter 175 Infinity. This might be a werewolf. Zhang He just opened the door and heard a burst of ghosts howling, and his whole face turned black instantly. If you don't want to die, shut up, he shouted angrily. Originally, he was quite happy to be selected as a novice guide this time because it meant that he could avoid another difficult dungeon, and he could also get extra rewards as a novice guide. But when he found out that the quality of the newcomers this time was so low, his mood instantly became bad. Although the dungeon clearance rate of novice guides is as high as 70%, there is still a 30% mortality rate, and this is not the first time he has been a novice guide. The last time he was a novice guide, he was badly hurt by a newcomer who was determined to die. If it weren't for the rich compensation rewards afterwards, he really didn't want to come again. It seems that novice guides will also be a high-risk profession in the future. Zhang He cursed in his heart, and then looked at the 5 people on the ground. The 5 people heard Zhang He's voice, and were all frightened. Even the man who had been cursing non-stop, who looked very brave and had a very bad temper. Shut up. But think about it. Their current situation is very bad. Their eyes are blindfolded. Their hands and feet are all tied, losing freedom and vision, and being surrounded by strangers and unfamiliar environments. Normal people would be scared. Zhang He carefully closed the door. First unblind them one by one, but did not untie the rope. The 5 men and women were relieved when they saw Zhang He's elegant and honest appearance. He is a human being after all. They thought they had run into some strange creature just now because of his appearance. Zhang He felt that this group of newcomers were really weird. They were still screaming and shouting in the last second, but now they relaxed when they saw him. It was really weird. But no matter how weird he was, he still had to do what he had to do. I don't care if you believe it or not. I will only say the following words once. After I finish, I will untie the rope for you. The reason why he didn't untie it now was because he was afraid that they would make trouble. For example, the man who had been glaring at him since he took off the blindfold, looking like he wanted to beat him to death, was an uneasy person at first glance. If it wasn't for the mission, he wouldn't get involved with these newcomers. First of all, the reason you came here is because you are going to die soon. After completing the mission here, you can avoid death in real life. If there are people among you who have terminal illnesses, you should know that what I said is right. John, he said, while observing their expressions. After all, they were newcomers, and it was easy for them to reveal their flaws. The faces of the only two women turned significantly paler. They should have been hit by what John, he said. Mostly they were patients with some terminal illnesses. This is a copy of the Abyss world. Each of you has a bracelet on your hand. The bracelet has your personal information and copy mission. Only if you complete the mission can you get out alive from here, so don't ask me what will happen if the mission fails. Because of the rich experience of being a novice guide, and although these 5 players have their own tempers and personalities, but they are honest and clear-headed, Zhang He's newcomer guidance mission went particularly smoothly. After he finished speaking, he untied one of the female players, and then asked her to untie the remaining 3. Before asking questions, I suggest you find a corner to look at your bracelets. Zhang He saw that one person seemed to be hesitant to speak and wanted to ask something. So he spoke first. These newcomers always have a lot of questions, but they are always some meaningless questions. These questions have answers on the bracelets. He was too lazy to answer these questions. This is also his experience as a mature guide for newcomers. After hearing what he said, the 5 people looked at each other immediately, and then each found a corner, leaned against the wall, and touched the bracelet on their wrists. The information on the bracelet was indeed very detailed, and their inner questions were instantly reduced by half. However, some people still didn't want to believe that they had come to such a terrible world. After all, what are their missions? Find out the campus ghost story. Find out the truth of the college jumping case. Aren't these the standard features of horror movies? Since they have all come here, then do they have reason to suspect that ghosts really exist in this world? At least there are here. So will we really see ghosts? Are there really ghosts here? Tangshur said weakly. She was the girl who was first untied by Zhang He before, and she was also a cancer patient. Coincidentally, she also knew another girl, because they were both patients, and lived in the same ward. So when Zhang He talked about terminal illness, they both believed it subconsciously, because they both had incurable diseases. Hospitalization was just a waste of money, and just hanging on to their lives. As for the other 3 men, they all looked strong and healthy, and no one knew why they were going to die. Zhang He had obviously heard Tangshur's questions many times, so he answered them very smoothly. Not only ghosts. Some copies also have zombies. Ghosts, zombies, viruses, parasites. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just get used to it. I've seen all of what I'm talking about. Seeing Zhang He's expressionless face talking about things that were more terrifying than the last, the 5 newcomers were trembling with fear. Even the shaman man who kept cursing and swearing before swallowed unconsciously. What does it mean to have seen them all? The person standing in front of them might be a werewolf. It's daytime outside now. I'm a teacher at the academy. You 5 are students who were caught skipping classes. Is it necessary to tie them up and blindfold them if they are caught skipping classes? Those who don't know would think they are not making mistakes but committing crimes. But when they think that this is a dungeon world, even if they think it's unreasonable, it suddenly seems reasonable. After Zhang He's overt and covert threats, the 5 newcomers are now as obedient as quails, doing whatever they are told to do. Because Zhang He has to go to class as a teacher, he can't stay here for long. After telling them not to wander around and do something stupid, after gathering in the cafeteria to exchange information at lunch, they left here in a hurry. The remaining 5 people looked at their student uniforms, and didn't know what to do for a moment. How about, let's go back to the classroom for class. Chapter 176 Infinity. Student cards in the equipment room. Tangshur weakly suggested. Because Zhang He just said before he left, they are now students, and they cannot do anything that violates their identities, otherwise they will be arrested. It is good that he can save them once, and no one knows what will happen the second time. Since they are students, then according to their identities, the correct behavior is to study. Unless they want to stay here all the time, they can only go out to attend classes, and follow the students outside. Tangshur's suggestion is actually very normal, and there are a few people who want to go out and take a look. They can't stay here all the time. If everything Zhang He said is true, then they must complete the task, and it is useless to sit and wait for death. They can't rely on others to complete the task completely. I found my student card in my pocket. You can also look for it, otherwise we don't even know which class we are in. How can we go to class? Another girl also spoke up. She took out her student card and shook it in front of everyone. Her name and class were clearly written on it. The name was her real name, Chio-yun, and the class was Class 6. Grade 2. Tangshur subconsciously reached for her left trouser pocket. She had always felt something was sticking in her pocket, but she was so absorbed in listening to Zhang He's words just now that she forgot about it. Sure enough, she found a card in her pocket, which was the same as Chio-yun's. I'm also in Class 6. Grade 2. Tangshur's tone was a little surprised. We were all new, and in such a dangerous and unfamiliar environment, it was best to be in the same class. The fear is that some of them will be separated and be alone in another class. This is the most terrifying thing. If something happens, no one can help. I am also in Class 6. Grade 2. One of the men wearing glasses said in surprise. Everyone saw that his name was Liang Fu. There are 2 people left. The killer snorted and searched all over his body, but couldn't find his student card. He frowned and even took off his clothes and searched everywhere, but still couldn't find it. Damn it! His angry curse scared everyone. Although they didn't know what happened, they could guess something by watching him search up and down. The 5th person also successfully found his student card. His name was Zhao Tian, and he was in Class 5. Grade 2. Seeing that he was in a different class from the other 3, Zhao Tian's face turned pale. His mind was now echoing with the messy things that Zhang He had just said about ghosts and spirits. Liang Fu could feel his nervousness. Since everyone was on the same boat, he patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. Class 5 and Class 6, you can tell they are together. These 2 classes might be neighbors. Zhao Tian forced an ugly smile. Yeah, that's right. The distance between each class should be quite close. They had already communicated, but Shamat still couldn't find his student card. A trace of panic had begun to appear on his fierce face, and many beads of sweat had flowed down his forehead because of anxiety. Did he drop it by accident, or did he forget to bring it? Both of these are possible. Liang Fu pondered for a moment, then looked down at his student card, and shook his head. It must have been lost. If you don't bring it, you can't enter the school. He turned the student card to the back, and the school rules were clearly written on it. One of the rules is that only those with student cards are students, and non-students are not allowed to enter the school. In other words, you can't enter the school without a student card. Since Shamat can appear here, he must have a student card. Where can it be dropped? Could it be here? Because they found themselves here after they woke up. So even if they were to drop it, it must be around here. Thinking of this, Shamat's face darkened, and he had to start looking everywhere. The remaining 4 people also carefully put away their student cards, fearing that they would encounter the same situation as him. After putting them away, they also began to help look for it. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Tian found a student card under a table in the corner. Who has the bad intention to put the student card under the corner of the table? If his eyesight was not good enough, he might have missed it. Found it. It's under the corner of the table. Zhao Tian took a look at it when he took it out. Name, Meng Dong Class 7. Grade 2 Brother Dong? Zhao Tian saw the Shamat coming over, and subconsciously called out. Shamat frowned. How do you know my name? Zhao Tian smiled awkwardly, and handed him the student card. Sorry. I saw it. Shamat. That is. Meng Dong stared at Zhao Tian for several seconds, and then took the student card from him. After seeing the class above, the expression that had just eased turned very ugly again. It's good to find it. Which class is it? Grade 2 Class 7. So, among the 5 of them, there is 1 in Class 5, 3 in Class 6, and 1 in Class 7. The bad news is that they are not in the same class. The good news is that the distance between their classes should be very close. After getting the student card, they left here. Before leaving, Tangshur subconsciously turned around and looked up at the equipment room. What's wrong with you guys? You are not studying properly during class time, and what are you wandering around here for? Because they were not familiar with the terrain. Even if they knew which class they were in, they couldn't find the specific location of their class for a while. They could only wander around when they couldn't find the location, and as a result, something happened while wandering around. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the dean of teaching walked up to them with a stern face. They spent a lot of time to convince him that they were just students, who were late accidentally. In this school, being late seems to be a lighter mistake than skipping classes. So the middle-aged man just gave them a good lecture, and then asked them to hand over their student cards for inspection. After confirming that there was no problem with the student cards in their hands, he took the 5 of them to the office. So the 5 of them were scolded by the middle-aged man. And then, they had to go to the office and be scolded by their class teacher. Fortunately, although they were scolded, their class teacher also took them back to their class conscientiously, saving them the problem of finding their own class. But soon, they found that things were not as they had imagined before. Their classes were not together at all. Chapter 177 Infinity, another crazy one. Not to mention being together, they were not even in the same building. Tang Shi and the other 2 were taken to a white teaching building, while Ming Dong and Zhao Tian were taken to another blue teaching building. Because they were afraid that the teacher would find out that something was wrong with them, they didn't dare to ask questions even though they had a lot of questions in their stomachs. When they went upstairs, they found that the classes in this white teaching building were all even numbered, such as Class 1 and 2, Class 4, Class 6, etc. So can they think that the blue teaching building is the class with odd numbers? Class 2 and Class 5 and Class 7 are both odd numbers, so the 2 of them were taken there. Just as they were thinking, the head teacher had already taken them to Class 2 and Class 6. Although it was time for the get out of class to end, they could still see that the group of students were all doing their homework or studying. But when they heard the noise at the door, everyone raised their heads and looked at the door. It felt really bad to be stared at by dozens of students. The 3 of them walked in with gritted teeth. Their faces, which were in their 20s or 30s, were totally out of place among the group of teenagers. However, the students did not notice their abnormality. Nor did the teachers. Tang Shi carefully looked at the 3 empty seats and walked to one of them based on her feeling. Tang Shi, why are you sitting in Qiu Yun's seat? It was obviously a normal sentence. But Tang Shi broke out in a cold sweat, because the tone and movements of the female student who spoke seemed very strange. Because Tang Shi found that the girl who just spoke did not move her lips at all. But the sound did come from her mouth. She was so scared that she froze in place. But fortunately Qiu Yun came to help her out in time. You want to borrow my Chinese textbook? Here you go. Qiu Yun sat down in his seat and handed her the Chinese textbook on the table. Thank you. Tang Shi nodded gratefully. In the eyes of other students, she was thanking Qiu Yun for lending her the textbook. In fact, only the 3 of them knew that she was thanking Qiu Yun for helping her out. I don't know if it was her illusion. She always felt that she had just sat in the wrong seat, and if she didn't give a perfect reason, something bad would definitely happen. The female student who spoke didn't seem to notice anything wrong, and there was a hint of regret in her eyes. But now the problem came again. There were still 2 seats. Which one was hers? And which one was Liang Fu's? Tang Shi had an idea, and handed the Chinese textbook in her hand to the female student just now. Then, she said anxiously, can you put it on my seat for me? I need to go to the bathroom. Class is about to start. Please. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she stuffed the textbook into the girl's hand without waiting for her to speak, and ran out of the classroom. The girl's face was dark, as if she was angry that she didn't have time to refuse Tang Shi's request. Even though she was reluctant, she still put the textbook on one of the empty seats. Liang Fu breathed a sigh of relief and walked quickly to another empty seat. Tang Shi was worried that she would be found out for lying, so she went to the bathroom and came back. There was only 1 seat left in the class, and there was a Chinese textbook on the table. No need to think. This must be her seat. Finally sitting back in her seat, Tang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she was glad that the 5 of them were not in the same class. Otherwise, 3 empty seats would be so troublesome. How could 5 seats be used? If you think so, then Ming Dong and Zhao Tian would be relaxed. After all, there was only 1 of them, and 1 position would never go wrong. However, in fact, Ming Dong and Zhao Tian were not as relaxed as they imagined. Zhao Tian was the only one here, and although the position was definitely correct, he always felt that he was the same as an outsider in this classroom. Obviously, everyone treated him in the same way as other students, but he always felt that something was wrong. Whenever someone looked at him, he felt that the look was a little eerie and scary. His seat was in the second to last row, which was usually reserved for poor students, and the teacher could not see it. He did not have the heart to listen to the class, so he just sat there in a daze. Suddenly, He seemed to hear two boys at the back table chatting. And the first sentence scared him so much that he broke into a cold sweat. I heard that another person went crazy yesterday. Do you think there is something wrong with that classroom? Hasn't the school clarified that it was a fake? You still believe it? Why don't you believe it? I saw Aluo's parents pick him up yesterday. You don't know how scary he was at that time. But it's not anyone else's fault. Who told him to go to that classroom? No one could stop him. He deserved it. Fuck it. Is this true? Could the ghost of that person really come back for revenge? But didn't he commit suicide? Why did he come back to scare us? Who knows? What if he didn't commit suicide? Fuck. Don't scare me. Brother. It's scary even in broad daylight. Just kidding. Just kidding. You actually got scared. Ha ha ha. If he had seen or heard this kind of clip before, Xiao Tian would have thought that the boy was just joking. But he knew clearly that this is not an ordinary world. In other words, everything the boy said just now could be a clue. Although Xiao Tian looked timid and cowardly, he was actually an old player who had played many escape rooms and script-killing games. And he had also read many mystery novels. So no matter how scared he was, when he encountered such a situation, he began to habitually collect important information. For example, there was something wrong with a classroom in this school, which should be related to the ghost story in Task 1. The second thing was that a student named Aluo had been here, and he should have gone crazy or something, and then was taken back by his parents. Their activities in this game should only be in the school, and they could not go out, so they could not see the character Aluo. In other words, they might need to get clues by contacting Aluo's roommates, or some items around him. The last clue was about the jump from the building. According to what they said, at least at that time, everyone thought the deceased committed suicide, and the deceased should also have something to do with that classroom. Otherwise, they would not say that Aluo went crazy because he came back for revenge. Chapter 178 Infinity. Ghosts willing to communicate. After summarizing all the information, Xiao Tian was afraid that he would forget it. So he wrote it down on paper. In the following time, the two students behind him seemed to have their mute buttons pressed. And there was no sound at all. Ding-ling-ling. Accompanied by the bell for the end to get out of class. 5 people who felt that they were somewhat out of tune with the whole world quickly left the classroom and went to the cafeteria. Because the meeting place had been arranged in advance, the 6 of them met quickly. Although these people were all newcomers, Zhang He was still wary of each of them. He told them so much before just because it was his mission. As for the following information, unless these newcomers can get his approval, otherwise, he will never cooperate easily. I have already told you how to proceed with this copy. You have 2 choices. One is to cooperate. Exchange information with each other, and complete the task together. I am not afraid to tell you that there are rewards at the end of each copy here. The higher the contribution made in the copy, the more rewards you will get. If everyone cooperates, then the clues must be shared. In other words, the rewards are also divided equally. In other words, they can either choose to cooperate and get a smaller reward, or choose not to cooperate and get more rewards through their own efforts. Although the latter seems to be quite tempting, anyone with a brain will not choose to fight alone at this time. Let's not talk about how dangerous it is here. Whether one person can complete the task, their new status alone is enough to prove that they don't know this place. And they can't complete the task well. No matter how important the reward is, it is not as important as life. Now there is an old player willing to take them to play. At least from the current point of view, this old player is quite good to them. He didn't deliberately coax them, and explained all the pros and cons clearly. For such a person, they are always willing to let down some of their guard and choose to trust him. As long as Brother Zhang is willing to take me, I am willing to listen to anything. The first person to speak was Xiao Tian. He didn't think about it, and directly agreed. Although he also had clues, he didn't think that this clue could help him. The first person had already spoken, so the remaining 4 people also agreed. Zhang He nodded with satisfaction, and his impression of them was much better. Whether these people are really willing to cooperate in their hearts, or just pretending to cooperate, he doesn't mind, as long as they cooperate now. As an old player, I can tell you some basic information first. Liang Fu and the other 5's eyes lit up. They didn't expect Zhang He to be so easy to talk to. He didn't have the arrogance of an old player at all. Zhang He spoke quickly, but his pronunciation was clear, and everyone could clearly understand what he was saying. First of all, they were in a closed management college, and all students lived in the dormitory, and there was no day school. With the convenience of being a teacher, Zhang He also found clues directly related to the task. First of all, the college's ghost story. It is said that every once in a while, students in the dance studio of this school would see the shadow of a person dancing printed on the window. But when they opened the door, they would find that there was no one inside. Later, all the students who did not believe in evil and entered the dance studio had more or less some problems. Some fainted for unknown reasons, and were found by passing students or teachers the next day. Some saw some messy things, went crazy and were taken home. Some people even said that they saw a female student dancing, even though they didn't seem to be crazy or fainted. This was just the first piece of information, but it made the 5 of them sweat. They had heard all kinds of strange stories before. Some were even more outrageous and terrifying than this, but none of them made them feel so scared. They didn't even know if it was Tangsher's illusion. She always felt that when Zhang He was talking just now, a dancing girl seemed to appear in front of her. Her face, which was not very rosy due to illness, became even paler. Xiao Yun was sitting next to her, so he was the first to find out that something was wrong with her. "Are you okay?" Tangsher shook her head. She was about to say that she was fine, but her eyes flashed, and she saw a vague light red figure appear behind Zhang He. She opened her mouth and cried silently, and her face, which had no expression, still revealed endless despair. You could vaguely make out 2 words from her mouth. "Tangsher? Tangsher, hey, are you okay?" Originally, everyone else was listening to Zhang He talk about the clues he had found, but not long after Qiao Yun finished asking the question, Tangsher fell into a dazed state. Her eyes were dull, her hands were a little stiff, and her body was shaking slightly. Qiao Yun's voice attracted everyone's attention. They looked at Tangsher, and were startled by her appearance. Zhang He was the only one who was an old player after all, and he was obviously used to this situation. He just waved his hand on Tangsher's shoulder, and then Tangsher's hands loosened, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. In the noisy cafeteria, there was no sound. "Is she okay? Why does she look like she's been possessed? Did you go to the dance studio?" Zhao Tian couldn't help but touch his arm, which was covered with goosebumps. Meng Dong's face didn't look very good either. He lowered his head to eat, and didn't even look at Tangsher. Zhang He calmly drank a mouthful of soup. It must be said that although this dungeon is quite scary, the food is quite good. If every world has this kind of food treatment, then the dungeon clearance rate can basically increase by several points. She must have seen a ghost just now, but she was lucky. It was a ghost willing to communicate and give clues. After all, as an experienced player, Zhang He guessed what happened just now, but he was more curious about why this ghost wanted to communicate with Tangsher. What did she do? What was special? You know, this kind of ghost does not choose the communication partner randomly, but has some conditions that make it look good. At this time, Tangsher has completely come to her senses. Seeing this, Zhang He did not force her to ask what she saw, but continued to talk about what he had not finished just now. The ghost story is over, and then it's about jumping off the building. One day 3 years ago, a girl fell from the rooftop and died. When she was found, she had a suicide note on her body. The content of the suicide note was that she jumped off the building due to the pressure of studying. Chapter 179 Infinity. Clues. It looks like a very ordinary suicide case. They have seen it a lot in real life. It should not be a particularly strange thing, but in this world, it seems a little scary. After talking about the 2 clues, Zhang He looked at the others. They knew that it was their turn to share clues. Xiao Tian compared the clues Zhang He said with what he heard, and found that they all matched, so he knew that Zhang He should not lie. At most, he was hiding something. When I was in class, the 2 boys at the back table were discussing clues. Although most of them were similar to what Brother Zhang said, I will repeat them again, in case I missed something. Zhang He nodded in response, expressing satisfaction with Xiao Tian's positive and steady attitude and personality. In this kind of copy, repeated clues are not a bad thing, because the more they are repeated, the more they can prove the authenticity of the clues. In fact, there are clues in the copy that can mislead people, but this is a novice copy, so there may be fewer clues. But less does not mean non-existent. Xiao Tian's clues are those he summarized before. After that, the other clues that can be extracted are nothing more than the crazy Aluo. Zhang He thought for a moment and said, generally, Aluo is a clue character, but this is a novice copy after all, so the clue characters are usually arranged around the players. So you 3 can pay attention. It is possible that Aluo is the roommate of one of you. Liang Fu and the other 2 nodded. they all understood what Zhang He meant. If Alu is really the roommate of one of the three of them, then it will be much easier for them to get clues. After Zhao Tian finished talking about the clues, Liang Fu and Qiu Yun shook their heads and said they had no clues. Meng Dong seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Zhang He didn't particularly suspect that they had hidden clues, because clues are quite luck dependent. It has no accurate target, and whether it can be found depends entirely on the player's own ability. Just like Zhao Tian's clues. If he was in a daze or sleeping at the time, he would definitely miss this clue. However, there is another person who obviously has clues. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but glance at Tang Shi, who was still in a daze. Zhang He is different from others. Tang Shi is a new player, and a girl with a relatively small courage. When she sees a ghost for the first time, she will definitely be scared. So Zhang He didn't really hope to get any clues from her. Of course, if there are really clues, it would be the best. But Zhang He is lucky. The new players were all in good shape. Although Tang Shi was shocked just now, she still remembered everything that happened just now. But she didn't say it for the time being, because they had been eating for a long time, so long that everyone around them had left. There was only one table of people left nearby. In order not to attract other people's attention, they decided to wait until the evening to communicate. They had agreed to meet at the dance studio at 11 o'clock tonight. On the way back to the dormitory, Tang Shi looked depressed. After all, as a patient who had been together for a long time, Qiu Yun had a good relationship with her, so she thought about caring for her. Didn't you always say you wanted to drink soda? Let's go buy a bottle? Although this dungeon is quite scary, we are all healthy, so we don't have to worry about what we want to eat and drink. Both of them grew up suffering from illness, so there are many rules in terms of diet. Not to mention junk food like soda, they can't even eat too much oily and salty food. Tang Shi also knew that Qiu Yun was concerned about her, so she nodded, and the two of them changed the route back to the dormitory and went to the canteen to buy some snacks that they had never eaten and dared not eat. Why did the host choose the novice dungeon? Newcomers usually don't have much money. The system looked at the person lying on the table like a boneless person and was very puzzled. But even if it didn't understand, it would not question any decision made by the host. It was just a little curious. Suemo raised his eyelids, looking at the empty door. The system's question rang in his ears. Because old players look down on these products, and they are too troublesome. It's not that they look down on them, but old players do have more props than new players. Although the ghost exorcising talisman, the life-saving talisman, and the spiritual eye are all good things, old players are definitely not short of such good things. What Suemo needs now is fame, not jubei. Old players can certainly buy things, but grocery stores cannot leave much impression in their hearts, because they have seen too many mobile stores that sell things like grocery stores. Unless Suemo can directly exchange those awesome props in the later stage, there is no way to attract their attention. Of course, part of the reason is still due to insufficient funds. The more powerful the props, the more expensive they are to buy. And her 100 jubei are not enough to play with. I see. The system responded half confused and half understanding. Of course, what Suemo said is only one of the reasons. And there are many reasons that cannot be explained clearly. If this plane is compared to a game, old players are equivalent to high-level players in the game. In a game, the largest number of players are always new players and ordinary players, and the number of high-level players is only a small part. Instead of developing high-end products that have been occupied by other stores, she might as well start from the most basic ordinary player market. However, her luck this time seems to be as bad as always. So many students come and go, but there is no player. She is waiting here and everyone is sleepy. It is now close to lunchtime, and Suemo is going to close the store at 12:30. If no players come before then, it can only mean that they are unlucky and can't buy good things on the first day. Just as the store was about to close, the system suddenly exclaimed, "Host! Someone is coming!" Suemo immediately straightened his back and sat up, no longer looking weak as before. Outside the door, Tang Shi and Qiu Yun were the two who didn't know their whereabouts had been detected. As soon as they walked into the door of the store, they were attracted by Suemo. Is this also an NPC in the dungeon? What a beautiful lady. If the female ghost in this dungeon also looks like this, I'm definitely not afraid of her. Qiu Yun couldn't help but exclaimed, even though Tang Shi, who was standing next to her, was a little depressed. She couldn't help but look up at Suemo. Chapter 180 Infinity. She is a human. You are right. Tangshur nodded in agreement. Then, her eyes fell on the shelf behind Sumo. There were many strange things on it. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, it didn't look like something that should be in a small shop. In order to attract them to buy things, Sumo's attitude did not become particularly enthusiastic, but his tone was still very gentle. Do you need to buy something? The kind that can drive away ghosts and save lives. Even if each word is separated, they can understand it, but when they are put together, it forms a strange sentence. Xiaoyun, I am hallucinating? Tangshur? Is this what a normal small shop owner in a school should say? Is this really not a charlatan who walks around the streets, says that he doesn't want to pay if it doesn't work, but is actually full of lies? The painting style that is completely different from a normal small shop successfully attracted their attention. Because she had just seen a ghost. Tangshur felt that she was much braver now. She took 2 steps forward. And when she saw the shadow behind Sumo, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she turned to Xiaoyun and said, She is a human. Hearing this, Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief. And Sumo pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly. Some things don't need to be said in front of her. These 2 new players are really brave. If they were any other NPCs with bad tempers, they would probably chase them away at this time. Because they were new girls. Sumo didn't bother with them. After knowing that the beautiful sister in front of them was a human and not a ghost, the 2 of them obviously relaxed a lot. Xiaoyun came over and became interested in the things that Sumo had mentioned before, which were exorcising ghosts and saving lives. Miss, do you really have anything here to exorcise ghosts and save lives? Just call me Boss Su. Sumo turned around and took 2 exorcising talismans and 2 life-saving talismans from the shelf behind him. The 2 people's eyes never left the things in Sumo's hand. Exorcising talisman, after being stained with blood. Stick it on your body to protect yourself from ghosts. The talisman lasts for 5 minutes. Life-saving talisman, wear it on your body to resist 1 fatal injury. After resisting successfully, the life-saving talisman disappears. If the fatal injury is transferred by others, its effect will rebound. Use only once in each copy is what it says here true? Xiaoyun's eyes widened in surprise. Although Tangshur did not say anything, her eyes were also filled with shock. The 2 of them had never heard from Zhang He that such things would be sold in a copy. I don't know whether it's real or fake. Sumo knew that they were newcomers, and didn't know the rules here very well. So she explained to them with extra patience. Whether it's real or fake, you can tell by looking at the bracelet. Sumo's words undoubtedly scared the 2 of them. Although Zhang He didn't say that such props would be sold in the dungeon, he did say that the NPCs in the ordinary dungeon couldn't see the bracelets on the players' hands, and didn't know the existence of the players. Unless they failed in role-playing, they wouldn't know that they were not from this dungeon. But what about this Boss Su? How did she know about the bracelet? Although the 2 of them had many questions, they couldn't ask Sumo because she looked beautiful and bright, but seemed a little cold and distant. Xiaoyun and Tangshur suppressed their doubts in their hearts, and prepared to ask Zhang He tonight. Since Sumo said so, they took out their bracelets with doubt. The moment the bracelet touched the talisman, a green light suddenly flashed, and then the screen showed the corresponding effects of the 2 talismans, which were exactly the same as those in the product introduction. In other words, unless the person in front of them had the ability to directly tamper with the player's bracelet, what she said was true. But thinking about it this way, it still seemed a little unlikely. If someone had the ability to tamper with the bracelet, there was no point in deceiving the 2 newcomers. After knowing that these 2 seemingly ghostly talismans were actually talismans that could drive away ghosts and save lives, they were both a little moved. Especially Tangshur. She had just seen a ghost, and she wanted to buy ghost-driving talismans to cover her whole body. Although the 2 of them had already believed that what Boss Su took out was real, they did not completely let down their guard. Tangshur hardened her heart and gritted her teeth to take out 3 green shells. Jubei is actually a kind of shell. There are 3 colors. White is worth 1, green is worth 10, gold is worth 100. The 3 green Jubei that Tangshur took represent 30 Jubei. I want to buy 3 exorcism talismans and 1 life-saving talisman. Is that okay? These 4 talismans are worth 29 Jubei, and Sumo still needs to find 1 Jubei. Sumo nodded, pulled out 3 exorcism talismans and 1 life-saving talisman and handed them to her, then took out a white shell from the drawer. Tangshur breathed a sigh of relief, took the shell and the talisman, and then put them into the bracelet. Seeing the transaction go so smoothly, Xiaoyun was also a little tempted. In the end, She and Tang Shi also spent 29 jubei to buy the same thing. With the life-saving talisman and the exorcist talisman, the emotions of both of them eased a lot. What is that? From the beginning, Tang Shi had always noticed that although there were not many things on the shelf, in addition to the two talismans, there was also a round thing on it that looked like a glass ball. Although she didn't know who this boss Su was, she could tell from her behavior of selling copy props that she should be a special NPC. The role of this kind of NPC should be to sell things to their players. In this way, the glass bead should also be a prop. I just don't know why Suemo only gave them two talismans and didn't take the glass bead. This is the spirit eye. It's not that Suemo didn't want to sell the spirit eye to the two of them, but because for newcomers, the two protective props of exorcism and life-saving are more useful. The spirit eye was something she prepared for old players to do hidden tasks. The difficulty of hidden tasks is high, the danger is great, the clue props are hard to find, but because the rewards are generous, players who have the conditions will basically not miss it. Seeing that the two of them were interested in the spirit eye, Suemo took one to show them. Spirit eye, after using it, you can see the specific location of the nearest key prop clue. Limited to twice per copy. Sure enough, after seeing the information of the spirit eye, Tang Shi and Qiu Yun did not show much. Perhaps in their opinion, buying a spirit eye is not as good as buying 3 ghost exorcising talismans. Just when Suemo was about to close the store, Tang Shi stopped her steps to leave. She took out a green jubei and bought a spirit eye. Chapter 181 Infinity. Meng Dong is dead. In the evening, except Tang Shi and Qiu Yun who went back to the dormitory together, the other 3 male players were in different classes, so they lived in different dormitories, and they could only go back to their own homes. As for Zhang He, there is no need to mention that, as a teacher, he lived in the teacher's apartment on campus. Time soon came to night. After asking around, Meng Dong soon found out that the A Luo they had mentioned before was actually his roommate. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the dormitory had been forced to be turned off. He stood up and secretly looked at the other 6 roommates in the dormitory. It must be said that the 8-person dormitory caused him a lot of trouble. But he was lucky that he lived in the lower bunk, so he didn't have to worry about the noise of climbing the ladder affecting others. However, the other 6 roommates were obviously still awake. He could even hear their whispered conversations. If I had known this would happen, I would have held a Luo back and stopped him from going to the dance studio. Don't discuss this so late at night. Do you still want to sleep? What are you afraid of? If I tell you, the owner of the bed where you are sleeping now also died 3 years ago. Are you sick? You are not sleeping, and are here to scare people. Someone died in your bed. You are crazy. I am not sick. What I said is true. Since the female student jumped off the building 3 years ago, 2 more people died. A teacher and a student. The bed where you are lying now is the bed that the student used to sleep in. Hack you. Meng Dong frowned. He had wanted to take a look at Aluo's things while they were asleep, but they ended up quarreling while chatting. After a while, Meng Dong even heard the noise of a fight. Several other roommates got off their beds to stop the fight. Meng Dong had also wanted to stop the fight, so as not to appear unsociable. But the words of the boy who had just started the fight frightened him so much that he stiffened all over, broke out in a cold sweat. And even though he was covered with a thick quilt, he still felt cold all over. Everyone saw it. He was the first to start. Hey, you kid are still fighting. I was just kindly reminding you. I didn't lie to you. If you just ask about what happened 3 years ago, everyone knows. The man who died was called Meng Dong. If you don't believe it, go ask it yourself. The man who died was called Meng Dong. The short 8 words echoed in Meng Dong's mind, like a repeater, over and over again. His thoughts were in a mess, and he didn't even know when the roommates were taken away by the dormitory manager who heard the noise. 11 o'clock in the evening. At the entrance of the dance studio, 5 people came here on time. Zhang He saw that one person was missing, and frowned. Liang Fu also found that someone was missing, and asked subconsciously, where is Meng Dongren? He didn't like that shamat. As a result, when the time came, he still hadn't come. He hated this kind of people who said they would cooperate, but couldn't even be punctual. Zhang He snorted coldly. No more waiting. There is no time. This copy has a time limit. If the time limit is not completed, it will be treated as a mission failure. He didn't want to waste time because of one person. Before entering the dance studio, Tang Shi decided to tell them what she had seen before. When I was in the cafeteria before, I saw a female ghost. She looked like a female student. And she was shouting help. Although she was stunned for a long time at that time. What actually happened was so simple. When Tangshur came to her senses afterwards, she quickly realized that the female ghost might be the female student who jumped off the building 3 years ago. But what made her more curious was, why did this female ghost look for her? And why did she shout for help at her? She was a ghost. Who else wanted to harm her? Zhang felt that this information was too little. And she must have overlooked something. In general. In this case, in addition to the clues in language, the ghost's clothes, expressions and movements are actually clues. But he was not sure whether Tangshur noticed these at the time. Although he had no hope, Zhang still asked, asking Tangshur to recall the details of the female ghost. Tangshur thought about it. She was a little scared at the time. So she didn't even see what the ghost looked like. She only remembered that she was wearing a school uniform. This was also the reason why Tangshur confirmed that she was a student of this school. As for other things, I remember. She seemed to have a student card on her. And her class was class 1. Grade 2. As for her name, I only saw one character clearly. Her last name should be me. Zhang looked at Tangshur with admiration. And didn't expect that she could actually come up with something. It's easy to know the last name in class. Tomorrow I will find a chance to look through the student files of class 1. Grade 2 3 years ago. This school seemed to be very taboo about the female student jumping off the building at that time. No matter how he asked, he couldn't get the personal information of the female student, let alone investigate. Tangshur's discovery was a great help. But he didn't expect that there was a bigger surprise. After Tangshur finished talking about his clues, Qiuyun asked a question. Brother Zhang, do you know that there are NPCs selling things in the dungeon? She didn't take out the life-saving talisman and the exorcism talisman, but was just going to ask first. Zhang didn't react to what she said at first, but after he understood, his whole mood became obviously a little excited. Have you seen a mobile store? No. How could there be a mobile store in a novice dungeon? Although Zhang didn't explain clearly what a mobile store was, Qiuyun and Tangshur could hear a positive answer from his words. What is a mobile store? Liang Fu and Zhao Tian asked almost at the same time. Zhang suppressed his excitement and ecstasy, and tried to calm himself down. The mobile store is a store that sells props in the dungeon. Although the price is not cheap, it is full of good stuff. Usually, the mobile store only appears in high-level dungeons, and even the intermediate dungeons are extremely rare. Not to mention the novice dungeons. If there is really a mobile store in this novice dungeon, then it can only be said that it is both their luck and their misfortune. Fortunately, they encountered a mobile store that some players have not encountered even after participating in dozens of dungeons. Unfortunately, the Zhubei on the novice players is not enough to buy the props in the mobile store. Have you noticed what is sold in the store? They were obviously here to explore the strange story about people dancing in the dance studio late at night. But now they have completely deviated from the topic. Chapter 182 Infinity. Is the boss here to do charity? Qiuyun and Tangshur looked at each other, then took out the props they bought at noon. Tangshur took the spiritual eye, Qiuyun took the ghost exorcising talisman and the life-saving talisman. Zhang just glanced at it unintentionally, and his breathing began to get heavier. Are these all the things you bought from the mobile store? Where did you get so many Zhubei? It's no wonder Zhang was so excited, because the things they took out were so tempting. If nothing else, the life-saving talisman alone is already a top-notch good thing. Although it can only be used once in a copy, it doesn't matter, as long as it can save lives, it's all good stuff. Although Zhang is an old player, he is considered to be the kind of player who is not doing well. After so many copies, he has only obtained 4 life-saving props in total. 2 are amulets, 2 shields, both are disposable props to resist fatal blows. Now, of the 4 items, he has used 3, and only the last one, the shield, is left. This is enough to show how rare and useful the items are. Even Zhao Tian and Liang Fu, 2 newcomers who know nothing, couldn't help but tear up after seeing the text description displayed on the bracelet. However, they were envious and jealous. But they didn't dare to do anything or do any other small actions. Zhang, the old player, is still here, so even if they want to do something, it's not their turn. Besides, there is still a mobile store, and the store won't run away. Since the 2 of them can buy things, they can definitely do it themselves. This is what I bought from the mobile store. This one is 3 Zhubei. This one is 10 Zhubei. This one is 20 Zhubei. Tangshur nodded. and then listed the prices. The two of them actually thought about whether to hide the mobile store. But the location of the store was obvious, and it was not easy to hide it. They might find it at any time. In this case, it would be better to say it directly. At least it can gain some goodwill. Besides, everyone is in a cooperative relationship, not a competitive relationship. So there is no need to hide such things. This is impossible. Zhang He frowned. This price was completely beyond his expectations. He was lucky before, and he had seen a mobile store once in the intermediate dungeon, just to buy a clue prop. Something similar to this spiritual eye. He had spent 100 jubei. As a result, this spiritual eye only cost 10 jubei? How is this possible? Is the owner of this mobile store here to do charity? Before Zhang He could ask his question, they suddenly heard clear footsteps in the distance. A figure quietly appeared at the corner of the stairs. Who is it? Zhang He looked at that position without fear. Not only that, he also took 2 steps in that direction. The others of Liang Fu were not so big. The 4 of them subconsciously took a step back, until the figure on the opposite side spoke. It's me. A familiar voice came. When he approached, through the moonlight, everyone saw the person clearly. It was the late Ming Dong. His face was pale, and his whole body said the 3 words something is wrong. Zhang He knew he must have gone through something when he saw him like this. This was probably the reason why he didn't arrive on time. Listen to me first. Ming Dong ran to them, and just said the first half of the sentence. He stopped talking instantly. He was like a duck with its throat strangled. He couldn't speak for a long time. He stretched out his finger tremblingly, pointing in the direction behind them. His legs couldn't stop retreating, and his eyes were full of fear. Zhang He's eyes became sharp instantly. He turned around without hesitation and looked at the dance studio. He saw a little light coming out of the originally dark classroom. A black figure was projected on the transparent glass window. She was dancing. It could only be said that this scene was too scary. It scared these newcomers, who grew up in a normal society and had never seen supernatural events. Xiao Yun took out the exorcism talisman and almost bit his finger and stuck it on his body. Tang Shi was also scared. He tightly grasped the exorcism talisman and the life-saving talisman in his hands. Liang Fu and Zhao Tian were also very scared, but they had no self-defense props, so they could only be afraid. After an unknown amount of time, the dance inside stopped. Zhang He held his breath and made a move that made everyone stare. He pushed open the door of the dance studio. The dim moonlight shone into the martial arts studio through the window. Although the light was still very dim, the layout inside could be vaguely seen. In fact, this is just an ordinary dance studio, and all the decorations are similar to those of other dance studios. It is worth mentioning that this place seems to have not been used for a long time, and there is dust everywhere. They can even see thick spider webs hanging on the pole. And there is no one here. If they hadn't seen it just now, they would even doubt whether the scene they saw before was an illusion. No one. Where did the dancing figure come from? Tang Shi vaguely felt a cold wind blowing from behind her. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Everyone else was looking at the inside of the dance studio. No one was paying attention to her. She didn't dare to look back. She always felt that there was something behind her. She opened her mouth to call for help, but found that she couldn't shout, and her feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Perhaps it was the courage given by the life-saving talisman. She mustered up the courage to quietly look back. Since the female ghost had asked her for help before, did it prove that she had no intention of harming them, at least for the time being? Whether it was self-consolation or she guessed right, Tang Shi decided to look back anyway. A familiar light red figure stood behind her. What was different from before was that if the previous female ghost had a 360p picture quality, now it was 1080p, and it was the Blu-ray version, which was exceptionally clear. The result was that Tang Shi could clearly see the mottled marks on the ghost girl's body. The fear and terror in Tang Shi's heart turned into surprise, sympathy, and a little heartache. She couldn't believe what she saw. Just like last time, the ghost girl still opened her mouth to her and made the shape of help. Tang Shi? Here, the 5 people had already looked inside the dance studio and did not find anything wrong. As a result, when they turned around, they saw Tang Shi with her back to them, and she was in the same daze as before. Did you see that ghost again? Having experienced the same thing before, they were not too surprised this time, but waited for Tang Shi to come back to her senses. Zhang He took advantage of this time to communicate with Xiao Yun about the mobile store. Chapter 183 Infinity. Who writes a diary? Where is the mobile store? Are there other props in the store? How many of these props are in stock? These 3 questions stunned Xiao Yun. She barely thought about it, and told everything she knew. The store is in the grocery store. We were originally going to buy some snacks, but we just happened to see it. It seems that there are only these 3 props in the store. As for the inventory, there should be a lot. The shelves are full. There are at least a dozen exorcist talismans. A dozen exorcist talismans for only 3 Zhubei, and the life-saving talismans and spirit eyes are still in stock. After hearing this, Zhang He, even his psychological quality, which had been trained for a long time by the dungeons of the Abyss world, began to become uneasy. He even had the desire to go to the grocery store to buy things right now. What is the mission? I won't do it. What mission is there to do when I have the props? As long as I have these props, and they are so cheap, I can do any low-level dungeon. I can even do the intermediate dungeon. When I finish the dungeon, I will get another wave of Zhubei income. Fortunately, reason still suppressed his impulsive desire. Zhang He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Meng Dong, who was late for something before and was about to say something, also calmed down like him. What did you want to say just now? Zhang He looked at Meng Dong. He had an inexplicable premonition in his heart that what Meng Dong said next would be very important. In other words, he might have got some key clues. Meng Dong swallowed his saliva. The colorful hair and his slightly scared expression were particularly inconsistent. Luo lives in my dormitory. Everyone had actually guessed this. After all, when they came here early in the morning, both Liang Fu and Zhao Tian said that Luo was not their roommate. Since it was not the 2 of them, then there was only Meng Dong left. But Meng Dong's choice of words made Zhang He feel a little strange. What does live in his dormitory mean, in this case? Shouldn't you subconsciously say Luo is my roommate? I don't know if Meng Dong said this intentionally or unintentionally. In short, it sounded very strange to Zhang He. Meng Dong's next words confirmed Zhang He's thoughts. This matter is really not simple. The lights in the dormitory were turned off at 10 o'clock. I originally planned to wait until they fell asleep to take action, but they quarreled later. During the quarrel, I heard a message. After the jumping incident 3 years ago, 2 more people died, a teacher and a student. So far, the characters in this copy have gradually increased. First of all, the protagonist, the female student who jumped off the building. Probably the female ghost that Tangshur has always seen. Now there is 1 more teacher and 1 more student. And there is also a clue task a Luo. According to the inertia of the novice copy, the number of characters generally does not exceed 5. Otherwise, there are too many characters, the relationships are complicated, and there are many side quests, which is not conducive to new players. In other words, they have only the last character that they have not found. Of course, it is also possible that there are only these 4 characters in total. While Zhang He was thinking, Meng Dong continued to tell, this student is also in that dormitory. And I also know his name. At this point, Meng Dong suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at him. His expression became visibly ugly, and the amplitude of his lips trembling gradually increased. Zhang He narrowed his eyes, as if he had guessed something. The student who died later was named Meng Dong. His tone was very sure. But such a sure word scared everyone. Liang Fu subconsciously took 2 steps back, away from Meng Dong. Zhao Tian did the same. Meng Dong shook his head and waved his hands frantically, and the words he spoke were intermittent. No, I'm not dead. I'm still alive and well. Right? He tried hard to prove that he was a living person, but it was precisely this look, in the dim light, that made him look even more terrifying. In the end, it was Zhang He's words that made everyone feel relieved. Although it's not a coincidence, it's just the same name. The student who died 3 years ago was called Meng Dong, and you are also called Meng Dong, that's all. Why is it not a coincidence? Because Zhang He knew it was intentional. Why could Zhang He say with such certainty that the student's name was Meng Dong? Because he had encountered such a situation before. The Abyss world might particularly like to tease them, so it always messes with the player's mentality in these small details. It was already good enough that the deceased had the same name. He had also encountered a portrait/corpse that looked exactly like a player. God knows that when the dungeon just started, everyone looked at the portrait that looked exactly like the person next to them, and almost got scared. They even thought it was a dungeon of hell level difficulty. The dungeon boss appeared next to them at the beginning and wanted to wipe them out. Later, I found out that it was just a bad taste in the dungeon. However, this bad taste did not last long, and was discovered by the players. Later, The old players were so used to discussing the dungeon while dissecting the corpses that looked exactly like themselves to find clues. They may also know that such tricks are meaningless, so they will not use such means in mid-level and high-level dungeons. Now, at most, they can scare the newcomers in the novice dungeon or low-level dungeons. After listening to Zhang He's explanation, everyone finally understood, and their tense nerves gradually relaxed. If we talk about the most relaxed person, it must be Ming Dong. Anyone who suddenly heard that a person with the same name and surname as himself had died and lived in the same house. The point is that they are still in such a weird world. They would probably be scared to death. He was able to calm down. And then, while his roommate was taken away by the dormitory manager to be lectured, he ran out to report clues, which was considered to be a very good psychological quality. It must be said that their agreement to cooperate with the old players was the right choice. From the beginning of the dungeon to now, Zhang He has no idea how many times he has helped them, and how many clues and experiences he has provided them. If it weren't for him, the 5 of them would have been in a mess by now. They would have scared themselves to death without the dungeon boss taking action. Are there any other clues? Ming Dong was still immersed in his mood of escaping death, and he only answered Zhang He's question subconsciously. There is a diary. It is worthy of being a game dungeon, and there is even such a classic diary. Although in reality, everyone thinks that no serious person writes a diary. But here, the appearance of diaries has become commonplace. A normal dungeon is not qualified without several diaries or notes. Chapter 184 Infinity, The Old Unlucky Guy. The name on the diary is Aluo. Zhang He took the diary, read both sides, and made sure that no other information was missed. Then he opened the diary. The first few pages of the diary were normal, just a record of the daily life of an ordinary student. Then Aluo heard the rumor about someone dancing in the dance studio late at night in the college. He didn't believe it, so he planned to go and see. During this period, his classmates and friends tried to dissuade him, but all failed. After a long period of inner struggle, he decided to go to the dance studio to find out. I'm going to the dance studio tonight. I want to see who is playing tricks. Everyone held their breath, watching Zhang He slowly turn the next page. They all knew that the information on the next page must be the most important. Of course, there is also the possibility that there is no information, because everyone said that Aluo went crazy after going to the dance studio and was taken home. If he was really crazy, then the next page should be blank, because he couldn't write a diary. But the content of the next page made everyone know clearly that Aluo was not crazy. He was just pretending to be crazy. I didn't expect that the Dean of Studies was really like what others said. He really had an affair with another teacher. Fuck. This is too beastly. This is a murderer. A pervert. No. I want to go home. I can't let him know that I found these things. The next page is blank. And the timeline at this time should correspond to him pretending to be crazy and being taken back by his family. If it weren't for the inappropriate atmosphere, they would have wanted to complain after reading this diary. This Aluo obviously discovered something. And the above content is just his inner thoughts. Normal people would not write down all their inner thoughts even if they really wrote a diary. Anyway, this diary still contains a lot of information. First of all, a new character appeared, the Dean of Teaching. Together with the previous 4 characters, there are exactly 5 characters, which basically reaches the upper limit of the novice copy. Zhang He, who has rich copy experience, almost quickly connected all the things that happened 3 years ago, and connected them into several lines. Since the context of the story is clear, it can't be difficult to pass the level. Seeing that these newcomers are obedient and sensible, Zhang He is ready to help them to the end. And it is also a good opportunity to train them, so that they don't get out of this copy and fail in the second copy. I have almost understood the story. If you have any other ideas, just tell me directly. Tangshur has come back to her senses at this time, and the scenes she saw before keep emerging in her mind. She had already finished reading the diary, and since she was the person with the most information, she had already gotten a glimpse of the truth. Let me first tell you what I just saw. Tangshur gave a vague and general description. Although the words were very obscure, everyone understood what she meant. Combined with the contents of the diary, everyone now guessed part of the truth. So this Dean of Teaching is a beast, who raped that female student and killed her. Zhao Tian sighed. Although we know that this is just a copy, all this may not be true. But at least the truth makes everyone feel uncomfortable at present. No wonder the female ghost cried for help. There are many details, such as that classmate Ming and the teacher. Why did these two people die? Although they know that the two Ming Dongs are not the same person, but in order to distinguish them, they still call the previously dead Ming Dong classmate Ming. This makes Ming Dong feel better. It should be the dean who killed him. It's all written in the diary. What did Luo see, knowing about the violation, and seeing a certain killing process? Seeing that their analysis is pretty good, and similar to what he imagined, Zhang He is quite satisfied. Although he has the ability to play this copy alone, this does not mean that he is willing to let these newcomers pass it for free. Even if it is just an idea, even if it is wrong, as long as they say it, it is at least a contribution. In the Abyss world, the most taboo thing is to be incompetent at everything and rely on others for everything. This is no different from handing your life over to someone else. You missed one thing. The diary said that the Dean of Studies also had a relationship with other teachers. Zhang He saw that they had almost finished talking, so he started to guide them. Liang Fu's mind was quick, and he figured it out subconsciously. The teacher who died that Ming Dong mentioned before was also related to this Dean of Studies. That's right. Zhang He nodded. This is just a copy, not reality. There are not so many coincidences, because this series of stories was originally designed by them. And they just need to match these characters one by one. Of course, only the novice copy has this difficulty. And the higher level copies will definitely not be so simple. So to sum it up, the Dean of Teaching and the female student who was assaulted. And also related to the teacher. But both of them were killed by him. Luo is just a clue character. And he was not involved in the events 3 years ago. Then there is a classmate Ming left. Why did he die? Zhang He raised his eyebrows. His eyes fell on Ming Dong. And there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes. In fact, according to the difficulty of the novice copy, classmate Ming was probably killed by the Dean of Teaching. Think about it. If you kill someone, a few years later, a person with the same name and surname, and even the same appearance appears in front of you, what will you do? Everyone understood the meaning of his words. And Ming Dong was frightened again, and completely lost the arrogant and wanton look when he first entered the copy. The world is the best, and I am the second. I can only say that he is really unlucky, extremely unlucky. There are so many players, how come the dungeon chose him? Today's clues end here, Ming Dong. You have to be careful, the Dean may look for you tomorrow. Ming Dong, how the hell should I be careful? Although they have figured out the general story framework, there are still many details to be completed. For example, why did the Dean kill these 3 people? What did Luo see? And what is the hidden task of this dungeon? In order to ensure Ming Dong's safety, Zhang He asked Tang Shi and Qiu Yun to take them to the mobile store to buy things. If nothing else, at least one life-saving talisman is needed. But they were still disappointed, because when they arrived at the store, they found that the store was closed. Chapter 185 Infinity. A store that doesn't play by the rules. Ming Dong was extremely disappointed. He thought he could really buy something to save his life, but when he came, he found that the store was closed, but it makes sense. It's already early in the morning. If the store is open, it would be terrifying. Except Zhang He, others still have outside ideas and think that it is normal for the store to be closed at this time. But only Zhang He knows that. This is absolutely not normal. Most players in the Abyss world act at night, so even if the mobile store is open, it is open at night. Of course, there are also those 24-hour mobile stores, but they are relatively rare. So when Zhang He knew that Qiu Yun and the others bought things at noon, he subconsciously thought that this was a mobile store that was open 24 hours a day. But he never expected that. Things were completely opposite to what he imagined. This is actually a store that is open during the day. Zhang He felt like he was holding his breath, and he was neither up nor down. He had played so many dungeons, and had seen mobile stores 2 or 3 times. But this was the first time he had seen such a unique mobile store. The location was chosen to be a novice dungeon, and the store was open during the day. The prices were so cheap. It was almost completely the opposite of the mobile stores he had seen before. Even if Zhang He had thousands of ideas in his mind, he had no choice but to wait until tomorrow if the store was closed. The next morning, Zhang He arrived at the door of the store. It looked just like a normal store, selling daily necessities, study tools, and snacks. He did not find the location of the mobile shop that sold props. If Qiu Yun and the others were not in class because of their identities, he really wanted to let them come and lead the way. He walked around in the store. Finally, he saw a piece of paper in the corner of the door. Mobile shop number 633, business hours, open at 10 a.m., Irregular closing time. Boss Su left. Zhang He, why is this Boss Su so willful? He even came out when the store closed irregularly. Zhang He was so frustrated. Because he had classes from the 2nd to the 4th period this morning. He only had time now. If he couldn't buy it now, he could only wait until noon. After staring at the paper for a long time, Zhang He turned around and left. Give up? How could it be possible? He began to think about how to ask for leave, or change his class time. Finally, with his unremitting efforts, he finally exchanged courses with another NPC teacher, freeing up the time for the 3rd class. So when Sumo showed up at his workstation, he saw a player walking over with a depressed look on his face. This way. It was obvious that he came prepared. And he must be an old player. It was easy to trade with old players. Sumo didn't even need to say anything. Zhang He took the initiative to ask for something. I heard that Boss Su only has 3 items here? Are all 3 items still in stock? Sumo nodded. Ghost Exorcising Talisman, Life-Saving Talisman, and Spirit Eye. All 3 are still in stock. Zhang He's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. If the prices of the items here are as Tang Shi and Xiaoyun said, then his trip can be said to be worthwhile. It's not a bad thing that he wasted a favor item just to change a class to buy something. He looked at the things on the shelf. There were still 14 Ghost Exorcising Talismans left, 9 Spirit Eyes, and 8 Life-Saving Talismans. So many things. But they only cost less than 300 Jubei in total. If this price was put outside, it would definitely be snatched up by everyone. Unfortunately, he had almost spent all his Jubei on buying a self-defense weapon in the last copy. If he had known that he would encounter such a mobile store in this novice copy, he would never buy that broken weapon. But he was still a little unwilling. He took out the dagger he bought for 300 Jubei and looked at Boss Su. Boss Su, do you accept barter here? Sumo shook her head decisively. Are you kidding? What she lacks the least here is all kinds of goods. As long as there are Jubei, she can make something 100 times better than this dagger. Forget it, take 2 Spirit Eyes, take 3 Life-Saving Talismans. As he said that, Zhang He took out 8 green Jubei. This was almost all the money he had. After buying these things, he only had the last 6 white Jubei left. Although he could buy the Exorcist Talisman, he would have to spend money on food, clothing and shelter when he returned to the main world. Otherwise, he really wanted to buy another Exorcist Talisman. You should know that in the Abyss world, Jubei is useless. The real hard currency is actually props. It is very likely that you may not be able to buy props even if you have money, because the whereabouts of the mobile store are too difficult to find, and other ways to obtain props are also very difficult. That's why he was willing to spend 300 Jubei to buy a dagger. Isn't it because he's afraid that he won't be able to get it next time? Who knew his luck was so good? When will Boss Su leave? After buying things, Zhang He began to ask about the time when Boss Su left. Under normal circumstances, the mobile store can leave after the dungeon is cleared, but the boss can also choose to leave after the hidden task is completed. If it is the former, there is nothing to say. If it is the latter, then the player can get the Jubei for the clearance settlement and continue to stay in the dungeon. In this way, as long as the mobile store has not left, they can buy things again. Zhang He now hopes that Boss Su will stay until the hidden task is completed and leave. Although the clearance reward for the novice dungeon is not much, it should be enough for him to buy some things. Sumo thought for a moment and said, leave after the hidden task is completed. Zhang He's current mood can be described as ecstatic. That's good. That's good, he said to himself. Then said hello to Sumo and left. Sumo looked at her current inventory. 14 Exorcist Talismans, 7 Spirit Eyes, and 5 Life-Saving Talismans. Although she had only sold less than half of the items, she still had 3 players she hadn't seen. Apart from anything else, the Exorcist Talismans and Life-Saving Talismans were definitely sold out. Less than an hour before Zhang He left, the 3rd class ended, and she met the other 5 players. In other words, Xiaoyun and Tang Shi, who had already bought things yesterday, also came. As soon as the 5 of them came, they had almost bought all the things she had here. Although they were just newcomers, they could also see the importance of these props from Zhang He's attitude. So they didn't save their Jubei too much. First, the 3 people who hadn't bought anything each bought a life-saving talisman, and then bought 3 exorcist talismans. This was the same as Qiuyun and the others. Chapter 186 Infinity, Another Ghost. At the end, there were 5 exorcist talismans, 7 spirit eyes, and 2 life-saving talismans left. Finally, after thinking and discussing, Ming Dong and Zhao Tian bought another life-saving talisman. Now they only had 1 white jubei left. Qiu Yan bought 2 more exorcist talismans, Liang Fu bought a spirit eye, and Tang Shi did not buy anything. So far, all 10 life-saving talismans have been sold out, and the inventory has returned to 0. There are 3 exorcist talismans left, and 6 spirit eyes left. But these people don't seem to want to buy anything anymore. So when Su Mo saw them leave, he closed the store directly. It can be said that the word willful has been brought to the extreme. Now everyone has a life-saving talisman, and everyone is full of confidence. Nevertheless, when Ming Dong received a message from his classmates, saying that the Dean of Teaching was looking for him, he was still scared to death. But he also knew that he could not go. Because the student who passed the message looked like, "If you don't go, I will drag you there," and it was really scary. Liang Fu and the others wanted to go with them. After all, there is strength in numbers. And if it didn't work, the 5 of them still had so many talismans on them. So they shouldn't be defeated by the Dean. But when they wanted to go with them, the student who passed the message said that it was time for class and asked them to go back to class. Otherwise, they would be deducted from their discipline points. They didn't care about discipline points. But when they heard that they would be taken to the office to see the head teacher if they were deducted, they didn't dare to continue following. They all still remember how the teacher scolded them yesterday. Although it seems that this copy doesn't seem to be life-threatening. It's just a little scary at most. But they always have a feeling in their hearts that if they don't pay attention to these NPCs during the day, they may die directly in the copy. In this case, they can only watch the student who delivered the message take Ming Dong away, and they go back to the classroom for class. Along the way, Ming Dong was panicking, and only by holding the life-saving amulet in his pocket tightly could he feel a little safe. When they arrived at the door of the dean's office, the student who delivered the message left. If it weren't for him being around all the time, like a surveillance, Ming Dong would even want to run away directly, and didn't want to see the dean. But now that he has come here, it's hard for him to leave. Ming Dong knocked on the door and entered the office, and looked up to see him sitting in a chair in front of the desk. The dean is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an ordinary appearance. Nothing special. If he hadn't known the truth long ago, Ming Dong would never have believed that this seemingly ordinary and honest man was actually a rapist and murderer. At the beginning, the dean explained the reason for calling him over, mainly to talk about why he was late yesterday. Ming Dong naturally didn't believe his words. There were so many people who were late yesterday. Why did they call him over? There must be something wrong. Ming Dong was tense all over, acting as nervous as he would when facing a teacher, not daring to act rashly. Remember not to be late again next time, or your class discipline points will be deducted. Teacher, don't worry, I won't do it next time. Ming Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he could leave, the dean called him. Ming, I have another question for you. Can you help me take the document off the cabinet? Ming Dong's forehead was already sweating. He could clearly see a hint of ruthlessness in the dean's eyes. A heart that had just been put down was hanging high again. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't say no. His legs stood up uncontrollably and turned around. He walked to the cabinet and looked up to see a blue folder. Ming Dong was about to reach out and take the folder, but he felt a chill behind him. He subconsciously dodged to the side, and the sound of breaking through the air was extremely harsh. Ming Dong saw a sharp fruit knife stuck in the bookshelf. If he hadn't dodged just now, then he would be stabbed now. Under normal circumstances, if you were caught committing a crime on the spot, you would definitely be a little panicked. But the dean was not panicked at all, and even had a twisted and weird smile on his face. Hide? What's the point of hiding? You've been killed by me once. Don't even think about running away this time. It turned out that he had killed the Ming Dong before. Ming Dong's scalp suddenly felt numb, and his whole head seemed to explode. It's your bad luck. Why did you find that thing? While he was still talking to himself, Ming Dong rushed to the door and twisted the handle frantically. It was a pity that I didn't know what he did. The office door was locked. Can this kind of door be locked? And he didn't even see when he locked it. There was another sharp sound of breaking through the air. Ming Dong subconsciously rolled on the ground, avoiding the attack. He pinched the life-saving charm in his pocket, and with a ruthless heart, he rushed forward and wrestled with the dean. Is being arrogant useful? No matter how awesome he is, still a human being. As long as he is a human being, Ming Dong felt that it would be better to fight him than to sit and wait for death. The dean was thrown to the ground by Ming Dong, and his back hit the floor hard. He screamed in pain, and the fruit knife in his hand fell to the ground. Ming Dong was now ruthless, and he directly picked up the fruit knife with one hand and wanted to stab the person who was trying to kill him to death. The dean was also starting to panic. He never thought that his sneak attack would fail, and he didn't know why a student had so much strength. Li Xian, come out, kill him for me. Who is Li Xian? Is there anyone else here? Just as Ming Dong was stunned, the dean escaped from his suppression, and then Ming Dong felt his neck being pinched tightly. But when he lowered his head, he found that he saw nothing. But the feeling of suffocation and death continued to come. Could it be a ghost again? Otherwise, how could he not see a third person besides the two of them when he entered the office? Ming Dong subconsciously reached out to remove the restraint on his neck. But he failed again and again, because he could not touch the person named Li Xian. Just when he was about to suffocate to death, the life-saving talisman in his pocket suddenly turned into a pile of black ash. Then, Ming Dong heard a sharp and piercing scream. The feeling of suffocation slowly disappeared. He took a few breaths, and then kicked the dean, who was about to pick up the fruit knife on the ground to attack him. Li Xian. Ah! With a familiar commanding tone, Ming Dong quickly took out a ghost exorcising talisman, scratched the knife with his finger, and the blood-stained ghost exorcising talisman was attached to his chest. Chapter 187 Infinity. Have you been to the dance studio last night? Tang Shi and the other four were still in class. They had no idea that one of their teammates had experienced death. They didn't know that his current situation was still very grim. However, they could keenly notice that the atmosphere in the classroom seemed to become very strange. At some point, the teacher's lecture gradually disappeared. The students who were reading slowly raised their heads, and the direction they were looking at was where they were sitting. Zhao Tian was fine. He was alone. After finding that something was wrong with the teacher, he found an excuse to go to the bathroom and left. Although the teacher's gaze as he left was too creepy, he still managed to leave the classroom. But Tang Shi and the others were not so smooth. There were three of them. It was impossible for all three of them to say they were going to the bathroom at the same time. Right? Only a fool would believe that. They wanted to leave, but they didn't have a good excuse. And they didn't dare to leave directly, so they could only stay in the classroom. As time passed, the atmosphere in the classroom was strange, but it seemed that nothing had really happened. In this case, they suppressed their inner tension. When the class was about to end, the teacher, who had always been invisible, suddenly called Liang Fu's name. Liang Fu, answer this question. The three people, who were already nervous, were stunned, especially Liang Fu, who was called by his name. He was not feeling well now. In just a few seconds, the teacher saw that he was still sitting in the chair in a daze, and his face suddenly became stern. Hasn't the teacher taught you how to answer questions? Seeing that the teacher was about to get angry, Liang Fu stood up subconsciously, not caring whether he knew the answer to the question or not. Then he looked at the question on the blackboard. Have you been to the dance studio last night? Why is this question? A drop of cold sweat instantly slid down his forehead. They had never noticed what the teacher was doing before, so they naturally didn't know what question she wrote. This led to them panicking after seeing the question now. They certainly went to the dance studio last night. But what should they answer? It's impossible to tell the truth. Right? Xiaoyun and Tang Shi, who were not called to answer the question, were not much relieved. The two of them looked at each other and wanted to find an opportunity to sneak out directly. But they didn't expect that the female student who said Tang Shi sat in the wrong seat before also met their eyes. A tremor from the heart swept over, because Liang Fu didn't give an answer. The teacher kept repeating it over and over again, asking him to answer the question quickly. At this moment, the door of the classroom was suddenly broken open. Liang Fu and the other two subconsciously looked outside the door. It was Zhao Tian. He threw something into the classroom quickly. Then, white smoke that seriously affected the vision filled the entire classroom. Go! Zhao Tian shouted loudly. Liang Fu was standing, so he ran out of the classroom first. Xiaoyun and Tang Shi also fled from the classroom quickly. However, before they took 2 steps, they felt that their clothes seemed to be pulled by something. Looking back, all the students in the classroom stood up, and those who were close had already grabbed their clothes. Tang Shi took a quick decision and took off her coat, leaving only a thin t-shirt inside. Xiaoyun followed suit. The two finally left the classroom, and were immediately frightened by the scene outside the corridor. Countless students left the classroom and gathered in the corridor, staring at them. What's going on? Why are these students crazy? Liang Fu's eyes widened. He had never thought that this was a relatively normal school a few minutes ago. How could it become like this now? These students seemed to be possessed by some evil spirit, with dull eyes and slow movements. But they were extremely threatening. Why bother? Run! Go to another teaching building. Zhao Tian wiped his face. And for a moment, he didn't know whether he should regret listening to Zhang He's words and coming to save the three of them. Now, if he didn't run away, he would have to sacrifice himself. Although there were many students, they were not fast. They were like puppets controlled by others, without their own thoughts. And all their actions were under the command of others. And it was precisely because of the crowds that they were inconvenient to move. A group of people squeezed and shoved, and no one could catch the four of them. Taking advantage of this time, they quickly left the white teaching building, and then followed Zhao Tian to another blue teaching building. The students behind them were still chasing them. But strangely, when they arrived in front of the blue teaching building, they stopped at the same time. Every student looked at them with strange eyes. But they were just looking. After running for so long, the four of them were already tired. In the end, whether it was a coincidence or not, they returned to the equipment room where they first came to the copy. What happened? Isn't this a school? Are these students all ghosts? Liang Fu couldn't help it. It was still broad daylight. Why did the inexplicable battle royale mode begin? Not ghosts. They are all people. But they are controlled by others. Zhao Tian breathlessly told all the information Zhang He told him, not daring to miss a single thing. After he left under the pretext of going to the toilet, he was going to find Zhang He in the office. But he saw Zhang He flipping through the file bag. As expected, he should be looking for the file of the female student 3 years ago. But Zhang He was busy looking for clues and had no time. So he gave him the prop that could release smoke and asked him to bring Tang Shi and others out, because he had found a clue that was very unfavorable to them. After the dean killed the teacher did not leave, but harassed him day and night. He was tortured to death, and finally found some evil and demonic way to refine the teacher into a puppet that only obeyed his orders. After finding a way to refine others into puppets, the dean's ambition grew day by day, and he began to try to control the entire school. At this stage, all the teachers in the college have been controlled by him. But because there are too many students, he can only control half of them. The white teaching building is full of students who have been controlled, while the blue teaching building is full of relatively normal students who have not been completely controlled. After a paragraph, it can be said that everyone's 3 views have been completely refreshed. Can you be so decisive and awesome as a bad guy these days? Chapter 188 Infinity. I want to find something. Is this impossible? Can a normal person control so many people? Liang Fu held it in for a long time, and finally managed to say this. A school has thousands of people, even if only half of them are controlled. It is a large number. Not to mention the teachers. Is this really a novice copy? Brother Zhang said, we should be thankful that this is a novice copy. If it is a more difficult copy, then our student cards will be taken away on the first day, and then we will be hunted by the whole school. So, they only enjoyed this treatment on the second day, which is not bad. What should we do now? What about Ming Dong? How is he now? Tang Shi's words reminded everyone. They just remembered that there was another Ming Dong. Zhang He is an old player after all, with rich experience, and it is not easy for him to get into trouble. Besides, since he can let Zhao Tian come to save them, it proves that his own situation is very good. But Ming Dong is different. He is just a newcomer like me. The most important thing is that he was called away by the big boss behind the scenes in this copy. In this way, they are already very good at facing a group of subordinates under the boss. Ming Dong has to face the boss himself. I don't know about Ming Dong. I went straight to you after I came out of Brother Zhang's place. The problem is that I don't dare to go to Ming Dong, because there is a ghost following the dean. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but sweat for Ming Dong. But now the question is, what should they do next? Go find Zhang He, or save Ming Dong? Brother Zhang said. If we want to find him, we can go to the store to find the note he left. So should they save Ming Dong now, or go to the store to find the note? After thinking about it, they still wanted to see Ming Dong's situation. But when they thought about facing the dungeon boss and another ghost of unknown strength, they backed off again. The person they were worried about at this time was not in a particularly good condition. But at least he was not in danger of life for the time being. After using the exorcism talisman before, the female ghost could no longer get close to him, and the dean of teaching couldn't beat him, so he was invincible for the time being. But he also knew that this exorcism talisman only lasted for 5 minutes. Although he had 3, but that was only 15 minutes. And his life-saving talisman had been used. Although there was still one. But because a dungeon could only be used once, it was actually the same whether he had it or not. The dean seemed to know that the exorcist talisman had a time limit, so he just quietly waited for time to pass. As he watched, he spat out all kinds of mentally polluting words, which made Ming Dong more and more angry. He could afford to wait, but Ming Dong couldn't. If he had known earlier, he would not have bought this life-saving talisman, and bought a few more exorcists. Ming Dong regretted it, but it was too late. He had to find a way to save himself now. He didn't know what method was used on the door here, and he couldn't open it no matter what. Although the window could be opened. This was the 4th floor. If he really jumped down, he would be half dead if not dead. And it would save the dean from doing it. Since he can't run away, then he won't run away. This person can't even think about living. It is said that when a person is dying, his potential is unlimited. Which is quite true. Ming Dong picked up the knife again, and walked towards the dean step by step. He did not forget to use another exorcist talisman before it expired. Let me out. Or you can bet on whether I kill you first within 5 minutes. Or you delay until 5 minutes later. Ming Dong originally looked like he was not easy to mess with. If it weren't for this female ghost, he could easily get rid of the person in front of him. And there would be no need to say all this nonsense. The dean was still hesitant about whether to let him go. Although Li Xian couldn't kill him now, he could still protect himself. Just as he was thinking this, Ming Dong took out another and used exorcist talisman. I forgot to say, I have more than one exorcist talisman. Ming Dong was now completely desperate. He only said that he had more than one, but he didn't dare to say that he only had one left. He could only bet that the dean would let him go, and that he didn't know how many things he had left. Dear teacher, although Li Xian can protect himself, his ghost power is limited. If the man in front of him really has a lot of exorcists, then it will be enough to consume Li Xian's ghost power and then kill him. As it turned out, Ming Dong won the bet. The dean did start to get a little scared, but he didn't let Ming Dong go immediately, but tried to persuade him. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. So, if you do me a favor, this matter will be written off, and I can also let you have the ability to control and exorcise ghosts like me. How about it? Ming Dong raised his eyelids and said nothing. The dean thought he was refusing, and when he saw the hand holding the knife move, he was frightened to death and quickly opened the door. Ming Dong breathed a sigh of relief, stuck to the door, and stood half of his body outside. Just when the dean thought he was going to leave, Ming Dong suddenly turned around and stared at him. What help? Is there anything I can help you with? Tang Shi looked at the girl in front of her, who had restored the 360p quality, and her heart was very calm. She didn't have the fear she had before. After all, the first time is the second time. This was the third time. Moreover, she felt sympathy for the girl's experience, and she didn't mean to hurt them. So Tang Shi really couldn't be afraid of her. Speaking of which, she was such a blurry image during the day. Is it because it is not convenient for her to appear during the day? It is quite reasonable to think about it this way. It is said that ghosts will not appear during the day, and even if they do appear, they will be very weak. This should be the case for her. Will you help me? Tang Shi tried to identify her mouth shape and recognized what she said. If you need help, can you tell me your name first? Tang Shi saw her with a puzzled expression. Did she not remember her name? If it wasn't for the fact that she only had one word on her student card, Tang Shi wouldn't have asked this question. But since she didn't know, forget it. I want to find something. She was halfway through her words, and suddenly frowned, as if she was thinking about something. After a long while, her brows relaxed. That is evidence that he did something bad, but he took it away. No need to think too much. Here must be the dean who did all the bad things. Then again, why didn't she call the police when she had these evidences? No. Maybe she didn't have the chance to call the police at all. She would have died. Tang Shi finally understood the cause of her death. Chapter 189 Infinity. The Devil in the World. What's up? Did she say anything? Xiaoyun asked. They are still in the equipment room. Originally, they had already discussed and planned to go to the office to check the situation, and if possible, rescue Ming Dong. But before they left, They saw Tangshur communicating with the female ghost again, so they had to stop and wait for them to finish communicating. She wants us to help her find something, which looks like it should be something that records the evidence of the dean's crime. Unfortunately, besides saying that this is a crime evidence, she didn't have any other information. For example, what kind of crime evidence is this? Is it a video, photo, or a recording, or a text message? Also, she didn't say the specific location of the evidence. The school is so big, if they really search aimlessly, I'm afraid they will fail the mission before they find it. She said the evidence was taken away by the dean? Is it possible that it is in the dean's office? Or in a place related to him? Liang Fu thought about it, and gave a suggestion. Tangshur was slightly stunned. She had not thought of this just now. But what Liang Fu said made sense. Generally, evidence is hidden in a secret place unless it cannot be destroyed. But it is not usually hidden next to you. But the situation of this copy is different. This is a closed school. When outsiders cannot enter, it is safest to hide it next to you, because he can watch it at all times. If it is placed somewhere else, it will be easy for students to find it. It seems that we still have to go to the office. If they want to talk about places related to the Dean of Studies, they can only think of two. One is the office, and the other is the teacher's dormitory. But they don't know where the dean's dormitory is. They only know where the office is. So after going around in circles, they still have to go to the office. They have now completed most of their tasks. First of all, they have solved the ghost story. To be precise, the female ghost directly told them the truth of the ghost story. It is not entirely correct to say that she told them directly. In fact, Tangshur slowly pieced together the truth based on the female ghost's statement. She loved dancing when she was alive, so she often went to the dance studio to practice dancing after school. As a result, one day she happened to run into the scandal between the teacher and the dean of studies. After that, she was dragged into this quagmire. Those dancing scenes were actually deliberately created by her, in order to scare away students who wanted to enter the dance studio, because she didn't want these students to encounter the same thing as her. The truth behind her jumping off the building was even simpler. She actually wanted to expose what the dean had done, but he found out. The dean took her evidence and killed her, disguised it as a false suicide, and finally framed Ming from 3 years ago. After restoring the truth of the matter, their mission became helping the female ghost fulfill her wish. Her wish was nothing more than hoping that someone could expose everything the dean had done, and let him receive the punishment he deserved. Since that was the case, then their mission was to find evidence, and then find a way to leave the school, and send the evidence out. With a goal, they didn't have to run around like headless flies. Although the office was in the white teaching building, it was in a special location with a separate staircase, so they didn't have to worry about running into other students. They had already reached the 3rd floor, and the office was on the roof of their building. They were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. Just as they were about to go upstairs, someone grabbed them. Xiao Tian was startled by his clothes being grabbed, and when he turned around, he found that it was Ming Dong. "Why are you here?" he asked subconsciously, and the others turned their heads when they heard the voice. They all saw Ming Dong, but Ming Dong didn't look very good. There were some obvious bruises on his face, and his clothes were also a little damaged, as if they were cut by a sharp weapon, and he looked very embarrassed. The most obvious thing was definitely the dark blue marks on his neck. If he hadn't seen the shadow under him, Xiao Tian would have begun to doubt whether Ming Dong was dead or alive. "What else can I do? I escaped from there." Ming Dong sneered, then recounted what happened in his office before, when they heard that a ghost strangled him to death, but fortunately, the life-saving amulet saved his life. Everyone forgot to breathe and almost suffocated themselves to death. This dean of teaching asked me to cooperate, saying that as long as I help him complete one thing, he will teach me the ability to control and drive ghosts. When Ming Dong said this in a mocking tone, everyone's eyes were focused on him. So did Ming Dong agree? If he agreed, then they are now enemies. Because the ghost girl and the dean of teaching were obviously from two different factions. They had already received the task of helping the ghost girl, so it was naturally impossible for them to help the dean of teaching. Besides, the dean of teaching did not look like a good person. He had a bad character and did not correct his mistakes. If they really cooperated with such a person, they were afraid that they would be stabbed in the back. Although he was a human, he was not as good as a ghost. At least the ghost girl had never harmed them. And even the strange phenomena were to protect other students. It really proved the saying that hell is empty, and the devil is in the world. Liang Fu hesitated and said, "So did you agree?" "Of course I agreed." Meng Dong paused, glanced at him. "How can I cheat for clues if you don't agree?" When they heard the first half of the sentence, Liang Fu and Zhao Tian were already thinking about whether to take action. As a result, when they heard the second half of the sentence, they realized that they really thought too much. They were all a little embarrassed and did not dare to look directly at Meng Dong. "TSK. How could I possibly cooperate with someone who wants to kill me? He has a bad temper, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. If he didn't have these thoughts, how could he be favored by his father among so many brothers and sisters? It's just that now that he's here, everything he did is still a bargain for those people." Meng Dong felt upset just thinking about it. "He asked me to kill the female ghost in the dance studio. I asked him why he didn't do it himself. He said he couldn't get close to the dance studio, but he didn't say why. The Dean of Studies is not a fool either. This kind of thing can't be told in full. After all, he doesn't completely believe Meng Dong. Did he say how to kill? That bastard didn't say anything specific, just told me to find some props, and then take it to the dance studio." Chapter 190 Infinity. Earn 20 Zhubei for free. Looking for props again? According to what you said, then the Dean should be quite afraid of the female ghost. If we destroy the prop, will the female ghost be invincible? In theory. This is true, but they can only think so. If they really want to implement it, they still have to discuss it with Zhang He. No one knows the consequences of destroying props at will. They are just newcomers, so it is better not to take risks. I suggest that we still look for evidence. Is the Dean still in the office now? Everyone agreed with Liang Fu's suggestion, and they still wanted to go to the office to take a look. The only problem now is whether the Dean is still in the office. If he is, then it will be difficult for them to act. He seemed to have left when I left, and it seems that he should have gone to find you. The student siege incident in the White Teaching Building was instigated by him, so he must have gone to see the situation. In other words, he is not in the office now, and they can go in and take a look if they have the chance. Since no one was there, they were relieved. They left 2 people to watch the stairs, and the remaining 3 went to the office to look for something. However, things did not go very smoothly. As expected, they did not find the evidence. Come to think of it, such an important thing, he would definitely not put it on the surface. How about we try to use the spiritual eye? Speaking of the spiritual eye, only Liang Fu and Tang Shi bought it, although Zhang He also bought a lot. His people were not here. In fact, they both thought they could use their spiritual eyes to look for it. Otherwise it would be bad if the Dean of Teaching came back later, and they didn't know if they would have a chance to come to the office tomorrow. Today's situation is already so tense. Tomorrow is even more uncertain. But if they use the spiritual eyes, who will use it? This is worth 10 Zhubei. And no one would be willing to use it. The situation suddenly fell into a deadlock. It would be fine if only one of the 2 people was present. But Zhao Tian and Qiu Yun were the ones who were watching. And the only 2 people with spiritual eyes were looking for something in the office. Liang Fu and Tang Shi looked at each other. And no one suggested to use the props first. Although it was a cooperation. Everyone was here. And if they found clues or props, they would definitely share them. But she was the only one who paid for the props. And no one would be happy. Finally, after some discussion and conversation, Tang Shi chose to use her spiritual eyes. In front of her eyes, a thin white line appeared, with a faint luster on it. She looked along the thin line, and found that the end of the thin line was actually below. After using the spiritual eye, only the user can see the prompt. So Liang Fu and Meng Dong looked at Tang Shi walking around the room with a blank face. This office may have a secret room or a compartment. I saw the props underground. Hearing Tang Shi say this, they had to start looking for the mechanism everywhere. However, before they found the mechanism, they heard hurried footsteps outside without deliberately concealing them. As soon as they heard it, they knew it must be Qiu Yun and Zhao Tian. Sure enough, after only 2 seconds, they heard Zhao Tian shouting for them to leave quickly. Although they didn't find anything, and they felt a little unwilling to waste a spiritual eye. They couldn't stay any longer, so they had to leave first, because there was really no place to go. They had to go to the grocery store. First, they found the note left by Zhang He, and then found him in the school library. They exchanged clues with each other. The most important clue on Meng Dong's side was that the teacher who was killed a year was namely Xian, and she was now controlled by the Dean of Teaching in some way. Zhang He found 2 clues in the library. one of which was about how to remove the Dean of Teaching's control over Li Xian. They could break the ceramic jar containing Li Xian's ashes, so that Li Xian could be freed. The other was about how they left the school. In the safe of the security guard, there were keys and remote controls to open the school gate. As long as they got them, they could leave the school directly. There was also information about a female ghost, that is, the female student who jumped off the building 3 years ago. Her name is Milan. According to the file, she is a talented dancer, and Li Xian is the dance teacher of this academy, the teacher who was found by Milan to have an affair with the dean. After exchanging information, everyone quickly arranged the next actions. In the next half day, they did not act rashly, but just hid themselves. Then at night, they split into 2 groups. One group was Meng Dong and Liang Fu. They went to the security room to find the key and remote control in the safe. The remaining 4 people were going to look for the evidence of the dean's crime that they had not found yet. After several hours of struggle, they finally found the ceramic jar and broke it. The relieved Li Xian went crazy and wanted to kill the dean, and the few of them did not dare to watch the show. After finding the evidence, a few photos and a recorder, they quickly left the teaching building. The crazy ghost is unreasonable. After torturing the dean, she wanted to chase them again. If it weren't for the fact that they all had ghost exorcising talismans on them, and Milan also appeared to help them block Li Xian, they would definitely have to go through a long chase. When they arrived at the security room, Liang Fu and Meng Dong, who had been waiting for a long time, had already opened the door and were waiting for them here. Liang Fu's spiritual eye was not saved, because the key and remote control of the school gate were also hidden, and finally found it with the spiritual eye. This was the first time that Zhang He spent less than 3 days to clear a novice copy, and completed the hidden task. The hidden task of this copy is to find Milan's dance shoes, and then put them back to her dance studio. The dance shoes were taken away by the dean, and buried in the woods. Only a rough range of Zhang He was found. It was also a prop found through the spirit eye. He did not reveal the information of the hidden task when he talked about the clues before. So he did the task alone. And he also got the reward alone. Although it is a novice copy, this time the hidden task rewarded 30 Zhu Bei, which is not bad. You know, a spirit eye only costs 10 Zhu Bei, which is equivalent to earning 20 in vain. The only pity is that they came out of the school, and he has no way to go back now. And there is no way to buy it in the mobile store again. Chapter 191 Infinity. Overdoing the chicken blood. Why did the mobile store appear here? Zhang He looked at the mobile store outside the school gate, and was stunned. Not only him, but others were also stunned. Zhang He recovered the fastest, and was the first to walk to the front of the mobile store to buy things. Does it matter why it appears here? It doesn't matter, as long as you can buy things, because you can only purchase goods once each time you enter a copy. The only goods left in the store are those they bought before. But Zhang He didn't dislike it at all. He directly bought the last 3 exorcism talismans, and the 4 spirit eyes. The 30 Zhu Bei obtained from the hidden task plus the 20 Zhu Bei from the novice task were instantly spent. The only regret is that he has to wait until he returns to the main world to claim the reward for being a novice guide. Otherwise he will definitely. Zhang He sighed, reluctantly glanced at the mobile store, nodded to the 5 newcomers, and finally left the dungeon. Congratulations to the host. This dungeon income, 360 Zhu Bei. Zhang He originally had 2 spiritual eyes left after buying things, but they were also bought by the other 2 players, which means that all the goods she bought this time are sold out, although there is no specific value of popularity or reputation. San can already see a virtual reputation progress bar rising a little bit. This is the potential value estimate of the Abyss world for the newly opened mobile store. Although it is not particularly accurate, it can also be used as a reference. Although the income is 360 Zhu Bei, because the purchase costs 55 Zhu Bei, she currently only has 405 Zhu Bei. After Su Imo left the world, she was going to rest for 2 days, and then choose a dungeon to open a store. However, San's words made her feel that there was no need for her to be so nervous. But he has also finished a dungeon. He chose to participate in an intermediate dungeon, which has 50 players. He has sold all the spells, formations and spiritual tools he traded, and his store has been discussed by players on the forum. San's words were full of envy and jealousy. After all, no one wants to see a competitor so powerful. If there are players discussing, it proves that there is popularity, which is certain. Su Imo only participated in the novice dungeon. not to mention the small number of players. New players do not have the authority to post on the forum, and they may not even know that there is a forum in the Abyss world. In this regard, it can be said that the grocery store is at a disadvantage. In the potential value estimation of the Abyss world, the estimated value of the spacetime trading system is more than 10 times that of the spacetime grocery store. Suemo is not as optimistic about Baihe and the spacetime trading system as San. She didn't want to explain it at first, but she just wanted the facts to prove it. However, seeing that San looked like he was about to write a suicide note, she decided to explain it a little. The spell formation and the spiritual weapon are already the best commodities they can trade. This information was also seen by Suemo from the information found by San. However, San didn't know why she suddenly said this now, so she just responded stupidly. But they only participated in the intermediate dungeon. Above the intermediate level, there are advanced, difficult, and hell. They have already brought out their best stuff in the intermediate dungeon. So what about the advanced dungeon, the difficult dungeon, and even the hell level dungeon? It's not that the spells, arrays, and spiritual tools obtained from the transactions of the spacetime trading system are not good. On the contrary, these things are very good, and even the grocery store is far inferior. But they are too bad at their own products. It's just an intermediate dungeon, and it's not worth it for them to bring out their best stuff. This undoubtedly greatly reduces everyone's expectations for the spacetime trading system, because they can't bring out better things. If we use an exam to describe it, they got full marks the first time, but only 90 points the second time. Even though 90 points is a very good score, it is still unsatisfactory after seeing full marks. The result is that they only have goods with lower scores, but can't bring out goods that exceed the original score, because the full score is the upper limit and cannot be surpassed. If it were Suemo, she might directly choose to take these things to the difficult level, or even the hell level dungeon, because only dungeons of this level are worthy of goods of this level. But this is just an assumption. If it is really Suemo, she would not start from a high level at the beginning. She still likes to accumulate the foundation bit by bit, starting from the lowest and simplest goods. Just like she chose the novice copy as her first copy. Of course, it is understandable that Baihe and the space-time trading system chose Suemo. They must be worried that they might not be able to get out of the advanced copy, so they chose a completely crushable intermediate copy. After all, the clearance rate of high-level and higher dungeons is too low. So they thought about going directly to the intermediate dungeon, and then taking out the best things, and making a name for themselves at once. This is safe, secure, and fast. If it were most people, they would probably choose this way, and it can only be said that there is nothing wrong with it. Suemo said this not to belittle Baihe and the others. She just wanted to comfort San and give it a boost. Facts have proved that San is a system that is easy to be comforted. After saying a few words, it returned to its previous energetic appearance. The host is right. Baihe and that Samba system are definitely not our opponents. I have perfectly completed the system of the 3 worlds. Don't look at them. I'm going to get the dungeon information. The host is waiting for my good news. Suemo. It seems the boost was too much. Suemo also found out later that the number of that time-space trading system was B6038. No wonder San called it the Samba system, although it has some other meanings. It seems that there is no problem. Host. This copy went very smoothly. The total amount of money obtained in this copy is 15,350 jubei. B6038's cold and mechanical voice came. Although he had heard it for a long time, Baihe was still not used to B6038's cold attitude. Whenever this happened, he couldn't help but think of the previous system. Although the previous ability was not as powerful as the current one, it was still very reliable and gentle. The key point is that he would be freer, and there was no need to explain to the system in advance before doing anything. Baihe suppressed a little dissatisfaction in his heart, and his tone was slightly proud and excited. Well, it feels good. It should be much better than the next door. Chapter 192 Infinity. 12 rooms for 10 people. To say that it is much higher is already a modest statement. You know, as of now, Baihe and Suemo have a 10-fold difference in potential, and a full 40-fold difference in income. Let alone higher, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a crusher. Originally, Baihe had a little desire to show off and boast, but this little thought was quickly poured cold water by his own system. The next door is only a sea-level system, It is recommended that the host should not lower his status to compare with the low-level system. The previous host who entered the intermediate dungeon had an income 3 times yours. The previous host here does not refer to B6038's previous host, after all. B6038 failed in the previous mission. He refers to the host brought by another B-level system, and the two of them refreshed the first mission record of the Infinite Plane. Only in the first dungeon, he earned nearly 50,000 jubei. Although he said so, he was still very dissatisfied. In his opinion, B6038's words are actually similar to those of parents, who always say other people's children are so and so, no matter when. People hate such words. He believes that he has tolerated this system for a long time, and even regretted changing the original system several times. You have to know that B6038 is just a system that failed a mission, and it is no different from his previous system. Since he can complete a mission with B6038, he can naturally complete the mission with the previous system. If he had not changed the system at the beginning, B6038 would have become C6038, and he is still bound to the B-level system. There is absolutely no difference. I don't know what B6038 is doing. If he hadn't agreed to change the binding to it, it would have become a pile of scrap metal in the recycling station long ago. But he also knows that he is now subject to this system, so no matter how dissatisfied he is, he dare not say it directly. The B-level system has the right to erase the host. It is impossible for him to do whatever he wants like Sumo. Yes, after all, their system is now A-level. It's not surprising to refresh a record. Although he can't say it openly, it doesn't affect by his sarcasm. B6038 knows that he is mocking him for failing the first mission, and then he has to rely on stealing the host of another system to complete the mission. But he can't refute it, because this is the fact. Although the system can erase the host, it will also be downgraded. B6038 is a B-level system, and after the downgrade, it will become C-level. And San is originally C-level, so he doesn't have the right to erase. Therefore, unless it is necessary, the system will not perform this operation, because the consequences of downgrading are too serious. B6038 is in this situation now. It is not very satisfied with Bai, but it has no choice. Therefore, the host and the system not only have their own ulterior motives, but also do not maintain much harmony on the surface. Sumo and San do not know all this, but even if they know, it will not affect them. Bai just finished mocking B6038, and then prepared to rest for a while. The difficulty of the intermediate dungeon is not small. He also has to worry about whether those players can complete the task, which really consumes a lot of energy. But before he could rest for a while, he was woken up by B6038. The information of the second copy has been collected. Please read it and make a choice. He was almost laughing. He just came out of the copy, and now he had to choose a copy again? The donkeys in the production team were not so diligent, but B6038 didn't let him refuse at all, and directly input the copy information into his brain. The brain felt a little stinging because it received too much information at one time. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, and then suppressed his anger, and chose another intermediate copy. This is it. Because he already had the experience of an intermediate copy, so he believed that he would be able to go to an intermediate copy again, and it would be very smooth. It's just that his idea was very good, but B6038 was not satisfied with his choice. It didn't like this kind of host who didn't think about making progress, and it itself was just a system with a strong desire for control. Plus, he had ridiculed it before, so it did not hesitate to question and modify his choice. This system recommends that the host choose an advanced or difficult copy. Although it is a suggestion, B6038 has actually cleared the data of the intermediate copy. This behavior can be said to have completely annoyed Bai, and all the pent-up dissatisfaction broke out. You make it sound easy. I chose an advanced and difficult copy. What if they fail? You can give up the mission and leave. I don't want to die here. The system actively giving up the mission is actually to wipe out the host. Without the host, the mission will naturally fail. But Bai didn't want to die. He wanted to live well. No one who didn't want to live would want to die in vain. This was also the reason why Bai didn't dare to take risks. He had no tolerance for mistakes, and he was not equal to the system. So he was very cautious in every step. He was afraid that he would take too big a step and hurt his legs. B6038 naturally understood this truth. But even though he understood it, it was not ready to regret it. On the one hand, it was too embarrassing for the system to regret it now. And on the other hand, it felt that Bai's progress was too slow. In addition, it fully believed in its strength as a system. and the power and value of the things that could be exchanged were definitely enough to pass the advanced dungeon. Its goal was not just to surpass its competitors. So the two of them were deadlocked. B6038 wanted to choose a high-level plane, while Byte he just wanted to continue to enter a mid-level plane. The relationship and atmosphere between the system and the host, which were not very harmonious to begin with, instantly dropped to the freezing point. Unlike the tense atmosphere on the other side, Sumo's side could be described as a happy place. Sumo originally wanted to take advantage of the break to go see Tauzi, but was told that the infinite plane could not be entered or left at will. So she had to give up. With nothing to do, she could only look through the copy information that San received, and began to find the corresponding suitable props in the mall. This plane is not as easy to make money as other planes, so Sumo can only calculate every step. Although a little tired, it is still quite satisfying. While she was thinking, San entered the body of the white bear, and then lazily lay on Sumo's knees, sighing that life with a physical body is so happy and blissful. After Sumo had selected the copy and the goods, it reluctantly climbed up. The second copy Sumo chose was a low-level copy, with dozens of people in the copy, and the copy name was 12 Rooms. Chapter 193 Infinity. Welcome to my castle. Before entering the dungeon, Sumo did not forget to spend 100 jubei to unlock a new product, Spirit Pen. Spirit Pen purchase price, 10 jubei/piece. Sales price, 30 jubei/piece. Introduction. Use the Spirit Pen to write a question, and the Spirit Pen has a probability of giving the answer to the question. Regardless of whether the Spirit Pen gives the answer, after the question is written, the Spirit Pen disappears. Note, the simpler the question, the easier it is to give the answer. Conversely, the harder the question, the greater the probability of not answering it. In terms of purchasing, in order not to waste the unlocked Exorcist talismans, so this dungeon also has a ghost dungeon. In this way, she doesn't have to unlock products that restrain zombie virus parasites and the like. The Exorcist talisman must be purchased. Sumo bought 30 pieces. And the Spirit Eye bought 20 pieces, and the life-saving talisman also bought 20 pieces. Only 5 spiritual pens were purchased. But since it was a newly unlocked item, 5 were given away. So there were 10 in total. After buying so many things, Sumo spent a total of 240 jubei. And the funds on her body were instantly reduced to only 2 digits, because she could know the number of people in the dungeon in advance. Sumo bought the quantity of goods according to the number of people. Of course, she would not set a purchase limit on such basic goods, mainly because this is a world with certain competitive factors. So there is no need to set a purchase limit. In this world, there is not much fairness and trust, and everything everyone does is just to survive. So whether you can buy something depends entirely on the player's own luck. Welcome to the first level dungeon 12 Rooms. The first level dungeon means the primary dungeon, and in a one-to-one correspondence, the second level dungeon is the intermediate dungeon. The highest level 5 is the hell level. The novice dungeon is called the novice dungeon, and there is no such thing as a zero-level dungeon. Low-level dungeons are for players who have experienced the novice dungeon at least once, and those who are lucky can experience it twice at most. After 2 times, the third time must be a low-level dungeon. After that, if you still want to enter the novice dungeon, you can only accept the task of being a novice guide like Zhanghe. It is precisely because it is not the first time for everyone to enter the dungeon. So they all seem very calm. Even if they are timid and afraid, they will not easily expose their emotions. This is a very irrational approach. Welcome everyone to my castle. After the welcome of the Abyss system ended, a man in a dress came out. All old players know that this kind of person is generally the host or dungeon boss of this dungeon. If it is the former, then this is a dungeon that is biased towards brainpower, and passing the level depends on reasoning, clues, and IQ. If it is the latter, then this is a dungeon that is biased towards force, and passing the level depends on fighting and competition. Of course, it doesn't mean that there is no need to fight in a brain-based dungeon, nor does it mean that you don't need to use your brain in a force-based dungeon. It's just that the emphasis is different. Seeing that the eyes of 10 players were all focused on him, the man nodded with satisfaction, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. His every move exuded elegance and dignity. I am Erna, the host of your game. You can just call me Mr. The previous information was almost useless. It was nothing more than Erna introducing the layout of his castle. For example, how many floors and how many rooms there are, what rooms are on which floors and in which positions, etc. Although it seems useless, none of the 10 players was distracted, because they can't be sure that this information is really useless. If they miss some information and the dungeon fails, then they will regret it too late. Finally, after 5 minutes of nonsense, they finally got to the point. You will spend 7 happy days in my castle. Except for the master bedroom. There are 12 guest rooms in the castle. Each person only has 1 room. Don't stay in the wrong room. Although Erna didn't say what the consequences of staying in the wrong room were, but they were not newcomers, and they could naturally see the malicious smile in his eyes. However, if they were just asked to find their own room and stay there for 7 days, wouldn't that be too simple? No, it's definitely not that simple. Even newcomers who have only participated in a novice dungeon once would not believe Erna's words so easily, not to mention that there are several old newbies who have participated in 7 or 8 dungeons. Today is the first day. After dinner, you can go to the butler to get the key to your room. If you have anything else, you are welcome to come to the study to discuss with me in detail. Finally, I wish you all a happy time. After saying this, Erna left. Everyone's eyes followed his back all the way up the stairs, until he disappeared. But he slipped away quickly. But the doubts he left in everyone's mind did not disappear. What about the promise that they should not stay in the wrong room? Now the butler said that he would distribute keys to them. Since the keys were distributed, it proved that their rooms had been allocated. The rooms were already allocated, so how could they stay in the wrong room? Even if there were thousands of thoughts and ideas, they were also scattered by the sudden appearance of the butler. Dear guests, please come this way. If we can tell from Erna's appearance and tone that he is gentle on the surface, but full of malice and cunning in his heart, then the image of the butler is very honest and taciturn. He was only responsible for bringing 10 people into the restaurant, and then left after saying, "Guests can come to the kitchen to get the room keys after dinner." No additional clues were revealed. After the butler left, the door of the restaurant was also closed, and there were only 10 players left here for a while. This should also be to leave some space for players to discuss and communicate. It seems that this should be a copy that is more brain-powered. Why don't you introduce yourself first? It will be easier to communicate later. The speaker was a man in black, whose tone was steady and powerful. This did not look like a new player who had only experienced 1 or 2 copies. Even if some players did not want to reveal too much information about themselves for the time being, they did not refute what he said, because everyone knew that what he said was correct. So everyone spent a few minutes introducing themselves. But because they were all players who had participated in several dungeons, they were all on guard, and most of the names they said were pseudonyms. But no one cared, the name was just a code name. It didn't matter whether it was real or fake. Chapter 194 Infinity. The man holding the script. Seeing that the people in front of her had introduced themselves one by one, it was her turn now. Tangshur thought about it, and also followed their example, and gave a simple name. My last name is Tang. You can just call me Shout Tang. This is my second time participating in a dungeon. Originally, Tangshur was not going to say how many times she had participated in dungeons, but because the people in front of her had said it, it would be a bit strange if she didn't say it, so she didn't hide it. After she finished speaking, Tangshur obviously found that some players who had participated in dungeons more often seemed to look at her more. She didn't understand why, and couldn't ask, so she could only keep this question in her heart. It seemed that she was lucky. She actually met acquaintances in the second dungeon, and 2 acquaintances. Ming Dong, you can call me whatever you want. At this time, Ming Dong seemed to have returned to his original, I am the best in the world look. He said his name without any hesitation, but he didn't say how many dungeons he had participated in. Although the others were a little concerned about his attitude, they couldn't say it out loud, so they were fooled by him. If Tangshur hadn't experienced the last novice dungeon with him, she might have thought that Ming Dong was also an old player who had played several dungeons. She also understood Ming Dong's purpose. Maybe he just wanted to pretend to be an old player, although she didn't know what his purpose was. Tangshur didn't want to expose him. As for another acquaintance, it was Qiuyun. When Qiuyun saw Ming Dong's appearance, he was also prepared to pretend to be an old player, but gave up after thinking about it. She knew her own strengths and weaknesses. Ming Dong could act because his appearance and temperament were naturally suitable. So when it was her turn to introduce herself, she and Tangshur both honestly said their names, and reported the number of dungeons they had played. After all 10 people had introduced themselves, everyone had a good idea. Among the 10 players, except Ming Dong, the uncooperative stubborn guy, 5 of them had only played the novice dungeon, and the other 4 had played at least 1 low-level dungeon. If Ming Dong was also a player who had played low-level dungeons, then the scene was exactly 50-50 between novice and veteran players. At this time, the man in black who had spoken first spoke again. It seemed that he wanted to be the leader, and his tone of voice was quite strong. Among the remaining 9 people, except Ming Dong and another veteran who had played 7 dungeons, the others seemed to be listening to the man in black seriously. The food here should be fine. You can eat without worry. After eating, we will go to get the key. Do you have any other ideas about this dungeon now? When the man in black asked this question, everyone was eating. Even those who had no appetite ate a little to maintain their strength, because no one knew what would happen in the next few days, or whether there would be anything to eat. This was what happened to Tangshur and his friends in the last dungeon. The next day, when they were hunted by the whole school, they couldn't even go to the cafeteria. They could only steal some bread, mineral water, and other things from the store at night to eat. No one answered the man in black's question. To be precise, no one wanted to answer first. It was impossible to stay here without exchanging information. They just needed a leader. In the end, a boy dressed as a student who had played 2 rounds of novice copies spoke first. There are 12 guest rooms here, but there are only 10 of us. The remaining 2 rooms are empty. Or are they for some creatures to live in? The male student swallowed his saliva while speaking, and his voice became much lighter, especially after he finished speaking. He even rubbed his arms with his hands, which were covered with goosebumps. His question also attracted everyone's attention. In fact, everyone noticed this. After all, the name of the copy is 12 rooms. So the number of rooms must be the most obvious strange clue. But there are only 10 guests. But there are 12 rooms. What are the extra 2 rooms used for? This is a question worth thinking about. Or they can think in a different direction. Don't think about why there are 2 more rooms, but why there are 2 fewer people. Erner said before. Each person is only assigned 1 room. Does that mean the death mechanism of this instance is staying in the wrong room? Every instance has a death mechanism, and the difficulty of triggering it is basically linked to the difficulty of the instance. Because this is a low-level instance, the difficulty is not very high, so the death mechanism is more obvious. Erner's words almost clearly indicate that they cannot stay in the wrong room. If they do, the death mechanism will be triggered. But there is another problem. This death mechanism is too obvious. They almost guessed it. In this case, as long as you are not a fool, you will not trigger this mechanism. Then this copy seems to suddenly become meaningless, because no one will make such an obvious mistake. Isn't this copy a little too simple? It feels worse than the novice copy. We just need to return to our own room every day, not go to other people's rooms, and just live like this for 7 days? Because someone has taken the lead, the following discussion has become smooth. The person who spoke this time was Huang Yi, the older brother of a pair of twins among the 10 people, and the younger brother was Huang Er. Both of them came here after 2 rounds of novice copies. This name is very sloppy, and it seems to be made up at a glance. We will definitely stay in the wrong room. This sentence was said with great certainty, as if the person who spoke had read the last few chapters of the novel, and knew that the plot behind was that they stayed in the wrong room. Tangshur and Qiu Yun looked at the man who was speaking. This man's introduction was the most special on the scene. He said that his profession was a doctor, so everyone should just call him doctor. Perhaps it was because of the professional filter of the doctor, the angel in white, that most people subconsciously believed it the first second they heard it. When they came to their senses, they found that this sentence seemed a little too firm. The man in black was obviously very interested in his statement. Why do you think we will definitely stay in the wrong room? Can't we find the location of our room? The doctor glanced at him, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The smile should be warm and make people feel happy physically and mentally. But his smile was a little chilling. What if the location of the room changes? Chapter 195 Infinity. Are there any other guests? Although this sentence is simple and easy to understand, it contains a lot of information. Even Tangshur and the other 5 players, who have never played low-level dungeons, have understood the dangers involved. If it is really as the doctor said, the room will move, then they really cannot guarantee that they live in the right room. Just when the players were about to continue analyzing according to this information point, the door of the restaurant was suddenly knocked. The newcomers didn't know what happened yet, and the old players had already guessed that it might be the NPC urging them. The dungeon couldn't let them continue chatting. What if they chatted until the end of time? So even though they still have many questions and things they want to say now, they can only suppress them. The full people have already started to pack up and prepare to go to the kitchen to get their keys. And the people who were not full did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly ate a few more bites, and simply filled their stomachs, and followed the people in front to leave. In the kitchen, the housekeeper stood next to the freezer, and it looked like he had been waiting for a long time. After everyone arrived, the housekeeper looked up at them, holding a bunch of keys in his hand. They couldn't see the keys clearly because they were standing far away, or for some other reason. "Please come and get your room keys." The housekeeper's voice was still as cold as ever. Everyone looked at each other, and although they all wanted to get the keys quickly and go back to the house to study, no one actually went forward to get them. Just when the scene was about to fall into a stalemate, the doctor slowly pushed his glasses, and then walked to the butler. Everyone thought he was going to get the key, but he actually asked the butler a question. "I'm quite picky. Can I choose my own room?" Only those who are confident and sure, and have the strength, dare to say this. How dare ordinary people make so many requests, and are not afraid of angering the NPC? Everyone held their breath and waited for the butler's reply. Was he angry? Or did he refuse politely? Or did he agree to the doctor's request to choose his own room? However, the butler did not seem to follow the routine, and he did not completely refuse the doctor's request. This is a bit difficult. The rooms prepared for the guests are all arranged in advance. If the guests are really not satisfied, they can exchange keys with other guests. Although he said difficult, the butler did not seem to be distressed at all. He seemed to have guessed that someone would make this request. And then he rejected the doctor's request in another way, but told him other solutions. The doctor also knew that the housekeeper would most likely not agree with what he said, so he didn't care. "Then I hope that the room the housekeeper arranges for me will satisfy me." The housekeeper's expressionless face rarely showed a faint smile. After that, he lowered his head and took out a key from a pile of keys seemingly at random, and handed it to the doctor. "Please keep your key well, in order to protect the privacy of the guests. There is only one key." In other words, he didn't have a backup key. Under normal circumstances, only the player can enter his room, although it is not known whether the statement "there is only one key" is true or false. This sentence has reminded them to keep their keys safe, and naturally no one will lose their keys due to mistakes or accidents. After all, it seems that the key is lost, but in fact it may be their life. The doctor took the key silently and looked down at 301. According to Elner's introduction, the castle has a total of 5 floors, and there are 3 rooms on each floor below the 4th floor, which is exactly 12 rooms. These 12 rooms are where they need to live in the next 7 days. As for the 5th floor, Elner did not introduce the 5th floor in detail, but they could guess that it should be his bedroom and study. However, it is useless to guess. After all, it is a place they cannot enter at present. Seeing that someone has received their key, the rest of the people also lined up to receive the remaining keys. I don't know if it was intentional. The man in black was the last person to receive the key. After he received the key, he also deliberately looked at the last 2 keys in the butler's hand. The housekeeper also discovered his intention, and quickly put away the key. His eyes were staring at the man in black without any emotion. The man in black was not embarrassed, and looked back generously. Not only did he look back, but he also asked a question like the doctor. "Housekeeper, I have a question for you." After 5 seconds of silence, the housekeeper nodded. "I am happy to solve your problem for you." As expected of an NPC, he is good at lying with his eyes open, and he does it without any embarrassment. Tangshur and the other newcomers just watched the butler lie without changing their expressions, as if he was not the one who rejected the guest's request to choose a room. The man in black saw that the butler agreed, and his smile became even bigger. He pointed to the butler's pocket, which contained the keys he had just put away. "Can I see the remaining 2 keys?" "Sorry, I can't fulfill your request." The expected answer did not discourage the man in black, and he asked another question. "Then please tell me, in addition to the 10 of us, are there any other guests in this castle?" After asking this question, everyone couldn't help but want to take a step back. This man in black looked like a ruthless person. He dared to ask such a question casually. This was even more excessive than the doctor's previous question. Everyone could clearly feel that the atmosphere around them had suddenly changed dramatically. The strange pressure emanating from the butler was pervasive. In the end, they still didn't get the answer to the question, but they had guessed the answer from the butler's attitude. If there were no other guests, he actually had nothing to hide. Isn't this a very simple thing? The man in black sighed after coming out of the kitchen. It's a pity, I wanted to meet the other two guests. This meant that he was sure that there were other people in the castle. The doctor glanced at him and said nothing. But another person, who had played 7 copies, like the man in black, spoke up. Although it's a low-level copy, it's better not to provoke the NPC so much. Although Lu Yin had to admit that he also got some clues from this provocation. The man in black shrugged without comment. It's almost time, everyone report your room number. It will be convenient to find someone later. Chapter 196 Infinity. Oh my dear friend. Tangshi 101, Qiuyin 102, Mengdong 103. Huang Yi 201, Huang Er 202, Male Student 203. Doctor 301, Luyin 302, Black Clothed Man 303. Short-haired girl 401, Empty 402, Empty 403. Am I the only one on the 4th floor? The short-haired girl stared. She couldn't believe this fact. As the host or the boss of the dungeon, Erna is obviously the most dangerous person in this dungeon. Since he lives on the 5th floor, then they must think that the higher they go, the less safe they are. It's okay for her to live on the 4th floor, but she's the only one, if she really dies inexplicably at night. No one will know. No, I don't live on the 4th floor. The short-haired girl's eyes turned around among the crowd, and finally fell on Tangshi and Qiuyin. Among the 10 people, there were only 3 women. So if she wanted to change rooms, she would subconsciously choose to change with a woman. Anyway, the housekeeper said that if you are not satisfied with the room, you can exchange keys with each other. The short-haired girl is a player who has experienced 2 novice dungeons and 1 low-level dungeon. This is her 4th dungeon. Although she has experienced 2 more dungeons than Tangshi and Qiuyin, only she knows how she passed the previous 3 dungeons. If she lives alone on the 4th floor, if something really happens, it will be no different from committing suicide. She has no room to resist. I want to change rooms with you. The short-haired girl pointed her hand directly at Tangshi. Tangshi frowned, and felt a little disgusted with this person's behavior. She was the one who disliked the 4th floor, and she was the one who changed the room, but why did she speak now with a tone and attitude as if someone else was begging her to change? Although she didn't want to cause trouble, and didn't want to attract everyone's attention, she just wanted to pass the level safely, but this didn't mean that she could swallow her anger and let others bully her. No! Tangshi decisively rejected her request. The key was in her hand. It was her business whether to change or not. It was not someone else's turn to be arrogant and arrange others here. Qiuyin didn't like her attitude either. And Qiuyin also knew that she was one of the people the short-haired girl wanted to change rooms with, so she didn't wait for the short-haired girl to speak, and decisively rejected it. I won't change either. Do you think the whole world is your mother? How dare you make a request here with any attitude? Qiuyin didn't have as good a temper as Tangshi, and she directly retorted. This was also related to her previous family conditions. Her mother is a strong woman, and her father is a gigolo, and he favors boys over girls. After seeing that she had a terminal illness, she refused to let her mother spend money to save her, saying it was a waste of money, and it would be better to have another boy, and leave the money for her son to buy a house. But her mother is a normal person. After hearing what he said, she divorced him without saying a word and made him leave the house, and got out of there. I don't know why I was so blind to fall in love with him in the first place. It was because of her mother, so even though she was sick, she was strong in character, and not introverted and weak like most sick people. In the past, she would pretend to be gentle in front of her mother because of her illness, so that she could work with peace of mind and not worry about herself. Now she is here without any illness or trouble, without any worries, and she is like a completely different person. The short-haired girl was so angry at Qiuyin's words that her face changed. But the most urgent thing is not to quarrel, but to change rooms. But the 2 people who seem to be the easiest to bully are unwilling to change rooms, so she naturally dare not ask others. In the end, the man in black came out to smooth things over. This is only the first day, basically nothing will happen. It is better not to change rooms. Everyone can live in peace, as long as you stay in the room obediently at night. Nothing will happen. In fact, he didn't mind changing rooms, but he always felt that the arrangement of this room was not set up casually. If the room was changed, it might cause some bad consequences. Seeing that the man in black came out to say this, the short-haired girl couldn't continue to find someone to change rooms. But she really didn't want to live on the 4th floor, so while going upstairs, she kept lingering around other people, and even suggested that some transactions could be made in exchange for keys. Unfortunately, the people present were either veteran players, who were very rational and knew that life was more important than anything else. Or they didn't care about beauty, and didn't even bother to look at her. Finally, she went all the way to the 3rd floor. But she still failed to change rooms. Finally, she had to bite her teeth and go to 401. It must be said that although this castle looks a bit gloomy, the room is still very large, and the layout is also very luxurious. There are all the furniture that a bedroom should have. And there are also many decorations, revealing exquisiteness and luxury everywhere. After entering the room, everyone saw a gift box on the desk in the middle at a glance. There was a card on the gift box. The card simply said something like "Welcome everyone to the castle." The card also said that the gift box was a gift left by the owner of the castle, that is, by Erna. The brave ones opened the gift directly, while the timid ones didn't dare to open the gift and didn't even touch it, and went to bed to rest. The next morning, everyone got up. In the dungeon, few people dared to sleep in. The first thing they did after getting up was to see if there was any trouble with their neighbors, and then ask around upstairs and downstairs. The first night was very peaceful as expected. No one died, and no one lost limbs. Everyone even thought they slept well last night. "Do you have a gift in your room?" The boy was a timid person, so he didn't open the gift box last night. The gift box is still in the room now. Not only did he not open the box, Tang Shi, Huang Er, and the short-haired girl did not open the box either. It seems that everyone has a gift. And did you notice that the card on the gift box clearly states who the gift is for? Of course, everyone noticed this. After all, the first sentence at the beginning of the card is OXXX. My dear friend, welcome to my castle. And the XXX part is their real name. In other words, if they really changed rooms yesterday, not only would the people who changed rooms reveal their real names to each other, but the gifts inside were also exchanged. Before they could exchange a few more words, the butler came to inform them that they could go to the restaurant for dinner. The breakfast was still as rich as always. If this was not a copy where they had to face death at any time. For them, it was basically the same as a vacation. They ate well, slept well, and the environment was good. There was even a garden outside the castle. It was like a vacation in any way. Chapter 197 Infinity, The Disappearing Gift. During breakfast, they also saw Elna. They had breakfast together. After breakfast, Elna left, and the housekeeper followed. After the two of them left, they had time to exchange information. Before exchanging information, I don't want players who haven't opened their gifts to stay here. The doctor's words were very clear. The information is obviously only available to those who have opened the gifts. Since the gifts have not been opened, there is no information, and without information, there is no capital to talk to them. Old players have never been kind people who are willing to give their information to others for free. Tang Shi and Qiu Yun looked at each other, then she left the restaurant directly, and returned to her room. Although the male student wanted to stay, and listen to the clues, he was embarrassed to stay after seeing Tang Shi leave. Most importantly, the information these people revealed clearly proved that there was nothing wrong with opening the gift. So the most important thing he should do now was to go back and open the gift immediately and check the contents. Thinking of this, the male student also left. Before him, his twin brother Huang Er also left. So the short-haired girl was the only unwelcome person left. She wanted to say shamelessly that she would not leave, and they could not do anything to her. But when she saw the doctor's narrowed, dangerous eyes, she was scared and broke into a cold sweat. She had no choice but to return in disappointment. After the four people who had no clues left, they returned to their rooms as soon as possible. Tang Shi's room was on the first floor, and she was the first to leave. So she returned to the room first. But she looked at the empty table, with obvious surprise on her face. She clearly remembered seeing the gift box when she got up this morning. How could it suddenly disappear? Did someone come in and steal the gift? This is impossible. She definitely locked the room when she went out. And the key is still on her. And this is the first floor. If someone else entered her room, wouldn't it be very easy to be discovered? So why did this happen? It can't be that the gift box has grown legs and ran away. In order to confirm whether the gift box is really missing, she searched the whole room, but couldn't find the gift box. In desperation, she could only leave the room temporarily, and go to find other people to ask about the situation. Who knew that when she went up to the second floor, she almost bumped into the male student, who had just come out of the room, and was about to go downstairs. Sorry. Isn't your room on the first floor? The male student apologized first, then looked up and saw that it was Tang Shi. and couldn't help but ask. He originally thought that the person who bumped into him would be Huang Er, who was also on the second floor, or the short-haired girl who came down from upstairs. But he didn't expect it to be her. I want to come up and ask you a question. What question? Did the gift box in your room also disappear? Before Tangsher finished speaking, she was interrupted by Huang Er, who came out of room 202. The male student shook his head blankly. No. The gift in my room is still there. Huang Er and Tangsher's eyes fell on the male student at the same time. But his blank look looked too real. Unless he is a movie star, it doesn't look like he is pretending. It's just that both of their gifts are gone. How come his gift is still there? While they were thinking about this question, there were hurried footsteps upstairs. Who is it? Who went to the fourth floor just now? It was the short-haired girl who just came out of the room. She looked unfriendly at this time, and when she saw the three of them gathered together, the emotions in her eyes became more complicated. Did you take my gift box? She pointed her finger at Tangsher. If it was normal, there would be nothing wrong with her suspicion. After all, Tangsher was the first to come out of the restaurant, and she was also the only one among the 3 people present who had a conflict with her yesterday. She was indeed the best suspect. Naturally, Tangsher could not admit it. Let alone other things, the gifts in her own room were gone. So 3 of the 4 people's gifts were gone, only the boy's was still there, so even if there was a suspicion, he should be suspected. It's not me. Mine is missing too, Tangsher explained calmly. Of course, it was up to her whether she believed it or not. The gifts of the 3 of you are all gone? The male student frowned, and subconsciously reached into his pocket. His pocket contained the things he had opened from the gift. The things were still there, which proved that he had indeed opened a gift. Otherwise, where did this thing come from? The short-haired girl also found out in these 2 sentences that she was not the only one whose gift was missing. At this time, the other 6 people who had just exchanged information came up from downstairs. What's missing? Huang Yi looked at his brother, and the 2 brothers exchanged a look that only they could understand. The male student couldn't hold back his questions. In addition, he was the only one who saw the gift after coming up. So he was obviously the most obvious suspect. He was a little nervous, and hurriedly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. I don't know why only my gift is still there. The doors of the room are all locked. No matter how capable I am, I can't steal 3 people's gifts at the same time." After some explanations, everyone now knows that Huang Er, the short-haired girl, and Tangsher's gifts disappeared inexplicably. The only thing that made them curious was why the male student's gift was still there. Was there anything special about him? Can I go to your room and take a look? As someone who knows a little bit about psychology, Lu Yin at least didn't find out from any of the male student's actions that he was lying. Nervousness is just a kind of nervousness that is afraid that others will suspect him. Not the kind of vigilant nervousness that is caused by doing something bad. The male student naturally doesn't want others to enter his room. But he also knows that he can't refuse. If he refused, his previous explanation would be in vain. This short-haired girl didn't look like a reasonable person. She might say something slanderous about him later. Okay, I'll let you go in and take a look. Under his leadership, everyone walked into room 203 together. As soon as they entered the room, everyone saw the gift box that he hadn't thrown away was still on the table. The doctor and the man in black came forward to check the box at the same time, while Lu Yin picked up the card that fell on the ground. Zhongli. At the moment these 2 words came out of his mouth, Tangsher clearly noticed that the short-haired girl's face changed. And after Lu Yin finished reading the card, his eyes fell on the short-haired girl. This is her room. She actually changed the room. Chapter 198 Infinity. 1, 2, 3, 4. The voices of the man in black and Lu Yin sounded at the same time. Zhongli. That is the real name of the short-haired girl. This name is obviously female. And it happened that when the short-haired girl introduced herself, she asked others to call her Xiaoli. So it was obvious who this name corresponded to. Zhongli saw that she could not hide her name, and she did not refute. She snatched the card from Lu Yin's hand, glanced at it, and stared at the male student fiercely. Why is my gift here with you? The male student was stunned at first, and then reacted quickly and refuted. What does this have to do with me? Didn't you hear him? Change rooms. After the words fell, the male student looked at the man in black with expectant eyes, hoping that he could say something. The man in black really satisfied the male student's thoughts and explained for him. There is lipstick on this table. You must have put it there. First, Zhongli was the only one wearing lipstick at the scene, so the lipstick on the table could only have been left by her. Second, if the male student was really the one who stole the gift, then there was no need for him to steal the table as well. The only explanation is that, as the doctor said in the restaurant yesterday, their room had changed. Zhongli went up to take a look and, sure enough, she saw the lipstick mark she left. This was left by her yesterday, when she was furious and threw her lipstick on the table. Then why can't I open the door? Didn't they say there was only one key, and one-to-one correspondence? The male student looked at the key in his hand puzzledly, and the 203 on it was clearly visible. There is no conflict. We just changed the room, but not the door. The man in black looked at him with a half smile. When Zhongli stopped talking after seeing the lipstick mark, everyone knew that the man in black was right. So our gift was not lost, but was moved to another room. To be precise, our entire room was changed. After reaching this conclusion, each of them went into the room to check, and finally, all 3 gifts were found. So, there are still benefits to not opening the gifts, at least they can know which room they're in. People like them who opened the gifts were different, they still had to find their own room. The problem was that the key to their room was in someone else's hands, which meant that they had to find someone else to exchange the key before they could enter the room. Although the male student didn't know which room he was in, he had already exchanged the key with Zhongli. But he didn't show the clue, and Zhongli didn't care, and took the male student's gift away directly. The male student was furious. But it was too late to return the clue now, because Zhongli had already opened the gift. And Tang Shi's gift was in Ming Dong's room. After all, they were people who had participated in a copy before, so although Ming Dong still maintained a difficult appearance, he still exchanged keys with Tang Shi. And Huang Er's gift was found in Lu Yin's room, and the male student's gift was found in the doctor's room. But the exchange of keys between the two was not so smooth. Lu Yin asked Huang Er to share his own clues, and the doctor also wanted the clues found by the male student. While the 4 of them were discussing with each other, the rest of the people also began to exchange keys. After all, they didn't have obvious marks like gifts to identify their rooms. And the decorations in the 12 guest rooms in this castle were almost exactly the same. In addition, they returned to their rooms so late yesterday, and no one paid attention to what their rooms looked like. So it was really difficult for them to identify their rooms in a short time. I don't know if it was intentional, but some of them didn't throw away the packaging and cards when they opened the gifts yesterday. But this morning, all of them disappeared inexplicably. I think it was intentional, just to prevent them from relying on this to identify their rooms. I guess only the unopened gifts will be kept, as the only one who successfully exchanged the key and didn't cause any disputes. Tang Shi seemed a little bored. But bored as she was, she didn't dare to walk around, and could only walk back and forth on the 4 floors to check. After walking around and finding nothing special, she prepared to go back to the room. At this moment, she suddenly found something very wrong. She turned her head and looked back. 1, 2, 3, 4? 3 rooms on 1 floor. Where did the 4th room come from? Even though she had seen ghosts in the last world, and even talked and made deals with ghosts, she still couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Especially now that she realized that she had unknowingly walked to the 4th floor. There was no one around her, and her ears seemed to be cut off from all sounds. It seemed like she was the only one left in the world. Tang Shi looked calm and composed on the outside, but in fact, she was on the verge of collapse. Why is it her again, in the last instance? She bumped into a female ghost. Although the female ghost was a good person, she was really scary in the early stages, and this instance came again. Is she really attracted to such strange things? Just when she was hesitating whether to forcefully move her legs that seemed to be filled with lead, or directly shout for help, footsteps suddenly came from behind her. Why are you daydreaming here? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. At an angle where he couldn't see, Tang Shi let out a long breath. It's a person. It's a living person. It's a living player. It's so great. She turned around stiffly, and then pointed to her side. There's an extra door here. Lu Yin looked in the direction she pointed, and saw only an empty wall. Not to mention the door, there wasn't even a door frame. But he saw the fear and panic in Tang Shi's eyes, which didn't seem fake. In other words, in her eyes, there was really a door at that location. Lu Yin walked towards her, and the distance between the 2 people was slowly closing, until he was less than 5 steps away from the wall, and a door just appeared in his sight. Host, the location this time is so secretive. Will there really be players who will find it? Suemo was silent for a moment and then spoke. No matter how secretive it is, it's not as secretive as the first world. San. Okay. I know. Don't say it anymore. In fact, the most important thing about this world is not the secret location, but the triggering conditions are also quite unique. You must be close to the inner wall of the 4th floor after 10 o'clock in the morning to see the door of the store. If you don't get close, you can't see it, because in order not to affect the player's judgment, there is an illusion outside. If you stand far away, the wall is just a wall, and if you are close, it is a door. And it was useless for Suemo to close the shop near the wall at the time of closing. The door still did not appear. Just when San sighed and thought, today will definitely be another day with zero income, the shop door suddenly opened. Chapter 199 Infinity. Hello. We meet again. The one who pushed open the door was Luin, who had been studying at the door for a long time, and even took out props to check if there was any danger in the room. Seeing that the room was completely inconsistent with the castle outside, and that it looked like the interior environment of a small shop, Luin was stunned. Tangshur poked her head in, and was also stunned when she saw the familiar Boss Su. Boss Su? 3 words in one sentence, plus a question mark, clearly reflected Tangshur's complicated mood. Suemo nodded at her. Hello. We meet again. Tangshur. It turned out to be Boss Su. Is it such a coincidence? It was said that it was difficult to meet in the mobile store. As a result, she entered 2 copies and met him in both copies. And it looked like they were both the first to come. This scene looked familiar no matter how you looked at it. Boss Su? Do you know him? Luin saw that this was a mobile store, but what he didn't expect was that Tangshur actually seemed to know this boss. What does this mean? Either they knew each other in real life, but this possibility was too low. Another possibility was that they had met in a previous dungeon. And if you remember correctly, Tangshur seemed to be a new player who had only entered a novice dungeon once. If they had met in a dungeon, they could only have met in a novice dungeon, but he had clearly heard that mobile stores would basically not choose novice dungeons. It could even be said that no mobile store would choose a novice dungeon. Tangshur didn't know that. In just a few seconds, Luin had already thought of so many things. Because they were already met. They were half acquaintances. So Tangshur was quite relaxed. She walked into the store and looked at the shelves. There were 3 familiar items on them: the Ghost Exorcising Talisman, the Life-Saving Talisman, and the Spiritual Eye. The difference was that she seemed to see something that she had not seen in the previous copy. From the outside, this prop looked like a pen? Boss Su. Is this also a prop? A new prop? Since she knew that this was a mobile store, Tangshur was relieved and was not so scared. It must be said that although the decoration in this store was not as luxurious as the guest rooms in the castle, it inexplicably gave people a sense of security. It was as if as long as they stayed here, they would be absolutely safe. Well, spiritual pen. Do you want to buy one? Suemo took one out to show her. Tangshur was flattered to receive the spirit pen. It felt smooth and delicate when he touched it. The pen was a normal fountain pen, all black, and looked no different from an ordinary fountain pen. But this was a prop after all. It was useless to have a good appearance. The key was to be useful. So Tangshur looked at the introduction displayed on the bracelet spirit pen. Use the spirit pen to write a question. The spirit pen has a probability of giving the answer to the question. No matter whether the spirit pen gives the answer or not, after the question is written, the spirit pen disappears. Note, the simpler the question, the easier it is to give the answer. Conversely, the harder the question, the greater the probability of not answering it. Tangshur, wow, is it so amazing? Just play you ask me. If the room is changed later, wouldn't they just ask which room is theirs? I can only say that Tangshur is indeed a newcomer. Even his ideas are so simple and naive. Suemo saw through her thoughts at a glance, and then kindly emphasized it. If the question you ask is related to the way to pass the level, then there is a 99% chance that the spirit pen will disappear directly. Tangshur, I am naive, but there is still a 1% chance. Suemo saw through her thoughts again. Suemo, there is also a 1% chance that it will refuse to answer. Tangshur, is there any difference? This time, Suemo did not continue to speak, but just showed a mysterious smile. If you want to know, just buy it and try it yourself. The two of them chatted briefly and happily, completely ignoring Luin on the side. Luin did not care. but just verified his guess from their conversation. Then, he moved his eyes to the shelf. Although this was his first time to see a mobile store, he had also learned about mobile stores on the Abyss forum before. It is said that the mobile store is hard to find. It is said that the mobile store never likes to appear in low-level copies. It is said that the items in the mobile store are all excellent props. It is said that the items in the mobile store are expensive. But except for the third, it is said. It seems to him now that these are not very accurate. 3 Jubei's exorcist charms. 10 Jubei's spiritual eyes. 20 Jubei's. Although he has never seen a mobile store, it does not mean that he does not know the value of the props. The price of these props in the market is definitely far higher than the price in this mobile store. Such a cheap price. Can it still be called expensive? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lu Yin did not want to miss this good opportunity to buy props. After all, he was a player who had gone through 8 dungeons, 1 novice, 7 low-level ones. It was impossible for him to have no savings. With a huge sum of nearly 200 Jubei, Lu Yin unknowingly cleared out nearly 1/5 of the store's items. 5 exorcist talismans, 2 spirit eyes, 3 life-saving talismans, and 3 spirit pins, costing a total of 185 Jubei. Suemo took the money with a smile, and then gave all the props that had been counted to Lu Yin. Tangshir only had the 20 Jubei rewarded after the first dungeon, so she couldn't go on a shopping spree like Lu Yin and other stockists. She originally wanted to buy a life-saving talisman, but she remembered that she hadn't used the life-saving talisman in her previous life, and she had used up all the exorcist talismans when she escaped from school. So she bought 3 more exorcist talismans for protection. As for items like the spiritual pin, a new player like her is not worthy of buying them. Well, to put it bluntly, she has no money. After earning 200 Jubei easily, Suemo felt that today's performance had reached the target, so after the 2 of them left, she closed the store. Therefore, after Lu Yin and Tangshir left the mobile store and looked back, the extra door could no longer be seen. They could only see a normal wall. The crowd, who didn't know that 2 players had already bought the items, were still looking for people to exchange keys and find rooms. But they were not looking aimlessly, because they all found that the clues on the paper that they had opened from their gifts, there was a high possibility that it corresponded to the location of the room they needed to find. Chapter 200 Infinity, Public Clues. Each taking what he needs. Having just bought the props, Tangshir still had a faint joy and excitement on her face. If other people saw it, they would definitely see something wrong at a glance. So before going downstairs, Tangshir calmed down her mood. Lu Yin was very calm, and he always looked calm, as if the person who just swept the props without restraint was not him. However, he did not go downstairs directly, but directly opened the door of room 401. I don't know how he got the key. Tangshir saw him go in for only a dozen seconds, and then he came out again. Although his expression was not obviously different from before, she could faintly feel a trace of joy. Is this room yours? Yes. Lu Yin was lucky. He had the key to Huang Er's room in his hand. He asked Huang Er to exchange the clue for the opportunity to exchange the key. Although Huang Er was not happy, he had no choice but to agree to the exchange. The clue in Huang Er's hand was exactly the clue about the location of Lu Yin's room. His room was moved to 401. Originally, the key to 401 was in Zhang Li's hand, but after she exchanged keys with the male student, the key to 401 fell into the male student's hands. Although the process of changing keys was a bit troublesome, it was still successful. You mean, the clue is related to the location of the room? Tangshir was stunned for a moment, and then he directly took out his clue without hesitation. Anyway, both of them had found the room and got the key. Clues were no longer useful to them, so it didn't matter whether they were shy or not. There were only 2 crescent moons drawn on the lower left side of the note. Other than that, there was nothing. Tangshir was completely confused by this clue. She was completely bewildered. The situation downstairs was not particularly good. Although 4 people knew the location of their rooms because of the gift, only Tangshir, Zhang Li, and Huang Er succeeded in exchanging keys. Although the male student knew that the key was in the doctor's hands, the 2 of them had always agreed on the terms of the exchange. The male student wanted to exchange the key with the clue, but he had Lu Yin's key to room 302 and was not going to give it away. The doctor would naturally not agree to this request, since it was an exchange of keys. Then both parties exchanged keys. How could you not give the key after giving the clue? So the 2 sides were deadlocked. until Tang Shi and Lu Ying came down from the stairs. The atmosphere had not eased. Tang Shi just went downstairs and saw a figure rushing to her. It was Huang Yi. "Can you show me your clue? I can exchange it with Zhu Bei." "Is my clue related to him? How did he know?" Tang Shi was very hesitant. Although she could not use her own clue, it did not mean that she was willing to give it to others inexplicably. Even if he said that he could exchange it with Zhu Bei. "How do you know that my clue must correspond to your room?" Hearing Tang Shi's question, Huang Yi showed a helpless expression. He knew that Tang Shi would definitely ask this. "I used a prop. It is not convenient to disclose the details. This is only the first day of using props. What about the next 7 days? You can't use props every day. Right? But this is someone else's business, and it is not Tang Shi's turn to manage it. Okay. I'll sell it to you." Finally, Tang Shi got 5 Zhu Bei, and then handed her clues to Huang Yi. Huang Yi obviously didn't expect Tang Shi to be so easy to talk to, and felt a little more grateful in his heart. If it were any other old players, they might make some excessive demands, or raise the price. "Thank you, if there is a chance to cooperate in the future." After saying that, Huang Yi went to the corner to check the clues. It's not that Tang Shi didn't want to sell it at a higher price, but she didn't have the capital to raise the price. A new player, if you want to pass the level, you can't rely on yourself. So it's selling clues, in fact. Tang Shi also wants to build a good relationship with Huang Yi. What if his clues are with him tomorrow? Even if they are not with him tomorrow, there will always be a time when he will need help during the 7-day dungeon time. What's more, he and Huang Yi are brothers. Bringing a closer relationship with one person is equivalent to pleasing 2 people at the same time, which is still not a loss. It is said that when dealing with people, one should leave a way out. This statement is certainly true. After a whole morning of hard work, everyone was already tired. The most important thing was that they were tired of talking, because negotiating with some people was really too laborious. The housekeeper came at the right time and asked them to go to the restaurant for lunch. The lunch was as rich as usual. The only difference was that they did not see Erna. When asked about the housekeeper said that the master had something to do and could not come down to eat on time, but he did not say what it was. Lunchtime is still used for collective discussion. The current situation is that, out of the 10 people, 7 people already know the location of their rooms, but only 4 people have the keys. That is to say, 3 people know the location of their rooms, but they don't have the key, and 3 people don't know the location of their rooms. Among those who don't know the location of their rooms, there are Qiu Yun, Meng Dong, and the doctor. Seeing that Qiu Yun didn't find any clues, Tang Shi couldn't help but worry about her. The same is true for Meng Dong. It is obviously a very risky thing to let 3 people randomly live in the remaining 3 rooms. The probability of living in the wrong room is too high. And this is only the first day. To be precise, it should be the second day. There are still 5 days left. If everyone doesn't cooperate like this every day, how can we continue to play? This is not a competitive dungeon, this is a cooperative dungeon. After finishing lunch in silence, no one chose to leave directly, as if waiting for something. I think it's better, everyone should disclose their clues together, and hand over the keys, so that everyone can get what they need. The person who spoke was the man in black, who had found clues related to his room. But now it seems to have entered a dead loop. His key is with the male student, and the male student's key is with the doctor. Interestingly, the doctor's clues may be with him, because the doctor did not reveal his name. The man in black was not sure whether his guess was correct. But what he could be sure of now was that a cycle had been formed between the 3 of them. However, because the male student did not cooperate in the transaction with the doctor, he was unable to conduct normal transactions with the male student. Instead of being entangled like this, it would be better for everyone to make it public.